This guy used to be your typical handsome college heartthrob with perfectly styled hair, but one day the world mutated, turning everything upside down. In the chaos, Chen Bai awakened his talent. He struggled for decades, eventually becoming a loyal dog to a powerful woman named Rose. He helped her complete hundreds of brutal missions, but in the end, over a single failure, she did not hesitate to discard him. She dragged him straight down into endless darkness. In his final moments, Chen Bai sent her off with a giant middle finger. Take that. At that exact second, he was thrown back to the past. Talk about a massive plot twist. He quickly checked his phone. It read June 2032, exactly 10 days before the cosmic will descends. After that cataclysm, over 90% of humanity will be wiped out. But for the survivors, a golden opportunity arises as they awaken incredible powers. Along with that, legendary dungeons and mythical items will appear. To survive this incoming apocalypse, Chen Bai knows his absolute first priority is to upgrade his talent before the system even goes live. In his past life, 10 years after the descent, a survivor discovered the secret to upgrading talents right before the trial starts. He realized talents are actually active 10 days early. If you can trigger and use your power during this window, it evolves. By some stroke of luck, Chen Bai reincarnated at this exact 10-day mark. His past life talent was only an E-rank virus resistance. To force his talent to upgrade, he needs to expose his body to a deadly virus and force his immune system to evolve. Conveniently, the city is currently panicking over a strange rabies outbreak with infected people biting others like real-life zombies. Seizing the chance, Chen Bai quietly sneaks into the local hospital to get close to one of those infected patients. He confirms the man has fully turned into a zombie and secretly extracts some infected blood serum before heading back. Returning to his empty dorm room, he locks the door. He knows this gamble is incredibly risky. If the theory is wrong, he dies. But playing it safe would only lead back to his miserable past life. Without hesitation, he fills a syringe with the virus. He plunges the needle in. Instantly, his body begins to violently convulse as the virus takes hold. Fighting the agonizing pain, he collapses onto the cold floor. In his delirium, Rose appears before him once again. Her voice echoes, tempting him to stop fighting and surrender to the dark. But his hatred for her runs far too deep. Even in delirium, his hatred remains crystal clear. It burns like fire. This raw anger is the only thing keeping him alive. He refuses to die. Next morning, the dorm door swings open. His classmates walk in and instantly freeze in terror. Chen Bai's pale, monstrous face nearly scares them to death. One of them screams out, asking what is wrong with him. That shout pulls his fading consciousness back to reality. He stares blankly for a second, then forces a normal expression. He casually tells them he is just going to wash his face, letting his panicking roommates finally breathe a sigh of relief. Staring into the bathroom mirror, Chen Bai grins. The theory worked. He has successfully forced his latent power to mutate and upgrade. What rank will his new talent be? Before he can guess, a strange booming voice echoes inside his head. It congratulates Chen Bai on being chosen as a pioneer, earning him a special title for early awakening. He immediately recognizes the voice as the Cosmic Will, meaning he is now a registered player 9 days ahead of schedule. He swipes his hand through the air and a clean holographic status screen instantly materializes before him. Since he unlocked his power early, the system awards him a 5% boost to all base stats and extra experience. He immediately opens his new talent panel. What he sees completely blows his expectations out of the water. Forget his useless E-rank trash talent from before. He is now the proud owner of a god-tier triple S-rank ability called Virus Monarch. This god-tier ability allows him to absorb, manipulate, control, and even engineer entirely new types of biological viruses. Since he is only level 1, his powers are heavily restricted. For now, he can only absorb basic viruses. To level up his talent, he needs a massive source of pathogens. And what better place to find that than a local hospital? Chen Bai heads right back to the clinic, but as he approaches the gates, terrified people are already screaming and fleeing. A pack of flesh-eating zombies is hot on their heels, tearing through the crowd and causing absolute panic. It clicks. In his past life, he heard rumors about 3 bizarre pre-apocalypse incidents in Jiang City. One of them was a sudden hospital lockdown. It turns out he just happened to walk right into the epicenter. While the crowd flees for their lives, Chen Bai does the unthinkable. He charges straight toward the ravenous zombies. He slams an undead creature to the ground, instantly activating his new absorption skill to drain the virus clean out of it. More monsters lunge forward. But to him, this is not a threat. It is a free, all-you-can-eat power-up buffet. Meanwhile, up on the 4th floor, a horde of slavering zombies gathers outside a locked bathroom door. Trapped inside are Nurse Liu Feng and a beautiful female colleague, terrified as the flimsy door begins to splinter. The barricade is giving way. That scumbag Liu Feng looks at the girl, suddenly hatching a twisted predatory plan. He was rejected for so long. Now that they are both about to die, he wants to force her to have some fun. He mutters this out loud. Disgusting. He reaches out his hands, ready to touch her where he should not. but his disgusting desires remain completely unfulfilled. Just a second later, the zombie horde smashes right through the door. Liu Feng never expected them to move this fast. Desperate to avoid a brutal death, he makes a cowardly, desperate move. He grabs the girl and shoves her toward the zombies to act as a human shield. Then he runs for the window. But this is the 4th floor. Does a coward like him actually dare to jump? Scum like him never get a good ending. Honestly, seeing him suffer is so satisfying. Meanwhile, Chen Bai finishes clearing out the zombies on the lower floors. He heads up to the 4th floor and runs into the nurse. Her bite is fresh. She is just starting to turn. Chen Bai quickly uses his ability to draw the virus out. The military will seal off this hospital very soon. To pull off his plan, he absolutely needs someone who knows this entire hospital layout to serve as his guide. Sure enough, once the virus is pulled out, the nurse stops convulsing. Her eyes clear up as she regains consciousness. She immediately thanks him for saving her life. Chen Bai, however, skips the pleasantries and gets straight to the point. He wants her to lead him to where the virus is most concentrated. He is in an absolute rush. Even with her clothes torn to shreds, he gives her no time to change. She leads Chen Bai directly to the lab. This room holds all the virus-laden test samples. Chen Bai gathers the vials, pours them into a cup, and absorbs them. His virus points skyrocket. Now watch, after collecting a massive amount, he immediately goes for the next step. He channels all those virus points directly into upgrading his innate talent. His main ability undergoes a massive change. His highly upgraded ability is now the Bread Guy virus. The core of this power is all about devouring and evolving. Suddenly, the nurse shouts that a zombie is right at the door. Her panicked voice snaps Chen Bai back to reality. He tells her to stay put. Then he blurs to the entrance and lifts the zombie off the ground with one hand. He can feel his speed has increased significantly. This zombie weighs at least 75 kilograms, yet he lifts it effortlessly. This creature is the perfect test subject for his new power. Countless black tentacles erupt from his arm, wrapping around it. Within just a few seconds, the zombie's body completely dissolves. The black tentacles absorb every single cell, devouring the beast entirely. Chen Bai is highly satisfied with the result. Through this devouring process, his physical stamina has already started to recover. The nurse watches in sheer terror. But remembering that Chen Bai just saved her life, she decides to trust him completely. Maybe it is because of his reliable appearance, but she genuinely believes he won't hurt her. She firmly promises to keep his secret. He introduces himself as Chen Bai, and she replies that her name is Su Xin. He pulls Su Xin to her feet. Loud sirens echo from the streets below. The military and police must have arrived to seal off the entire area. They need to move. Thinking quickly, Chen Bai pulls Su Xin away, aiming to escape via the hospital rooftop. This avoids the military's eyes. But as they make their way up, they run into a completely different threat. This massive mutated zombie is vastly larger than the normal ones downstairs. Chen Bai gets distracted and takes a hit. Clutching his bleeding arm, Chen Bai stares straight at the beast with absolute excitement. Talk about a crazy turn of events. He never expected mutated zombies to appear so early. But where there is danger, there is always a massive opportunity. Devouring this unique specimen could trigger another massive leap in his evolution. Just then, the mutated monster charges. Getting hit by something this huge would turn him into paste. Fortunately, his superior speed allows a perfect dodge. After dodging, Chen Bai immediately delivers a powerful kick. The mutated zombie shrieks in pure rage, completely losing its mind. Realizing his opponent is purely driven by raw emotion, Chen Bai intensifies his assault. He needs to end this quickly. Unfortunately, this zombie is incredibly tanky. His physical strikes barely scratch its thick skin, only making the beast even angrier. Mindless brawling is clearly not getting him anywhere. It is only wasting precious time while the military forces draw closer. Su Xin has been shivering in the corner this entire time, but suddenly she finds the courage to smash a fire cabinet. She grabs a sharp fire axe from inside and tosses it over to Chen Bai. He manages to catch it cleanly midair. Armed with a real weapon, his combat efficiency immediately skyrockets. He swings hard, slicing deep into the mutated zombie's chest. Seeing a clear opening, Chen Bai presses the attack with even greater intensity. His incredible speed and agility easily overwhelm the monster. The mutated beast is soon backed into a corner. Its slow, heavy swings cannot keep up with his relentless flurry. The beast is covered in deep wounds. Once it is down to its last breath, Chen Bai steps on its head, ready to absorb the virus. But at that exact moment, the zombie musters its remaining strength, delivering a massive crushing blow straight to his chest. Chen Bai immediately spits out blood, leaving Su Xin in a state of sheer panic. The axe slips from his hands as the zombie digs its claws deep into his flesh. It tries to rip him apart, but our main character is no easy prey. Suddenly, countless black tentacles sprout from the wound on Chen Bai's stomach. They instantly wrap around the zombie's massive body. To begin the consumption process, the beast screams in pure terror, but no amount of panic can save it now. Watching from a safe distance, Su Xin finally lets out a sigh of relief. The absorption of this fierce second-tier, clawed zombie wraps up quickly. His blacklight virus successfully evolves and he feels a surge of brand new power. He gains the zombie's signature ability, Bone Claws. Chen Bai is absolutely thrilled with this result, but while he is still admiring his new weapon, the military suddenly surrounds them. A soldier yells out, "Are you guys, survivors, put your hands up. I am counting down from 3. If you do not comply, we will fire." The countdown begins, but Chen Bai has zero intention of listening to them. He scoops Su Xin up and dashes forward, dodging a hail of bullets. Guided by Su Xin, Chen Bai heads straight for the rooftop. It seems normal bullets can no longer even scratch his evolved body. Reaching the highest point of the hospital, Chen Bai asks Su Xin for her address before jumping right off the ledge. She clings to his neck in sheer terror, her heart nearly stopping. Chen Bai leaps effortlessly between the towering buildings, quickly arriving at the Rongfeng apartment complex. This is Su Xin's home, although Chen Bai insists he is perfectly fine. Su Xin stubbornly demands to examine his bullet wounds anyway. This forces Chen Bai to take off his tattered shirt, revealing a sculpted 8-pack physique like a K-pop idol. Su Xin tries not to stare, but she cannot help stealing a peek. Honestly, passing up a view like this would be a crime. She points out that some of his wounds still haven't fully healed yet. Chen Bai smirks playfully, "If I devour you, I will heal instantly. How about it? Care to sacrifice yourself for me?" His teasing makes Su Xin blush even harder. She stammers, "If you wanted to eat me, you would have already." But he tells her she is wrong. He leans in close, explaining that he only held back before because the mood was not right. But now, the environment is perfect. Without another word, he reaches out and decisively rips away what is left of her clothes. This sudden escalation has single folks like me screaming. Meanwhile, Su Xin is already as red as a ripe tomato. But our girl is completely smitten by his raw strength, and let's be real, those sculpted 8-pack abs certainly help. She even suggests taking a quick shower first, playfully mentioning that she will taste much better when clean. Nodding in agreement, Chen Bai carries her into the bathroom. Under the warm spray of the shower, they share a passionate wet kiss. I will spare you the details of what happens next, so feel free to let your imagination run wild. While they are busy in the bathroom, Chen Bai's phone out on the counter vibrates non-stop with incoming messages. They are from his roommate, Zhao Miu, and the school beauty Song Ge, asking where he is and if he is still alive. Song Ji texts, "Are you dead? Your roommate said you went to the Jiangcheng First Hospital." Meanwhile, strange events are happening before the trial descends on Jiangcheng, a hospital lockdown, an explosion on the outskirts, and a monster slaughterhouse. The next morning, Chen Bai grabs some breakfast while trying to piece together memories of these events from his past life. He is particularly clueless about that third incident since very little information was shared and nobody took it seriously back then. Just as he pays for his meal, Su Xin calls to report that 2 strange men have showed up at her apartment looking for him. They claim that Song Zixiang is inviting him for a meeting. Su Xin is convinced they are con artists. After all, Song Zixiang is basically the queen of Jiangcheng. Why would she ever seek out an ordinary student like Chen Bai? He calmly tells her, "They are actually looking for me, just tell them to wait outside." After hanging up, he opens WeChat. Song Zixiang is actually the mother of the school beauty Song Ji, the girl he is currently in a complicated relationship with. Since the young heiress could not reach him, she apparently resorted to using her mother's massive influence to track him down. The fact that Song Zixiang located Su Xin's private residence means she already knows too much, so Chen Bai decides to comply. He heads back and agrees to go with the 2 men. Song Zixiang is a powerhouse business magnate who built her empire from scratch to become the wealthiest person in Jiangcheng, commanding absolute authority in both the underworld and legitimate business. When the apocalypse descends, she awakens an A-tier talent. In his past life, she swiftly built up her own formidable faction, eventually unifying the entire city of Jiangcheng amidst a brutal 3-way gang war to become its supreme ruler. She is the true queen of Jiangcheng. Meanwhile, those 2 bodyguards have already delivered Chen Bai to a cold storage warehouse on the outskirts. In his past life, Song Zixiang was someone Chen Bai could only look up to. Not anymore. He quietly schemes, figuring that bringing this powerful woman to his side would be a massive win for his future plans. With her help, he could achieve so much more before the cosmic will descends, but his thoughts are suddenly cut short. A pair of striking red high heels comes into view. Behind him, the 2 bodyguards bow deeply to Song Zixiang. She looks incredibly young for her age. Nobody looking at her would ever guess she has a college-aged child. Seeing Chen Bai, Song Zixiang speaks first, apologizing for bringing him all the way out to this cold, empty warehouse. She claims she has some pressing matters to attend to. When he asks what she wants, she explains she was looking for him. Apparently, Song Ji ran home in a total panic after Chen Bai went missing at the hospital, begging her for help. Song Zixiang suddenly steps forward, grabbing his collar with a seductive smile and locking her eyes onto his. She wanted to see for herself what kind of charm this boy has to make her child worry so much. She is gorgeous, but Chen Bai is not some immature kid interested in older antiques. He wants to cut to the chase. He asks her directly what she really wants. Seeing how unshakable he is, she decides to stop playing games. She gets straight to the point and offers him a deal. She wants Chen Bai to work for her. She even promises him he can marry Songji if he likes her, but Chen Bai claims he sees no reason to join. She smiles, mentioning his heroic actions at the hospital. Who wouldn't want to recruit someone that strong? Her bluntness catches him off guard. He was sure he destroyed the hospital's power and security cameras before leaving. But this woman is not called the Queen of Jiangcheng for nothing. Her influence and resources are terrifying. Her tech team managed to recover some of the camera footage, and she even has an inside source named Lu Li. Lu Li witnessed an insanely powerful fighter clearing the zombies, and she even secured footage of Chen Bai. The clip clearly shows him rescuing Su Xin. He smirks, telling her that her luck is incredibly good. She giggles, showing him the screen, adding that she also found one of Su Xin's close colleagues in quarantine. His name is Liu Feng. Chen Bai thought this absolute creep had died, but he is apparently still kicking. Last night, after a wild session in bed, Su Xin had complained to him about this annoying jerk. They ended up back under the covers anyway, so Chen Bai did not think much of him at the time. But right now, since she holds all the cards, he decides to play along with her for a bit. He wants to know where the survivors are being kept, but she is a total fox and keeps it hidden. He can only get the details if he joins her team. Chen Bai smiles, telling her she barely knows him. If she truly knew his real strength, she would realize she should be the one working for him instead. He flashes a smug grin, instantly activating his freshly evolved Bone Claw skill to show off his deadly new weapon. Her bodyguard, Lang Shuang, instantly jumps in to block him. Is this some kind of crazy virus mutation? He tells her she is wrong, mocking that he might explain it if she decides to submit to him. She pushes her bodyguard aside, stepping closer with intense curiosity, warning him not to underestimate her power. She teases that those little claws cannot tame her, asking why he wants an older woman when he has a pretty nurse. Chen Bai smoothly lifts her chin, claiming that any man would be captivated by a gorgeous woman like her. Talk about a flexible taste in women, this guy does not care about age when it comes to power. And in this brutal apocalypse, a powerful ally like Song Zixiang is worth far more than a helpless nurse. Hearing him mention the word apocalypse only deepens her intrigue. He clearly knows far more than he lets on, but she is stubborn, just like him. Neither of them is the type to easily back down. To settle this situation without any bloodshed, she makes a strategic proposal that benefits both of them. Instead of anyone submitting, they will form an equal partnership where she trades her resources for his insider knowledge. Chen Bai readily agrees to the deal, but just as they shake hands to seal the alliance, a sudden deafening gunshot echoes nearby. Song Zixiang snaps her head toward the sound with a worried look. She explains that Commander Huang from the military district borrowed a section of this cold warehouse to store frozen zombies. They are also keeping survivors isolated here. That loud gunshot means something has gone terribly wrong inside. That belonged to them, meaning something went wrong. Chen Bai never expected them to find this secret so early in this life. To counter the zombies so fast. Yes, freezing cold makes the monsters incredibly sluggish, but they definitely do not know that extreme cold actually spikes the zombie mutation rate. Suddenly, a wild realization flashes inside his mind. A suburban cold storage facility and a mutated zombie. Could this be the exact spot of that second legendary incident? The massive suburban explosion, just thinking about it gets Chen Bai incredibly hyped. He cannot wait to head over and see what kind of mutated monster is waiting for him. Meanwhile, the base guards are fighting with everything they have. And honestly, this zombie is ugly as hell. It has a massive bloated body covered in extra limbs and screaming faces. The soldiers even resort to throwing heavy grenades at the mutated abomination. But the explosions do absolutely nothing. It only makes the beast angrier. Seeing this, the highest-ranking officer on the scene, Commander Zhao Lianchang, changes tactics. He orders his men to form small teams and take turns tossing grenades to draw the beast's attention. The goal is to buy time for reinforcements. That is when Song Zixiang steps in and addresses Commander Zhao, telling him to stop throwing grenades and order everyone to fall back, speaking in a completely calm voice. Her chilling composure makes Zhao Lianchang wonder if she lost her mind, but deep down he knows his men cannot hurt that mountain of flesh. Rushing in now is just suicide. So Song Zixiang orders the soldiers to protect the survivors and facility staff. As for that ugly abomination, someone else will handle it. That savior is obviously Chen Bai. However, this monster has mutated way beyond his expectations. To defeat it, he must unleash his newly acquired Bone Claw skill. Sprouting lethal razor-sharp claws, Chen Bai stands alone to face the giant, ugly abomination. Commander Zhao Lianchang is absolutely horrified by the sight. He even suspects Song Zixiang has secretly bred a second monster. But Song Zixiang warns him to watch his mouth. That kid is human and her trusted business partner. Right then, the zombie smashes open a cold storage room trying to eat the stored beef to replenish its energy. But Chen Bai has other plans. Using his Devour ability, he instantly absorbs the entire stockpile. Since it is high-grade meat, Chen Bai fully recovers his stamina and his breakline virus even evolves a little bit further. Deprived of its meal, the furious beast starts searching desperately for other food sources. Seeing its desperate panic, Chen Bai realizes the monster has already burned through most of its energy. Since it is weak, he is not going to waste this chance. He leaps across the cold storage roofs, building up momentum before diving straight at the giant abomination. Time for you to bite the dust, you ugly freak. The beast cannot react to his sheer speed, crashing heavily to the ground to the absolute shock of both commanders. Seizing the moment while the beast is dazed, Chen Bai unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes. Flesh-tearing tentacles erupt from his hands, wrapping around and tearing the monster apart. Watching this, Zhao Liancheng breaks out in cold sweat. To him, this kid is way more terrifying than any zombie. Meanwhile, Chen Bai begins the forced devour process. Suddenly, Zhao Liancheng makes a dark decision. He secretly radios his backup, planning to request a missile strike to wipe out both the zombie and Chen Bai. But before he can even relay the coordinates, he is instantly shut down by Song Ziqiang. Think carefully, Zhao. That kid is currently saving your worthless life, so do not do anything stupid unless you want a tragic end for us all. 10 minutes later, heavy reinforcements arrive immediately, surrounding Chen Bai with loaded weapons. Zhao Liancheng orders his troops to stand at the ready, but he keeps his promise to Song Ziqiang. As long as the kid does not attack humans, they will not fire. Chen Bai is completely oblivious to the surrounding army, fully immersed in his own evolution and devouring process. After absorbing his first unique zombie variant, he gets a massive 500 virus points bonus and unlocks a powerful new talent called Virus Transmission. During this initial stage of absorbing the brand new pathogen, all his breakline virus capabilities get a major boost. Chen Bai throws a few test punches and feels the massive evolution. Pure raw power flows through his veins, but too bad there is nothing around for him to test this strength on yet. Along with the massive virus energy, Chen Bai also salvages a rare prize, Rosen Core, which acts as the mutated zombie's heart. This ultra-rare material can be used to craft high-tier gear, or even build an infinitely growing fortress wall if he can control it. Chen Bai admires his valuable new loot before sliding it into his pocket. Just then, Song Ziqiang approaches to introduce a very important visitor who meet Lu Li, a famous beauty in Jiangcheng with massive online clout. She is also the one who secretly recorded that hospital video. Chen Bai asks if she caught him taking down the zombie just now. She quickly apologizes, calling it an occupational habit and offering to delete it. But he tells her to keep it, just do not leak the footage online because he actually has a use for it. Right then, Zhao Liancheng interrupts their little chat. Commander Huang of the military district just sent down orders, demanding Chen Bai report to him immediately. He wants a full debrief on everything that just happened. But the moment Chen Bai hears that name, his stomach completely turns. Commander Huang Xingqiu is a name he will never forget. In his past life, after the system trials began, this man treated awakeners terribly. He used powerful awakeners like absolute trash, working them to the bone. At first, he hid behind cheap words like national duty. Later, it turned into constant verbal abuse and brutal beatings. Chen Bai was one of his victims, trapped in absolute misery. He barely even had scraps to eat. But the most ridiculous part was that anyone who tried to leave was labeled a traitor. Huang Xingqiu would hunt them down to the very end. That corrupt regime forced Chen Bai to flee Jiangcheng in his past life. Never again. Not even a mountain of gold could make him meet that corrupt old bastard in this new life. So Chen Bai immediately leans on his newly made ally, the Queen of Jiangcheng. He asks Boss Song if he really has to go. She tells him absolutely not. Since he is her partner and she does not even know the details, why should they get them first? Song Ziqiang's sharp reaction is exactly what Chen Bai wanted. Still, Zhao Liancheng tries to force Chen Bai to comply, citing civic duty. Civic duty, please. Song Ziqiang stands her ground like a brick wall and refuses to back down. She is not afraid of Huang Xingqiu himself, let alone a small captain like Zhao Liancheng. Right then, a distraction saves the day. A soldier reports that the quarantine group is starting a riot, making the captain panic. Chen Bai instantly perks up at the news. He asks if a guy named Liu Feng is in that crowd. Sure enough, that exact bastard is leading the entire riot. Chen Bai demands a private meeting with the troublemaker. Zhao Liancheng hesitates to take orders from a kid, but he has no choice. He has to show some respect to Boss Song after all. A moment later, Liu Feng struts in with a smug look. Strutting in, he asks if his father called. His dad is the vice director of Jiangcheng First Hospital, the famous Liu Huainon. Too bad for him. A cold hand suddenly drops onto his shoulder as Chen Bai steps up behind him. He is secretly injecting the deadly zombie virus straight into the guy. Liu Feng has absolutely no idea who this is. Chen Bai leans close and whispers that last night in bed, Su Xin told him she wanted Liu Feng dead for throwing her to the zombies. Talk about savage. He just had to rub the bedroom detail in his face. But Liu Feng is mostly shocked that Su Xin is even alive. He cannot fathom how she survived that horde. But Chen Bai does not have the time to explain things to a dead man. Time to act. Chen Bai takes a few steps back, putting on a face of absolute panic and shouting aloud. Chen Bai warns everyone to step back because Liu Feng is turning. Liu Feng stands there completely baffled. He curses out Chen Bai, telling him he is the actual zombie. He thinks this kid is just trying to pick a fight. Knowing that Chen Bai easily got the girl he failed to win over makes him burn with absolute rage. He charges forward, but mid-stride, the infection takes over and he mutates. Chen Bai acts fast, channeling his new virus into his left arm. Activating the Rosin zombie virus, he turns the unlucky Liu Feng into a personal training dummy. One punch, that is all it takes to obliterate the mutant, instantly leaving Chen Bai highly satisfied with his power. He turns to Boss Song and tells her she passed the test. He is ready to head back and share some valuable info. Boss Song has seen him in action multiple times now, realizing he is only going to grow stronger fast. She knows he will eventually stand far above her. Changing her mind, she steps up, takes his arm, and offers to join him. Just like that. She asks to become his woman, and Chen Bai merely responds with a very knowing smirk. He tells her that depends entirely on her worth and future performance. After that, they all head back to her place for dinner. Chen Bai accepts the invite, then pulls up his game system inventory. He wants to check his sweet loot. Defeating that giant zombie earned him its core plus 2 powerful skill books. Talk about having some serious main character luck. The first skill is Blood Frenzy. Activating it boosts all his attributes by 3 points for 10 minutes straight. But the cooldown is a full 24 hours, and during that down period, all his stats drop by 50%. He sighs, thinking that kind of trade-off is way too risky. Then he checks the second skill, Muscle Expansion. Using this dramatically increases his physical mass, instantly doubling his strength and stamina gains. Now that sounds incredibly promising. It certainly sounds amazing on paper, but there is always a catch with these high-tier system skills. Both skills are completely useless. Using them would turn him into a brainless muscle monster for life, ruining his agility. More importantly, he would never get any girls. These skill books are useless to him, but they are still highly valuable. Especially to newly awakened players. It is the early stages of the trial. Chen Bai figured he could trade them or gift them to win allies. Speaking of money, Chen Bai checked his total balance. It only amounted to 6 gold coins, 35 silver coins, and 6 copper. The trials were coming. He needed to build his own faction. Chen Bai did not hesitate. He spent 5 gold coins to create a private chat group summoning early pioneers to help them prepare before the trials truly began. He swore to build his own unstoppable empire one way or another, even forcing goddess heroes to become his obedient slave. 3 hours later, their car finally arrived back from the suburbs to Song Zixiang's luxury villa. Chen Bai immediately warned her. The cosmic trials were about to begin. Hearing this, she panicked. Knowing the end was near, Song Zixiang grew desperate to belong to Chen Bai. She needed safety, but he had rules. He only kept highly capable or absolutely loyal people. Still, Song Zixiang was incredibly confident. Submitting to a younger man bruised her elite pride. But survival came first. She had to stay safe. Besides, she possessed incredible capabilities. Her power, wealth, and status in Jiangshang were unmatched. She was at the very top, but the apocalypse would rewrite all societal rules. Her current wealth, power, and high status would soon become worthless. They would only make her a far more attractive prize for slave traders. Chen Bai gave her a cold warning. Just imagining herself and her daughter being auctioned off made her shudder. Her blood ran cold. She was terrified. Since her power was useless, she threw away her remaining pride. She dropped straight to her knees before him. This meant absolute submission. Song Zixiang agreed to become his loyal follower, offering up her everything as her master. Chen Bai looked down at the former queen of Jiangcheng. Seeing her kneeling submissively at his feet made him laugh. Now show me your charm once again. He smiled. He then gave her a few critical tasks to complete. Song Zixiang immediately texted Lang Shuang. First, she ordered her to get the video of Chen Bai from Lu Li. Once the video was secured, she had to take Lu Li home to rest. Second, she ordered a new article. It had to be posted on the front pages of major forums. The headline needed to be absolute fire. It would direct all early pioneers to connect with the White Emperor. Lang Shuang obeyed, though she was confused. Meanwhile, Lu Li kept lingering. She was clearly infatuated. Chen Bai's heroic rescue had completely stolen her heart. Just then, Song Zixiang's phone rang. It was her daughter Song Ji. Chen Bai casually picked it up. Hearing his voice, the heiress lost her temper immediately. Why are you answering my mother's phone? Where is she? She's busy right now. Get over here immediately. We have important things to discuss. Song Ji was furious, but she agreed. She started to ramble, complaining bitterly because Chen Bai never replied to her text messages. Then, she realized he had already hung up. She fumed with embarrassment. Sooner or later, she would make him kneel. But she had no idea. Her own mother was currently kneeling before Chen Bai, begging for their survival. Desperate to protect her daughter, Song Zhixiang used every seductive charm she had. She was completely at his mercy. The next morning, Song Ge accompanied her mother to a hidden suburban warehouse. She complained the entire drive there. She believed Chen Bai had lied to manipulate her mother. But Song Zhixiang remained completely firm in her decision. She ordered Song Ji to shut up and just watch silently. Meanwhile, Lang Shuang and Chen Bai arrived first. Yesterday, she had investigated every rumor of zombie activity across the city. She finally tracked them to this warehouse. This place used to be an underground casino, but now the dealers and players had all turned into monsters. There were roughly 160 zombies. Fortunately, there were no elite mutants like the monster Roshan. Chen Bai initially thought this warehouse was the slaughterhouse venue, but this place was far too isolated. A real slaughterhouse event would need to be highly visible to spread terror. It was located somewhere else. The mastermind behind it was likely rounding up zombies elsewhere just like he was doing. Even the military only dared to capture a few specimens for research. Who could have the guts to harvest an entire horde of zombies? Was it a curious survivor or perhaps another early awakened player with future knowledge? Either way, he was excited. Chen Bai cracked his knuckles. He ordered the heavy doors to be opened. Instantly, the locked-up monsters surged outward like a massive tidal wave. Facing them completely on his own, he fought without tiring. Chaos erupted. Song Ji can barely stomach the gruesome sight, her stomach turning in absolute disgust. To make matters worse, Chen Bai also brought along his side chick Su Xin. Strangely enough, despite a whole day passing and her taking a bath, she is still wearing that same tattered nurse uniform from the day before. Anyway, Chen Bai goes on a wild slashing spree, and before long, the fallen zombies pile up into a massive mountain, earning him the new title of Zombie Hunter. Equipping this handy title boosts all his base stats by 5 points and raises zombie damage by 5%. On top of that, his collected virus points can finally be traded for the coveted zombie virus serum recipe. It is an incredibly valuable asset, especially since not everyone is blessed with natural virus immunity and a monstrous physical body like Chen Bai. Without hesitation, he immediately spends 300 virus points to purchase this serum recipe. With a few straggler zombies still lurking around, Chen Bai already has a plan in mind for them. That is exactly why he brought his entire harem out today. He needs to train them to survive these undead monsters. Once the full apocalypse unleashes, even splitting himself in 10 wouldn't be enough to protect his girls. All. He demands to see their strength. 1 zombie each. Who goes first? He grabs one by the throat. Lang Shuang is the first to step up. After all, she is the personal bodyguard of Song Zhixiang, which means she is no slouch in terms of speed and raw strength. The moment Chen Bai lets go of the first zombie, she swiftly lunges forward and snaps its neck with one clean strike. Chen Bai nods. Quick, precise, and absolutely lethal. Lang Shuang is definitely not dead weight. Next up is Song Zhixiang, who arms herself with a wooden baseball bat to compensate for her lack of physical power. She gets the job done, but Chen Bai only rates her performance as barely average, because it took her 10 whole swings to put the beast down. The third contender is Su Xin, who has even less power than Song Zhixiang. She literally has to throw herself onto the zombie, grappling on the ground until it finally stops moving. Chen Bai is barely satisfied but gives her a passing grade anyway. That leaves only Song Yi, but the pampered campus beauty is practically crying in sheer terror. She holds a baseball bat but cannot even lift it up due to trembling arms. Disappointed, Chen Bai pulls Song Zhixiang aside, noting that Song Jie is simply too weak to be trained from scratch. Realizing this, Chen Bai hands her a piece of paper containing the exact recipe for the serum to cure the zombie infection. While the chemical formula is incredibly complex, with Song Zhixiang's massive resources, she can absolutely mass-produce it. This miraculous medicine will not only protect Song Ji, but will also become a massive cash cow during the impending apocalypse. Song Zhixiang is deeply grateful, promising she will safeguard this recipe and fulfill his request with extreme caution. Seeing her devotion, Chen Bai knows she is highly capable and understands exactly what needs to be done next. Without him hovering over her, packing up, he checks his phone to see the public reaction to the article she just published about his shocking supernatural warnings. Unfortunately, the online crowd is far from supportive, and almost all comments mock him as some delusional lunatic who read too many apocalypse novels. Just as he is losing hope, a private message pops up from a weird username calling himself "I am not made of money." This mysterious person claims to be an early awakened survivor. After exchanging a few quick messages, he discovers this guy has an S-rank mind control talent and promptly invites him to join his premium group chat, which cost him 6 gold coins to create. The user's real name is Han Xiao. After quite a bit of rambling, Han Xiao casually mentions that he knows of another early awakened survivor named Thui Suyen. Hearing this name, Chen Bai immediately freezes as old memories flash through his mind because if he recalls correctly, Thui Suyen is destined to become the supreme evolved powerhouse in his past life, legendary as the Water Tyrant. Having such a beast on his team is an absolute must, so Chen Bai eagerly prompts Han Xiao to pull Thui Suyen into the group chat. Meanwhile, Lu Li is out conducting a secret investigation under Song Zichang's direct orders and uncovers a massive plot where someone is secretly rounding up every single zombie across the entire city, storing them at a hidden container yard near the river port. Seeking more concrete evidence, she sends her scouts in to dig deeper, since there seems to be a major transaction happening tonight. While patiently waiting for their report back, Lu Li calls Song Zichang to report her current findings, but as the minutes tick by, her scouts still fail to return, causing her to feel extremely anxious. Suddenly, a cold male voice echoes behind her, telling her there is no need to wait any longer, and 2 blood-soaked bodies plummet from high above, landing right at her feet, the very scouts she had just sent out. Chilled to the bone, Lu Li trembles in pure terror as the stranger speaks from the window directly above her. Knowing escape is impossible, she desperately gasps out her exact location to Song Zichang before the call cuts out. Back at the villa, over at Song Zichang's place, Chen Bai is taking it easy. He is casually chatting with a few early awakened friends. One guy, Liu Huai, is pretty confused about his talent. Chen Bai just shrugs and asks him to send over the details. It is a double S-grade yin wood body. This is an incredible talent offering endless life and an eternal soul. Activating the wood body costs 1 spirit point. Unleashing the yin soul takes a point of physical constitution too. It is a pretty solid skill, but the cost is steep. Newly awakened players barely have any stat points to spare. Most beginners only have 3 to 5 points. Chen Bai advises him to wait until his spirit is over 3. Turns out he actually has 5 full points. But before they can celebrate, Song Zichang suddenly rushes into the room. She is visibly panicking. Still, she does not dare hide the truth. Lu Li was captured at the zombie yard. The enemy found her snooping around the shipping containers. Now they want Song Zichang to show up for negotiations. Chen Bai is displeased. Did she sell us out? It is a simple question, but his icy glare makes the room freeze. Song Zichang drops straight to her knees in terror. Master, she begs, swearing that Lu Li would never betray him. She insists she trained the girl herself. The leak must have come from the 2 field agents sent to investigate. He reluctantly lets the matter slide. Fine. He will rescue Lu Li, who is currently tied up at a shipping yard. Her brutal captor is named Xing Mang. Lu Li is terrified, but she absolutely refuses to submit to this bastard. He forces wine down her throat just to humiliate her. A sick game to pass the time while waiting for her boss. Drink up, he sneers, or face the consequences. But then a calm voice suddenly echoes from the shadows. He calmly remarks how ungentlemanly that is, suggesting that perhaps the young lady simply does not enjoy drinking wine. It is Chen Bai. Somehow he managed to bypass all guards and slip inside without making a single sound. He even casually drags the villain's dining table over to himself, quietly sitting down to enjoy a piece of steak. This completely bizarre entrance immediately triggers the villain's survival instincts, making him take a very cautious step back. "Who are you?" the villain demands. Chen Bai shrugs. "It doesn't matter. I am just here to take her home." Lu Li's eyes light up with instant admiration. Xing Mang realizes Song Zichang sent him, but something feels off. Slipping in completely undetected means he must be an early awakened. Xing Mang regains his composure and pulls up a chair. He watches closely as Chen Bai casually unties the girl. Outside, the mighty queen is already waiting in her car. Xing Mang is no fool. He quickly deduces that Chen Bai has somehow managed to fully subjugate the city's queen. Since she is not someone who yields easily, his curiosity is piqued by the mysterious young man before him. He suggests they trade secrets. He is deeply fascinated by whatever dangerous tricks Chen Bai has up his sleeve. Jiang Cheng is controlled by 3 major factions: the queen, who is Song Zichang, the city lord, and the military commander. The city lord has already sworn allegiance to Xing Mang. Meanwhile, the queen has submitted directly to Chen Bai's rule. Xing Mang proposes an alliance. "Help me rule this city," he says, "and I will give you the ultimate treatment." But Chen Bai is a regressor with memories of his past life. He has his own sights set on the throne. He declines without a single hesitation. The expensive wine glass Xing Mang held out falls to the floor and shatters. Realizing talks are over, the villain switches to threats. He boasts that his S-grade talent is the absolute peak. Chen Bai practically yawns. Before coming in, he had already scouted the area and knows this guy is bad news. Xing Mang has been actively hoarding local zombies. Worse, he is even turning innocent living humans into mindless undead puppets. Allowing a completely ruthless psychopath like this to acquire more power is a recipe for absolute and total disaster. Chen Bai decides to bluff a bit. He smirks, telling the villain that he is not fit to serve him anyway. My talent is actually a triple S grade, he boasts. The sudden revelation leaves Xing Mang completely stunned and furious. The villain snaps. He instantly activates his talent Slaughter Evolution, which lets him steal attributes directly from his targets. This stolen power can grow indefinitely. It is a highly dangerous, completely broken skill built entirely for pure combat. Seeing the wicked metal claws equipped on the villain's hands, Chen Bai realizes this fight will be pretty tough. You arrogant fool, Xing Mang sneers. I hope your painful death will provide a massive boost to my stats. He lunges forward with a crazed grin. Chen Bai is not one to back down either, instantly preparing to strike. He summons his own bone claws to block. This only makes the psychopath more excited as he activates his skill. He unleashes Frenzied Slaughter. He was definitely holding back, forcing Chen Bai to immediately activate his own trump card. He is on alert. Not knowing what that skill does, he has to be careful. As Xing Mang lunges forward again, Chen Bai immediately hardens his fist. Just like with Liu Feng, he pours his full strength into a devastating punch. The entire Mankai container yard is completely shredded by their clash. That brute Xing Mang definitely lives up to his reputation as a pure strength awakened. Despite fighting for so long, his raw power hasn't dropped a single bit. Chen Bai, on the other hand, is slightly outmatched, his raw physical power lagging a bit behind Xing Mang's. Aren't you a triple S class talent? Xing Mang mockingly goads him. Stop holding back and show me your full power. My talent has been active this entire time. Chen Bai fires back. You just haven't noticed it yet. Right after, Xing Mang throws him one-handed straight into a shipping container. The brute's eyes are filled with pure arrogant contempt. He truly believes Chen Bai's strength, defense, and speed are completely outclassed and that he was only bluffing earlier. Before absolute strength, your little tricks are completely useless, the big guy sneers. But before he can even finish, he suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. System notifications flash wildly in front of his eyes, warning him that the virus inside his body has bypassed his immunity limit. Suddenly, his strength, speed, agility, and mental stats start tanking rapidly. On top of that, Xing Mang is hit with a massive stack of debuffs like photophobia, fear of water, fever, slowed thoughts, and massively increased stamina consumption. Xing Mang stands there completely dazed and utterly confused, not understanding what is happening. Meanwhile, Chen Bai slowly drags himself out of the debris with a cold smirk. Your physical defense is pretty decent, he notes. It took this long to kick in. All these diseases at once, how's it feel? Only now does Xing Mang realize he was poisoned. Gritting his teeth, he curses Chen Bai as a dirty, underhanded coward. But so what? Chen Bai asks calmly. The winner has already been decided. Strolling forward with zero rush, he drives a fist straight through the brute's chest. Underhanded, I told you my ability was special, you just didn't listen. Xing Mang's massive body is quickly wrapped in black tentacles. This is Chen Bai's first time absorbing an awakened human. and he is highly anticipating the harvest. The results do not disappoint. The black light virus has completed its initial awakening. Because of this, his attributes shoot way up instantly. They are now permanently added to his base stats. What's more, his devouring ability has evolved to a whole new level. He can now peer directly into the target's memories and even has a small chance to inherit their skills. Chen Bai pulls up his status screen to check. To his surprise, every single base stat has jumped by 20 points. Even better, his virus attribute is now directly merged into his body's base stats. This is a massive win. He then bends down to scoop up Xing Mang's claws. Talk about a jackpot, this gear is absolutely top-tier stuff. Xing Mang must have slain quite a few mutated zombies to get stats and gear that surpass his own like this. Aside from the claws, a rare C-rank crafting blueprint also drops from the body. Our protagonist is pretty satisfied. Since regressing back to the past, his talent has jumped from a mere rank E straight to SSS. This is something he wouldn't have dared to dream of in his miserable past life. Fate has truly been rewritten. Plus, hunting down the 3 legendary pre-trial anomalies has granted him insane rewards. But the absolute best prize, that would be securing Song Zi Eon, the future lord of Jiang City. Seeing him return, she immediately acts. She obediently opens the car door for him. Having such a powerful future ally act so submissive feels pretty good. With his current power, hunting down more pre-trial bosses is no longer necessary. He's already strong enough. In these final days before the Cosmos' will descends, he needs to prepare for the post-apocalyptic era. That night, while relaxing and watching over Jiang City, Song Zishang's group arrives to deliver their completed reports. They have successfully completed every single task. Lu Li goes first, presenting her data research on the area. She has mapped out the perfect stronghold centered around the Song family mountain villa right where they stand. Once the apocalypse hits, they can instantly secure and occupy the entire zone without wasting any time. Su Xin also handled the supply logistics, handing over the detailed inventory lists she prepared for him. These capable girls are definitely not useless pretty faces. Highly satisfied, Chen Bai glances over at the clock. Only 10 minutes remain before the universe's will descends. He sends a warning to the Pioneer group chat. Don't let your early access talents make you arrogant. Stay absolutely calm because the upcoming trial is dangerous. Is more dangerous than anyone can imagine. I would hate to see half of you go silent in 10 minutes. Every single team member is now completely united. They all look to Chen Bai as their one and only leader coming from all walks of life. With their diverse backgrounds and ages, they stand together. Facing the oncoming trial, some are eagerly waiting, while others feel incredibly anxious. With the tension rising and only about 3 minutes left, Chen Bai calls his beautiful harem to the window to look out at Jiang City one final time. They need to memorize this peaceful scene before it becomes a distant memory. The clock is already counting down to the final seconds. Song Ji is so terrified her whole body is trembling and everyone else is tensely waiting. 3, 2, 1. Midnight, June 15th, the cosmic will descends and the apocalyptic trial officially begins. All of Jiang City instantly transforms from a brilliant nightscape into a chaotic war zone. The sky turns blood red and monsters swarm in, desperately tearing humans apart. To survive, humanity is forced to awaken their abilities, utilizing their newly found talents, while grinding experience points to constantly level up. Other bizarre races emerging from this trial will also throw themselves into this life and death struggle. Across the skies, countless secret realms and spatial rifts tear open. This could either bring instant death or present an incredible opportunity to unlock unparalleled power. Chen Bai stands silently, taking it all in with countless thoughts racing through his mind. Suddenly, a system notification announces that the hourglass has finished binding and is establishing a connection. Chen Bai quickly sends Song Zixiang and the others away, wanting to hide the truth about his reincarnation through this mysterious item. But when he turns his head back, he sees the girls standing completely frozen like statues. Outside, even a falling airplane is suspended mid-air in the night sky. That is right, time has completely stopped. Moving, in the hourglass hanging around Chen Bai's neck begins to glow with tiny specks of light. As it floats there, system confirms that the synchronization process is complete. A massive holographic window packed with detailed information instantly pops up, revealing that this soulbound item has many locked features, though its most powerful known ability is reversing time itself. The user can travel back to any point in the past, completely erasing the timeline they left behind, as if it never existed. The remaining cooldown sits at 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. That is exactly why Chen Bai was able to reincarnate. Right before being cast into endless darkness by Hero, he desperately wished for a second chance to redo everything. Additionally, the hourglass features 2 other modes. First is the preservation state, which locks in his current physical, mental, and skill conditions with absolutely 0 cooldown. Second is the load state, which retrieves his saved state without wiping his items or memories, carrying a cooldown of only 1 hour. A massive grin spreads across Chen Bai's face. A broken life-saving skill with a tiny 1-hour cooldown. Talk about a cheat code. Right then, time starts moving. Once again, Chen Bai immediately instructs Song Zixiang and the others to secure the villa. If they do not find any issues, they will clear the surrounding area as soon as morning comes. The next day, zombies pile up outside Song Zixiang's villa. The intense real combat training for his beautiful harem officially begins. As for Song Zixiang herself, she has successfully awakened an S-rank talent called Violet Crystal Eye, allowing her to convert any ordinary item into durable amethyst materials, boosting both attack and defense. Its overall power scales directly with her mental strength. Within this talent, there is a standout sub-skill called Crystal Sight. Thanks to this, Song Zixiang can easily inspect any target's attributes and see real-time status changes based on mental strength differences. Just like right now, she easily sees through the attributes of the zombie in front of her, identifying its strengths and weaknesses. Swinging her amethyst sword, she effortlessly takes the monster's life in a flash. The next one to awaken is Leng Shuang. Her talent is the A-rank way of the assassin. This stealth talent conceals her breathing, making her almost impossible to detect, while boosting her light-footedness, increasing her darkness flexibility by 30% and doubling the speed of her first strike on a target. Standing amidst a horde of zombies, Leng Shuang remains completely undetected due to her concealed breathing and stealth. Seizing the perfect moment, she charges in barehanded. Taking down dozens of zombies alone, easy work for her. But not everyone possesses such elite combat skills. Sure enough, it does not take long before someone on Chen Bai's side gets injured. Luckily, he had already anticipated this scenario, and now Su Xin will step up to take charge. Her newly awakened B-rank super recovery ability matches her former job as a nurse perfectly. Furthermore, the vital and life-saving zombie antivirus serum has already been successfully produced by Song Zichong. Overall, the situation for Chen Bai's faction is looking quite promising. Throughout this entire clearing process, Lu Li closely monitors their progress, ensuring no unexpected accidents occur on his watch. Confident in his team, Chen Bai leaves them to their duties and speeds off like the wind flying down the Dongshan Mountain Road. The initial stage of this apocalyptic trial is troublesome as modern vehicles and firearms no cars work anymore. Chen Bai travels on foot, but his speed is incredible. He will make it. In his past life, during the very first trial, he saw a strange symbol over his old university. It was a strange sign. Only much later did he actually learn what it meant, deeply regretting his total ignorance that day. But everything changes now. Chen Bai sprints without stopping, running all the way to Jiangcheng University campus. He cleared out every single zombie in his path. Chen Bai waits with bated breath as that majestic symbol slowly forms in the sky. It marks the descent of a god's clone. Chen Bai hurries forward to ensure he is as close as possible. But before he can even take a few steps, a strange voice belonging to a man by the side of the road stops him completely cold. The stranger tells the evolved youth to halt. Strong players are actually quite rare in these early trials. He claims to be a merchant, asking to trade. Chen Bai smiles, just a sly knowing grin. Chen Bai says trading with him is an absolute honor, but the stranger replies it is just a simple deal with a merchant. Although the man keeps insisting he is just a simple merchant, Chen Bai already knows his true identity from his past life memories. He tells the man that he has heard of his divine name, waiting day and night to meet him. He asks if the legendary kind, fair, generous, wealthy, and powerful figure standing before him is indeed the one from the stories. This is Leto, the god of dealings. Seeing that Chen Bai knows him so well, Leto does not hide his identity anymore. He hands over a special green card, highly coveted VIP membership card for the Goblin Merchant Guild that he personally controls. Using this card grants discounts when buying items from the guild. Chen Bai actually met this man in his past life too. He has not changed. Still absolutely loving cheap flattery, Chen Bai eagerly reaches out to receive his new card. He accepts the card while praising Leto for being as kind as the rumors say. With their transaction officially established, Leto quickly displays his goods. Leto quickly opens his shop to display some of his premium merchandise. First is an S-tier Thunderwalker class change scroll. Equipping this allows him to completely control lightning, using the powerful element to temper his body and boost his close combat skills. He can even shock his enemies' souls right out of their bodies. This incredible item costs 500 gold coins. Next is the S-tier Legendary Reaper Sniper Rifle, an incredible weapon so complex that only master gunslingers can ever use it. This weapon is the proud masterpiece of the Goblin Merchant Guild and Leto himself. Seeing these premium items, Chen Bai smiles. His eyes instantly light up. He wants both items, but unfortunately Chen Bai is completely utterly flat broke at the moment. Leto understands the trials just started. Evolved players like Chen Bai do not have much gold on them yet, but a merchant like him is obviously not running a charity. He warns him that his high-tier wares are not cheap trash. He tells Chen Bai to earn more wealth for later trade. Chen Bai falls silent for a few seconds, then speaks. He points out that while he lacks gold, gods cannot directly participate in the trials and must invest in players to make profits. He asks if Leto came here today with the sole intention of making a smart investment in someone like him. Leto grows increasingly excited. The young kid standing in front of him seems arrogant, but it is entirely backed by real confidence. Since his arrogance is backed by raw talent, Chen Bai notices the god is interested and immediately states his real desire. He heard Leto possesses a legendary treasure highly praised by the gods, one that no awakened player could ever hope to refuse. Chen Bai promises that if Leto invests this item in him, he will never regret it. A bold gamble. But business is business. As a smart merchant, Leto needs to be absolutely certain that he will see a massive return on his initial investment here. Because of this, Leto demands clear proof of future returns. Silence. Then Chen Bai reveals his insane stats. He directly reveals his legendary SSS tier talent. Leto cannot help but clap his hands in absolute delight at this amazing sight. Not only is it high quality, but it is also completely unique compared to anything the god has ever seen before. Leto decides to give him a chance, telling him to pick a single item and truly cherish this rare opportunity before him. He would never agree if Chen Bai was ordinary. Chen Bai is thrilled, but this is not full support yet. Among the gods, some started with low B-tier or C-tier talents, meaning raw talent alone is simply never enough to succeed. Chen Bai must rely on his own strength to prove his worth. Growth matters. He must fully convince the god. Only after fully proving his worth can he hope to receive that legendary god-tier item completely for free from his hand. The system immediately alerts him with a new quest assigned directly by Leto, which is fittingly titled The Ultimate Investment. Without a second thought, Chen Bai immediately accepts it. Leto then tosses him a special gold coin explaining the next step, that once the quest is finished flipping, this coin will instantly summon his clone. Chen Bai eagerly prepares for what is next. Chen Bai wanted Leto to show him the item that even the gods craved. To motivate him, Leto generously pulled it out. It was another triple S-grade scroll. When used, an evolver can possess two classes at the same time. The growth of dual-class attributes, bonuses, and skills all take effect at once. With something this overpowered, no wonder even the gods wanted to get their hands on it. After showing it to Chen Bai, Leto happily left. Chen Bai quickly opened his quest panel. That final investment quest was a test Leto set for him to prove his talent. Once completed, he would receive the most valuable investment from him, the one known as the smartest and greatest god. Who was known as the smartest and greatest of all? The quest was to find a hidden dungeon in Jiangcheng University and defeat the monster marked by Leto, bringing a part of its body back. In his past life, rumors about Leto were incredibly positive. Chen Bai figured if he did an outstanding job on this, he would definitely be rewarded well. What he did not expect was that Jiangcheng University actually hid a dungeon in the early trial phase. In his past life, he had never even heard of this, meaning it had to be extremely well hidden. He immediately began his search. First up was the gymnasium. Right as he walked in, he spotted two foreign jerks who were using their awakened status to bully other students. Seeing this play out, he just could not ignore it. The jerk first looked down on him for being scrawny, but oh man, Chen Bai absolutely blew him away in a heartbeat. The other students were completely terrified by this monstrous display of power, but he had absolutely no intention of picking a fight with them. Easily handling those jerks, his face remained completely calm as he spoke to them gently. Hey everyone, are any of you medical students? I am looking for something and need help from someone in medicine. The students immediately started shifting the blame to each other, claiming they studied construction, while others claimed foreign languages. Finally, they pointed to a very attractive girl wearing shorts nearby. She was a foreigner, just like those two jerks. Seeing Chen Bai turn his attention to her, she absolutely panicked. Please do not kill me, she pleaded. I did not hit anyone. I am blonde, but I did not hurt anyone. The confusion and fear were clear on her face, and her local language was quite broken. Hearing her stammer like that, some students could not help but chuckle. Finally, another girl stood up to speak for her, saying she really did not hurt anyone, and only those two jerks did. Chen Bai nodded in understanding, then let the students leave, only keeping the foreign girl behind. He even kindly advised the students to head over to the Jiangcheng Dongshan Villa area. Once there, they just had to say Chen Bai sent them to receive help. However, the students hesitated. The Dongshan Villa area was pretty far from Jiangcheng University, and there were still many zombies roaming those streets. He assured them he had already cleared most of those zombies so they could safely go. If they survived, they could actually become evolvers. Those students did not have the guts to face zombies, but Chen Bai bluntly told them that if they cowered out now, they would surely end up dead once the zombies mutated on a massive scale. End up dead together. One female student among them seemed to realize this truth. She thanked Chen Bai and decisively led her friends away, leaving only him and the foreign girl. At first, she assumed Chen Bai was just like other guys who like beautiful foreign girls using force to make her submit. But Chen Bai bluntly stated he had zero interest, leaving her incredibly embarrassed. He reminded her that he only needed a guide to the medical school to retrieve something. She stammered an apology, admitting she was too panicked to hear. The two began winding their way toward the medical school building. His walking speed was so fast that she could barely keep up even at full sprint. Panting heavily, they finally arrived at the research building of the academy. She explained that the entire third floor housed restricted laboratories only professors could access, which reportedly contained various specimen samples and data on viruses. Additionally, there was an underground passage that led not to a parking garage, but straight to a crematorium. Since he wanted to find the most mysterious spots, these were the only two places she could think of. The two of them headed first to the laboratory that specialized in studying bacteria, viruses. To Chen Bai, this place was a goldmine of treasures. He immediately began absorbing the pathogens. There were so many influenza samples that after absorbing them all, he easily gained enough points to unlock a brand new skill called influenza. With this skill active, he could spread the virus to infect his targets. Once they caught it, all of their attributes would sharply drop alongside a nasty debuff, causing uncontrollable sneezing that could disrupt any action, activating the skill. Compared to the Rosen virus harvested from mutated zombies, the common flu virus seems to deal much lighter damage. But that sneezing debuff is actually incredible. Before this, Chen Bai never really paid attention to the basic flu virus strains he had stocked. But after this successful skill upgrade, everything changes. He realizes even these common pathogens now deserve much closer attention. That last upgrade cost him some points, but with a bit left over, Chen Bai decides to enhance his blacklight virus next. After all, this is the most dominant virus strain inside his body. Upon strengthening it, Chen Bai unlocks a new passive skill. It is called Wall Crawl. With this, he can cling tightly to any surface using the blacklight virus while also improving his balance. His sense of orientation is greatly enhanced as well. Alongside that, he unlocks a second passive ability called Combat Focus. This skill sharpens his focus vastly, boosting his vision and reflexes while doubling his control over every single muscle. Eager to test these upgrades, Chen Bai throws a trial punch and completely shatters the reinforced concrete wall right in front of him. That foreign girl is so terrified she barely dares to breathe, but a wild, inappropriate thought suddenly pops into her head. If Chen Bai is this strong, then his performance in that other department must be absolutely mind-blowing. Her face instantly turns beet red. What a dirty mind, but hey, can you blame her? Chen Bai has absolutely no idea what this weird girl is thinking, nor does he care. Leaving the third-floor laboratory behind, the two of them head down into the underground morgue where complete darkness awaits. After groping around in the pitch black for a while, Chen Bai suddenly senses a strange, ominous aura nearby. He approaches a quiet room, and the moment he opens the door, his instincts are proven right. Before them stands a glowing red portal. This is the entrance to the hidden dungeon of Jiangcheng University. Chen Bai touches the glowing frame, confirming his entry. He is now locked into a special quest. He must completely clear this morgue within 2 days or the dungeon disappears forever. Suddenly, countless hospital gurneys appear right in front of Chen Bai, each draped in a chilling, stark white sheet. It is blindingly obvious that whatever lies underneath is pure evil. He draws his skeletal bone claws, readying himself for battle. "Bring it on," he mutters. The moment the words leave his mouth, waves of zombies burst out from under those white sheets. This crematorium is about to turn into a bloody war zone. These zombies are highly diverse, some possessing terrifyingly high speed and agility. Others sport multiple limbs clinging to the ceiling like Spider-Man while preparing to spit out concentrated blasts of energy. Chen Bai finally understands why they did not attack all at once. These monsters actually require some tactical coordination. The strength of these morgue zombies is completely on another level compared to the ones outside, but to him they are still just minor pests. Armed with his arsenal of accumulated abilities, his punches now carry a devastating, bone-shattering force with every single strike. After easily crushing a creepy spider-like zombie, he is instantly rewarded with a whopping 1,000 experience points. This special dungeon is a goldmine for grinding levels. Seeing their kin fall, the remaining zombies start rising up together. Instead of backing down, Chen Bai feels a sudden rush of excitement because more enemies just mean more free experience. He gains 400, then 1,000, and then another 1,000 experience points in rapid succession. In no time at all, Chen Bai levels up, earning 2 free attribute points as a reward. While the zombies on the gurneys have been completely wiped out, Chen Bai knows this is far from the end. His gaze shifts to the incinerator door at the back. "All your little minions are dead," he shouts. "Why are you still hiding in there? Let me help you out." The moment his voice drops, that door explodes. As the smoke clears, his eyes turn cold. Crawling out from the furnace is a disgusting, pulsating mass of flesh. Compared to those agile zombies, this thing looks incredibly slow and clumsy, yet Chen Bai senses a sudden looming danger. Deciding to end this creature before it can even finish its transformation, he immediately charges forward to take it down. He releases his evolved flu virus, attempting to paralyze the target, but right after unleashing his skill, he gets struck hard. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he realizes he was just a second too late to stop the flesh mass from shifting. The mass rapidly morphs into a giant bio-monster boasting shredded 8-pack abs. Stepping out of the furnace, it charges. Its speed and sheer ferocity are now far beyond anything those ordinary zombies outside could ever hope to match. Chen Bai effortlessly dodges its rapid-fire heavy strikes, feeling a sudden surge of hot blood boiling in his veins. Ever since his reincarnation, nothing has actually been strong enough to push him to fight at his absolute limit. This monster is the perfect training partner to help test his new physical limits. A brutal showdown immediately begins. After an hour of intense clashing, Chen Bai still cannot bring it down due to its rapid regeneration and self-healing. "Interesting, infinite regeneration," he smiles. "Let us see if you are truly immortal, because now is the real test." It was time to use that hourglass. With it in Chen Bai's hands, the opponent's recovery process instantly slowed down. Significantly. An hour later, the beast began to tremble, losing its footing. Another hour, and it collapsed onto the floor. By the final hour, it completely dissolved into a pile of minced meat. Chen Bai lost his patience and stomped on the mush, crushing that disgusting mess for good. Defeating this level 8 biological mutant boss earned Chen Bai a massive reward. 10,000 experience points, pushing him straight to level 5 and granting 2 free attribute points. At the same time, he cleared the zone. He successfully cleared the trial. The dungeon turned permanent with a 3-day refresh timer. The entire run was completely recorded. The system suggested uploading this footage as a paid guide video, letting him pocket all the viewer fees directly. Chen Bai chose to hide his identity before posting the video online. Honestly, this was a genius move on his part. At home, Song Zhixiang was receiving treatment from Su Xin when she got an alert. An evolver named Bai had just uploaded a video. It was a guide for the nightmare-level Cold Incinerator dungeon. The cost to watch the footage was just 1 copper coin. Both of them immediately paid to watch. At that exact moment, countless other players were doing the very same thing. After viewing it, the collective response was pure awe. The monster's healing ability was far superior to the video creators. Yet he won. A spectacular victory. In the Pioneer group chat, players were absolutely losing their minds praising Emperor Bai. All the praise made Chen Bai, who was still inside the dungeon, feel quite proud of himself. But he had a good reason for delaying his exit. He stayed behind to devour the remains, farming evolution points. He wanted to exchange them for specialized evolution points for the Blacklight virus. These points differed from talent evolution points. They could only upgrade the skills of the Blacklight virus. Still, at this point in time, that was incredibly useful. Moments later, the Blacklight virus successfully mutated, boosting Chen Bai's health regeneration speed by 300%. On top of that, it unlocked a passive ability. It was the A-rank cell resurrection skill from that biological beast. This skill allowed the user to consume a set amount of physical stamina or excess energy to heal wounds at lightning speed. It could even completely regenerate severed limbs. Chen Bai was ecstatic since the chance of getting passive skills was extremely low. Seriously, talk about insane luck. Snatching a passive A-rank skill is basically like winning the lottery in this apocalypse. Securing an A-rank passive proved he was favored by fortune. All the time and effort spent slaying this nightmare boss paid off, and the loot from that mutant beast kept coming. Among the drops was a unique A-rank demonic bio-warrior class scroll. This was a dark class that absorbed other life forms for self-improvement. It stimulated cells to boost power and recovery. It boosted strength and recovery. However, the user had to be careful as overabsorption could trigger gene mutation or decay. To activate this class scroll, Chen Bai needed to reach level 10 and have a physical stat of 15. He stared at the scroll for a long time. An exclusive A-rank class was highly tempting, but risk always followed reward. High risk, high reward. Besides, his Blacklight virus was already incredibly overpowered. He needed to think this through carefully. Alongside the class scroll, the boss also dropped a test tube containing a C-rank perfect genetic essence. Consuming it would massively boost his physical attributes. Since each awaken could only use it once, it had 0 side effects. Chen Bai did not hesitate for even a second. He popped the cap off and downed it. Upon consumption, his strength permanently increased by 2 points, his physique by 6 and agility by 3. The final drop was a ragged cloth, or more accurately a piece of adult human skin. The system labeled this as a special D-rank item. Despite its low rank, it possessed excellent defensive genes. It could prevent skin sagging. Equipping it granted 10 points of agility, 10 points of stamina, and 10 points of defense. Additionally, it featured 2 special functions, body sculpting and morphing skin. Wearing it long-term could enhance one's physique. It allowed the wearer to alter skin color and customize body parts. Clearly, it was highly suitable for women. Chen Bai fell into deep thought. He was a manly warrior who did not need a curvy body. But the system's vague description of that skin morphing ability left him extremely curious, not knowing what to expect. Could it alter actual gear? Either way, he remembered some other strange items looted from zombies outside. So he decided to pull out and inspect all the small strange items he previously gathered from the outdoor zombies. One skill book that caught his eye was a D-rank active skill called Cell Activation, designed to boost cell healing. With a 10-hour cooldown, it would be useless to anyone who already possessed a similar high-grade passive. Since Chen Bai already had a superior version, this duplicate skill was still highly valuable to trade. That is a pretty decent defensive skill. He can use this skill book to trade for resources in the Pathfinder's chat group. With the dungeon completely looted, Chen Bai slices off a piece of the biological monster's body, preparing to deliver it to Leto. Just like that, his quest is complete. But as Chen Bai prepares to leave the dungeon, he suddenly hesitates. Something feels off. Leto is not just some wandering merchant traveling aimlessly through this apocalyptic world. He definitely had a reason for coming here. Plus, during their previous encounter just before taking his leave, Leto mentioned that Chen Bai was an unexpected harvest that made him very happy. Sure, the things Chen Bai found are highly valuable but only to players. It makes no sense to summon the avatar of a literal god for this. Now he seriously doubts Leto's true motives here. Could there be something else hidden in this dungeon that he hasn't uncovered yet? Chen Bai stares intently at the cremator. If there is any place left unexplored, it has to be inside this giant burner. Without hesitating at all, Chen Bai decides to crawl right in. Inside, there is only a rusted iron gurney for corpses, a burner nozzle, and walls caked in thick, greasy soot. It seems completely ordinary at first glance, except for a massive fuel pipe running directly overhead near the top. Chen Bai hates tight spaces, but his gut tells him he needs to climb up and check it out. Leaving any stone unturned could mean missing something absolutely crucial. He leaps up, scaling the steep pipe with ease. Its length actually exceeds the entire height of the room, but surprisingly, this pipe does not lead anywhere. He climbs to the very end, only to find a brick wall. As he stands there, confused, a face suddenly appears. Out of pure reflex, Chen Bai punches the face only to realize this strange thing is actually a hidden item. However, all its attributes are masked by question marks. Chen Bai suspects this could be something legendary. It is highly likely a fragment of a triple S-tier item or something connected to the gods. He picks up the mask. Examining it closely, he is 90% sure this mask was Leto's true goal all along. Well then, he needs to find a way to keep it. A mischievous smirk plays on his face as he exits the dungeon. That hot foreign student is still waiting for him. Having watched his uploaded video, her attitude has completely flipped. She tells him he is so strong and that she loves him, but Chen Bai only looks at her with pure disgust. He still has zero interest in her. All he cares about is how many coins his viral video has racked up. Checking his status panel, his current balance sits at 972 gold, 75 silver, and 32 bronze. This officially lifts him out of poverty, but it is not quite enough. He needs 1,000 gold coins to unlock the system warehouse. Protected by the cosmic will, it cuts off all prying eyes, making it the perfect safe house. He can safely store his items there without any fear of detection. Fortunately, with his video going viral, reaching that goal is only a matter of time. Before long, the two of them walk out of the medical academy building. She expects him to take her to the mountain villa, but Chen Bai refuses. Nighttime in this world is crawling with hidden dangers, so he wants to find a place to crash first. This news delights her. She eagerly mentions a few high-end hotels nearby that are fully equipped, and since it is a weekday, they won't be crowded at all. Despite her obvious suggestive hints, Chen Bai actually tells her to lead the way. Naturally, she brings him straight to a local love hotel, even changing into various spicy cosplay outfits to seduce him. Even though Chen Bai kept claiming he had zero interest in foreign girls, he certainly does not refuse. I mean, who would reject a free meal right in front of them? The two share a wild night. By morning, his newly earned funds are finally enough to activate the system warehouse. Once it unlocks, Chen Bai stashes all his highly valuable items safely inside. Dressing quickly, he knows it is time for the next step. He flips the special coin Leto gave him during their last meeting to begin the summoning process. Word on the street is that when dealing with Leto, your emotions act as your ultimate bargaining chip. This basically means Leto adjusts his rewards based on his client's feelings or status. Luckily, Chen Bai is already highly valued in the merchant's eyes. Chen Bai reaches into his pocket, pulling out the harvested biological tissue. As the summoning flame fades, Leto appears surprised that the little guy summoned him so early. Is the quest already finished and his capabilities proven? In response, Chen Bai silently presents the harvested monster flesh. Yes, this is the solid proof. The exact quest requirement, a piece of the biological monster from the dungeon. The thing rolls around at his feet like a deflated ball, shriveled and completely dried up compared to its original state. Leto leans down to examine it, realizing the creature has been dead for quite some time. With a sharp laugh, his staff suddenly appears. Resting his hand on his hip and planting the staff, he asks why Chen Bai did not report back immediately after finishing the quest last night. His eyes narrow in suspicion, asking if Chen Bai is planning to keep the scroll for himself. The young man gives a cold, detached response. He explains that he simply does not understand. Despite showing utmost respect, Chen Bai demands to know why Leto hid the truth from him. His voice turns icy as he points out that the dungeon was actually set to nightmare difficulty, a trap that easily could have killed him. Without his secret techniques, he would have been a goner. Leto takes a slow step forward, nodding as if finally understanding the boy's anger. He assures the young man that his frustration is valid, but explains that the hidden difficulty was actually meant to be a test. Smirking, Leto points out that such an invaluable treasure cannot be handed over to someone who cracks under pressure during unexpected crises. Chen Bai lets out a heavy sigh, pushing his frustration aside. He reluctantly accepts the explanation and asks about the next step. Since he understands, he wants to know his reward and the next quest. Leto turns around, admitting that concealing the danger was wrong. Leto admits he was in the wrong, but since Chen Bai proved his immense strength, he raises his hand to offer a special reward. The young man can choose any prize he wants, and his next challenge will be the quest for the final ring. Chen Bai bows politely, thanking Lord Leto for his explanation and sheer generosity. In response, Leto simply snaps his fingers. He allows Chen Bai to choose any item of B rank or below. Instantly, several glowing items begin to spin around him like cards. Seeing the floating card-like options, Chen Bai reaches out and selects the Town Return Scroll Blueprint as his chosen prize. Leto raises an eyebrow in surprise at the choice, letting out a sinister smirk. The kid certainly has an eye for rare treasures. Having locked onto his target so decisively, Chen Bai is told that it is time to face the final phase of the quest. The revelation catches Chen Bai off guard. A system notification suddenly pops up, revealing that Leto is offering a legendary SSS rank quest. This final phase of the ultimate investment promises 2 class-changing SSS scrolls. The system asks if he will accept the terms. Taking a startled step back, Chen Bai points out that obtaining 2 SSS cards is an almost impossible task even for him. He reminds Leto that even divine beings are rarely born with a SSS class right out of the gate. Leto merely chuckles, admitting his own starting class was only A rank, but his gaze suddenly turns incredibly dark and intense. He explains that his finest treasure naturally demands only the absolute best outcome. Knowing he has no real alternative, Chen Bai relents. He mutters that he has no choice but to accept the challenge. The scene then shifts to the quiet East Mountain Villa. Suddenly, the peaceful night is shattered by a series of horrifying, ear-splitting screeches as a massive, hideous beast crawls out of the shadows. The monster is dragging and gnawing on a lifeless body. It is a level 5 giant mutant rat, an absolute powerhouse. Its raw power makes it impossible to analyze. Hiding behind a large boulder, Lang Shuang watches the beast sniff around for prey. She notes that these creatures are appearing in greater numbers, and even 2 full teams would stand absolutely zero chance against one. Song Zixiang trembles in fear, realizing a level 5 monster possesses attributes 3 to 4 times higher than their own. Terrified they will be wiped out, she frantically asks what they should do next. Lang Shuang quickly takes charge of the situation. She whispers that they are completely outmatched and must retreat immediately, though someone still needs to stay behind and monitor it. Suddenly, Lang Shuang's eyes widen in sheer horror as she realizes the mutant rat has already caught their scent in the air. It charges forward, smashing the stone slab to pieces. Lang Shuang quickly grabs Song Zixiang and pulls her away, screaming for everyone to scatter. The impact is devastating, sending debris flying in all directions. Helping Song Zixiang back to her feet, Lang Shuang urges her to run. But Song Zixiang is already trying to focus her spatial magic, gasping that they cannot escape because the beast is just too fast. Before they can even move, the hideous monster lunges straight at them, its razor-sharp claws ready to tear them to shreds. Suddenly, a massive spatial vortex rips open right above the beast, and Chen Bai drops down, kicking it squarely in the head. The impact slams the monster flat onto the ground. Song Zixiang gasps in relief as Chen Bai stands triumphantly on the crushed beast. He chuckles, teasing that he arrived just in the nick of time. He then barks orders, telling Lang Shuang to gather cleanup crews. He commands her to compensate the victims' families generously, then instructs Song Zixiang to accompany him so she can explain everything in detail. Back inside the East Mountain Villa, the key members gather in the living room. Chen Bai looks over a written report with a frown. He reads aloud that during the post-zombie cleanup, multiple giant mutant rats measuring over 1 meter long were suddenly detected. The initial sightings were concentrated on the eastern side of the villa. Standing nearby, Lu Li lowers her head and softly apologizes. She reports that the sudden beast surge destroyed 6 of their warehouses, and the total casualty count has already exceeded 100 people. With the details in hand, Chen Bai takes the paper and speaks up. "None of you are at fault, and it looks like you haven't rested at all. Go get some sleep first. I will personally clear out the remaining mutant rats inside the villa area and find out exactly where they came from." Song Zixiang expresses her gratitude for his concern, but adds that it would be terrible if they all went to sleep with nobody left around to take care of him. Because of this, she wants to recommend a helper to him. Knowing his easygoing nature, she hopes he will not refuse the offer. Chen Bai readily agrees to the idea. With a nod, the older woman turns toward the main entrance and calls out for Lingyu to step inside. The doors slowly slide open, and a stunning woman with an incredibly striking figure walks in. Song Zixiang introduces her as Qin Lingyu. They rescued her while clearing out the villa, so she assumes the two of them might already be familiar. Interestingly, she studied law before. Having worked as a lawyer, she can help establish the rules of this new world, and she is fully prepared to belong to him. With a faint smile, Chen Bai requests Qin Lingyu to stay behind while dismissing the others. Once the room clears, only the two of them remain. Feeling a bit shy, she quietly tells him to command her as he pleases. Hearing this, Chen Bai steps closer to his new assistant. Lifting Qin Lingyu's chin, he teasingly mentions that lawyers are famous for their sharp tongues, inviting her to show him just how skilled she is. She eagerly agrees, dropping to her knees right away. In the next moment, she looks up with flushed cheeks, thanking him for his generous reward. Leaning back in his chair with his arms spread wide, Chen Bai thoroughly enjoys the moment, complimenting her impressive skills with great satisfaction. After standing up and adjusting his clothes, he turns toward the exit and calls her over. Qin Lingyu obeys his command immediately without hesitation. He tells her to listen closely as he outlines the rules of the villa. However, before he can even start explaining, she takes action. Pressing her hands against the door, she glances back with a deeply inviting look, urging her master to proceed. He quickly corrects her behavior. Demanding to know why she is posing like that instead of listening, he watches her face turn completely red with embarrassment as she apologizes. She explains that her B-rank concentration skill is to blame. This unique power lets her boost her thinking capabilities to extreme levels. Whenever she focuses on a task, her senses and speed skyrocket, but it also completely blocks out any outside information around her. Looking out at the towering skyscrapers of the Dark City, Chen Bai explains that he brought her up here to overlook the 3 districts of Dongshan. He scans the area, pointing out the luxury villa zone, the high-end mountainside residential area, and the crowded community living at the base. Chen Bai orders her to draft different sets of rules and regulations tailored specifically for each of these unique living zones. She readily agrees to the task, asking if he has any other specific demands for how things should be structured. Resting his chin on his hand, he smiles. Other requests, he is actually quite curious about how her special focus skill works in action. He whispers, asking just how high her sensitivity can go when she is fully concentrating, coaxing her to show him right now. Mesmerized by his soothing voice, she immediately complies. She presses her hands against the glass and curves her body, preparing to focus entirely. After that, the scene is exactly what you would expect. The entire room is quickly filled with a thick, passionate atmosphere. Fast forward to noon the next day, Chen Bai stands by the Linjian drainage outlet of the Dongshan sewer system. He explains that by studying the blueprint maps and tracking the movements of the mutant rats last night, he located this exact spot. The actual nest of those creatures lies deep inside. Propping his foot against the concrete wall, he stares down at the rushing water. While he could easily wipe out the nest on his own, he wants to use this opportunity to train some loyal subordinates. These trusted allies will be the ones to protect everyone whenever he has to head out, which is why he handpicked them. Bringing them to this dungeon is the perfect way to level them up. Turning back, Chen Bai looks over his chosen team. They are destined to become the core pillars of the villa community. He asks if they are ready, and they instantly drop to their knees. They loudly declare their readiness to their master. Running a hand through his hair with a chuckle, he tells them to stand up. He notes that having grown men call him master feels a bit strange, instructing them to address him as Chen Bai instead. They enthusiastically accept the command. Stepping into the cold, rushing water, Chen Bai approaches the massive iron grate blocking the entrance. Ripping the metal bars off with raw physical strength, he declares it is time to start. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The quest details the denizens of the sewer. A bit surprised, Chen Bai turns and asks if they also received this quest notification. Song Zixiang confirms that they did, and Leng Xuan notes that the mission demands clearing out every single mutant rat, including the Rat King. They must also investigate their origin, though the final rewards will only be revealed once the entire mission is successfully completed. Another man behind them chimes in, confirming they all got the exact same quest. Moments later, the group officially steps inside the darkness. Song Zixiang looks around the eerie tunnel, whispering that it is incredibly dark, though luckily she had some torches prepared beforehand. Chen Bai observes that the sewer is actually much cleaner than he anticipated. But suddenly, a strange rustling sound echoes around the corner. Raising his hand, he signals for everyone to halt and stay on high alert. The real danger is about to show itself. Watch out, they are here. Just as the warning escapes his lips, a swarm of mutated rats surges out from the darkness like angry hornets. Tran. Chen Bai readies his fists, channeling his full power for the fight. There are so many of them. The entire group charges forward to launch their attack. The swarm is obliterated by the team's relentless assault in a heartbeat. Chen Bai shouts out, everyone push together, and if they are not, dead slash them again. Once the dust settles, someone calls out after finding a piece of torn rat leather gear. 2. Kuai points out that they cleared this pipeline incredibly fast. They have already cleared 16 sections, meaning they are very close to the headwaters area. Suddenly, a terrified man points upward, shouting that another one is coming, though it looks like there is only a single beast. Song Zixiang smiles softly, since it is just one, she will go handle it. Chen Bai quickly warns her, do not forget to use your scouting skill first. Of course, she replies. Song Zixiang focuses her gaze, activating her crystal insight skill, but her expression instantly twists into pure terror. Something is wrong, she gasps. This is a level 7 boss. The mutated rodent locks eyes on its prey and lunges, sending panic through Song Zixiang as she screams. She cannot see its exact stats, but its strength is nearly 39 and its speed exceeds 40. Right at that moment, he rushes toward her, yelling for the White Emperor to watch out. but then he pauses, letting out a confused grunt as Chen Bai quickly brings down his blade, striking the monster directly. The system screen flashes, detailing the gear worn by the messengers of plague while they spread, their grim faith bringing ruin and disease wherever they tread. He smirks to himself, a piece of gear, and from a set too. Like this. Who would have thought a rat king could drop a set piece? Chen Bai examines the newly acquired gear closely. He slips the boots onto his feet, noting that while the quality is a bit low, gathering the complete set will multiply their effects. Chen Bai looks up. The Plague Rat King is dead, meaning their mission is now down to the very final stage of investigating the source. At this point, Song Zhixiang is scanning the dark tunnels with extreme caution, constantly looking around for any hidden threats. 5 full sections of the pipeline have passed without a single rat in sight, not even old ones. He suddenly raises his hand. Hold on. The system begins flashing urgent warnings one after another. Chen Bai reasons that while finding some bacteria and viruses in sewers is normal, the highly toxic pathogens he is absorbing right now are completely alien to Earth, having never existed here before the Great Experiment. Furthermore, their sheer variety and volume could easily harm even highly evolved humans. His eyes narrow as he stares ahead. It seems the source of this plague is not far from here. Chen Bai turns back to warn her Tong Tu. Quinn, you cannot go any further, turn back immediately. Song Zhixiang quickly agrees, and then he slowly proceeds alone into the depths. How fascinating. With every single step he takes, his virus points keep skyrocketing. Chen Bai wonders with growing curiosity just how massive the point boost will be once he uncovers the actual source. After walking a bit longer, he finally reaches the inner chamber, and trust me, you are not ready for what is waiting in there. A grotesque, eerie figure emerges, catching Chen Bai off guard. For him, this putrid environment is an absolute paradise. The corpse before him radiates a thick, suffocating aura of deathly energy. He studies it. A corpse. Is this really the source of the entire plague? Chen Bai steps closer to examine the body. Based on the intense concentration of the virus, he focuses on the scroll clutched in the corpse's hands, realizing the plague must stem from that very scroll. Reaching out, Chen Bai pries the scroll from its stiff grip and unfurls it. It is not an item, nor does it have any system descriptions. It reads, "The High Priest has sacrificed his life, and so I leave these prophecies behind. In the trial to ignite the divine flame, our great God attained supreme supremacy. We sacrifice this mortal world, only to leave the mark of our deity's sect within the trial, and our lives will become the stepping stones to awaken the God. Our spirits shall completion of the special quest, Master of the Sewers." The system awards him 2,000 experience points and rolls a random reward. Congratulations, you have received the Flesh and Blood Wall item. He spreads his hand, staring at the mark of plague, proof of core membership in the plague sect. It is condensed from countless terrifying plagues, and within its direct range of influence, other contagions will undergo volatile and sudden transformations. Chen Bai wonders if this really is the mark of plague. A prompt flashes, confirming the system has prevented plague corruption. Acquiring the mark satisfies the conditions to trigger the next phase, unlocking a new SSS-Rank quest, the Plague Sect. Chen Bai is completely stunned. A SSS difficulty quest. The system then chimes, displaying information on the mysterious cult. This SSS-Rank Plague quest explains how they plan to welcome their prophesied true god. The Plague cult has sacrificed their old god domain to cross into this world, bringing countless treasures. Earning the Plague mark proves one is qualified to become the true god from their prophecies. One must track down the members of this cult, pass their brutal trials, and prove that they are the prophesied true god. Could it be him? The quest objective is simple: find a plague messenger. As for the reward, Chen Bai realizes this quest directly connects to divine authority. He smiles, knowing that becoming the plague god will give him the power to face heroes head-on. A plague messenger. He must find one. Just then, a swirling portal begins to manifest, and he quickly recognizes a dungeon forming. Chen Bai reaches out toward the spinning mass of dark energy. The system immediately alerts him that this is a hell difficulty dungeon. The plague sewer system is currently under construction. The remaining time is 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds. He pulls his hand back. Hell difficulty. This is tougher than the Nightmare Incinerator. Chen Bai turns to leave, calculating that the dungeon needs a full month to form. It seems the tier is exceptionally high. He decides to return in a month. Meanwhile, Song Zhixiang places her hand to sense that the Dongshan He Drainage dungeon is ready. It is normal difficulty, requiring level 1 to 10 with a limit of 3 entries per day. Walking out of the portal, she says level 1 to 10 is perfect for their training. She turns around as Chen Bai returns, asking if he is back. She has already sent word to gather everyone for leveling. Those 3 daily runs cannot go to waste. Her quick thinking immediately earns praise from Chen Bai, who tells her she did well. 20 minutes later, Chen Bai points toward the portal to explain the layout. The space inside the sewer dungeon is quite cramped. Groups of 4 to 8 are ideal for entering. Remember, survival comes first and getting loot comes second. Is that clear to everyone? They shout back in unison that they understand. Chen Bai then gives them his final instructions. He will tag along for their third run, but they must fend for themselves. Depending on how they perform, he has no intention of stepping in. The girls acknowledge his words, addressing him as the White Emperor. He turns to create a party first, then adds them to a chat group. Suddenly, the system displays an urgent notification for them. Evolver 001 Bai invites them to join the White Emperor Palace group. Song Ziqiang gasps at the number 001. Chen Bai explains is just a sequence number, nothing to be shocked about. Song Ge then speaks up with a question. She asks why she was not invited to the group. He calmly tells her it is because he has not invited her yet. Chen Bai leans in teasingly stating, this is harem, only loyal and capable people are allowed to join. A girl who Peter Pans from a zombie scare obviously gets no invite. Songji blushes hard, remembering her past embarrassment. She steps back, shouting defensively that he should not underestimate her since she has finally grown up. Chen Bai pulls out some gear, telling her to pick a weapon and enter the dungeon so he can see just how much she has actually grown. Inside the sewer dungeon, Song Ge holds up her knife, telling him not to help so she can handle things on her own. He turns to Lu Li, admitting he still does not know what talents she and Song Ji possess. She conjures a sword right through her own palm, explaining that her B-rank talent illusionary thought allows her to create projections based on her imagination, though it is not very useful in actual combat. She then looks over at Song Gi and explains her friend's talent is a C-rank ability called Void Ascension, which boosts her experience and mastery gains by 50%. Chen Bai notes is a rapid growth type. Right now it is not as useful as Lu Li's illusions during a fight. She agrees. After finishing her battle, Song Ji turns back with a smug smile, asking what he thinks of her defeating 3 monsters on her own. She adds that these giant rats are much tougher than normal zombies. Chen Bai admits it is not bad. Seeing how hard she is trying to join his harem, he decides to make an exception. Flustered, the girl stammers in response. She asks who would ever want to join his harem, claiming she only wanted to prove her capabilities to him. He shrugs, saying he will respect her choice and skip sending the invite. This makes Song Ge instantly panic as she hesitates. Chen Bai teases her, asking what she means by don't. Blushing furiously, she turns back and mutters to not leave her out. She asks if she can join. With his hands on his hips, he looks at her reluctant expression and refuses to invite her. Song Ji spins around, completely speechless from embarrassment. Song Ji-shang steps in to defend her, asking him to stop teasing her daughter. She explains that Song Ji truly wants to join. In fact, she was upset earlier because she thought Song Ji-xiang recommended Qin Lingyu instead of her. Song Ji quietly whines for her mother to stop, keeping her head low in embarrassment as they talk. Chen Bai agrees to accept her out of respect for her mother, and right after that a system notification pops up. The system announces that Evolver 1026-1521 Song Ji has accepted the invitation to join Chen Bai. She is absolutely thrilled. Run fast, she yells, I have to go hunt monsters. Chen Bai feels completely helpless against this spoiled princess, while Song Ziqiang steps in to explain. She's just being stubborn, Ziqiang tells him, and adds that he can rest easy once they finish the dungeon and return to the villa. She gently pats his cheek, promising the girl will soon call him daddy. Chen Bai smiles and praises her for being incredibly decisive. Song Ziqiang strikes a seductive pose, replying that she has to be, especially since this harsh world is changing way too fast. Song Ji is a pampered young lady who has never struggled a day in her life. Having a powerful father figure like him is actually an absolute blessing for her. Song Ziqiang murmurs, her eyes drifting lazily. Meanwhile, in a luxurious steaming bathroom of some fancy hotel suite, a young woman is soaking in a warm tub, relaxing completely. She sighs with relief, grateful for the monarch's incredible advice that keeps her living comfortably, even during this brutal apocalypse. Suddenly, the system blares, a global alert announcing that Evolver Chen Bai's team has just cleared a dungeon. They achieved the first clear of the normal difficulty East Mountain sewer dungeon spanning levels 1 to 10. Another notification rings. Evolver Chen Bai has uploaded a guide video of his East Mountain sewer run with a viewing price of 10 coins. Hearing this, her closed eyes snap open. Liu Huai gasps in shock, crying out that the monarch has conquered yet another dungeon. She quickly taps her screen, thinking how incredible he is when she has not even seen a dungeon yet. But 10 coins, she groans that she is going broke. As the screen plays Chen Bai's footage, Liu Huai sits up, ruffling her hair in confusion, wondering why there are so many women around him. In another area, a man lounging lazily in a chair mutters that while the young girl has decent talent, her combat skills are still lacking. He demands to see Chen Bai in action instead, telling his subordinate to fast forward the video. Beside him, Wu Ya observes the footage, noting that the monsters in the deeper parts are high level. Even with Chen Bai's guidance, those girls would normally stand absolutely no chance. They could never clear it alone, meaning the monarch eventually had to step in. Elsewhere, another viewer widens his eyes in absolute astonishment. The boss has appeared and it looks terrifyingly powerful. A black man nearby asks about the combat strength of that low-class Easterner. The white-haired man scoffs, saying there is nothing to worry about. They only succeeded because of luck since they got a dungeon first. He insists the Easterner could never match his own S-rank talent, but the other man speaks up in a trembling, serious voice, warning that Chen Bai just instantly killed the boss and is actually far stronger than any of them. Meanwhile, Liu Huai calculates the rewards. That was likely a level 10 boss, meaning the monarch is incredibly powerful. His tactical combat guidance for those women was highly effective too. She pouts, feeling a bit jealous, and wishes she could be in the same city as the monarch. She really envies those girls, getting hands-on training directly from him. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the study room in Song Zishang's private villa where Chen Bai speaks. He points out that once their team members clear the dungeon, they will secure a massive amount of low-tier loot and gear. He tells her to coordinate with Qin Lingyu and Lu Li as soon as possible to establish basic trading rules and gear distribution for their base. Song Ziqiang nods obediently, asking if he has any other orders. Chen Bai then retrieves a heavy pile of rare items from his inventory. "I have one more thing to hand over to you," he says, gesturing toward the items. "Surely you know how valuable these are. Surely you realize how crucial these items are," he says. She picks up one item to inspect, realizing it is the Wall of Flesh, a structure that consumes raw meat to build a mighty fortress wall. This is far stronger than any normal wall they could construct. If used correctly, it will serve as an incredibly terrifying deterrent to any enemies. Next, Ziqiang picks up a mysterious glowing scroll. Upon activation, it teleports the user back to a marked city within 10 seconds. A powerful escape effect woven from high-tier materials. This is a literal lifesaver. With this scroll, we can easily become the absolute rulers of Jiang City in no time. She unfurls a roll of magical fabric, noting that it can morph into any piece of equipment by simply changing its shape. Chen Bai sits back in his chair and observes her reaction, asking if she feels this item is less important than the previous two. Ziqiang leans against the desk, leaning in close and whispering that such a thing is impossible since he is their true master. Therefore, any equipment that can satisfy his desires and cater to his taste is always the most important thing. Chen Bai sighs and says, he knows nothing about women's fashion but wonders if she can show him a pleasant surprise. She leans in even closer, clinging tightly to Chen Bai as she whispers that she indeed has a surprise ready, but it is not what he expects. She giggles blushingly, promising she will help the little princess formally accept him as her daddy. She tells him she will dress her up, asking him to wait. As deep night falls over the entire villa estate, a mysterious furry tail slowly sprouts from the gorgeous curves of the young girl. Inside Zishang's bedroom, Chen Bai lies resting, holding the soundly sleeping girl gently in his arms. Scattered across the massive bed, several other women are fast asleep, showing off their attractive, alluring figures. Suddenly, a bright system notification pops up in front of him. Putting his clothes back on, Chen Bai sighs, realizing 3 dungeon runs today only yielded a single piece of the plague set. He gazes down. He checks the items. Getting one piece 3 times a day means a complete set in just 3 days. A new notification pops up. System alert, Meng Meng, a member from chat group 001 wants to message him. Chen Bai walks out and shuts the door behind him, feeling a bit surprised. Wait, is it really Meng Meng? Her message instantly appears. Hello, Lord Sovereign, she writes. I watched your combat strategy video and saw how you guide others based on their specific talents. I am honestly not good at fighting myself, so I would love to receive some personal guidance from you. Is that possible? He finishes reading and scratches his head. So she actually wants his direct guidance. This is getting interesting. Chen Bai replies that to guide her, he needs to understand her abilities first. If she trusts him, she should share her talent. That is the only way he can truly help her out. Over on her side, Meng Meng reads his response with complete focus. He sends another message saying if she prefers not to reveal her talent, just sending her basic stats would be fine. However, basic stats do not show the full picture. Meng Meng immediately starts typing on her keyboard to reply to him. No, it has to be my actual talent, she writes back. Let me send this over to you right now. He slips his hands into his pockets and begins to ponder. He never heard of anyone named Meng Meng in his past life. But since she is in this pioneer chat group, her innate talent cannot be weak. Suddenly, Chen Bai's eyes go wide. A bright flash illuminates his screen, showing a dream score of 31. Get ready, because what he sees next is insane. It is in triple S-grade talent, a supernatural force with infinite growth. How could such an insane ability remain completely unknown? She probably died early in his past life. Chen Bai messages her back, noting that triple S-grade talents are highly complex. He asks her to explain exactly how her skill works. Meng Meng agrees, instantly saying she is happy to share. Her dream butterfly skill allows her to enter a dreamscape identical to reality and even infiltrate the dreams of others. She can even retrieve physical items from the dreamscape. She adds that her dream weaving ability lets her alter the dream world, though right now she can only modify a few things. Furthermore, she can invite others in by sharing a dream totem. Chen Bai smiles as a realization hits him. As long as her real body stays hidden, she is practically invincible. Meng Meng keeps typing away. She suggests sending him a dream totem disguised as a painting to invite him into her dreamscape. That way, he can guide her directly in the dream world. But Chen Bai immediately declines her offer. He replies that he cannot agree to this because he would have absolutely no protection inside her dreamscape. She tries to persuade him, begging him not to refuse. She offers to sign an evolver contract to guarantee his safety. Chen Bai is genuinely surprised to see this. An evolver contract, that is a massive deal in this world. He texts back asking if an evolver contract bound by the universal will does not require at least 10 gold coins to draft. If she already has 10 gold coins, why does she even need his advice on combat skills? Meng Meng replies immediately. She explains that monsters slain in the dreamscape die in reality too. Her dream weaving lets her boost their drop rates. That is how she amassed so much gold. She also offers to send him other valuable items as gifts. She shows him two things, starting with a D-grade mind perception skill book. Chen Bai sighs in awe at her broken ability. It is seriously powerful, easily rivaling his own sovereign virus. She then reveals an F-grade city creation order. She practically begs him to accept. Although she is powerful inside her dreams, she is completely defenseless in reality. Meng Meng bites her lip and continues to plead. She has a terrible gut feeling that without better combat skills, she will die. Chen Bai silently agrees. Her intuition is spot on. Her dream ability does nothing to boost her physical stats, and that is a fatal weakness. He texts her back, telling her to send over the evolver contract then. He reasons that if she is willing to sign a binding contract, he should definitely help her out. A powerhouse with this kind of talent must be recruited into his squad. Just then a system alert flashes. Notification: Evolver Meng Meng has sent you an evolver contract. In it, she promises never to cause him any harm. Any breach of contract will strip her of her evolver status. The agreement is active for 24 hours. He is presented with the choices to accept or decline. He immediately taps the agree button, sealing their deal. Night falls deeply over Song Zishang's villa. Alone in his guest bedroom, Chen Bai lies awake deep in thought. The dream totem requires him to relax and stare at it for 3 full minutes. A guarded target takes even longer. Meng Meng sends over a card. He gazes out into the night sky, realizing how terrifying this power could become. If she evolves this ability further, she could rule the dreamscape. He slowly closes his eyes and drifts off. After a tiring day, he drifts off to sleep. Inside his dream, he is utterly amazed to see Meng Meng appear before him. She greets him as Lord Chen Bai, introducing herself as Meng Meng, the same girl who had just formed a contract with him. Chen Bai quickly introduces himself in return, telling her his name is Chen Bai and she can simply call him Chen Bai. He asks if this is her dream world, noting it hardly looks suitable for combat training. Meng Meng gently sets down her teddy bear. Explaining this is not the actual training spot, she conjures a glowing portal, mentioning she already cleared out the gym. The revelation leaves him completely stunned as beautiful spatial butterflies begin fluttering through the air, guiding them toward the gym. Chen Bai pushes the door open and stares inside. He wonders if this is truly a gym, shocked by how massive her dream world is. Meng Meng shakes her head, explaining that the dream realm exists independently and does not actually rely on her power. As a dream walker, she can only enter and alter its structure, noting that this realm has started reflecting the real world lately. He chuckles softly at the explanation, finally understanding how it all works, and suggests they begin their training right away. Excited to get started, she eagerly runs inside ahead of him. Within the dream basketball court, she prepares to begin. Standing right in the center of the dark basketball court, she snaps her fingers and commands light to appear. Instantly, bright overhead lights flash on, illuminating the entire space. Chen Bai walks over and asks if she is still a high school student. She giggles, explaining that before the world changed, she was actually a web novel author. He then makes his way to the bleachers. Sitting down, he advises that since she wants to survive in the real world, actual combat is the single best way to learn. He tells her not to use her dream powers to attack him, wanting to gauge her raw physical combat skills first. Meng Meng mentions that her dream world stats scale directly with her raw mental power, making her quite formidable here. With her mental strength currently sitting at 48, she playfully warns Lord Chen Bai that he had better be careful. Chen Bai stands up and tells her to give it everything she has. Accepting the challenge, she charges forward like a wild beast. She throws a wild punch, but hitting his tall frame is no easy task. Chen Bai swiftly and effortlessly steps to the side. Her attack completely misses the mark. He immediately points out that her center of gravity is off, leaving her unable to recover. Flustered and puffing out her cheeks in embarrassment, she begins frantically swinging her arms like windmill blades to attack again. Now check this out, Chen Bai only chuckles, teasingly asking if she is practicing some clumsy preschool fighting style. Stepping back again, he lets her momentum carry her past him, reminding her that a punch she cannot pull back is a weakness. He watches her struggle like a flailing child and sighs, telling her she must first decide exactly where she wants to strike. Instead of swinging blindly like that, she needs to watch her opponent rather than just focusing on her own movement. Chen Bai swiftly steps forward and catches her wrist to stop her, stating he now has a clear grasp of her level. He tells her to memorize those 3 basic rules, first mentioning that he only used 20% of his speed just now. Yet she still could not react to it. Meng Meng looks down and apologizes, admitting she is far too weak. Chen Bai smiles warmly, reassuring her there is no need to apologize as long as she keeps practicing hard. 7 days pass quickly. Inside the Dongsan Villa, Song Zishang stands before him to report that the new rules are posted everywhere. They even have guards stationed at every single bulletin board to explain them. Chen Bai nods in satisfaction. He agrees that the settlement is finally moving in the right direction, adding that he has cleared out the surrounding areas. Since the monsters are gone, Chen Bai explains that he is officially handing over the management of the shelter to her. He will be leaving early tomorrow. Surprised, she asks why he is departing so soon, hoping he would stay longer. His system screen pops up showing his plague set is currently at 4 out of 10 pieces, still lacking a few crucial items. The completed set will apply severe debuffs to enemies upon contact, adding random plague status effects with every strike. He knows he cannot waste time searching for low-grade gear here as the outside world holds far more valuable treasures. He intends to claim those treasures for himself. Hearing this, Song Zishang walks over and wraps her arms around him. She teasingly whispers that he must miss them and return quickly, or his White Emperor Palace might suffer a major flood. He is mildly amused by her double entendre, asking if his territory could really flood, and tells her to gather the others. Tonight they will have a deep, thorough discussion on how to properly handle the drainage. She eagerly agrees with a smile. As darkness falls, the girls end up resting in bed, looking completely exhausted yet thoroughly satisfied after their wild night. Chen Bai also enjoys the quiet aftermath of their passion before the scene transitions to the crisp early morning. He gets dressed quietly and slips out of the room, leaving them to rest peacefully. But the moment he steps outside, Leng Shuang is there. Chen Bai asks if she is looking for Song Ziqiang, who is still asleep, but she quickly denies it. She explains she came for him. When Chen Bai wonders what is wrong, Leng Shuang reveals someone is causing trouble down at the mountain settlement. Chen Bai turns around asking why they need him for this. Have the rules of Dongshan not already been established? He glances back with a cold stare, questioning if they do not know how to enforce those rules. She clasps her hands, looking quite hesitant. She stammers an apology, explaining they have controlled the crowd, but one of the troublemakers happens to be his former classmate. Before she can even finish, Chen Bai tells her to take him there immediately. Leng Shuang quickly agrees and leads the way. Down at the Dongshan Villa settlement, a young man points toward the path and shouts out that Chen Bai has finally arrived. Leng Shuang explains these people are unhappy with the daily fee of just 1 coin. They want protection but refuse to pay. They want their homes and settlement kept safe for free, completely unwilling to pay any price for their survival. Li Chen calls out loudly, telling Chen Bai it is him. Chen Bai walks down calmly, replying that he knows exactly who he is. He reminds him that their rules are not harsh at all. Earning 1 coin only requires killing a single zombie. Even if they cannot fight, there are plenty of decent jobs inside the settlement. So why gather everyone to start a riot? Gesturing to the crowd behind him, Li Chen claims this is not about the money but about Chen Bai's lack of compassion. He argues that in an apocalypse, survivors must support each other. Since Chen Bai has all the resources, he should help them through this. Li Chen shouts righteously, acting like some kind of savior. He tells Chen Bai to take his advice as their former student president. He says if Chen Bai wants to do great things and benefit the world, he should abolish this rule so everyone will respect him. Chen Bai just chuckles. Honestly, he is way too tired to listen to this kind of nonsense from someone like him. With a cold, sharp voice, Chen Bai announces that his rules stand. Anyone who cannot handle them can leave right now. If they do not clear out within 3 minutes, they will be executed on the spot. He folds his arms, completely indifferent. He orders Leng Shuang to start the clock. Standing beside him, she nods and prepares to count down. But Li Chen just sneers. He laughs mockingly, saying he is not leaving in 3 or 5 minutes. He claims to represent everyone, so they will stand by him. Hearing this arrogant threat, one of the nearby guards loses his temper and yells at him to stop talking trash. He asks how a single coin is a burden to anyone here. Those who refuse to pay are either completely selfish or purely greedy. The guard declares they have absolutely no intention of protecting people like that. The other armed guards quickly back him up. They mock Li Chen, calling him a useless weakling who cannot even kill a single zombie in a day. They mockingly tell him to guard their gates like a dog for 2 coins instead. The crowd yells for them to get lost. This settlement was built by them and it has nothing to do with him. Li Chen is absolutely furious, veins popping on his forehead. He waves his arm and shouts that they are leaving, claiming nobody wants to stay in this terrible place anyway. He warns Chen Bai that he will deeply regret kicking him out. But as he turns, Chen Bai steps forward and calls out to wait. Li Chen smirkingly turns back, mockingly asking if he's regretting his decision already. But then things take a terrifying turn. Sharp purple claws suddenly erupt from Chen Bai's right hand. Crouching slightly, he delivers a swift, brutal slash across the arrogant man. Li Chen's eyes widen in absolute shock as blood sprays across the ground. He never even saw the strike coming. The rioting crowd falls backward in pure terror as they watch Li Chen's lifeless body crash heavily onto the dirt. Resting one hand on his hip, Chen Bai casually flicks his bloody claw. Letting a resentful weakling escape is the only thing he would regret. Lang Shuang opens her system screen, looking down coldly at the trembling crowd. She reminds them that they only have 2 minutes left. A terrified young man immediately drops to his knees, desperately begging for mercy. He promises to obey every single rule of the settlement. He is willing to accept any punishment for causing trouble. He just begs for one more chance to survive. Chen Bai retracts his sharp claws, speaking with a calm, flat tone. He notes the man is smart, but there is still a price. He charges him 5 coins daily, returning to normal after 1 month. The young man quickly agrees, thanking him profusely. Seeing this, the other rioters drop to their knees, one after another, pleading to be given another chance as well. Chen Bai turns his back and walks away, leaving instructions for Lang Shuang to handle the rest of the situation. Lang Shuang bows respectfully, promising to take care of it. As Chen Bai walks away, his system interface suddenly blinks. A message notification from Meng Meng pops up on his screen. She complains that it has become incredibly difficult to raise her power level. She explains her mental strength is high, but she completely lacks any proper offensive skills to protect herself. Chen Bai quickly replies, telling her to be patient and take it slow. He promises to keep an eye out for a suitable skill book, mental attack power. Hearing this, she eagerly asks which city her master is in, promising that once she finally heads out, she will definitely come find him. He softly replies that it is Jiang Cheng, making Meng Meng gasp in excitement that it is incredibly close. She lives in Wuchang. Chen Bai waves his hand and offers a deal. If she is willing to follow him, he can easily go pick her up. Her message quickly pops up asking if it is true and saying that would be great. He looks up, lost in past life memories. Wuchang, wait, that is where he got his S-tier class quest in his previous life. Even though it was not a triple S-tier, it can still serve as great leverage to trade for essential materials and info. Chen Bai looks up at the sky and makes his final decision. Wuchang first. Meanwhile, inside a hotel in Jiang, Cheng Jiang Luoping stands by the window staring outside. Sun Jihei, how much food do we have left? Sun Jihei sighs. Not much. There are over 10 of us and we will not last longer than 3 days. Jiang Luoping clenches his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration at that damn special zombie. Casually slaughtering 5 of our men without warning. Its senses are sharper than anything else. He stares at the massive red tyrant zombie roaming the streets below, noting that simply stepping down to the 10th floor triggers its senses. Escaping this building is completely out of the question. Sun Jihei crosses his arms. He lets out a defeated sigh, starving to death. That is their fate here. Suddenly, Wei Shiwei points out the window, urging everyone to look. Right there. Just 2 buildings away, a dark shadow flashes, leaping seamlessly across the rooftops of the skyscrapers. Jiang Luoping follows her gaze, completely stunned by the sight. He anxiously mutters, what on earth is that, catching only a fleeting afterimage. Standing next to him, Sun Jihei shivers, wondering if they are looking at yet another terrifying, brand new special zombie. Panicked, he immediately draws the curtains shut. Scaling walls, jumping roofs. That is way too dangerous for their comfort. Wei Shiwei quickly stops his hand, telling him not to rush because she is certain that figure is actually a human. Sun Jihei immediately rejects the idea. A human, no way. Jiang Luoping also stares and voices his deep doubts. Wei Shiwei frowns coldly, shutting him down. She is absolutely sure of what she saw, reminding him of her special ability. Beside them, Zhang Yexiu quietly peers out with pursed lips. Suddenly, she narrows her eyes and adds a chilling warning. That person is heading straight toward them. Outside, Chen Bai lands gracefully on a nearby rooftop, completely undetected. Down below, the tyrant zombie detects a noise. It looks up. Seeing the system screen, Chen Bai grins with excitement. He has hit the jackpot with this unexpected tyrant encounter, especially since he owns a weapon blueprint that uses tyrant bones. Chen Bai looks down to analyze his prey, whispering that using a massive hammer might ruin the bone quality and drop rate. Determined to keep the bones absolutely perfect, he dives straight off the building, dropping down toward the massive mutant. His left arm suddenly mutates into a deadly shape, deciding a simple decapitation is best. Meanwhile, Sun Zihei peers out, completely confused. He asks Wei Shiwei what is happening since he cannot see clearly, while Zhang Yexu urges them to step back. She warns them to stop watching because it is too dangerous, but Wei Shiwei gasps, staring down in absolute disbelief. They are fighting, his arm just mutated into massive sharp claws. Behind her, Jiang Luoping growls in disbelief. He insists that the newcomer must be a monster too because no normal human could wield weapons like that. And just like that, boom, Wei Shiwei gasps in sheer shock, screaming that he has already slain the massive beast. It looks like he is absorbing the creature's remains. Suddenly, her eyes light up as she catches sight of his face. Below Chen Bai stands victorious. The tyrant is dead. Right on cue, his system screen flashes with new notifications. A prompt alerts him that he has successfully defeated the elite tyrant zombie, a beast heavily reinforced in both combat and defense. He gains 2,000 experience points for devouring this elite tier 3 mutant, integrating its strength into his own blacklight virus. His raw power surges as he gains 800 virus points alongside 5,000 exclusive evolution points. As more system notifications rapidly flash on screen, his blacklight virus unlocks an amazing new state called muscle reinforcement. The interface glows as yet another notice pops up, confirming that his blacklight virus has also obtained a shield form. Chen Bai examines the shifting black energy on his arms, knowing that muscle reinforcement can boost any part of his body, without altering his physical size or causing any clumsy bulkiness. Meanwhile, the defensive power of his new shield is nearly double his own stats, which is incredible. High up in the hotel, Wei Shiwei is overcome with raw excitement, as she flings open the curtains and yells Chen Bai's name. Hearing the commotion, he immediately tilts his head up to see who is calling him. He is totally baffled, squinting at the tiny silhouette calling out from the high window. Chen Bai looks up with suspicion. Every single window of the building is tightly shut and the room curtains are hastily drawn. Someone quickly pulls the curtains. Inside, Jiang Luoping covers Wei Shiwei's mouth and drags her back, questioning how she can be so sure it is Chen Bai. What if he is just a monster in disguise? Zhang Yexu whispers from behind the cargo crates, agreeing with him completely. He easily killed the monster that blocked us for so long. If you want to die, do not drag us down with you. Suddenly, Chen Bai leaps up to the window and calls out, asking if there is anyone actually hiding inside. He introduces himself as Chen Bai, asking if someone just called his name. Overwhelmed with excitement, she forces her way past Jiang Luoping. She rushes to the window, shouting that it is her Wei Shiwei. Seeing her familiar face, Chen Bai reacts calmly. He realizes she is the close friend of Miss Song, noting that he wondered who was calling out to him. Shiwei asks with deep concern, wondering if he has any news about Song Gi and if she is still safe. Inside a hotel room in Jiang City, he sits down beside her and begins sharing his story with the group. He explains that he established a base in the Dongshan Villa district where hundreds of people now live safely. With Song Ziqing helping him manage the area, Song Ge is perfectly fine. Hearing this, Shiwei turns red with pure joy. She asks if it is really true, leaving everyone stunned. Talk about an absolute shock for these survivors. Sun Zihe sneers, asking if the Queen of Jiang City is actually working for him or if he is just boasting. Chen Bai simply leans back, crossing his legs as he calmly tells them they will see for themselves soon enough. He adds that he rarely tells lies that are so easily exposed. Suddenly, someone gently turns the doorknob from outside. The door opens and a young man walks in, shouting in excitement. Hearing the voice, Chen Bai spins around immediately. He calls out Qizhang's name. Lin Qizhang points at him eagerly, explaining he knew he heard someone calling for him. Li Feng adjusts his glasses right behind him, while Zhao Mu yells out in surprise upon seeing his old friend. Chen Bai stands up with a bright smile, asking how they all ended up here. Qizhang walks over immediately. He throws an arm around his shoulder, explaining that Brother Jiang led everyone here to help Shiwei on descent day. Zhao Mu chuckles, pointing at Li Feng and recalling they wanted to invite him along, but Li Feng insisted he was busy. Chen Bai smiles warmly, pointing out that if there are other university students here, they can all head to his base. He invites them to join him at the Dongshan Villa base if they are looking for a safe haven. He gives a quick thumbs up, mentioning there is a strict rule of paying 1 copper coin daily to stay there. He asks if they can accept this condition, and the group eagerly agrees, saying it is absolutely not a problem. Jiang Luoping mentions that without the tyrant zombie blocking their way, they could easily earn even gold coins. However, the journey to the base is incredibly dangerous, so he wonders if Chen Bai can escort them there. Chen Bai explains he has other urgent business, but reassures them that the path ahead is mostly clear of danger. He only encountered a single tyrant zombie along the way. Jiang Luoping sighs, muttering that they must be incredibly unlucky. With a swift wave of his hand, Chen Bai summons several glowing blue cards into the air. He watches the cards materialize into various pieces of gear, dropping them onto the ground for his friends. He tells Qizhang, Blockhead Zhao, and Wei Shiwei that these low-level items are useless to him now. Patting Jiang Luoping on the shoulder, he bids them farewell, urging them to head straight for the base. Jiang Luping turns to express his gratitude, watching him prepare to leave. Ji Zhang calls out to his departing friend. He warns Chen Bai to stay safe out there. Moments later, Chen Bai is leaping across rooftops, heading out. As he lands on a neighboring building, a chat request from Meng Meng flashes. What is she up to now? She tells him that Han Jiao is currently complaining in the chat group, suggesting her new skill might help. Chen Bai kneels down and tells her to skip the group chats and just explain what is happening directly. He rubs his chin in thought, wondering if this Han Xiao she is referring to is actually Han Xiao. Back inside the hotel room, Zhao Mu leans against the sofa and suggests they finally head to the base. Jiang Luping clasps his hands, noting that having another evolved person around will definitely keep the base safer. Safety is their top priority now. He frowns, realizing how far they have to travel to reach their destination. They must prepare thoroughly, as crossing the entire city of Jiang to reach Dongshan is no easy task. Luo Feng stands to the side, pushing up his glasses before warning them to wait, but a sudden noise cuts him off. Suddenly, Jiang Luping and his group spin around in shock. Wei Shuwei rushes over, asking Chen Bai why on earth he has returned. Wondering if something went wrong, she looks at Chen Bai as he climbs through the window, saying he needs a quiet spot. He wants a temporary room to handle some personal business. Zhao Mu points down the hall, offering his and Lin Qizhang's shared space. Chen Bai wraps his arms around both of them as he pulls them along, insisting that he actually needs to be completely alone. Lin Qizhang readily agrees, offering up his bedroom while promising they will just hang out in the living room to guard the door. Behind them, Wei Shiwei suddenly remembers something important. She calls out, asking Chen Bai to wait for just a quick second. Leaning in close in the hotel hallway, she admits she forgot to ask earlier if he knows Song Yi's evolution number. She wants to add her. Chen Bai raises a hand and gives her the ID 990,225. Lin Qizhang quickly chimes in, asking for his number 2 since he and Zhao Mu want to add him. Chen Bai calmly reveals it. 01. Talk about an epic reaction, his face instantly freezes as he stares at Chen Bai in total disbelief. He suddenly bursts into loud laughter, pointing at Chen Bai and asking why his terrible dry sense of humor has not evolved yet. Zhao Mu walks over with a completely serious expression, patting Lin Qizhang on the shoulder and telling him to just send the request. Moments later, a system screen flashes a notification confirming that Evolved Person 01 has officially accepted his pending friend request. Seeing this, Lin Qizhang nearly jumps out of his skin. Chen Bai just chuckles and urges him not to stand there daydreaming. 10 minutes later, Lin Qizhang is resting on the sofa, marveling at how insanely cool Chen Bai's actual ID number really is. Zhao Mu rests his chin on his hand, noting that since it represents the evolution order, it means Chen Bai is the first. He turns to Lin Qizhang, asking if he still remembers that old post Chen Bai made in their dormitory group chat back then. The message warning them about the school suddenly moving the physical fitness exams up to the middle of June to be exact. Lin Qizhang lies still on the couch, replying that of course he remembers because they spent a whole week working out like idiots. He remembers how they spent over a week working out blindly. Hearing this, Zhao Mu suddenly sits straight up, yelling out in realization. Wait, think about it, doesn't that mean Chen Bai actually knew about the impending apocalypse beforehand? Zhao Mu is completely stunned. He guesses it could be a wild coincidence, but either way, they definitely benefited from all that intense physical preparation. Lin Qizhang sits up and leans back, agreeing that they definitely got a massive head start thanks to Chen Bai's timely tip. Zhao Mu nods in agreement. Suddenly, Lin Qizhang turns his gaze over to Wei Shiwei, who is sitting quietly nearby. He points out how incredibly red her face has gotten. Caught off guard, she immediately stands up to make her escape. She claims she needs to return to her room, warning them not to forget Chen Bai's rules about staying out of his space. The door quickly clicks shut behind her. Standing in the hallway, Wei Shiwei places a hand over her racing heart, blushing furiously. Her thoughts are filled with Chen Bai as she stares at her phone, looking at her active chat history with Song Ye. Song Ye immediately texts back, asking how she even got her contact ID. Wei Shiwei calmly replies that Chen Bai gave it to her. A quick reply flashes on the screen as Song Ji complains about how he always flirts with other girls whenever he goes out. Wei Shiwei is taken aback. Song Ji quickly texts again, asking if she is her best friend and if they are in this together. After Wei Shiwei confirms they are indeed best friends, Song Ji sends a happy message expressing immense relief over the situation. She writes that once they are all living together, she will not be the only one who has to call him daddy. Wei Shiwei was completely shocked by those words, and even now the memory makes her cover her burning face in embarrassment. She wonders if Song Ji's wild thoughts are matching her own, finding the idea of all of them together absolutely mind-blowing. Her mind spins as she imagines Chen Bai, Song Ge, and everyone else living under one roof in some crazy arrangement. Suddenly, suspicious murmurs at the end of the hallway catch her attention, with Li Feng whispering that things are far from simple. He leans against the wall, insisting to Jiang Ge that Chen Bai is clearly lying to them since his story has loopholes. Jian Luoping crosses his arms, agreeing that the story sounds highly suspicious and completely fabricated to make him look good. He mocks the idea of Song Zishang running a base for him, dismissing it as nothing but pathetic showing off. Wei Shiwei stands frozen in the hallway, listening to their bitter complaints before the scene shifts over to a digital notification. Inside the mysterious dreamscape, Chen Bai hovers high above with majestic wings, greeting everyone warmly as he looks down from the sky. He apologizes for his brief delay, explaining that he had some urgent matters to take care of in the real world. Looking around the chamber, he smiles upon realizing he is the last to arrive. Meng Meng Wu, Ya, and Han Xiao await him. Han Xiao pulls his hood down with a grin, welcoming him and addressing him by his legendary dreamscape title, the White Emperor. He gushes about finally meeting Han Xiao, claiming he always knew he would be handsome, but this exceeded all his expectations. Meng Meng stands nearby with her hands on her hips and pouts, calling him a total flatterer, prompting an immediate defensive look from him. He quickly denies it, insisting that everything he said is the absolute truth, as Wu Ye takes a step forward to introduce himself. Greeting the Lord, he introduces himself as Wu Ya, explaining that Meng Meng allowed him to join as the extra team member. He shares that his talent is Terror Incarnate, an SS-Rank ability that literally brings a target's deepest fears to life. Hearing this, Han Xiao frowns with disappointment, wondering if his S-Rank mental control makes him the weakest member of the group. Chen Bai chuckles and reassures him that even if his talent is a bit lower, his overall luck is actually quite impressive. He notes that if Han Xiao had faced this crisis just 2 days ago, Meng Meng would not have been able to help him. Back then, her power was limited to dragging people into the dream world to visit her own private isolated domain. Chen Bai explains that by utilizing Sushin within the dreamscape as a central core, they gain a completely new power. This specific core is what allows everyone to physically manifest at his place, a technique he gestures toward with a raised hand. He reveals that Meng Meng only mastered this trick yesterday, which she confirms with a nod, leaving Han Xiao scratching his head. Han Xiao laughs heartily, admitting his luck is indeed pretty good before Chen Bai raises a hand to call for their attention. He announces that while Meng Meng can support all 4 of them, their time inside the dream world is actually quite limited. Urging them to explain their current troubles quickly, he points forward as he begins to lay out his own situation. Sharing that he has an exclusive quest dungeon, he offers to send screenshots so they can discuss details while walking. The system screen suddenly flashes, displaying a summary of the S-Rank exclusive quest titled Family Mystery. Inside, among his father's belongings, he discovered a medical record from Hongxing Mental Hospital with an unfamiliar name. It mentions a mysterious aunt he has never heard of, raising questions about her genetic disease and why she was kept secret. The quest questions if his immense mental talent is linked to this hereditary illness, hinting that the answers lie within the asylum. A key to the secret seems hidden inside Hongxing Mental Hospital, where blood-red writing stands out sharply on a clean white wall. The bloody text reads, Hongxing Mental Hospital 16, as Han Xiao points toward a spatial rift and identifies it as the entrance. He explains that the facility had already transformed into a dangerous dungeon by the time he tracked it down. Looking back at Chen Bai, he admits he tried entering once but was forced to retreat almost immediately. With crossed arms, he confesses that he cannot handle the nightmare-level monsters inside, which range from level 5 to level 12. To make matters worse, the system warned him that someone has noticed his presence and might flee with all the secrets. Chen Bai offers a reassuring smile, reaching his hand toward the spatial portal as he signals that he understands the situation. A prompt quickly pops up on the interface, asking the party if they are ready to enter the asylum dungeon. Rallying his team with a quick nod, the group immediately materializes deep inside the eerie hospital ruins. As they adjust to the chilling atmosphere of the dungeon, Wu Ya scans the dark corridor ahead with a cold sneer. He dismisses the threats as mere small fry, though Meng Meng crosses her arms and admits the place gives her bad vibes. Han Xiao quickly warns them that even the low-level minions here are surprisingly tough, urging everyone to stay highly alert. Right on cue, a twisted, grotesque nurse monster limps out of the shadows, prompting Wu Ya to immediately step forward. He tells the group to hold back while he tests the monster's strength, just as the beast lunges straight at him. Standing his ground, Wu Ya raises his hand, triggering his SS-Rank Terror Incarnate talent to deal with the charging threat. The monstrous nurse instantly collapses to the floor as her heart violently constricts under the sheer weight of his psychological pressure. With a casual snap of his fingers, he activates Terror Mode Rupture, instantly causing the monster's heart to burst. A system notification pops up, confirming the target has been eliminated, granting a sweet chunk of experience points to the party. Meng Meng strokes her chin, joking that his brutal style makes him look more like a villain than the monsters themselves. Han Xiao cheers at the impressive display while Chen Bai chuckles and offers a solid nod of approval. Suddenly, a blue skill card materializes in Wu Ya's hand, revealing a powerful mental area of effect skill called Piercing Mind Blast. Though it deals heavy psychic damage, the loud mental shockwaves are guaranteed to draw nearby monsters straight to their position. He reads the description aloud excitedly, pointing out their incredible luck in finding such a powerful active combat skill. Smiling warmly, Chen Bai suggests that since both Han Xiao and Meng Meng possess mental talents, they should decide who gets it. Han Xiao politely declines with a smile, explaining that he only needs the quest items and his talent. Explaining she already has a similar skill, Meng Meng smiles brightly and takes the card, saying she won't stand on ceremony. After thanking him, she crosses her arms over her chest. Within moments, the system interface pops up to notify her. She has successfully learned the Screaming Psychic Blast skill. Seeing her finish absorbing it, Chen Bai tells Meng Meng to test it out. Hearing this, she looks up and warns her master that while the damage radius of this skill isn't huge, the sound range is massive. She worries that the loud noise will lure out all the monsters currently hiding inside the hospital rooms. Chen Bai tilts his head and says that's exactly what they want. Hunting them down one by one is way too tedious. He tells her to relax because nothing will go wrong, prompting Meng Meng to immediately agree with a quick nod. She raises both hands to activate the Screaming Psychic Blast, sending out ripples of vibrant pink energy into the air. The shockwaves expand outward, drawing in nearby monsters. Chen Bai smiles, thoroughly impressed by how well the taunt skill works. Han Xiao watches the massive horde of monsters swarming their way and remarks that this dungeon has way too many mobs. From behind, Wu Ye warns everyone to stay focused and keep their guard up. Meng Meng glances back at Chen Bai with concern. She asks her master if they can really handle this many enemies. Smiling calmly, he assures her that it is absolutely not a problem. In fact, Chen Bai cracks his neck and says this is the perfect opportunity to test out his newly upgraded ability. Hearing their leader sound so confident, Han Xiao instantly relaxes and summons his flying daggers with an excited shout. He lets them fly, sending a storm of sharp blades straight through the chests of the oncoming beasts. Nearby, Wu Yao raises his hand, summoning dark energy that rises from the floor to engulf their targets in absolute dread. Clenching his fist, he commands the black tentacles to wrap around and shred them. Meanwhile, Meng Meng aims her heavy cannon at the horde. She fires, watching the blast bloom into a sea of flames. Han Xiao and Wu Yao watch in absolute shock at her raw power. Licking her lips, she prepares another round. Watching her trigger-happy grin, Han Xiao can only twitch his lips in disbelief. He wonders if her dreamscape creation ability is just too overpowered. At this rate, will she eventually build a literal giant mech? Wu Yao nods, confident that she absolutely can. But then he glances over at Chen Bai and pauses, suddenly feeling a bit confused. While manipulating his dark energy to clear out the enemies, Wu Ye keeps his eyes on Chen Bai, wondering why he has not attacked yet. Meanwhile, Chen Bai is staring at his mutated hands in deep thought. The power has built up, but charging this skill takes quite a while. It is a bit too slow to utilize mid-combat. But then a sharp grin spreads across his face, and he declares that it is ready. With a powerful slam, Chen Bai drives both hands into the floor. Massive black bone spikes immediately rupture through the concrete. The spikes grow at an insane speed, ballooning into giant pillars that effortlessly impale the monsters. The rest of the team can only watch. Staring at the massive battlefield spanning spikes, the three of them are left completely speechless. Meng Meng gasps in awe at her master's power. Han Xiao's jaw drops as he stammers out, "Is this the White Emperor?" But as Chen Bai turns around, two figures emerge from the shadows. Two monstrous nurses step forward. Spotting them, Han Xiao immediately flings his daggers, shouting that there are still survivors and he'll take them. But Chen Bai casually raises a hand, catching the daggers midair. He tells them to hold on as he left these sub-bosses alive on purpose. Han Xiao turns pale, groaning about how his ultimate weapon was caught barehanded. Wu Ye simply pats his shoulder in silent sympathy. Meanwhile, Chen Bai shifts his attention to a new system alert. His blacklight devour skill has successfully evolved. He can now peer into the memories of devoured targets with a random chance to copy any of their master-level skills. He reaches toward the heads of the two head nurses to trigger the devourer, eager to probe their minds. He hadn't had a chance to test this ability since acquiring it. Inside the memory, head nurse Kang is shown bound to a crucifix. She screams in absolute terror, begging to know what is happening. The memory flashes forward to her, shaking violently on the floor. She begs someone to stay away as she sobs on the ground. Suddenly, the glowing red-eyed director barks at her to shut up. He demands that head nurse Kang quiet down. Her final memory is a dark, endless abyss accompanied by deafening, echoing screams. The scene shifts, showing the director placing a hand on her head, muttering about how weak her mental state is to break so easily. He laments that he wanted to offer her to his master, but a mad woman can only serve as a sacrificial lamb for next month. Then a different nurse tries to comfort head nurse Wang, telling her not to take the cold treatment from others to heart. They are only keeping their distance because of what happened to head nurse Kang. Wang calmly nods, saying she understands the situation. She recalls finding Kang lying on a hospital bed, continuously whispering the number 16 to herself. Such a beautiful, kind person gone mad. She couldn't understand how her friend collapsed so suddenly. Back in reality, Chen Bai frowns as he pulls out of the memory. 16 in a mama's formation. Suddenly, it all clicks, and he recalls a memory from back when he worked as a simple laborer. Having hunted demons in his past life, he remembered rumors of a certain mental asylum dungeon in Mo being linked to devils capable of even summoning them. Too bad, his level back then had already far exceeded the dungeon limit, so he only read a forum post and ignored it. After reading about it on the Evolution forums, he simply forgot. Now Chen Bai walks over to the other three and gives them a warning. Alright, let us find Han Xiao to get clues for the secret quest. He tells them everyone stay sharp and do not split up. Staring straight ahead, he warns that a highly powerful creature likely lurks in this very area. Half an hour passes. The entire hospital is now plunged into a dead, silent night. Han Xiao climbs up the stairs, muttering that all the monsters seem gone. They had all been lured outside, and after searching 3 whole floors, they still have not found a single lead. Walking ahead, Meng Meng looks up, realizing they might not be completely empty-handed. Wu Ya quickly steps forward to add his thoughts. The number 16 pops up all over this place, he notes before looking ahead and wondering aloud about their silent enemy. Whether it is 16 or 18, he just wants to know why the dungeon boss is still hiding. Could it be terrified of the White Emperor? At the end of the hallway, threads of crimson bone rapidly assemble and a raspy voice echoes through the dark. It calls them crazy young fools. Han Xiao instantly prepares a skill and demands to know who is there. A pair of monstrous clawed legs covered in fresh blood steps out of the dark eyes glowing with crimson light. He is the director of Hong Tin Psychiatric Hospital, an envoy sent by Solomon, the 16th demon king of the 72 pillars. Han Xiao stammers in shock, realizing it is a devil, while Wu Ya mutters in disbelief about this demon god envoy. The director glares at the loud group, telling them that acting calm will not save them from becoming sacrifices for his lord. That is their only end, though. He offers Meng Meng a twisted deal: serve his master, bear his master children, and live. With a malicious grin, he says he might spare her. Meng Meng scowls and screams back for him to keep dreaming. She tells him to go bear his master's babies himself. Chen Bai sneers, calling him nothing but a low-tier mutated human devil. Dark energy rolls off Chen Bai's mutated arm as he mockingly asks if this freak is being a bit too arrogant. If you actually have power, show it to your grandpa instead of talking trash, he goads. The director raises both hands. Crimson energy swirls violently around him. Ignorant humans, he growls, you have no idea who you are dealing with. Let me show you the true power my lord has bestowed upon me, the director roars, opening his jaws wide. Suddenly, a massive spectral image of his face lunges directly at the four. Han Xiao's eyes widen in sheer panic. Grabbing his head, he drops to his knees under an overwhelming pressure. Meng Meng also clutches her head, screaming out. She cries out for her master. Chen Bai grimaces, cursedly muttering about how much he absolutely hates mental attacks. This constant psychic pressure is incredibly annoying. Even though his own mental stats are high, he lacks psychic defense skills. If things drag on, he will be at a massive disadvantage. He quickly charges forward, aiming for a swift victory. Chen Bai lunges directly at the director, thrusting his razor-sharp claws straight toward the boss's chest in a decisive blow. The director laughs, welcoming the attack as waves of pitch-black hellfire erupt from his body and spread everywhere. Chen Bai silently transforms his arm into a sturdy shield, blocking the oncoming torrent of dark flames. Grinning widely, the director praises his strength, surprised that the young man could actually withstand the blast. Still, he looks at him with pure disdain, claiming his dark hellfire is absolutely impossible to break through. He declares that mental suppression will ultimately break them all. Chen Bai furrows his brows, staying on high guard. The director laughs again, telling them there is no escape. They are completely cornered in this deadly trap. He demands to see their faces of absolute despair as they struggle. But suddenly, Han Xiao lets out a soft chuckle. Touching his forehead, a brilliant wave of blue energy erupts from him, instantly washing away the oppressive crimson mist. Wu Ya looks down at his hands, feeling the heavy psychic weight lift, while Meng Meng slowly recovers on the ground. She wonders why Han Xiao did not use this handy trick sooner. The young man just rubs his forehead with a smile. He says he simply released a bit of his spiritual energy, which somehow countered the boss's powerful psychic suppression. Hearing this, the director stares at him in absolute shock, finally recognizing the young man's true lineage. He gasps, realizing Han Xiao is a descendant of the Han family, possessing the very bloodline of his master. Glowering with red light, the boss yells that a mere bloodline will not save them from his devastating hellfire. He claims his dark flames will still reduce them to ash. Han Xiao simply steps forward, opening his arms wide. He asks if a loyal dog should really be trying to murder his master's direct descendant like this. Frowning deeply, the director yells out, asking if they are not afraid of his master, trampling them to death for their betrayal. He boasts that killing them might even earn him a reward from his master, telling them to burn to dust in the fires of hell. Tilting his head back to gather raging flames, he screams. Instantly, Wu Ya rushes forward to stop him from unleashing the attack. They need to block him before he can spit fire. But suddenly, the director bows his head forward. He lets out a massive sneeze, forcing Wu Ya to halt in confusion. Han Xiao asks if the old man has caught a cold. Wondering if this is some bizarre new skill, they watch as Chen Bai stands behind them, hands on his hips, noting the effect was pretty slow. He tells the director that his devil constitution must be pretty decent, as the director starts coughing uncontrollably. Looking up at the young man approaching him, the director gasps out, asking what he did. Chen Bai leans in close to respond. He says it is just a skill that makes enemies sneeze constantly, though he did recently upgrade it. He adds that this specific skill is called pulmonary infection flu, and the system screen immediately pops up to show the details. The evolved flu skill causes a pulmonary infection. Once unleashed on a target, it triggers the first stage almost instantly. This process takes anywhere from 1 second to 10 minutes, depending purely on the physical stats of the victim. During stage 1, all attributes gradually decrease and 3 to 5 random disease debuffs appear. Any spell casting is heavily disrupted. Constant sneezing makes spells slow, highly inaccurate, or fail completely. Once they hit stage 2, physical stats drop significantly. Their constitution drops below half. Coughing violently, the director desperately denies it, yelling that it is impossible for him to fall ill. How could a high-level being get sick? Right then, the system screen flashes a warning about the second stage. All recovery is slashed by 90%, 5 to 10 random debuffs trigger, and his breathing begins to fail. Stumbling against the wall, he mutters that he is a superior life form. Suddenly, a notification alerts him that Stage 3 has begun. Stage 3 is a total loss of breathing. Looking down at him, Chen Bai smiles, noting that even devils need to breathe. He muses that this is definitely worth the massive amount of virus points he spent. Just as the boss collapses, a notification sounds. The system confirms they successfully defeated the level 12 Hell Apostle dungeon boss Zhao Chenglin, granting 30,000 experience points. This is distributed based on their battle contributions. But when Chen Bai turns around, his 3 teammates are standing completely frozen. They are trembling with fear. Chen Bai raises a hand asking what is wrong, while Han Xiao quickly covers his mouth. He warns that there is a virus in the air. Meng Meng also covers her mouth, begging her master not to infect her. Chen Bai just smiles and reassures them that they will not catch anything unless he actively targets them with the virus. Meng Meng collapses to the floor in relief, declaring that Emperor Bai's skills are absolutely overpowered. Hearing this, he pulls up his system menu. He tells her to save the flattery, explaining this only worked because the devil had a weak constitution and many monsters do not breathe. He then turns to Han Xiao, asking if he received the dungeon clearance notification and the battle strategy video prompt. Han Xiao confirms he got it too, but looking at his screen, he wonders why his main quest has not cleared yet. Chen Bai laughs and points out that there must be an active side quest somewhere in the dungeon that they still need to find. He urges everyone to search for it, then mentions he plans to publish their clearance video, asking if anyone wants to hide their faces. Wu Ye immediately covers his face, asking the group leader to please conceal his identity because he does not want any fame. Meng Meng hugs her knees and requests the same, while Han Xiao smiles and clasps his hands, asking to keep things low-key. He asks them to keep it discreet, suggesting they check the boss drops first before helping him search for the side quest. Right after the system flashes a global notification that the evolver named Chen Bai has successfully led his team members. They have cleared the Nightmare difficulty, Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, and the guide video has been uploaded for 5 coins of view. Lounging on her sofa, Song Zishang stares at the newly uploaded video on her screen just as 3 players from Lin Qijing's squad do. They are completely stunned to see the video pop up. Meanwhile, inside a private room, Li Feng sits with a knowing smirk. He watches the footage as a powerful figure appears on the screen, though the face is completely blurred to hide their identity. However, the razor-sharp claws on his arms and the overwhelming aura he radiates make him instantly recognizable to the viewers. A heavy silence falls over the room. Zheng Yexu is the first to break the tension, pointing out that despite the hidden face, she remembers those distinct claws perfectly from earlier videos, making it absolutely certain that this mysterious player is Chen Bai. Wei Shiwei smirks proudly, crossing her arms as she delivers a sarcastic remark demanding to know why they have all gone quiet. She mocks them, asking which 2 geniuses were just analyzing the situation and calling Chen Bai a fraud a moment ago. Li Feng's expression turns sour, his eyes glued to the screen in disbelief as he tries to process what he is seeing. Could he still be inside that hotel room? Quickly snapping out of his daze, Li Feng turns to Jiang Luoping and argues that even if this really is Chen Bai, this footage only shows his insane combat power. It does not prove that the sanctuary he mentioned actually exists. Hearing this, Jiang Luoping finds Li Feng's argument pretty reasonable. He gets up from his chair looking extremely anxious. What if the truth is actually far more terrifying? His mind races. Horrific scenarios of Chen Bai play out. He imagines Chen Bai devouring countless people to fuel his own strength, his expression twisting with absolute dread. What if Chen Bai is simply trying to lure survivors to his base just to use them as human livestock? Harvested like cattle, the terrifying thought alone makes the entire situation feel incredibly dark and twisted. Unable to tolerate this nonsense, Wei Shiwei snaps and stands up to confront them. She calls out Li Feng directly. Everyone knows you have a personal grudge against Chen Bai. Besides, everyone else received top-tier gear except for you. She glares at them. Stubborn fools. Her fingers tap rapidly across the screen as she pulls up a video. Telling them to watch the video she just sent, a horrifying scene suddenly flashes to life on the screen. A massive blood-red wall. Writhing with countless mouths, it endlessly swallows piles of human corpses. Zhang Yexiu gasps, her jaw dropping in pure horror as she asks what kind of monster that is. Wei Shiwei calmly explains that Song Ji just sent her the video suggesting they all watch it together. Even Li Feng and Jiang Luping are completely stunned, their faces turning pale as the video shifts location. Li Feng stammers in disbelief as the screen displays Jiangcheng's high-end villa district now transformed into a fortress. Song Ji appears on the screen cheerfully introducing the bizarre flesh and bone wall guarding the perimeter of the base. She explains it only consumes corpses for defense, teasing Wei Shiwei about probably being scared half to death by now. With a laugh, she pans the camera over the sanctuary. Nearby survivors wave happily at the lens. Song Ge mentions that buying a system stream is pretty expensive, so she could only afford 10 minutes. But 10 minutes should be more than enough to show her everything from the foot of the mountain up to the peak. She walks into the base, guiding them through the different zones without wasting a single second. The foot of the mountain is the busiest area. Anyone can enter for just one survival coin a day, but she warns that causing any trouble here will instantly cost you your life. A strict zero-tolerance policy. Moving up the lush mountainside houses their families with plans to build multiple entertainment zones soon. She plops down on the grass to capture the beautiful scenery, looking incredibly happy and relaxed. Then she shows off the peak villas, proudly stating she lives up there herself in absolute safety. Hardly anyone resides up here at the very top, making it completely impenetrable to ordinary outsiders or any threats. Watching through the system screen, Wei Shiwei and her friends can clearly see how incredible the sanctuary looks. Song Ye promises Wei Shiwei she'll secure her a spot at the peak when she arrives, teasing her further. She giggles, calling Chen Bai a hopeless pervert, teasing that it is only a matter of time before he makes his move. Her cheeks turn a bright shade of red before she quickly says goodbye, urging Wei Shiwei to hurry over. She needs to run a dungeon next to level up her stats so they can all handle Chen Bai together. Hearing this, Zhang Yexiu quickly catches the subtle hint and immediately turns around to tease Wei Shiwei. She asks if she ever bothered to ask Song Ji exactly how many other women Chen Bai currently has. Wei Shiwei blushes so hard she can't even look up, her voice trembling slightly as she deflects the question. She huffs that it does not matter privately, feeling a bit of regret for sharing the video at all. Standing right across from her, Li Feng suddenly speaks up, breaking her train of thought and bringing her back to reality. He admits there is no room left for doubt, genuinely amazed by Chen Bai's incredible influence. Embarrassed, he tries to backpedal, claiming he was only playing devil's advocate for the sake of discussion. Before he can finish, Jiang Luping suddenly cuts in with a panicked expression, yelling at Wei Shiwei. He tells her she absolutely cannot become one of Chen Bai's women, which instantly makes her tone turn sharp. She snaps back in irritation, demanding to know when she ever said she wanted to be his woman. Missing the point completely, Jiang Luping rambles on about how Chen Bai has way too many women. He stammers that she'd hate someone like that, his face flushing as a hopeful look flashes in his eyes. He smiles warmly and immediately confesses his love, declaring that he only has eyes for her. But standing before his intense display, Wei Shiwei raises her hand to block his advance and coldly shuts him down, demanding that he stop right there. She warns him not to come any closer. Her voice is incredibly sharp and decisive as she addresses Jiang Luoping. She asks who he wants, saying how many people he likes is none of her business, having rejected him countless times already. Her eyes lock onto him with a cold, sharp glare. She repeats once again that she does not feel a single thing for him. She demands that he stop liking her. Meanwhile, inside the magic capital dreamland of the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, on the 4th floor, Chen Bai just defeated the director. Thin threads quickly emerge from his arm and latch onto his body. Just then, a sudden system notification surprises him. A status screen quickly pops up right in front of his eyes. The display shows that this creature contains special bloodline atoms, giving him the option to devour them or extract them. Absorbing these unique bloodline atoms will have a direct impact on his virus, his blacklight power, and his physical body. Reading this, he gets quite interested. Thinking how demons usually grant bloodlines to minions, he commands the system to extract it. Meanwhile, his hand continues absorbing power from the director. The system quickly processes his request and shows a series of alerts. The system alerts confirm he devoured a special creature, earning 500 evolution points specifically for his blacklight virus. He also unlocks the ability to absorb target skills, gaining the rank, a skill called Shepherd's Cremating Fire. Just then, a red vial appears in Chen Bai's hand as the system announces that the extracted bloodline atom has successfully become an item. The screen immediately displays the detailed specifications and descriptions of this newly formed item for him to read. It describes the bloodline atom as a weak bloodline essence of a rank, a demon condensed into a potion-type item. Consuming it grants a weak demon bloodline but requires his mental strength and physical stats to be 20 or higher. With requirements of at least 20 in both stats, he looks at the vial, still finding it hard to believe. Wondering if this is truly a bloodline atom, he quickly snaps out of it, putting it away with a curious look. And talk about a lucky break, extracting the essence actually turns it into a usable item instead of making it vanish. Right after, Chen Bai casually acts like nothing happened and turns to ask the others if the boss dropped any good loot. An excited Han Xiao pulls out several items and begins introducing them one after another with a huge grin. He claims there is a ton of loot, including a rank, a Hell Messenger class change scroll, and a special skill book. This rank, a skill, is called Hellish Black Flame. Nearby, Meng Meng quickly pulls out a piece of parchment as well. She also displays a unique armor blueprint and some rank D gear, pointing out a bizarre drawing drawn on the parchment. The text details a blueprint for crafting the Horn of Seth, the Shepherd. It lists the necessary materials for production. To craft this rank C to rank S armor, one needs a purebred demon horn, abyssal fire, and a dark crystal. The final grade depends on the materials, and once a rank S horn is crafted, it becomes the only one in existence. No one else can ever replicate a rank S version after that. Chen Bai strokes his chin thoughtfully while examining it. He notes that a purebred demon horn is required, quietly mentioning that he actually knows exactly where to find one. Right after, he steps forward and begins dividing the newly acquired loot among the other three group members. He decides to take the blueprint while handing the class change scroll over to Han Xiao due to his demon bloodline. He gives the skill to Meng Meng and the gear goes to Wu Ye for helping out earlier, which everyone fully agrees with. They praise Emperor Bai for his incredibly fair distribution and eagerly thank him. Watching their dramatic reactions, Meng Meng stands speechless. Meng Meng is completely at a loss for words, but Han Xiao gets even more dramatic, talking non-stop with absolute excitement. He thanks them in advance for helping him find the final clues needed to complete his personal quest. His overly dramatic behavior and ridiculous thank you speech leave the remaining three teammates completely speechless and sighing. A moment later, they quickly make their way toward the director's office inside the magic capital Dreamland space. Located on the 4th floor of the hospital dungeon, Han Xiao points directly at the wooden door before them. He suggests that the main clues must be inside unless the demon director has some other secret room hidden away. Without wasting any more time, he pushes the heavy door open, but once the door swings open, the scene inside leaves Han Xiao completely frozen in disbelief. Standing right in front of them is a massive towering figure. The chilling atmosphere surrounding it makes it look incredibly terrifying. After recovering from their shock, the four step inside. Staring at the giant object, Meng Meng cannot help but express her awe and curiosity toward the strange, massive statue. How could any creature possess such an incredibly overwhelming aura? What kind of demon is this? Standing at the front, Chen Bai immediately begins to explain. This is Zephyr, the 16th of Solomon's 72 demon pillars and the very master that Zhao Changlin kept talking about. Chen Bai reaches out to gently touch the statue, his eyes filled with genuine interest. The reason this stone figure holds such power is quite simple. Zephyr has inhabited this sculpture in some form or another. It is actually quite fascinating, leaving Chen Bai wondering what comes next. He wonders if the director will actually find a way to summon this entity. Right after, an ancient story begins to slowly unfold. Around 100 years ago, a woman from the Han family fell hopelessly in love with the earthly manifestation of Zephyr. Since that fateful moment, every generation of the Han family has given birth to a set of fraternal twins, one boy and one girl. As time passed, the daughter of each generation would stay here forever once she grew up, bound to become Zephyr's bride. The son, on the other hand, would marry and have children, living his life completely unaware of the family's dark curse. Meanwhile, inside the dreamscape of Madu at the Red Star Mental Hospital, they occupy the director's office on the 4th floor. Meng Meng holds a notebook in her hands, carefully reading the secrets written inside aloud for the other three to hear. Over a decade ago, Han Xiao's father somehow discovered the dark truth of their lineage. Desperate to escape this twisted destiny, he tried to save his daughter from being forced into this mental hospital forever to serve a literal demon. According to her, he chose to kill the baby girl right at birth. A heartbreaking vision of that tragic moment flashes through Han Xiao's mind. The painful image of a father forced to kill his own child is almost too much to bear. But Meng Meng is not done reading. She continues, explaining that Zhao Changlin had discovered the plot, stopped Han Yang, and immediately reported the betrayal to Zephyr. Han Yang was brutally stripped of his bloodline for his rebellion. The records show that Han Xiao's sister was taken away shortly after. She was raised by Zephyr, while Zhao Changlin received a corrupt demonic bloodline as a dark reward for his loyalty. Finishing the text, Meng Meng tosses the book aside in disgust, summarizing the twisted thoughts of that lunatic director. The pages are mostly filled with his intense jealousy of the Han bloodline, repeatedly calling Han Yong a complete fool. He also bragged about his achievements and rewards earned over years of swearing his loyalty to the demon. Piecing all these clues together was already a huge challenge. Just as she finishes speaking, Han Xiao walks over. He speaks up, thanking Meng Meng and mentioning that he just received his next quest notification from the system. Honestly, learning about his family history is incredibly painful, but he is genuinely glad to have her help. She tells him not to mention it, admitting she always enjoys hunting for clues. Only then does she notice Chen Bai's actions. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asks her master why he has been staring at that bizarre statue since they arrived. Chen Bai calmly reaches out to touch a sharp edge of the sculpture and answers that there absolutely is. The moment his fingers brush against the mechanism, a secret door suddenly swings open, leaving the group completely stunned. Wu Ya is the very first to break the silence, stuttering in absolute shock as he stares at the opening. Beside him, Han Xiao cannot help but swear under his breath, completely amazed to find a hidden chamber right here. Meng Meng wonders what else could possibly be hidden down there. Together, the group cautiously steps into the dark passage. After descending the long winding staircase for what feels like hours, Han Xiao finally breaks the heavy silence. He estimates they must have traveled from the 4th floor straight into the deep underground, judging by his step count. Chen Bai remains perfectly calm, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he softly reassures his anxious companion. He mentions they are almost there, predicting that whatever lies ahead will surely be the ultimate destination of their search. Just then, a heavy door appears right before their eyes, casting a faint, eerie glow into the damp passage. He whispers that this must be where Zhao Changlin made contact, offered sacrifices, or fully summoned Zephyr. Stepping through the doorway, the four of them instantly notice massive wooden crosses wrapped tightly in heavy rusted iron chains. In the center lies a strange glowing runic symbol resembling a ritual circle. Chen Bai cautiously approaches the middle. He kneels down to examine an odd object on the floor while Wu Ya complains about the overwhelming smell of fresh blood. Watching his movements closely, Meng Meng cannot help but ask her master what exactly he is trying to find there. He stands up, telling them that he has shared the screen so they can simply look at the details themselves. The system screen quickly displays the item details, showing the Hell Teleportation Array Core, which is a very special artifact. It is designed to activate the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon and fully summon the Dark Ritual of Zephyr. This process requires sacrificing 16 human lives along with their blood and souls as the system interface glows. System alert. Note that this item is unique. The summoned demon god will also be heavily restricted by dungeon rules. Its level will be capped at 12. Once summoned, the dungeon difficulty will immediately spike to Hell mode. Reading those lines leaves Han Xiao completely stunned. Summoning a demon god, he gasps. Nearby, Wu Ya is just as shocked, wondering if there are post-summon level limits. It is insane. Meng Meng, however, is incredibly hyped, shouting out to her master with pure excitement. Master, if we summon this demon god and kill it, we will strike it rich. Hearing this, Chen Bai looks over at them, giddy with excitement. He coldly interrupts, pointing out he is only level 8, so what about them? The three immediately reply with painfully low numbers. Level 5. Level 4. Barely even 3. Hearing this, Chen Bai slowly makes a sharp, cold throat-slitting gesture. His tone is icy and mocking. Exactly. If you summon it, you all will die instantly. None of you are even level 10 yet. No class. No real gear. Where do you get the nerve to think you can take on a level 12 demon god? Han Xiao just grins, rubbing his head sheepishly. But do we not have the great Chen Bai right here? His complete lack of awareness leaves Chen Bai completely speechless. Eventually, he has to speak up and explain that even with him, it is absolutely impossible. There is a massive gap between a true demon god and one with diluted bloodlines. Surely they must know how that works, right? Wait until you hit the dungeon level cap and unlock a proper class before coming back. Hearing his advice, Wu Ya immediately turns to Meng Meng to claim her spot. Next time, you big bosses must take me along. Meng Meng, being playful, winks and readily agrees, promising to give her top priority. A short while later, the four of them begin moving back up to the surface. Meng Meng speaks up, noting that since this dungeon is finished, what does everyone want to do next? Han Xiao, however, still looks a bit troubled, admitting to the group that there is one thing he cannot quite understand. He runs a hand through his hair, mentioning that the demon descendant has a younger sister. He wonders if these anomalies just suddenly popped into existence when the apocalypse descended. Hearing this, Chen Bai answers in a soft, low voice, admitting he is unsure if they came from the void or always existed, but they are real now. Why ask so suddenly? Did something happen to his father before the apocalypse hit? Hearing Chen Bai ask this, Han Xiao does not hesitate to reply. Not really, as they were never close. He was just an ordinary man, nothing unusual at all. His face darkens with a touch of sadness. There was really nothing special about his father's life. But then the unusual part was how he turned into a zombie that was completely different from all the others. This grabs Wu Ye's attention, who quickly focuses on the details of his words. A demon zombie, is that even possible? It sounds incredibly rare. Han Xiao smiles helplessly quickly, clarifying that it has absolutely nothing to do with demons. In his mind, old memories begin to resurface from the past. His father had transformed into a plague zombie, his decaying body covered in rotting patches. They were a sickening green and purple. It filled Han Xiao with such absolute dread that he did not dare touch them at all. Out of pure terror, he was forced to quickly master his mental ability to manipulate objects from afar. It was like his father's final harsh lesson to him. Hearing this, Chen Bai is left a bit puzzled, asking, to clarify. A plague zombie. Han Xiao nods, suspecting something went horribly wrong at the chemical plant where his father worked, noting his father's colleagues living nearby also developed similar bruising. Hearing this, Chen Bai falls deep into thought. That chemical plant could be tied to his SSS class plague cult quest. Now watch, this is where it gets interesting. He snaps out of his thoughts and turns back to Han Xiao, admitting he is highly interested in checking out that chemical facility. Once he visits Magic City, he asks Han Xiao to take him there. Han Xiao agrees without a second thought. It is no problem at all, he says. Right then, Wu Ya, who has been silent, suddenly raises her hand. She asks Chen Bai about her ability mechanics. Chen Bai nods, welcoming any questions or information they can share, to benefit the whole group. Sometime later, after the four of them finish exchanging their thoughts, Chen Bai is feeling highly satisfied. It was a great haul, and he even managed to secure clues about the Plague Lord. With those clues secured, Chen Bai heads back to his room to rest. He lies down on his bed, drifting off to sleep when the sound of violent non-stop coughing echoes nearby. Suddenly, Chen Bai finds himself in a hotel room in Jiangcheng, specifically room 1503. Several people are collapsed on the floor, coughing uncontrollably. The distressing sight before his eyes throws him into a panic, and he frantically asks what is wrong with them. A weak voice calls out to Chen Bai. He carefully helps them onto the sofa, demanding to know what happened. Didn't he warn them not to enter? He released a heavy amount of virus to prevent any outside interference. The other two keep coughing uncontrollably but struggle to speak, complaining that they now have over 20 negative debuffs stacked on them. It acts just like a deadly disease. All 30 of their attributes have dropped straight to 0, leaving them begging Chen Bai for an antidote. Hearing their desperate pleas, he gently reassures them that he already purged the virus from their bodies. Their stats will recover in just a moment. He tells them to rest there while he heads out to take care of something. But right as he turns to leave, Wei Shiwei calls out with a warning. Chen Bai, Jiang Luoping is actually trying to kill you. This catches him completely off guard. Why would the guy want him dead? He asks her what his reason could possibly be. Her expression turns serious as she explains. It turns out Jiang Luoping and Li Feng never believed the safe zone he mentioned actually existed. To prove it, she had asked Song Ji to send a video over, but things quickly went sideways with her friend. Wei Shiwei sits him down to lay out the whole story, going into every single detail about the chaos that went down. After she rejected him, the guy completely snapped, screaming Chen Bai's name and blaming him for every single problem since he arrived. He truly believed that if he just killed Chen Bai, everything would go back to normal. The story leaves Chen Bai completely speechless. The guy is an absolute idiot. Chen Bai cannot help but wonder if his brain is even functioning. Wei Shiwei agrees, calling him an absolute psycho who constantly threatens any guy she even tries to talk to. He even forced her childhood friend to drop out of school, a painful memory that still haunts her to this day. Back then, Jiang Luoping had left in a rage. If Song Ji had not protected her, he would have ruined her like the others. Heavy coughing continues to echo from the other room, interrupting their conversation as Wei Shiwei shudders at the thought. She admits she would have been completely broken by him long ago. Her expression turns cold, masked with a deep, lingering exhaustion. Being trapped in this hotel with him made every single day feel like an eternity, an absolute living nightmare. Luckily, his talent was not strong enough to overpower her. Seizing the moment, Wei Shiwei holds nothing back and makes a confession. She tells Chen Bai how incredibly strong he has become and how genuinely happy she is that Song Ge is still alive. Once she finishes speaking, a heavy silence falls over the hallway. They stand there in quiet contemplation for a long moment. Eventually, they stand up and get ready to head back inside. Wei Shiwei suddenly wonders if Jiang Luoping is dead yet. He has been stuck in the trap for a long time now. Chen Bai reassures her that he is still breathing. The massive viral load is draining his attributes rapidly, but it will still take a while for him to actually drop dead. Hearing this, she starts to stammer. She has a plan, and it instantly sparks his curiosity. What is she planning? Her face turns icy, cold, filled with absolute hatred. She wants him to die with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, the door swings open. The man inside looks up to see the two of them standing right at the threshold, his bloodshot eyes widening in horror. Jiang Luoping watches in absolute fury as Chen Bai and Wei Shiwei share a passionate kiss right in front of his face. Rewinding a bit, Chen Bai had suggested that a simple kiss would be the perfect way to break the guy completely. She had quickly agreed, teasingly mentioning it was her very first kiss. Fast forward to 2 days later, deep in the forest, Chen Bai moves with insane agility. He leaps from branch to branch, effortless as a ghost. Deep in the mountains of Wushuang, his system interface suddenly rings with an incoming private call notification from Song Ziqiang. Chen Bai pauses his run and answers the call, asking what is going on. On the other end, Song Ziqiang sits elegantly. Crossing her legs and reviewing some papers, she offers a quick status update reporting that their rescue team successfully reached Wei Shiwei. They picked her up along the river route and are currently heading back. Chen Bai nods in approval from the screen. He praises her for the clean execution. Back in her luxurious hilltop study, she tosses the reports onto her desk. She stares back at the screen, bringing up one more urgent matter that has been blowing up on the Evolution forums recently. Everyone is talking about a mysterious chat group packed with top-tier players, with rumors pointing to Chen Bai as the founder. Apparently, this exclusive club is made up entirely of the elite vanguard who awakened their talents first during the system integration. Song Ziqiang narrows her eyes, asking him point-blank if the rumors are true. Meanwhile, Chen Bai stands at the peak. He looks out over the massive, sprawling city skyline before casually confirming that the Group 001 rumors are absolutely real. He reminds her of the viral posts he had asked her to promote just a few days ago. Her eyes light up with sudden understanding. She realizes this means an army of powerhouse players will soon be working under them. But then she asks about their next move. She wonders how they should handle the forum posts regarding Group 001. Hearing this, he leaps gracefully down to the ground. He drops straight down and lands softly before speaking. "Don't worry about this, I will make the decision right now." After reading the posts, he tells her to just send him the titles with the highest engagement. Song Ziqiang quickly agrees. She readily accepts Chen Bai's proposal, promising to arrange it immediately. Suddenly, an unexpected notification pops up on his screen. The details reveal a shocking post from before the apocalypse claiming the self-proclaimed White Emperor knew about the upcoming universal trial. Analyzing Chen Bai's video, people realize many top-tier players actually belong to the exact same private chat group. Since monsters existed before the trial, some humans must have evolved early. Then the host of chat group 002 speaks up. He claims that from his own experience, chat group 001 was likely created before the cosmic trial even began. Chen Bai falls silent after reading this, realizing it is finally time to officially launch chat group 001. He opens his interface, walking slowly as he murmurs to himself that this will grant him massive influence and power. It will also foster a sense of collective pride among the members, making them much easier to recruit down the line. Winning over top-tier experts would be a breeze. He continues walking through the forest, stepping on the lush green grass. Suddenly, the vibrant greenery withers away, and the dying vegetation forces Chen Bai to stop dead in his tracks. The air turns gloomy and bizarre under a blood-red sky as a terrifying, eerie view unfolds right before his eyes. A system notification chimes in, warning him that he has entered the secret realm of the evil cult village. Looking at the screen, he clenches his fists with an excited grin. He has finally arrived at his destination. In his past life, he discovered this secret realm for the S-Rank Professional Hunter Class Advancement Quest. The quest details pop up immediately. Mission 1, stop the villagers from summoning the evil spirits. Difficulty rank D. Completion rewards 500 experience points and lets players leave. Mission 2, eliminate all infected villagers at difficulty rank C. All participants will receive 1,500 experience points upon completion, allowing them to finally exit the secret realm. Then there is Mission 3, destroy the summoned evil spirits and eliminate all corrupted villagers. Difficulty rank S. Completion awards 5,000 experience points and a low-grade C-rank evil bloodline. Nearby, a man stands on a ridge. From a high vantage point, Chen Yixiang addresses the crowd, telling everyone they just need to enter the realm. They will complete mission number 2 and then immediately head out. The drop loot is set to group rolling. This ensures a fair roll for everyone, and those who walk away empty-handed will still receive gold coins from Brother Chiang. He promises that nobody will be left behind. Watching from below, Chen Bai quietly blends into the cheering crowd. In his past life, desperate for gold, he had fallen for Brother Chiang's lies and joined the man's party. Memories of his previous life flashed through Chen Bai's mind of him and the others left behind to fight. During the chaotic battle against the monsters, the treacherous Brother Chiang had intentionally missed his crucial shot. That calculated error allowed the villagers to successfully summon the demons, while Brother Chiang abandoned them to retreat. His sick goal was to use their lives as cannon fodder to weaken the newly summoned demons. Chen Yixiang had aimed his spear at the desperate crowd, shouting that their only way out was to weaken the demon. By the time everyone realized it was a trap and talk about a brutal wake-up call, the exit was completely sealed. They ruthlessly slaughtered any evolved humans who tried to flee, leaving the trapped survivors with absolutely no defense. They were quickly overwhelmed. Brother Chiang had recruited nearly 100 solo players and struggling small parties nearby. None of them had the numbers or coordination to mount any real resistance against his armed men. He and his goons simply watched from a safe distance, thoroughly enjoying the brutal massacre unfold below them. Trapped between the demonic horde and Brother Chiang's bloodthirsty hunters, the remaining survivors had no choice but to turn back. Realizing there was absolutely no escape, they threw themselves back into a hopeless fight against the monsters. Their desperate struggle for survival was entirely futile. Once the last player stopped moving, Chen Yichang smirked. He called out to his men, telling them it was time to move in on the weakened beast. He led his squad to finish off the exhausted demon. But amidst the total slaughter, Chen Bai miraculously survived. Squeezing his body into a tiny hidden crevice nearby, he slowly dragged himself away from the carnage. He knew that if they spotted him, they would silence him forever, so he stayed absolutely still. While the bandits were distracted with the boss, he crawled tooth and nail to the edge of the dungeon. Gasping for breath, he managed to escape by exploiting the instant teleportation mechanism triggered upon quest completion. Tasks 1 and 2 to leave the realm. Suddenly, a mysterious die materialized right above his head, instantly catching Chen Bai's attention. Talk about a bizarre coincidence. Right as he was prepping to leave the dungeon, that squad managed to slay the demon and started rolling for the loot. The system screen started flashing rapidly with notifications announcing that the item roll had officially begun. The class change quest scroll for a level 5 demon hunter showed his roll was a perfect 100. And then, right after the system alert, the legendary item materialized, confirming he had won the prize. The class change scroll of the level 5 demon hunter was finally his. Chen Bai clutched the scroll tightly, collapsing flat onto the ground, with a hand over his forehead, laughing out loud. Those fools tried to use the roll system to bait cannon fodder, but they ended up losing the ultimate prize instead. Talk about poetic justice. Right after that, Chen Bai slipped away to avoid getting chased down by the gang. He left the outskirts of Wuchang and its village secret realm behind. Their relentless, frantic search forced him to abandon the city altogether and seek out a completely new 24 place to start over. Remembering those days made him chuckle. What a shame he missed seeing Boss Qiang's face back then. As he stood there, reminiscing, Chen Bai suddenly froze and looked up, sensing something ahead. Right in front of him lay a horribly mutated, grotesque corpse, where the infected villagers already dead. That meant someone else was inside the secret realm. Chen Bai approached slowly, examining the body as he whispered. Normally, Yishang would only clear this first secret realm and kill the demon 2 months from now in his past life. He rubbed the back of his neck and shrugged, no need to worry about anyone stealing his lead anyway. Still, Chen Bai could not shake his curiosity. Who could have possibly stumbled onto this secret realm so early? Meanwhile, deep inside the zone, Yichang and his crew were in the middle of a brutal, chaotic skirmish, fighting through the heart of the village secret realm. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed loud and clear in their minds, announcing that Quest 2 was complete and experience points were awarded. They could now escape the realm through the village exit. Hearing the announcement, Yichang smiled proudly at his crew and said, "Great job, everyone." Zhang Long's deduction was absolutely spot on. With the second quest done, they could finally get out. "Let's go, brothers. We will come back for the boss next time." Suddenly, one of his men pointed outside, shouting that someone was entering the realm. The squad immediately rushed toward Chen Bai, who calmly strolled in. He simply asked, "Are you guys heading out?" Brushing past Yichang, Chen Bai gave him a quick glance quietly, proposing to take over the boss if they did not mind. Yishang forced a stiff smile, saying he was welcome to it. That solved the mystery. Chen Bai smirked to himself, realizing it was Boss King's crew who found this place ahead of schedule. Not thinking much of it, Yixiang turned to him and issued a stern warning. He told Chen Bai to be careful because it was a level 11 demon boss. Chen Bai just waved back as he walked deeper, thanking Yixiang for the heads up. Seconds later, a towering beast loomed before him, staring down with pure disgust. It mocked Chen Bai, calling him an interesting little insect. "You do not seem afraid, or is it that you have calmly accepted your impending death?" Chen Bai just chuckled, closing his eyes in total composure as he quietly spoke. Honestly, he had just forgotten how long it had been since he faced a lone hunter demon. He added that he intended to wipe out low-level scum like it. Ignoring his words, the beast raised its massive claw, roaring that a pathetic human like him should just die. But before it could finish, Chen Bai zipped through its body like a flash of lightning, slicing it to ribbons. After decades as a demon hunter in his past life, he had slaughtered countless beasts like this. The monster froze in absolute silence as blood sprayed. He knew every single movement, weakness, and muscular line of these hunter demons inside out. With a calm turn of his back, the sliced monster collapsed in agonizing defeat. Once the beast was dealt with, the system's voice chimed in with a flurry of notifications. It confirmed the defeat of the first Level 2 boss, Ale Orlandendo, granting him 135,000 experience points. It also announced the completion of Quest 3, rewarding 5,000 experience and a low-grade C-rank demon bloodline potion. Feeling great, Chen Bai glanced back, noting that the familiar sensation proved his combat skills had not dulled one bit. Meanwhile, Yixiang's men completely lost their minds, shouting in excitement that they had actually received participation rewards. They scored 5,000 experience points and a bloodline item. Boss Qiang stared at his screen, completely stunned. He taps his screen, muttering, "Instant kill." Behind him, Zhang Long speaks up, asking Brother Qiang if that guy is actually going to absorb the boss. Qiang turns his head slightly. He frowns, telling his men to move. He wants to see for himself while the system alerts continue to echo. The automated system keeps ringing with constant notifications announcing that he has successfully devoured a special species and gained points. This grants him 350 exclusive evolution points for his Blacklight virus, along with an option to discard bloodline genes. He receives a rank, a normal evil bloodline potion. Standing in the distance, Chen Bai suddenly stops. He looks right at them. He watches the group approach, walking over to meet them with a smug look, asking why they have decided to return. Do they actually expect a share of the loot? Xiang steps up to Chen Bai, laughing off the accusation with a lighthearted joke. He asks if Chen Bai is joking, since the final boss was slain completely solo and he would never have the nerve to ask for anything. Chen Bai narrows his eyes. He studies the man's expressions quietly, knowing this righteous act is nothing but a complete lie. He has already seen through the guy's fake behavior. To test him, Chen Bai purposely pulls out some of the rare loot he just obtained. Showing them off to Qiang, he remarks on how generous the boss drops are, pointing out a rank B Demon Hunter bloodline potion. He also flaunts a rank A demon bloodline and even a level 5 demon hunter class change scroll, dangling them like bait. Pushing the glowing items closer, Chen Bai looks him dead in the eye and asks if he is truly not tempted at all. Unable to resist the sight of such valuable treasure, Qiang slowly reaches out his hand to take the small glass vials. Zhang Long steps up to help hold them, whispering to Brother Qiang that these blood vials are exactly what they need. Qiang forces a smile and quickly covers, admitting that saying he does not want them would be an absolute lie. Yet Qiang hands the vials back to Chen Bai, saying that they are not the type of people to take what is not theirs. Since Chen Bai was the one who cleared the quest, all the rare loot rightfully and naturally belongs to him alone. Chen Bai takes back his items with a light smirk, remarking that it sounds nice. Suddenly, his grip tightens. He stares back. He looks Qiang dead in the eye, asking if they really came all this way back just to offer congratulations. He tells him to spit it out. Qiang quickly maintains his composure, claiming there is no hidden motive behind his return. He says he simply wants to make a strong friend, lowering his voice as his true intentions begin to show. He slowly points out a specific location, mentioning that his younger brother is currently clearing the western suburbs of Wushuan. It would be terrible if his brother accidentally trespassed on Chen Bai's territory. Hearing this, Chen Bai instantly thinks of Meng Meng. His mind races. The western suburbs are exactly where Meng Meng is staying, right in a residential area near the local gymnasium. Though he is highly irritated by Qiang's probing questions, Chen Bai keeps a completely straight face to hide his growing hostility. He quietly grits his teeth. This guy acts polite on the outside, but he is clearly trying to probe for information. He wants to figure out exactly what Chen Bai is doing. Keeping his guard up, Chen Bai tells him not to worry. He claims his base is back in Jiangcheng, and he only knows of a gym in the western suburbs of Wushuang. He shoves his hands into his pockets, silently watching the man to see if he can gather information about their faction. He needs to know if they are anywhere near Meng Meng. After a tense silence, Qiang reaches out his hand with a dark, menacing smile. He reveals they took over the Western Stadium a few days ago and are currently clearing out the entire surrounding area. He suggests they team up as allies, but hearing this, Chen Bai shows absolutely no reaction, keeping his face totally blank and cold. Instead, Chen Bai just stares at him, analyzing his words. To these ruthless people, clearing out a location means something far worse. It is just a pretty term for slaughter and conquest. Memories of his past life flash in his mind. He remembers everything. He remembers how they ruthlessly attacked Meng Meng in his previous life. No wonder she was completely unknown to anyone back then. She was likely wiped out by this exact group. Just as the tension peaks, his system screen suddenly blinks to life. It alerts him that Meng Meng has sent a message. Turning his back to Qiang, Chen Bai quietly pulls up his screen. Telling the others to wait a moment, he opens his inbox to find a flood of panicked messages from his disciple. She warns him that a large group of powerful evolved humans has suddenly surrounded her neighborhood, going house to house to search for something. She fears they will reach her place soon. Reading this, Chen Bai freezes. He quickly prepares to type back. He tells her they are hunting down local zombies and survivors, warning her not to let them in under any circumstances. He promises to arrive immediately. His face darkens with rage. Terrifying black tentacles begin to erupt from his body. Seeing this, Chiang breaks into a cold sweat of absolute terror, demanding to know what he is doing before turning to run. Unleashing his raw killing intent, Chen Bai whips his sharp tentacles forward. Bind him. He sentences the fleeing man to death. He quietly sifts through his memories of the evolution process. Devour and evolve, but the memories he recovers are highly fragmented. It is impossible to pinpoint the exact location of the Jin Hui international community where Meng Meng lives, let alone her specific unit. Seeing this terrifying scene, Yi Qiang's accomplices scatter in absolute panic, screaming at everyone to run for their lives. He smiles faintly while watching them flee, whispering that he still needs at least one survivor to serve as his guide. After all, the person who warned him about the boss seems to know a lot. Meanwhile, under a gloomy gray sky, a massive apartment complex looms. Inside, Meng Meng stands on guard, pointing her wooden staff toward the front door for defense. This is the western suburbs of Wushuang Jin Hui Building 16, Room 1. Right outside Meng Meng's apartment, heavy banging echoes as aggressive voices demand to know if anyone is inside, shouting for her to open the door. A man at her doorstep keeps knocking and threatening that he will count to 3 before they break right in. Meng Meng is trembling all over. Gripping her wooden staff, she tries to raise her voice to warn them to stay away. She warns them to leave, saying she will not be merciful if they force their way in. The thugs outside just laugh. They exchange mocking glances, amused to find out it is a girl inside, wondering out loud how she plans to be ruthless. They tell her not to worry and to get ready because her big brothers are coming inside right now. Covered in sweat, Meng Meng snaps and screams for them to get lost. The moment she speaks, a massive sonic wave blasts outward, catching the 3 men outside completely off guard and leaving them deafened and terrified. Inside, her hands lose all strength, causing the heavy wooden staff to slip from her grip and clatter onto the floor. Exhausted from overusing her power, Meng Meng collapses onto the cold floor, coughing uncontrollably as her body gives out. Staring at the blood on her palm, she realizes with dread that this skill demands a level of physical strength she lacks. Using it for just 1 second shattered her voice and drained her energy. Suddenly, the silence outside catches her attention. There is absolutely no movement out there. Her massive mental power must have knocked them unconscious at the very least. The entire building falls into a strange heavy silence, with only the sound of her weak coughing echoing through the room. Though injured by her sonic blast, one of the thugs still has enough strength to radio his allies for backup. He urges his team to gather on the 12th floor of Building 16, warning them about a girl with mental powers. Since his original team was wiped out, he demands they capture her, knowing she cannot launch another mental attack anytime soon. He is certain that after unleashing such a devastating blast, her mind is completely vulnerable now. Soon, the peace vanishes. 10 minutes later, as Meng Meng slumps exhaustedly against the wall, loud, relentless banging starts shaking her door once again. Flushed and gasping for breath, she weakly glances at the vibrating wood, realizing they have already returned for round 2. Left with no other choice, she prepares to fight to the death as the heavily damaged door finally gives way. The wood splinters and the door is kicked wide open, allowing the thugs waiting outside to swarm into the room. Nanhang pokes his head inside and spots Meng Meng sitting weakly on the floor, immediately grinning with twisted delight. He calls her a little beauty, mockingly asking why she is so sweaty and if she is tired out already. His subordinate chimes in, asking why she is not screaming anymore, noting her pretty face but terrible sonic voice. He offers to save her, telling her that girls should not be shouting so loudly. Instantly, they corner her completely. Meng Meng struggles to stand up defensively, calculating that her remaining energy might just be enough for one last skill. She prepares to unleash her dark flame hell. Summoning every ounce of her spirit, she screams at them to die. A thick plume of dark purple smoke erupts from her hands, forcing the startled thugs to scramble backward in fear. However, her desperate dark flame hell is short-lived and the dark smoke quickly disperses into thin air before doing damage. Gasping heavily, Meng Meng collapses to the floor, remembering her master's warning that unbalanced stats would lead to this. Having only one high stat is highly dangerous. Meanwhile, the thugs creep back inside once they realize she is done. They mockingly tell the others that she is completely spent, giving her a choice to submit or die right there. Weakly crawling away, Meng Meng feels a throbbing headache as consciousness begins to slip away from her exhausted body. She musters her final bit of strength to drag herself toward the glass window, desperate to escape their hands. She refuses to let herself be captured. But her desperate struggle only excites the vile thugs even more as they watch. Laughing, they point out that she has clearly chosen death anyway, so they might as well have some fun first. They call the rest of their men over and reach out ruthlessly, grabbing Meng Meng to drag her back inside. One of them yells out to stop her because the bitch is still resisting, and they proceed to lay their filthy hands on her. As she desperately struggles against them to no avail, she cries out for help in total despair. But just as hope fades, Chen Bai bursts onto the scene from the distance. Please someone save me, she begs. He charges straight ahead, shattering the glass as he leaps inside the room. Without a second thought, Chen Bai unleashes a barrage of vicious kicks right into the faces of her captors. He immediately pulls Meng Meng into a protective embrace while sending the thugs flying with a powerful kick. She gives a tired smile, leaning against him, whispering, "Master, you actually came. I am so sorry." Meng Meng did not train hard enough and almost... Before she can finish, Chen Bai gently cuts her off to comfort her, saying it is not her fault because she did amazing. "Do you want to rest?" he asks. "Leave the rest to me." Then his face darkens, eyes burning with absolute rage as he glares at the thugs, growling out a warning. "You dare to lay a hand on my disciple. Today, not a single one of you leaves this room alive." After gently placing Meng Meng on the sofa, the rest of the gang gather outside the door, sizing him up with mocking eyes. "Where did this extra guy come from?" One thug barks. "Does that little brat still have backup? Screw it, guys. Just kill him." He clearly has no idea that Chen Bai is already radiating a terrifying murderous aura. Right after the words leave his mouth, the youth charges straight into the crowd. His body begins to transform unpredictably, making him completely invulnerable to any weapons as he sends them flying one by one. Chen Bai summons a massive shield and slams it into a thug, launching him hard against the wall, leaving a massive dent. He calmly glances toward the exit. The entire room falls dead silent. "Is that all of you?" Chen Bai asks quietly. Suddenly, a weak voice behind him murmurs his title, "Master." Over on the sofa, Meng Meng is writhing in pain. Her face is completely pale, cold sweat dripping down her forehead as she groans in agony. Chen Bai quickly sits down beside her to investigate. Extreme physical exhaustion coupled with severe mental overload seems to be causing this intense headache and panic-inducing hallucinations. "Master, where are you?" she asks with a terrified grimace. He gently takes her hand. He presses her palm against his cheek while gently stroking her hair. "Meng Meng, your master is right here. I am right here." But just as he lets his guard down, a hidden enemy sneaks up from behind. Grinning wickedly, the coward swings his heavy axe straight at Chen Bai's head. But before he can even get close, sharp stone spikes erupt from the ground, skewering him on the spot. "Do not worry," Chen Bai reassures her softly. "Your master will always protect you." Suddenly, his arm transforms and he slams his fist into the floor, channeling his energy. Spikes impale the remaining thugs scattered around, ensuring no one can ever harm her again. An hour later, Chen Bai watches over Meng Meng as she sleeps peacefully on his lap, her complexion looking much healthier now. Behind them, the floor is littered with the lifeless bodies of their enemies. Suddenly, a hand slowly pushes open the creaking door. Alerted by the sound, Chen Bai instantly tenses up. Zhang Long pokes his head through the doorway with a nervous smile, whispering that it is just him, Mr. Chen. Chen Bai spares him a brief glance before going back to stroking Meng Meng's hair casually, asking if his arrival means Chen Yisheng's entire squad has been wiped out. Hearing this, Zhang Long drops directly to his knees in submission. "Yes, Mr. Chen," he says, "just like you ordered, I managed to trick them all into coming here so you could take them out. Every single one of Chen Yisheng's loyal lapdogs is dead." Chen Bai lets out a soft, mocking chuckle and asks if the remaining survivors are his friends and family. The question instantly terrifies him. Zhang Long's face contorts with dread as his voice begins to tremble. "No, Mr. Chen, I swear that is not true. I have no close relatives or family left. At all, only my wife and child. I only joined Chen Yisheng because my A-rank true sight talent made him target and threaten my family. If my talent had been completely ordinary, my loved ones would have been brutalized and killed like my neighbors." Chen Bai falls silent for a brief moment. "I understand," he says. "You possess a fairly decent talent. Plus, you were the only one who warned me to watch out for the boss. I appreciate that. Are you willing to follow me to Jiangcheng?" Zhang Long hesitates, stammering nervously. Seeing this, Chen Bai flashes a gentle smile, though it radiates an intense heavy pressure. "If you do not want to, that is completely fine. I am not like Chen Yuqiang. I do not force anyone into submission. I will respect your choice." Flustered, Zhang Long quickly blunts out that he is absolutely willing. He only hesitated because there are so many other innocent people enslaved in Chen Yisheng's camp, just like his own family. Chen Bai opens up his dimensional inventory. "I can take them all in," he offers, "but transporting a massive crowd like that is going to be pretty difficult. Let us do this instead. You stay here in Wuchang first to stabilize the situation." He pulls out a mysterious red vial and tosses it directly over to the stunned man. "This potion is for you," he explains. "It should boost your strength. I have also sent you a system friend request. You can reach out to me again once things settle down. At that point, you can look at the situation and decide whether to build your base in Wuchang or head to Jiangcheng with us." He held out both hands, looking absolutely thrilled. Once Zhang Long leaves, Meng Meng is still fast asleep on the chair. Chen Bai sits nearby, summons his system, and opens his inventory. He stares at the screen, lost in thought. Ever since he gave that potion to Zhang Long, this strange object had changed completely. His eyes lock onto the mutated mask that just appeared. Resting his chin on his hand, he tries to piece it all together. He recalls that when he stored the item back in the secret dungeon, nothing seemed off. What he had stored back then was the class transfer quest scroll along with that demon bloodline potion. Now, multiple items and vials of medicine sit in separate slots. Chen Bai reaches out to test something. He wonders if moving things around might trigger a reaction. He glances from the potions over to the mask. It is the demon bloodline potion, and the mask is staring right at it. Its mouth hangs wide open. Could this thing actually want to consume the potions? Chen Bai pulls out a whole batch of them and picks up the mask. These low-grade bloodline potions are completely useless to him anyway, so why not give it a shot? Feeding them to the mask seems like a solid experiment. After all, this is the very treasure Leto was desperately hunting for. Maybe filling its belly will unlock some hidden features. He begins shoving one vial after another straight into the mask's mouth. 1, 2, 3, he keeps feeding it. Take it all, he thinks. 5 minutes pass, and a deep, satisfied belch echoes out. Chen Bai looks at the mask with a sigh. That is it, this greedy little leech just devoured a mountain of resources. All those bloodline potions went down the hatch just to give it a single meal. But for a special grade artifact, maybe, this kind of crazy appetite is actually normal. A moment later, right before his startled eyes, the mask starts convulsing. It vomits up a bizarre mutated item that looks absolutely hideous. Chen Bai picks up the damp paper, frowning slightly. Eat and poop from the same hole. Seriously, what is this trash, and do I have to clean up after it? But as soon as he lifts the object, the system panel flashes. It is a bottle of high-grade demon bloodline essence. A+ rank refined through a highly specialized process. It is designed to compress and maximize demon physical traits. The higher his base stats, the more potent the results. The usage requirement demands his combined strength, vitality, and agility to be 75 or higher. Chen Bai grins. This weird mask can actually purify and upgrade standard demon bloodlines. With all the raw materials he collected from the secret realm, he now has a steady factory for top-tier essence. Next, he pulls a vibrant red scroll from his inventory. He had been in such a rush to rescue Meng Meng earlier that he had completely forgotten to inspect this class transfer quest scroll. Instantly, the detailed item description pops up. An S-rank quest. This unique one-of-a-kind scroll only drops when the world's very first pure-blood demon is slain. Completing the grueling challenges written on the parchment will officially unlock the legendary Demon Hunter class for him. The trial requires him to teleport directly into the first layer of the abyss. Once inside that dark place, he has to slaughter 100 demons and another 100 fallen fiends. Only then can he claim his prize. But this time, he is not planning to just scrape by and run. Meanwhile, at the Jinhui International Apartments in Wuchang, Chen Bai rests his head back against the wall of Meng Meng's bedroom. He closes the system panel, his mind racing. The abyss is a terrifying nest of monsters, but it is also full of insane opportunities. Just then, Meng Meng stirs awake. She rubs her eyes, still half asleep. Spotting Chen Bai sitting right next to her, tears immediately well up in her eyes. Crying out to her master, she throws herself into his arms and sobs. Chen Bai gently pats her shoulder to comfort her. He reassures her that the danger is gone and those thugs have already been dealt with. Once she finally calms down, she looks down. In a quiet, defeated voice, she admits she feels completely useless and begs to double her physical training. Chen Bai just sighs. He pats her head, explaining that basic physical workouts will only get her so far. The standard training schedule is already plenty. Her priority right now is leveling up and mastering her skill set. Meng Meng frowns, complaining that leveling up requires way too much experience. On top of that, she has already wiped out almost all the local monsters inside her dream world. Her bottom lip quivers, fresh tears threatening to spill over because she cannot find any high-yield dungeons on her own. Chen Bai chuckles softly. He asks how she is holding up, suggesting they head back to Jiangcheng once she gets some rest. There are more than enough dungeons waiting for them there. Meng Meng instantly brightens up and tries to leap out of bed. She insists on leaving immediately, but Chen Bai gently grabs her wrist. Wait a second, he tells her. He effortlessly scoops her up in his arms, teasing that at her walking pace, they would not arrive until next month. He gently scoops her up and leaps straight out of the window. Hold on tight, don't open your eyes. Just tap me if the wind pressure gets too intense. They continue leaping from one rooftop to another. After a while, the two of them arrive at an empty, quiet forest. Chen Bai carries Meng Meng hopping from branch to branch. They reach the entrance of the Wushuang suburban mountain village secret realm. They land on the ground. Strangely, the grass and flowers here are completely withered. A system notification pops up. They have entered the cult village secret realm. They head deeper inside. Meng Meng looks around in wonder as the surrounding scenery suddenly shifts before her eyes. So this is a secret realm. Chen Bai explains that one of the main differences between a secret realm and a dungeon is the entrance. You only get entering prompts after clearing it. So for revolvers, wandering into a new secret realm carries massive danger. She nods, her eyes practically sparkling as she looks at him. She understands Master knows so much, so should she lure the monsters next? Chen Bai stops and turns his head to look at her. This is not the dream world, so using her skills requires precise timing. Staying near the entrance is much safer for her. He tells her to wait here. As soon as those words leave his mouth, Chen Bai leaps swiftly across the rocks, easily striking down the cultist demons. Suddenly, the objective for Mission 3 changes. It is no longer about killing basic demons but taking out all demon guards and dark priests. Strangely, the quest reward lacks the bloodline potion. Is it impossible to get the bloodline potion here? Chen Bai uses his special ability to rush ahead, taking down enemies one by one. They fall in the blink of an eye. Either way, he needs to kill the boss first. Wu Shuang Suburban Mountains Secret Realm, Village Central Square. Chen Bai lands quietly on a high wall, spotting a strange crowd gathered below. They seem to be performing some sort of ritual. Cheng Zhe spots him and shouts to the others that they have an intruder. He grips his weapon tightly, letting out a sinister laugh. The intruder will make a fine sacrifice for the demon. Suddenly, Chen Bai vanishes from the wall, leaving Cheng Zhe utterly stunned. In a flash, Chen Bai appears right behind him, activating his mutant evolution ability to disintegrate his target. Cheng Zhe struggles desperately to break free, but is entirely useless. The remaining cultists draw their swords to surround Chen Bai. As their blades slash down, he materializes a sturdy shield and ducks to block the impact, easily blocking every attack. The system alerts him that he has slain the dungeon boss, a level 15 former Grand Knight. He gains 45,000 experience points. The system notes this creature contains unique blood elements, allowing him to absorb or discard them. Absorbing these blood elements may affect his blacklight virus and host body. Chen Bai looks at the status panel and chuckles with interest. That is right, he can still use his Devour evolution to harvest demon bloodline. Since that is the case, he will not hold back. He slams his hand down, sending countless spikes erupting to skewer the demons. Now watch, he gathers the corpses to extract his prize. The system confirms a C-grade demon bloodline potion has been extracted. Mini-bosses can indeed yield bloodline potions matching their exact level. He looks closely at the two corpses, analyzing the drop rates. Elite monsters can also yield bloodline potions, but ordinary ones cannot. It makes complete sense, special drops are for special foes. Meanwhile, back at the entrance of the Wushuang Suburban Mountains, Secret Realm, Meng Meng sits on a rock looking utterly bored. Master has already slain the boss, along with plenty of elites and mini-bosses. She pouts, resting her chin in her hands. Did Master forget her? She is getting absolutely zero experience out here. She wishes he would at least let her tag along to touch the boss. Suddenly, Chen Bai's loud shout snaps her back to reality. He yells out, ordering her to prepare her skills. He wants her to unleash the widest destructive attack she possibly can. Don't worry, these monsters are already heavily weakened. With her mental power, she can easily wipe them out despite her confusion. Meng Meng opens her mouth wide, unleashing a massive sonic shockwave directly toward the horde of weakened monsters heading her way. The system alerts begin flashing rapidly. She defeated a level 10 infected villager, gaining 250 experience points, defeated a level 12 infected woman for 400 experience and a level 11 infected traveler for 300, defeated a level 14 infected butcher for 500 experience and a level 10 infected farmer for another 300. She stares wide-eyed at the screen, utterly amazed as her level skyrockets, granting her 2 free attribute points. A system notification confirms that all quests are complete and every monster has been slain. They can leave the dungeon at any time. Meng Meng looks at Chen Bai and cheers happily. She reached level 6.5, that was so much experience. He smiles and says he reached level 9 too. She jumps down from the rock, hugging him tightly in gratitude. She thanks him for pulling the monsters, cheering that she loves him. Suddenly, a private call notification from Song Zishang pops up. He stares at the incoming video call for a few seconds before quickly accepting it. His expression immediately grows serious. Looking at the screen, he asks, "What is wrong?" Her expression looks deeply troubled. On the other end, Song Ziqiang rests her arms on the table with her brow furrowed. She says they need his help immediately because something has appeared in the residential area. The goblin claims to be the god of deals. Chen Bai ponders for a moment as a familiar face slowly appears in his mind. Suddenly, it hits him, a flash of pure shock crossing his face. Why on earth did Lido show up at the settlement? Song Ziqiang swallows hard. In utter disbelief, she asks if he actually knows the guy. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the gloomy purple ground lies barren under dead, leafless trees. Near the village dungeon outskirts, Song Zishang appears on screen. It is a long story, she says, but she will keep it short. After spending just one day in our settlement, that guy Leto tracked her down. He's offering a grade A silver city-building token as an investment. She explains that the investment comes with a major catch. They must establish the Goblin Chamber of Commerce in the absolute prime location of the city. And on top of that, this Goblin Guild must be completely tax-exempt for life. Listening to this, Chen Bai places a hand on his chin in deep thought. High-grade city-building tokens are incredibly rare. A city-state recognized by the will of the universe comes with all kinds of useful features. This deal honestly has zero downsides for them. It is all profit. Hearing this, she cannot help but smile. She agrees immediately, calling it brilliant. But she brings up another issue: they cannot just use this token whenever they feel like it. It has to be activated right away. Chen Bai instantly offers a solution to the very problem she is worried about. Activating a grade A city-building quest is going to summon a massive wave of monsters to lay siege to their settlement. Surviving that onslaught would be nearly impossible for the base right now, but he tells her not to worry, he will be back within a day. Surprised, Song Zishang asks if she should stall the goblin for a day so they can wait for him to accept the deal. Chen Bai gently declines, reminding her that this is Leto's investment in her specifically, and he has already accepted his own share. He suggests she heap some extra praise on Leto and maybe drop his name during their chat to see how the goblin reacts. She happily agrees, telling him to leave it to her. Back on his end, he summons a few glowing cards and calls Meng Meng over. She cheerfully skips over, calling out that she is on her way, master. Floating in the air are cards containing special gear. He explains that these items will boost her constitution. He wants her to pick the pieces that will maximize her physical stats. She is a bit taken aback by his sudden generosity but politely agrees, wondering which items she should actually choose. Chen Bai glances at her with a knowing smile. Something urgent came up at the base, and he is worried she won't keep up. Realizing he is about to move at full speed, Meng Meng nods quickly. She immediately begins equipping the gear to raise her stats. Proudly showing off her new setup, she tells him that her constitution is now over 30 with tons of extra defense. Chen Bai flashes a satisfied thumbs up. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Song Zishang takes a deep breath and steps into the room. Apologizing for the wait, she tells Mr. Leto that they have officially decided to accept his generous investment. Sitting cross-legged inside the luxurious living room of the Dongsun settlement villa, the clever goblin merchant looks entirely at ease. He praises her as an incredibly capable and decisive leader, noting how rare it is to build such a massive settlement during the apocalypse. What impresses him even more is how she maintains perfect order while managing thousands of powerful, newly evolved humans. She plays it humble, claiming her management skills cannot even compare to his. It is an absolute honor for their base to be chosen. Addressing him as the legendary god of deals, she plays her cards right to feed his massive ego. He narrows his crafty eyes with a pleased smirk, praising her humility and expressing confidence that she can build the ultimate city. He tells her that he is certain she will transform this place into the finest sanctuary for evolved humans. Until that glorious day comes, he asks her to keep a very close eye on his beloved Goblin Chamber of Commerce. Song Zishang happily agrees, telling him that goes without saying. She crosses her legs, keeping her posture confident and relaxed. She mentions that their true leader has admired him for ages. When he heard a Goblin Guild was coming, he abandoned his current raid. He is currently pushing himself to the limit just to get back. Leto raises an eyebrow in genuine curiosity. He wonders who this mysterious leader could be, noting that almost no evolved humans at this stage should know his name. Without missing a beat, she reveals his name. She says he definitely knows him and that his name is Chen Bai. Hearing that Chen Bai is the boss, Leto freezes. His eyes widen in complete panic, all his cool confidence instantly evaporating. Looking at the cards, he frantically shakes his head. He refuses to believe it is that terrifying guy taking back his offer. Disappointed, Song Zishang asks if he is seriously canceling the deal. Leto waves his hands in a frantic panic. He clarifies that he is simply shocked that Crazy Kid is in charge here. Since he is around, they need something much better. He pulls out a legendary golden card. Her jaw completely drops as she realizes she is looking at a legendary gold token. He tosses the card to her, explaining that this is a grade S gold city-building token. He knows Chen Bai can easily handle it. With that kid around, a mere grade A challenge is nothing. Leto tells her to make sure he puts this to good use. If he can make it back in time, your group might actually stand a chance at securing the S-Rank siege monster. A system screen flashes, showing a message from Lee offering an S-Rank Golden City construction investment quest, which she carefully reads. Looking at the text, she hesitates as the system screen displays a massive block of details about the S-Rank Golden City token. After a single day of preparation, all monsters surrounding the designated area where the token is activated will gather at the center. Their power will be massively boosted, launching a relentless, endless assault on the newly established city site, completely cutting off the perimeter. If they can survive 5 days of siege, the quest is complete, granting a massive domain centered right on the token. A 10,000-meter radius will be recognized by the cosmic will, granting them the ultimate Golden City rewards for their legendary success. With the accept or decline options glowing, Zixiang examines the card closely, noting how this range completely dwarfs an A-rank territory. Leto's single eye flashes with interest as he warns her that with such massive rewards, the danger will be far greater. He asks if she dares to take on this investment. Looking at him with sheer confidence, she says absolutely, especially with Chen Bai here. Why would she ever back down? Soon a day flies by and Zixiang spots a figure leaping swiftly from tree to tree. On the terrace of a large villa in the Dongshan settlement, Chen Bai, cradling Meng Meng in his arms, remarks that the journey took longer than expected. The monsters were packing together, forcing him to clear out a path. Seeing him return safely, she excitedly runs out to greet him. She tells him how glad she is that he made it back. Glancing down at Meng Meng, he says he needs to tuck her in first. He asks for an update on the current situation. Zixiang quickly catches Chen Bai up on everything as they walk inside the villa. She explains that the siege begins in less than 20 minutes, and they have already set up 3 defensive lines based on the terrain. The area facing Jiang City is their main defensive focus, and they have prepared several emergency contingency plans to protect their new city. Inside a quiet, elegant bedroom of the Dongshan villa, Zixiang looks at the sleeping girl, mentioning this is the best they can do. Chen Bai praises her efforts, saying she did an incredible job. Zixiang then picks up a sleek black briefcase and hands it over. She adds that while clearing out the sewer dungeon over the past few days, they finally gathered the remaining pieces of plague equipment. With a soft smile, Chen Bai wraps his arm around her waist, pulling her close to show his sincere appreciation. He gently thanks her, admitting that choosing to partner with her was honestly the smartest move he has ever made. Zixiang sits right on his lap, teasingly replying that being selected by him is definitely the best. She admits she was incredibly nervous, but seeing him stroll back so casually with another girl honestly helped put her mind at ease. He calmly explains that she is not some random woman he picked up. Rather, she is his disciple possessing rare monstrous talent. Placing a gentle hand on her back, Chen Bai reassures her, telling her to call Song Gi to look after the sleeping girl. He reminds her to notify him the second Meng Meng wakes up, pointing out that this sleeping girl is actually key to their survival. Under no circumstances should they neglect her. Hearing this, Zixiang nods obediently, showing she completely understands the high stakes. Picking up the briefcase, Chen Bai heads out, declaring it is time to face the massive monster horde marching on their city. She happily follows right behind him. Outside, a massive tide of monsters is already gathering, turning the dark forest into a crimson sea. Standing atop the fortress walls at the base of Dongshan Mountain, Chen Bai solemnly observes the endless waves of beasts waiting below. This is the sheer reality of an S-rank city creation quest. He recalls his past life when his own Chen Bai city was only B rank. The massive difference in monster numbers compared to this S-rank challenge is staggering, with a thick black sea of beasts packing the valleys. Yet he simply grins without a single shred of fear, knowing the 2 levels of difficulty are completely worlds apart. With only 3 minutes left before the siege begins, a figure stands high above, gazing down at the massive roaring horde. Back on the fortress walls of Dongshan Mountain, Zixiang holds a young child close, quietly addressing the anxious crowd nearby. She reminds everyone that they are about to face a relentless beast siege for 5 days and 5 nights, but they shouldn't worry. Calling out to all those gathered at Dongshan, she raises her voice to assure them they can survive this oncoming threat. She rallies the crowd, confidently shouting that they possess the absolute strongest defensive fortress walls in the entire world. They have abundant resources and highly reliable backup forces ready. Addressing the nervous public, she lists their impressive military assets. They boast over 100 allies with B-rank talent, along with nearly 10 elite powerhouses possessing A or S-rank abilities. She then proudly highlights their ultimate trump cards, revealing that they even have 2 legendary powerhouses with god-tier SSS-Rank talents. Emphasizing her point, she guarantees they cannot lose and that in 5 days they will claim the single best territory on Earth. Everyone defending this stronghold today will enjoy top-tier infrastructure benefits and discounted prices for all essential services. Hearing this, the crowd bursts into enthusiastic cheers. Raising her hand high, she shouts one final rallying call to everyone. Are you all ready to start harvesting gold and experience in just 1 minute? Everyone, 1 minute left. Are you ready? The entire crowd roared back in pure excitement, shouting that they were absolutely ready. Chen Bai looked at her with a grin, praising her fierce speech. Song Zixiang softly replied that it was all thanks to him and the girl he brought. She felt incredibly confident. He turned to the little girl, noting her impressive voice amplification talent before giving a quick order. He told them to escort her to safety. Song Zixiang nodded. Chen Bai then turned to another girl and asked her how the stream setup was going. Lu Li gave a playful smile, explaining she had chosen the highest-grade camera available from the Cosmic Will just like he asked. It was fully mind-controlled. Chen Bai turned toward the massive wall of oncoming monsters, his eyes locked on the target. He told her to start the stream. Lu Li quickly agreed. Immediately comments flooded the chat as the final countdown ticked down. Only 1 minute remained. The Evolver Forum went wild over the live broadcast of this golden S-grade city building event in Jiang City. Some thought the S-grade golden token title was clickbait, especially since it cost 1 gold coin just to watch. They doubted it, arguing that even their strongest shelter boss only dropped a low-grade token, but others insisted it was real. People gasped at the sheer number of zombies. They wondered where this was hoping to relocate there if the defense succeeded. Some questioned why the leaders were Easterners. Meanwhile, Chen Bai began the final countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, almost there. As the final numbers echoed, the moment arrived. 1. The preparation phase officially ended. Suddenly, the monstrous horde began to shift. Their skin darkened into a terrifying shade. The system announced the siege had begun. Lang Shuang let out a frustrated sigh. She complained that the beasts buffed up right at the start, wishing they had thinned the unbuffed horde earlier. Song Zixiang calmly explained that Chen Bai knew this would happen. He wanted the buffed ones because they gave way more rewards. The coin and experience yields would be tripled. Without hesitating, Chen Bai leapt straight down into the crushing wave of monsters. Plummeting down, he calculated the math. Sure, their stats tripled, but so did the precious experience and gold. He grabbed a zombie by its skull, instantly unleashing his skill. The system flash plague transmission activated. A 5-stack plague combo granted him 15 bonus stats while placing a devastating resistance debuff on the infected. A casual swipe of his hand sent 3 monsters flying. The passive plague spread had a 5-hour cooldown. He shredded the crowd, unleashing a fast-spreading contagion that caused massive continuous corrosion damage while draining their attributes. Chen Bai observed the battlefield with satisfaction. The skill was incredible. It lacked burst damage but possessed insane crowd control. Its contagious debuffs would make holding the wall incredibly easy. But as he watched them, his brow furrowed. Where did this sudden mental resonance come from? The infected zombies piled up while the others actively avoided them. He quickly put the pieces together. There had to be a commander, a special Lord-tier zombie controlling the horde. That explained why they marched in perfect order instead of trampling one another. He had to hunt it down. If he could eliminate the leader, the brainless horde would crumble. He charged deeper into the swarming mass. Locating the hidden commander was the real problem. Wandering blindly through this sea of flesh would take forever. He glanced back at the wall. If he left to hunt, the massive pressure on the defenders would cause casualties. The commander would exploit his absence and launch an all-out assault. The defensive line simply could not hold. He gritted his teeth, weighing his options. Yet if he stayed, the surrounding threats would eventually pin them down. Once they were scattered and surrounded, leaving to find the boss would become completely impossible. He needed a solution. He kept slashing while scanning his options. To pull off a perfect victory here, he needed Meng Meng's unique help. He conjured a shield to block a barrage of incoming acid spit. In his mind, he urgently called out her name. "Wake up, Meng Meng." Back at the base, the girl slowly opened her teary eyes. Songji looked down with a relieved smile. She asked if Meng Meng was okay. Flushing red with anxiety, the girl stuttered, asking where her master was. A system notification popped up on Chen Bai's screen. Songji informed him that Meng Meng was finally awake. He let out a breath of relief. Then a message from Meng Meng flashed, apologizing for passing out earlier. His extreme speed had knocked her out from the sheer wind pressure, but she was fully recovered now. She understood the situation from Song Gi and promised to enter the dream world to slay the monsters. He quickly replied, telling her there was no rush. He needed her to hunt down a specific target instead. She read his instructions carefully. The target had a human build but carried massive shoulder pads made of bone. Its head was oversized, wrapped in a strange mesh with long tentacles extending from its back. A perfect match. Powerful divine energy surges. Meng Meng turns to Song Ge, telling him she needs to enter the dream world and begging him not to let anyone get close. She thanks him. He wonders in surprise how she can fall asleep so fast, and then the scene shifts deep into the dream world. Meng Meng gasps at the massive horde of zombies gathered at Dong Sun Mountain right below the city walls. She raises both hands to gather her power. Giant boulders rise as she weaves the dream, materializing solid mass. In an instant, they crash down, crushing the zombie horde below to her absolute delight. Still floating in this incredible dream space, she stretches and exhales, reminding herself she needs to quickly find the zombie boss her master mentioned. With that, Meng Meng shoots upward into the sky, determined not to fail her master. Meanwhile, on the very first day of defending the city, as evening approaches, Chen Bai leaps down from the wall and asks Song Zixiang for a detailed report on their casualties and structural damage. Song Zixiang hands him a water bottle and a towel while reporting that thanks to his brutal slaughter at the front lines, they suffered no casualties. With the monsters thinned out under the walls, the team pushed out to hunt several times, leaving only a few members with minor injuries. She gestures toward the ramparts, noting that the damage to the city walls is also incredibly minor and well under control. She suggests he can rest easy now and let others take over guard duty, but Chen Bai immediately dismisses the idea. He warns that the current situation is far from optimistic. Right then, Song Zixiang gasps in sheer shock, stammering out the word Lord. Terrified, she stammers, realizing that such a monstrous zombie actually exists. But Chen Bai points out that today was just the warm-up. Only enhanced common zombies and a handful of special variants showed up today. Hearing this, Chen Bai's eyes turn cold with suspicion. He has a gut feeling that this lord is holding back, building up an army to wipe them out in one single strike. Just then, Song Gi approaches, yelling that Meng Meng ran ahead despite him telling her to slow down. Chen Bai looks toward them as Meng Meng finally catches up. He quickly orders Lu Li not to livestream anything in this area. She obeys instantly. Song Zixiang then adds that Emperor Chen Bai Lu Li has redirected all the cosmic livestream drones elsewhere. He nods. Meng Meng's abilities are incredibly unique and they absolutely cannot let anyone else find out about her power. Song Zixiang acknowledges the order. Chen Bai gently pats Meng Meng on the back, asking why she is in such a rush, and if she found the Lord. Doubled over and catching her breath, she stammers out that she hasn't found him yet. Looking up, she explains her situation. Although she felt a few mental fluctuations, they were too brief to lock on to only giving her a general direction. She hasn't mastered the tracking skill yet and apologizes to her master. Chen Bai gently comforts her to ease her anxiety. He tells her to stop apologizing, knowing she did her absolute best. Wiping the sweat from her chin, she admits she did find something. She calls for the map and Song Ji quickly hands over a rolled-up parchment. Meng Meng rolls it out to show them. She points out that while she missed the Lord, she discovered several suspicious gathering spots of special zombies instead. Hundreds of them are nesting in each location. Pointing at the map, she highlights an area near the Jiangfan agricultural market. There are nearly 300 massive red-eyed fat zombies standing over 2 meters tall. She delivers the report like a seasoned strategist. Dongjiang Square is crawling with bizarre, armless, and jawless zombies, while the Riverside TV tower is infested with swift-crawling beasts. These crawlers move at terrifying speeds. Meanwhile, Vinhua Commercial Street is completely packed with hulking muscular variants. Chen Bai rests his chin on his hand, calculating. Fat boys, tanks, hunters, and screamers, all Tier 2 evolved zombies. Song Zixiang agrees, realizing the enemy is clearly preparing for a decisive final strike to wipe them out once and for all. She curiously asks how powerful these Tier 2 evolved zombies actually are. Chen Bai explains their threat level. They are at least level 10. Based on Meng Meng's description, the enemy has likely gathered over 1,000 of them. Chen Bai smirks. If he were fighting alone, handling a horde of this size wouldn't actually be an impossible task. But his tone turns icy. Guided by their lord, they won't just target him. Instead, they will swarm the city walls. This is bad. It will turn into a brutal slaughter of innocent citizens, a grim race to see who can kill faster. Survival rates won't even pass 10%. Hearing this, Song Zixiang snaps her head around, filled with absolute determination. They must eliminate this lord first. She offers to immediately search the city for any survivors with tracking or mental talents. Chen Bai stops her, telling her there is no need to rush. He already has the perfect candidate in mind. He shoots over a quick text, asking if they have the ability to track down the source of mental fluctuations. Han Xiao immediately replies, asking if he is joking. As a mental manipulator, he is naturally highly sensitive to mental waves. Chen Bai tells him to help out. Han Xiao then asks if this is about the zombie lord mentioned on stream. Confirming it, Chen Bai lays out the grim situation and plan. Time quickly flies to the second afternoon of defense. Over at the Dong Sun Villa area deep within the dreamscape, Han Xiao looks around in amazement. He looks around, taking in his surroundings, so this is the White Emperor's base. On stream, they only showed the wall. Who knew there was a massive villa area like this? He jokes, "Hey White Emperor, if I move here, do I get a villa?" Chen Bai doesn't hesitate. "Of course, you can. Plenty of empty villas sit right up on the mountaintop. Take your pick." Han Xiao's face flushes with pure excitement. "Boss, you treat me too well. I'll go all out. I am ready. Let's move." Meng Meng chimes in, asking her master which mutant zombies they should target first. Chen Bai looks up at the lakeside TV tower. Instantly, the scene shifts to the massive waterfront structure. Over at the TV tower in Jiangcheng, swarms of zombies are crawling up the steel frame, making highly disturbing sounds. Chen Bai explains that these predators are the only ones capable of ignoring the defenses, posing the absolute biggest threat. He warns that the zombie lord definitely won't just stand by and let them slaughter these highly threatening elite predators. That is when they will need Han Xiao to show what he is made of. The young guy replies with complete confidence, "Leave it to me." Chen Bai leaps forward, calling for Meng Meng, who flies right behind him. Han Xiao gawks, totally confused. Should he also learn to fly by telekinetically controlling some objects? Meanwhile, Meng Meng unleashes a massive shockwave of mental power. She smiles, feeling her incredible strength in this dreamscape. But get this, before she can celebrate, a pack of zombies leaps high, instantly wiping away her smile, insanely fast. They see her as a tasty snack and lunge, leaving her absolutely no time to escape. A fatal moment. But Chen Bai roars out for Meng Meng to freeze as he rapidly zips in. He casts a defensive barrier before her. The system interface flashes, displaying his active A-class Inferno body skill. Hellfire wraps around him, draining mental energy to inflict physical and spiritual burning damage upon contact. Massive spikes suddenly impale the horde. Working together with Chen Bai, they easily tear through the remaining monsters. Chen Bai places his hand on the final mutated zombie's head to activate Devour. Devour successful. He gains 200 virus points and 50 ultraviolet evolution points from this speed mutant. Due to multiple devours, the reward drops by 60%. Meng Meng notes it is only day 2 of the siege. And yet so many elite speed mutants have already gathered. Chen Bai explains they congregate incredibly fast. This might be every single zombie in Jiangcheng and potentially from surrounding cities pooling together here. More of them will definitely arrive, but by then their main zombie lord should already be dead. Scattered attacks without a leader are nothing. Meng Meng wonders if they should sweep another base. Wait for it, Chen Bai suddenly senses a threat, moving like lightning to catch a flying dagger. He pinches the blade and smiles, guess not. A scroll unfurls. It is a message from Han Xiao, who has pinpointed the lord's location. They head out immediately. Arriving at the northeast mountains of Jiangcheng, they enter the dreamscape and Han Xiao points ahead. The massive mental energy fluctuation is in the ravine. He is surprised it is hiding behind them. An intelligent monster. Han Xiao turns to Chen Bai, eager to jump straight into the boss fight. But Chen Bai stops him, explaining they must return to the real world first. Han Xiao is baffled. Chen Bai wants to stream this using the zombie lord to boost their faction's reputation. He pats the young man's back, praising his help and promising him any suitable drops. Han Xiao smiles gratefully. Chen Bai then looks to Meng Meng, telling her it is time to wake up. He tells her to take Han Xiao and hunt some stage 2 elites. She asks what type. The Screamers. These are mental type zombies, and the duo can easily suppress them with their own powers. They lack physical attack power, but their loud screams boost other zombies, making them highly dangerous. Meng Meng nods, and Han Xiao confidently guarantees they will finish the task. Back in the real world among the northeast mountains, Chen Bai stares down into a deep pit. He narrows his eyes. It is close. Even without sensing skills, he feels it. The intense pressure of a highly evolved virus. But as he stands there, deep in thought, a stealthy zombie ambushes him. It launches a lethal strike, but Chen Bai easily evades. He slips past the attack. Still, he is surprised to find a highly advanced speed hunter lurking here, hunting them down. Chen Bai figures these are the personal guards of the zombie lord. These creatures absolutely love close combat, and their speed is almost on par with his. Right now, Chen Bai is barely holding on as he takes their strikes. He needs to fake being weak, purposely showing an opening to bait them into striking. The entire body of the zombie is shaking violently. If he gets bogged down in a close-quarters brawl now, it will delay him for too long. If the zombie lord takes this chance to slip away, it is game over. Just then, another beast lunges from behind, making him smirk. There it is. Chen Bai strikes directly, taking out the threat. The two-headed zombie looks completely confused as it is suddenly lifted. Without wasting a second, he delivers a clean horizontal slash right through its necks, ending the two-headed monster once and for all. The system chimes in with a devouring notification. An elite mutant speed-type hunter zombie stage 4 has been successfully consumed. His entire ultraviolet virus arsenal gets upgraded. On top of that, he gains 1,000 virus points and evolution points. He gets 750 ultraviolet evolution points and 900 virus points for devouring the elite mutant. Due to multiple consumptions, rewards are adjusted down by 10%. Chen Bai raises his hands as a new form unlocks. His ultraviolet virus takes on a lethal, sharp blade form. Suddenly, a massive shockwave violently shakes him up. His mind reels from an intense psychological pressure. He looks up to find a dark figure perched on a high branch, smirking down at him. The figure mocks him, asking if he actually thinks he can win instead of running away. Right then, up on a branch, a zombie lord reveals itself. Chen Bai leaps high into the air, telling the beast that it is dead wrong, and charges ahead. He slices cleanly through its flailing tentacles. Chen Bai lands right next to the fallen zombie lord, disappointed by how weak it is. Suddenly, Zixiong rushes out of nowhere and throws her arms around him, relieved that Chen Bai managed to take down the zombie lord. Without a commander, dealing with the remaining horde will be a breeze. Soon, Song Ge and the other girls arrive to offer congratulations. They tease him, calling him a reliable bad boy. Lu Li winks, telling him he is super dependable. Then Ling Yu softly calls him master. Having the girls crowd around him makes Chen Bai blush, noting they sure know how to tease him. But suddenly, Chen Bai wipes the smile off his face as the surrounding scene begins to twist and distort into an illusion. He quickly snaps out of it, muttering that a low-level illusion like this is just embarrassing. Chen Bai turns his gaze back to the zombie lord and chuckles, noting that a cheap trick can never mess with his judgment. This must mean the beast has a lower mental power stat than he does. The monster screeches in sheer agony, its body trembling uncontrollably. The stream viewers chime in, noting the system warned of an illusion. No wonder they saw him slashing at empty air twice. Too bad the stream does not show illusions, as some thought an invisible monster was attacking. This high-level boss seems pretty weak. Other chatters mock him, challenging him to fight one himself. Just the other day, an Echeng, an A-rank squad, struggled heavily against a single mantis zombie. A local from Echeng chimes in, confirming that was indeed their top team. Yet this guy claims a mental-type evolution zombie has lower stats than him. They wonder if they heard him correctly. Many find it completely absurd, even claiming the entire siege is just some massive orchestrated hoax. Some internet trolls never learn. But there are always clowns who refuse to accept reality. The chat tells everyone to switch over to stream number 3. The defensive wall of Jiangcheng is taking heavy fire from a stage 2 physical mutant, a colossal raging berserker. The system warns them to prioritize killing the zombies thrown over the walls. Elite B-rank throwing specialists prepare their defense. Their throwing accuracy and projectile damage are buffed. Meanwhile, C-rank archers use guided arrows to alter their shots mid-air. Other C-rank defenders activate invisible barriers, heavily increasing air resistance in the target area to slow down the incoming monsters. A massive zombie crashes onto the ground, sending a violent tremor through the entire battlefield. Soldiers cover their heads in terror, screaming as panic spreads. Sector 4 of the wall has just been breached. The horde is now lobbing zombies directly at Sector 4. Zixiang throws a dagger and barks out orders to stay calm. She commands them to hold the line, unleashing her purple crystal blade slashes to shred incoming waves of zombies. The beasts scream in agony. She clicks her tongue in annoyance, snapping her fingers to launch a barrage of crystal spikes. As the immediate threat is cleared, Zichong reassures the crowd that Chen Bai will soon eliminate the enemy commander. Once this wave is cleared, victory is theirs. The soldiers roar in unison, fired up by her incredible display of power. Viewers go wild, joking they want to enlist just to serve her. Others prefer the deadly duo of the queen and assassin, but chatters quickly remind them that she belongs to Chen Bai. They urge everyone to switch back to his stream. They cannot believe there are still so many elite zombies left. Meanwhile, in the mountainous northeastern region, in Jiangcheng, everyone is left wondering what kind of zombie this is. It is an evolved strength-type tyrant variant named, that would be the Stalker. Someone asks if he is new since he knows so much, but he says the White Emperor named them. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, sending thick dust swirling right in front of Chen Bai. The heretic smirks in a very mocking way. He mockingly warns the newcomers that the White Emperor purposely waited for the Lord to call for backup before finally making his move. Such arrogance will surely cost him. Of course, some people are just jealous of his talent. Let me explain it to you. This is the Phosphorus heretic, sharing the exact same rank as the Lord. It seems to be a mental mutant. Is it an offensive type? It keeps targeting Bai, yet he completely ignores it. Stupid move, he obviously wants to kill the Lord first. Exactly, in this chaotic brawl, getting distracted by mental illusions means instant death. But look, here comes the Lord's final helper. It is a strength-type mutant called Flesh Mountain. Honestly, I have seen a stamina mutant much bigger than that, so stop bragging. I am serious, all of Tuyan City was swallowed by a slimy monster just like that. I actually live quite close to Tuyan City myself. You could see it from miles away. Meanwhile, Chen Bai crouches low, gathering energy in his fists as hellfire erupts around his body. Did they really think this was enough to block him? In an instant, his lightning-fast strike lands directly on the giant zombie. This completely shocks the zombie lord. It tries to flee, but he cuts off its path. Want to run? It is too late. Is the lord actually dead? Some rush off to witness the aftermath firsthand, while others stay behind and ask for a quick report. The front lines of the zombie horde descend into pure chaos, trampling one another. Without their leader, they have completely lost control. They are behaving like mindless beasts now. It seems the dead lord was the only thing keeping them organized. But wait, look up. A giant hand suddenly descends from the sky. The tyrant has arrived, slamming its heavy palm directly onto Chen Bai. Thick dust billows as the tyrant slowly emerges from the wreckage. However, the target it grabbed was not our hero. It actually grabbed the dead zombie lord. Chen Bai steps firmly onto the tyrant's trembling hand, his eyes cold. Who gave you permission to eat my prey? With those words, Chen Bai slashes downward, cutting the monster clean in half. Wait, can't Bai absorb monsters? Why did he skip these guys? It was probably too inconvenient to do during active combat, but during the previous zombie tide, he absorbed them effortlessly. Well, those weak small fries cannot compare to his current enemies. Refusing to back down, the tyrant unleashes a wide-whipping slash, but Chen Bai effortlessly parries the strike with ease. He chuckles softly. Its strength is noticeably weaker, now proving the debuff of his plague skill is working quite well. Unleashing a wave of dark energy straight at the tyrant, he slices off its massive hand mockingly. Your resistance to the heretic's soul-burning phosphorus fire is actually pretty decent, he notes mockingly. Let me borrow that power. With a final devastating punch, he sends the tyrant flying while simultaneously slicing the remaining heretic clean in two. The battle ends, dropping valuable loot, the tyrant's bone, the heretic's heart, and the brain of the zombie lord. Chen Bai collects the spoils, quite pleased with his luck. He never expected to gather all these rare materials so easily. The long-awaited materials for the Grade C biochemical disaster blueprint are finally complete. He needs a few specific monster parts. These include zombie claws, flesh mountain tendons, a tyrant bone, a heretic heart, and the brain of his spiritual lord. Every single item is top tier, actually exceeding the baseline requirements of his crafting blueprint by a whole grade. It feels like he is about to craft something truly incredible. The system screen displays the Grade E zombie claws. They grant plus 10 agility and plus 8 strength, providing life steal on hits. The active skill is Phantom Claws. It boosts agility by 10% and attack speed by 20%, requiring 25 agility and level 2. The crowd begins whispering in disbelief. They cannot believe they are seeing such rare materials drop from these zombies. Imagine crafting legendary gear with those. Some even wonder if the White Emperor will show off the item's stats. But honestly, that is just wishful thinking. Why would anyone share their top-secret weapon stats with the crowd? Yet Chen Bai looks slightly puzzled. Is it only Grade C? The screen displays Biochemical Disaster, a special glove weapon. It is a Grade C weapon granting plus 35 to all stats. The crowd notices him checking the screen. His disappointed expression says it all. Clearly, he is not quite satisfied with a mere Grade C weapon. Others agree, feeling that a Grade C item is way too weak considering the legendary boss monsters he just defeated. The high-grade spiritual lord brain lets him permanently mind control up to 3 creatures with lower mental power than his own. Additionally, the Stalker Bone active skill boosts his agility and strength by 30% while drastically increasing his movement speed. His attack speed is boosted by 50%, slowly decaying over 50 minutes with a 3-hour skill cooldown. This is the active power mutant Flesh Mountain Tendon. Defeating an enemy triggers a complete recovery state, helping to restore his special energy, mental strength, wounds, and physical power. Each time he defeats an enemy, all basic attributes except for mental strength increase by 1 non-stackable. Duration is 20 minutes. The scale Fire Heresy. Heart of Heresy actively releases a mental force field for both offense and defense, protecting against incoming mental attacks, releasing a powerful mental pressure. This gear triggers a highly rare crafting effect, obtaining a special ability, Catastrophic Evolution. Once this biochemical apocalypse gear slays 100,000 mutant hostile targets and 100 mutated, high-tier mutant entities, this gear will evolve into a fully mature Horcrux. Chen Bai observes a mature Horcrux is it. He lifts his eyes to look. Although these creatures had their vital body parts stripped for materials, but the remaining parts still hold an extremely high value for absorption. He wonders if these things can help his own blacklight virus evolve even further. Suddenly, a system notification screen pops up. Devoured a special mutant, the Stage 4 Speed Tyrant Tracker, gaining 1,200 virus points. Devoured special mutant, Elite Mutant, the Stage 4 Mental Overlord, gaining 1,500 virus points. Then he devoured a special giant mutant, Flesh Mountain, a Stage 4 Strength type, gaining 1,200 virus points. Devoured special mutant Scale Fire Heresy, Stage 4 Mental type, gaining 1,300 virus points. Unlocked a new ability for his Blacklight virus, Whip Fist. Unlocked his powerful Blacklight virus ability, Thermal Vision. Unlocked another new Blacklight virus ability, Virus Tracking. Unlocked a brand new form for Hammerfist Ground Spike. His Blacklight virus basic awakening progress is at 30%. The high-tier skill tree is unlocked. Suddenly, a strange virus wriggles on Chen Bai's hand, showing a new form. He decides to open the Blacklight virus awakening and skill panel. The screen displays those awakening slots clearly. Chen Bai reaches out to swipe through the attribute slots. First, he decides to dump all his evolution points into the Blacklight virus. Chen Bai clenches both of his hands. Done. If this precious gear can actually evolve into a mature Horcrux like that, it will definitely unlock so many brand new abilities. Right now, he is dying to try out its effects and see how it works. A notification pops up, air dash, consuming his physical strength to fly in the air or change directions mid-air. Stamina consumption increases significantly with each consecutive use. Inside a villa room in Jiangcheng, Lu Li is busy managing a wall of monitors. Sister, Zisheng Chen Bai's battle is completely finished. Right now, he is rushing toward the city wall. I am currently adjusting all the livestream cameras from the Cosmic Will to the front lines. At the same time in Jiangcheng, inside a military tent, Zixiang is receiving medical treatment. She quickly replies, "Got it, Lu Li I." No. Zixiang pulls her sleeve over her arm. "Su Xin, you've worked so hard. Ever since this siege began, you haven't rested at all. Once this massive wave finally ends, you should really go and get some rest." Su Xin smiles gently. "I can still keep going. During that last general attack, quite a few were injured, so I can't just leave them." Zixiang stands up, turns around, and firmly warns, "You must go. Rest. You're not the only healer around here. Besides, Chen Bai won't be happy if he sees you so exhausted." She whispers softly, "Plus, if our private celebration after this defense lacks your recovery talent, then we sisters are going to suffer big time." Su Xin is completely stunned. Just then, Qin Lingyu runs in quickly, interrupting them. "Ziqiang, our current situation is not looking very optimistic right now." She explains that although after the Overlord's death, the general attack order has lost its effect, and distant zombies stopped sprinting toward the city walls. Those within 1 kilometer of the walls still hold absolute hatred toward our settlement, and they are now madly attacking. Qin Lingyu's face is extremely tense. The worst part is that the high-level mutant zombies gathered by those overlords have completely lost their commanders, but they have all grouped together anyway. According to Wei Shiwei's global analysis, 3 of our wall sections have already been breached. The most critical is West sections 6 through 8. Our main tank division there is completely unable to stop them. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, inside the defensive wall observation post, Zishang calls out, "Wei Shiwei, how is your status over there?" Wei Shiwei replies, "The 6th section of the western wall. According to my analytical calculations, it can only last 3 more minutes. We need backup immediately. The flesh wall is being devoured faster than it can swallow and sell free cover, so it won't last much longer." Right then, fresh blood trickles down her eyes. A notification pops up heavenly. With her A-grade talent, Lin Wuyu enjoys completely unobstructed vision. She can mark and lock onto any target in sight. Zooming in, she consumes 6 mental energy to quickly process all information. Qin Lingyu watches in awe. She notes that since the massive assault began, Lin Wuyu has constantly observed the battlefield to coordinate the troops. This intense strain has left her in a terrible state. Even so, Song Zixiang smiles faintly, thinking of Song Gi. Song Ji always had an incredible eye for true allies. Shaking off her thoughts, Zishang decides to support the vanguard. She orders the others to protect Lin Wuyu and force her to rest. Her subordinates quickly move to comply. Understood. The scene shifts to the Jiangcheng walls where Song Ji calls out to her senior sister Lang Shuang. She shouts that she brought backup, but Lang Shuang urgently warns her to stay back. The enemies are too fast. They cannot help. Song Ji cries out for Lang Shuang, then turns to her unit, ordering them all to charge. Chen Bai suddenly intervenes. Lang Shuang explicitly warned them to stay out of this, so why cause useless trouble? Song Ji stands frozen. Chen Bai tells her to order her forces back and spread the word that the Overlord is dead. This news leaves her utterly shocked. "Leave the rest to me," Chen Bai says right as the legendary Chen Bai returns. He unleashes an incredibly powerful attack, leaving Song Ge in awe. Victory is decided right here and now. He swings his arm, manifesting a deadly whip to clear the field. Song Ge rallies everyone to finish off the enemy. Standing amidst the toxic tracking virus and thermal smoke, Chen Bai secures their victory. Chen Bai strikes with absolute force, obliterating the high-level earth beasts. Zishong joins the fray, slaying the purple crystal all, while Meng Meng fights fiercely. 4 days fly by. Thick white smoke and dust cover the ruined landscape. Chen Bai surveys the heavy damage. The losses from this defense battle are far greater than he expected. Zishang sighs in heavy agreement. Their defensive walls are completely ruined. This brutal battle dragged on for 5 agonizing days. Everyone underestimated the sheer intensity of this war. Without him and Meng Meng, they surely would have fallen. That is when Leto smiles warmly, telling them they should actually be celebrating their victory. He chuckles. Although the ruins look tragic, the casualty count is significantly lower than anyone could have predicted. He congratulates them on completing this difficult mission. Leto declares it is time to build their own city-state. This is their ultimate trial after the first Advent city-state. Outside the ruined walls, the Will of the Universe announces the S-Class Golden City Creation Token mission is complete. Zixiang asks if that means the city is finished. "Is there nothing else?" Chen Bai laughs. "Of course not." He gently takes her hand. "Come on, let us go to the spot where we can use the token." The scene cuts to the foot of Dongshan Mountain where the survivors gather. Confused murmurs echo everywhere. "What is this strange object?" The system rings out, stating only the evolver Ziqiang or her delegate can use it. It is the legendary city heart capable of founding their new capital. Everyone gasps in pure shock and awe. Excitement ripples through the crowd as Chen Bai and Queen Song arrive. Chen Bai steps forward to examine the treasure. He whistles softly, wondering if they should activate it here. Zixiang explains she consulted a professional planning expert. This valley is naturally shielded by massive mountains. It is ideal for protecting vital structures and resources. Furthermore, the vast plains and water routes of Jiangcheng will provide the ideal channels for trade and shipping. Chen Bai smiles, impressed by her brilliant foresight. Let us go and build our new home together. But Zixiang hesitates and looks back. She calls out to Leto, asking for one brief moment of his time. She respectfully explains that even though this city-state is his investment in her, she wants Chen Bai as lord. Leto pulls down his hat and smiles. The city heart belongs to you, so the choice is yours. He only asks her to fulfill her promise to establish the Earth Star Merchant Association in the Central District. Zixiang happily pats Chen Bai on the back. Go on, she says, the authority is officially yours now. The cosmic system flashes, asking Chen Bai if he wants to activate the city heart. He agrees immediately. The system then prompts him to name city-state number as 001. He proudly names it Chen Bai City. A notification confirms the successful naming and unlocks the city-state management panel. Dozens of alerts flood his screen. As the city lord of this S-class city heart, he receives an immediate experience and 20% level up rate boost. Better yet, all his attributes are increased by 100% inside his new territory. All stats are reduced by 50%. The Cosmic Will announces that the Lord of White Emperor City has granted him the highest administrative authority. All stats inside White Emperor City jump by 80%. The Cosmic Will prompts to broadcast this message to every single evolver. The evolver Chen Bai established the city-state of White Emperor City, designated S001, earning 10 reputation points. Loud cheers erupt. 3 free stat points. Some groan about getting only 2, wishing they had risked their lives to kill more enemies. Long live the White Emperor, long live the Queen. The Cosmic Will announces that the defense quest has finally concluded. He receives 100% of the experience reward plus 3 free stat points based on his contribution. Leto claps and laughs. Very good, he says. Hearing this, Song Ziqiang wonders what makes him so happy. Leto explains that Chen Bai has finally gained the title. He is now the city lord, gaining ultimate authority and backing. These terms please him greatly, making this an absolutely perfect transaction. Everyone got exactly what they wanted. Leto smirks, noting that this investment has concluded and he is highly satisfied with the results. It is time for him to continue his journey, so Chen Bai must quickly complete the investment quest laid out for him. Chen Bai waves his hand in protest, asking if the older man even realizes how insanely difficult this investment quest actually is. Leto pulls his hood over his face and laughs, expressing his complete trust. He then tells Chen Bai to hand his scroll over to Song Zixiang. It is a gold-tier city-building reward he just acquired. Since she already designed the initial plans, she can put it to good use. She needs to find a perfect place for it. Suddenly, system information pops up displaying a Galaxy-class supercomputing core. This peak cosmic technology can design mechanical blueprints for trial use, boasting an incredibly high growth potential. The interface seems basic and simple at first, but with frequent operation, its ultimate capabilities will easily exceed all expectations. She stands there completely frozen in shock, slowly realizing that this is a highly advanced, fully automated production line. Linked with the supercomputing core, it automates manufacturing entirely. All they have to do is feed in raw materials. Chen Bai explains that every single vehicle and machine built by this system can be deployed directly in future trials. With these assets, their sanctuary will experience exponential growth. Yet Song Zixiang still looks deeply concerned about their current safety. He cuts her off before she can finish. These manufactured weapons are nothing like the regular guns from before the apocalypse. They actually possess magical stats. She needs to let go of old-world thinking and look closely at the city management panel. It might look empty right now, Chen Bai says, his expression turning serious as he begins to explain further. Just wait, once they unlock exclusive blueprints, it will blow her mind. S-tier buildings like the backup center, for instance. It can clone her body to grant her a literal second life. Or the S-tier anti-gravity foundation, which allows them to build a majestic city floating right in the sky. Only S-tier city-states can utilize blueprints like these. Hearing this, she feels a sudden wave of hope. She promises that their city-state will surely become the strongest in the future. Suddenly, a loud voice calls. Meng Meng waves, eagerly shouting for her master after unlocking 3 new dream skills. She urges him to take a look, sharing her new skill descriptions with him via the system interface. First is White Noise, which allows her dream totem to emit soothing sounds that easily put targets to sleep. Next is Surging Drowsiness, a skill that massively boosts her totem's hypnotic power while inducing deep mental relaxation. It scatters the target's focus entirely. Chen Bai is highly impressed, noting that they no longer need to look directly at the totem to fall under its spell. Combined with Surging Drowsiness, this will be devastating in real combat. When combined with surging drowsiness, this technique will prove incredibly effective even during real-world combat. She beams with excitement, saying he flatters her since he was the one who suggested this path. She nudges him to check out the third skill. It is from a newly unlocked path that she chose all by herself. The system details a skill called Dream Visitor, allowing her to instantly return to reality from any active totem. Even better, she can pull anyone else trapped inside the dream back into the physical world along with her. Chen Bai is stunned to realize this is a teleportation skill. She giggles, explaining how she could pull Han Xiao in, and then warp directly to his physical location. She could even teleport her master there instead of herself. He admits her skill selection is highly impressive, though she still has a long way to go in actual combat. Eager to test her new abilities, Meng Meng asks if he is free to help her run a few quick trials. Chen Bai readily agrees, telling her to head over to the mountainside training ground first while he wraps things up here. Excitement gleaming in her eyes, she runs off immediately. Chen Bai then turns his attention back to Song Zishang. He asks her to gather several people with varying levels of mental strength to help test out Meng Meng's new skill. Meng's on board with the plan. Once she locates the targets, Chen Bai plans to gather everyone at the mountainside training grounds. Zishang throws her arms around him softly, warning him not to train too late because she has already prepared everything. She promises to reward her city lord tonight. Chen Bai chuckles in agreement as she whispers that Song Ge has a surprise. A special gift is waiting for him. At Zishang's villa, Jiang Cheng and Song Ji are looking closely at the screen. Selecting a TV show, Song Ge confidently turns to the others, asking if they are ready to make Chen Bai surrender tonight. The girls laugh, declaring their absolute confidence, but tease Song Ji not to pass out instantly like she did last time. Song Ge blushes, screaming that it won't happen again since she is pouring all her free attribute points into Constitution. Chen Bai rests his hands behind his head and asks what Meng Meng wanted from her, prompting a quick response from Zishang. Zixyang explains that Meng was looking for local dungeons to farm experience. Chen Bai nods and tells Zixyang to send her over. He has a favor to ask her. Zixyang leans against his shoulder, smiling as she confirms she already sent the message. Looking up at her leader, she adds that everyone wants the legendary Chen Bai to guide them on combat techniques. Suddenly, Songgi pops out from under the blanket to agree. Chen Bai reaches over, pinching her cheek with a grin. He teases that her basic C-rank skill tree is too simple to guide, barely having any branches to speak of. Songji insists she still wants help. Chuckling, Chen Bai tells Ziqiang and Songji to screenshot their skill trees for him. Both girls are thrilled. Resting his chin on his hand, Chen Bai closely analyzes Ziqiang's rare S-rank violet eyes. He notes she has 3 distinct evolution paths. Ziqiang curiously asks for his thoughts on which direction she should take. He explains that since she is a queen rather than a frontline warrior, her main focus should be mental strength. He recommends enhancing her violet insight and boundless depth. These noble eye abilities are perfect for reading and controlling opponents. Zishang realizes that violet insight lets her see through target attributes, even bridging massive mental gaps to read minds. She is amazed by its deep, boundless reach. If someone stares too long, they will completely lose their sense of direction. Ziqiang ponders this, noting that anyone looking into her eyes will fall into a daze and lose all sense of direction. Next, Chen Bai examines Wei Shiwei's A-rank skill trees. She shyly admits that she only has 2 of them available. He assures her that a small tree is fine. Pulling up the system screen, he tells her to unlock Vision Threat first. This skill turns highlighted targets into threats. After that, she needs to invest in See What I See to share vision. With shared highlight vision, she will become a god-tier support asset. Wei Shiwei eagerly promises to unlock both skills immediately. Chen Bai encourages her, praising her naturally powerful foundation. Then he turns his gaze over to Lu Li, also known as Lu Li. He points out that her B-rank Phantom Mirage possesses a hidden skill capable of performing actual miracles. Lu Li blinks in surprise. She wonders how that is possible, arguing that none of her illusion skills deal any direct damage. Chen Bai disagrees. He directs her to look at turning illusion into reality. If enemies cannot perceive the trick, the illusion becomes their reality. He explains that if an enemy truly believes a phantom nuke is real, they will actually be vaporized by the blast. With a smirk, he notes that this is why the skill lacks damage numbers, as its potential is virtually limitless. Ziqiang is stunned, calling Lu Li's B-rank talent completely overpowered. Chen Bai sits up to clarify a crucial detail. He explains that her talent cannot fake energy fluctuations. Pure illusions are easily exposed without master-level execution. Success entirely depends on Lu Li's personal finesse. He then shifts his attention to Su Xin, evaluating her unique support build. He reviews her B-rank high-speed regeneration, advising her to balance physical, vital, and mental recovery stats. Since her skills affect her first, she must manually trigger them to heal others. Her kit is incredibly practical. He gently tells her that despite its simplicity, she has the most impressive healing talent he has ever seen. Songji suddenly clings to Chen Bai, whining that Su Xin's turn is over and demanding her own evaluation. He looks over at Qin Lingyu next. She is the quiet B-rank maid who has been patiently waiting for her turn. Thanking her master, Qin Lingyu listens intently. Chen Bai explains that her absolute focus skill is a hidden masterpiece. It allows her to lock onto a single target, accelerating her thoughts while tuning out all external distractions. To maximize this, she must choose skills that aid battlefield analysis and train constantly against diverse opponents. Qin Lingyu bows deeply softly, promising to prove the value of his guidance through her future actions on the field. Songji mutters that Qin Lingyu's focus is definitely locked onto Chen Bai, teasing that she wouldn't even feel a stab. She playfully jokes about her sister's intense devotion. Chen Bai just smiles as they wrap up their late-night planning session. Chen Bai thinks it over and decides this will not work. He flicks Qin Lingyu on the forehead, making her yelp out. He warns her that she must control who she targets and how long she stays in deep concentration, or this talent is just a drawback. She quickly nods and promises to practice controlling her power. Right then, Songji pops her head out, claiming it is finally her turn. Resting her chin on her hands with legs kicking in the air, she shows off her C-rank smart talent, boosting experience and skill mastery. It is pretty solid. Chen Bai advises her not to neglect any usable skill since maxing them out unlocks a 10 times comprehension boost. He adds that she will also gain 10 times the learning speed and 10 times the skill proficiency. That is an insane growth rate. Songji whispers that with a growth rate 10 times faster than normal people, she will easily master everything in no time. She can learn every combat stance, master advanced techniques, and refine her battle tactics. But Chen Bai cannot help but tease her. He jokes that while her physical strength will never beat his, she might just use her fancy skills to conquer him instead. She pouts in frustration, yelling that the annoying Chen Bai only knows how to bully her, and she's going to bite him. Song Zixiang steps in, noting that the White Emperor has already laid out a clear path for everyone's future development. She urges Qin Lingyu and the others to work hard so that future members of the White Emperor Palace will never look down on them. After all, they cannot go around bringing shame to the White Emperor. Outside, Lang Shuang hears the lively voices and quietly vows to work her hardest. She sighs desperately, wishing she could get some direct skill guidance from the White Emperor too. Soon a bit of time passes by. Over in Magic City, Han Xiao suddenly snaps his eyes open. He flings off his blanket and sits straight up, amazed by Elder Meng's incredible skill. She actually managed to teleport the group leader right to him. Just then, Meng sends a text warning her master that the teleportation distance was insane. She is feeling pretty dizzy. Chen Bai texts back, explaining that it is just mental exhaustion from a massive energy drain, so she should rest. Han Xiao is naturally curious and asks how things are going back in White Emperor City. Chen Bai replies that the main planning is all taken care of. Everyone back home is working hard to build the perfect city. Then Chen Bai shifts the topic to ask about their city construction rewards. He wonders how many attribute points they got since they killed quite a few special dream demons in that dream world. Han Xiao begins to shiver and stammers out that he only got one. He explains that while he and Elder Meng were hunting screaming corpses, things went horribly wrong. They all shrieked at once, launching a massive mental attack that completely overwhelmed him. He was using telekinesis to fly, but the stun made him lose control, sending him plunging to his death. A heavy silence fills the room. Chen Bai turns around in utter disbelief. He tells Han Xiao never to mention he is part of their group because it is too embarrassing. Han Xiao begs him, crying that only Chen Bai and Meng know about his embarrassing blunder, so his secret is safe. To make up for it, he promises to take him straight to that chemical plant. Chen Bai just chuckles at his desperate reaction. He reassures Han Xiao that he was only joking and tells him to pack up so they can set off. Han Xiao is thrilled. Right then, Chen Bai's hand begins to glow as a sudden realization hits him. The plague mark from his active quest is reacting. This SSS-Rank quest imprint has been pulsing with strange warnings ever since they arrived. It seems that chemical plant is indeed connected. Han Xiao walks over to the window and gestures outside, inviting the White Emperor to take flight and lead the way. A faint smirk plays on Chen Bai's lips. Now that his city is secure, it is time to tackle this SSS-Rank quest. He cannot help but wonder what kind of insane rewards await him. Back in Jiang City, he never dared inspect this mask. He was too worried that Leda would realize he had hidden it away. Suddenly, his system panel displays an S-Rank Demon Bloodline Essence. It is classified as a rare consumable item. The description states it is a demon blood crystal refined through a highly classified special method. This purification process makes the demonic energy inside incredibly pure and potent. Best of all, there are zero usage requirements. It is a massive surprise. He never expected those ordinary bloodline potions could be condensed into a high-tier S-Rank essence. Not having restrictions is what makes this truly priceless. Ahead, Han Xiao points out the thick green fog swirling around their destination. The duo moves swiftly toward the site. Chen Bai asks if his companion actually knows anything about the layout inside this factory. Han Xiao confirms he researched it before the apocalypse. Chen Bai nods in approval and decides it is time to move in. Han Xiao begins to panic, asking if he really has to go inside. The green fog and toxic mold look incredibly dangerous. Chen Bai reassures him that nothing will happen as long as he stays within 10 meters. Plus, they can visit his father's old workplace. Exploring that area might even trigger a personal quest for him. Han Xiao reluctantly pulls on a funny-looking mask and nods. Suddenly, Chen Bai's hand glows again as a system notification pops up, confirming the Plague imprint has successfully unlocked his next quest. He is now heading into the A-Rank Copan Plague Factory, a heavily mutated wasteland that has become an absolute paradise for deadly viruses. The goal is to locate the source of this outbreak, and the reward is a clean 10,000 experience points. He unlocks the rank, a bacteria cultivation skill tree. His eyes turn freezing cold. It is time. Suddenly, the virus starts absorbing into Chen Bai's body. He thinks to himself that reaching level 10 has also boosted his talent. Even without an explicit description, his virus control ability has improved significantly. Chen Bai smiles to himself. It is amazing. Every single microorganism and virus within a 10-meter radius is now entirely under his command. Han Xiao stammers in absolute terror. In a terrifying place like this, how can you actually enjoy yourself? You really are next level. Were you going to call me a freak? He asks softly. Right, he asks softly. Han Xiao nods, yes. Suddenly, he points up at something hovering in the sky. White Emperor, there is a monster. Chen Bai's hand begins to squirm and morphs into a giant blade as he chuckles. A mosquito. Before his companion can even realize what is happening, Chen Bai leaps high into the air, launching a direct strike on the monster. He lands smoothly on the ground, muttering that he hates mosquitoes. Han Xiao calls out to the White Emperor, pointing toward a plague mosquito that was guarding this cluster of mushrooms, likely a key dungeon material. Chen Bai warns him, do not touch it unless you want an easy death. Just a single sniff will do. Rotting from the lungs is a lot less painful than starting from the hands. Han Xiao instantly jolts backwards in fear. Chen Bai picks up the mushroom, explaining that it is a hybrid of plague virus and bacteria. Saying this, he brings it to his mouth and takes a bite. This leaves Han Xiao absolutely terrified, begging the White Emperor to be careful. Chen Bai calmly replies that he is immune to these things. Right after a system notification pops up, hybrid pathogen absorbed. Lethal fungal virus consumed, gaining 150 virus points. He swallows it whole, even praising it as not bad at all. A single bite of this virus is worth several elite zombies. Then another system notification chimes, hybrid pathogen absorbed. Lethal fungal virus consumed, gaining 350 virus points. Chen Bai turns to leave, telling Han Xiao they are heading to the workshop and break room where Han Xiao's father used to work. Han Xiao agrees dazedly as they arrive at the Mado staff dorms. The young companion points ahead, noting that his father's workspace has already been searched, but they found absolutely nothing special. Perhaps the next quest clue is somewhere else. Chen Bai follows behind and suggests they search for the origin of the outbreak together. He warns Han Xiao that if he tells him to run, he must flee immediately. Han Xiao instantly agrees to not hesitate or hold him back. Chen Bai then points upward to an area with the absolute highest viral concentration. He asks if Han Xiao knows what that place is. Han Xiao replies that it is likely the sewage treatment plant. Chemical runoff from all the factories gets dumped right there. Han Xiao's face tenses up with worry as he explains further. There are two massive deep pools inside. He only entered once, and the toxic air alone nearly made him pass out. Now, poisonous mushrooms are emitting sweet scents that attract swarms of insects. Back at the Mado wastewater facility, Han Xiao begins to panic. Chen Bai quickly warns him to shield himself with spiritual energy so he does not get infected when too far. Han Xiao immediately obeys. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes through the dark. Children of the plague, servants of the virus. A mysterious man raises his arms high, chanting to the young ones of the dark sect. Chen Bai immediately springs forward, launching a devastating physical strike directly at the fanatic. But his eyes go wide in shock. He cannot break through his opponent's guard. His blade arm is his absolute strongest form, yet this boss's defense is insanely tough for a rank A target. Suddenly, Vukasumi falls to his knees, chuckling softly as he bows down in worship. Offering the most sacred ritual and prayers to their destined god, he prays for the deity to ignite the holy fire and spread the glorious blessing of the plague across the world. Han Xiao stammers in total disbelief at the sight. He asks if they are bowing to the White Emperor. Chen Bai feels puzzled himself, murmuring that he is not quite sure either. Placing a hand over his chest, Vukasumi declares that he is indeed bowing before the great destined deity. He is willing to sacrifice everything, both life and soul. Chen Bai is completely taken aback, a rank 71 saint who underwent 3 transitions. In his past life, Chen Bai only reached level 79. Why would such a powerhouse appear so early in the trials? Despite the massive gap in their levels, he can still somehow sense the saint's name and level. It is unbelievable, meaning this elite must have let his guard down completely. Chen Bai asks if they really consider him their destined god. Vokasumi eagerly confirms this, explaining that their high priest sacrificed his own life to foresee his arrival. Because Chen Bai received the plague imprint right at the start of the trials, he is undoubtedly their chosen divine lord. A small smirk plays on Chen Bai's lips. In his past life, he heard that elite talents came with unique opportunities, and right now, this must be the exclusive blessing of the Virus Monarch. Becoming a plague deity is on an entirely different scale of power compared to some simple demonic bloodline, promising to elevate his strength to unimaginable heights. The demon from the story stands before him. Chen Bai asks what he can do, and the creature laughs, saying they paid a massive price. A massive price to enter the trial early, just to help Chen Bai. Pukasumi speaks softly, calling it an absolute blessing. He says he is incredibly lucky to meet him so soon, and that every member who arrive here can offer him a gift. A rare treasure from the plague cult matching their individual strength. Still in his demon form, he asks for forgiveness. They cannot hand over all the treasures directly, explaining it is to avoid being detected and targeted by the will of the universe. Chen Bai says it is fine. Pukasumi thanks him for understanding, adding that as destined by the gods, he should choose his reward. Chen Bai cuts straight to the chase and asks if he has a class change scroll, which visibly startles the demon. A class transfer scroll, the demon asks, lowering his staff before confirming they indeed have them. He shows an S-grade Plague Knight class and an S-grade Insect Master. The scroll glows as he chuckles, revealing their most prized option, the double S-grade Son of Misfortune. Han Xiao gasps at the double S rank, but Chen Bai just sighs and asks if they have a triple S class instead. Pukasumi explains that starting with a triple S class is virtually impossible, noting that even gods began at S rank or even B rank. Before climbing up to triple S, Chen Bai replies that he already knows this, but he only wants a triple S class change scroll. Tears suddenly stream down the demon's face at his bold ambition. Pukasumi throws his arms wide and shouts to the sky. He proclaims Chen Bai as their future god, the ultimate hope to rebuild the plague cult. Meanwhile, Chen Bai awkwardly scratches his head. He offers to look at other items if they do not have it, but the demon quickly interrupts, claiming they have a way to secure a triple S scroll. Chen Bai is intrigued, and Pukasumi explains that while not guaranteed, he must obtain it himself. When asked how the demon reveals he can open a special pocket realm that leads back to the greatest plague in their history, he must enter this historical event to collect the raw disease seeds that were recorded during that catastrophic epidemic. These active seeds can then be condensed into a brand new class scroll, potentially spawning a triple S class. Pukasumi grips his staff, urging him to take the gamble. He then raises his staff high to begin the ritual. He solemnly offers his life, power, and soul as a sacrifice to pave the path for his future god. With a terrifying roar, he unleashes a massive wave of energy as his physical body begins to break down. His staff clatters heavily to the ground, and a system notification asks Chen Bai if he wants to enter the private instance. It echoes with a wailing of 80 million souls, giving him less than 3 minutes to accept the challenge. Chen Bai chuckles and explains that because this is a solo instance, he cannot bring Han Xiao along with him. Han Xiao nervously rubs his neck, admitting he wouldn't dare enter a realm that required such a powerful boss to sacrifice himself. Chen Bai points out the limited entry window and decides to send Han Xiao out first, so he does not die from the plague. The scene shifts to Mo near the ruins of the plague factory. Han Xiao stands there dazed, staring at the destruction. He wonders what kind of madness he just survived while his chat status updates to show his location in Mo. He texts his group that they will never guess what happened. Yizi immediately asks about the White Emperor. Another member, Sword Saint, asks when the White Emperor and Meng Meng will be free to help him clear an unfinished dungeon. Han Xiao replies that the Sword Saint should not hold his breath as the White Emperor is far too busy right now. Overlord threatens to beat him up in Mo if he keeps hiding the details, making Han Xiao quickly plead for mercy. He promises to talk, revealing that an incredibly powerful non-playable character literally knelt to offer Chen Bai a class scroll. Yet Chen Bai turned it down. When Overlord asks how strong the character was, Han Xiao describes his absolute defense. Even Chen Bai could not pierce his defense. Overlord is speechless, while Wu Ye asks what kind of scroll it was. Han Xiao reveals there were 2 S-rank scrolls and 1 double S. This leaves the others utterly stunned by Chen Bai's high standards. Chen Bai made it clear that anything below a triple S class was trash. And then the demon sacrificed his life, just to open a special portal where Chen Bai could farm a triple S scroll. Yizi finds the sacrifice absolutely mind-blowing. The successor of the 5-element needle agrees, noting the gap between them and Chen Bai is larger than with normal players. Overlord sighs, admitting that every time he feels proud after a big victory, hearing about Chen Bai crushes his ego. Han Xiao advises him to stop comparing himself to the White Emperor if he wants to keep his sanity. Instead of trying to match him, he suggests using Chen Bai's godlike status to brag about being in his circle. Being in chat group 001 with him is a badge of honor. Yi agrees but has other ideas. Meanwhile, Chen Bai focuses on his own mission, staring closely at a mysterious hourglass bracelet that suddenly materializes on his wrist. He wonders why an hourglass suddenly appeared. He slips it inside his shirt, tucking it away before looking up. Filled with doubt, he looks at the Roman stone gate, wondering if this secret realm is Florence. He glances around. This must be Florence during the medieval period, living up to its name as the world art capital. But Chen Bai scratches his head, looking at the desolate surroundings. Why is there nobody here? After exploring for a bit, he suddenly spots someone huddled in a corner, coughing up a dry, painful cough. Chen Bai immediately grows cautious. There is someone here. As he steps closer, the trembling figure begins to speak. "No, stay away, stranger," the figure gasps, calling herself a filthy sinner punished by God and infected with a terrible disease. Then Chen Bai places his hand on her head, absorbing the virus. He asks if she wants to live, and the system immediately sends a notification that he absorbed the Black Death Plague virus. His virus points increase by 3. Staring at his hand, he realizes what disease this is. The system reveals that contact with the plague unlocks a special quest. A hidden subquest appears titled Plague, Seeds, and the Whales of 80 Million Souls. The quest description explains that in the history of Blue Star, the Black Death claimed the lives of at least 80 million people. As the sickness spread across this land, the plague cult took on the duty and power to reclaim these deadly seeds. The goal is to gather these seeds. As a reward, the collected items will be converted into a special class change scroll. Once the mission ends, Chen Bai wonders what these seeds actually are and how he is supposed to collect them. He needs to figure this out first. Just then, the girl suddenly pulls her hood down, waking up completely cured. Elena turns around, crossing herself with a radiant smile, realizing that her agonizing sickness has completely vanished. She thanks the messenger of the gods for expelling her illness, promising to follow and serve him forever. Chen Bai smiles as he adjusts his plague doctor mask. Followers and a reputation are exactly what he needs right now. It will make gathering information and finding items much easier. He puts the mask on, telling her not to pray anymore. She is stunned and asks which god he serves, but Chen Bai simply takes a step back and shakes his head. He confidently declares himself the god of plague, instructing her to tell everyone that he can cure their sickness at the square. Elena runs out, shouting at the top of her lungs for all the suffering plague victims to hear her message. She announces that the god of plague has descended and is waiting at the Lord's square. Waving her hands, she urges everyone to follow her to get cured. Meanwhile, someone is secretly watching them from behind a dark, half-closed doorway. Unaware of the watchful eyes, she continues calling out to those suffering from the disease as she walks the streets. Neighbors peek out of their windows in disbelief as she begs them to follow her, offering herself as living proof. Locals inside their homes recognize her and wonder who on earth is making all that noise out in the street. One woman sighs, saying it is just poor Elena, who has likely lost her mind from the devastating sickness. Outside, Elena remains completely oblivious to their skeptical glances. She loudly proclaims her identity as the daughter of the wealthy merchant Henry, who gave everything to the church only to lose his family. She urges everyone to look at her recovery. An elderly neighbor peeks out, asking if she is truly cured. Elena beams, pointing out that she has not coughed once since she started shouting. She insists that the god of plague healed her without requiring prayers or bloodletting. All they have to do is head straight to the Lord's square. Soon, a trembling hand touches her warm forehead. Shocked and shaking, a local woman begins to cry. It is absolutely true, there is no fever and no coughing. She clasps her hands in disbelief, sobbing and wondering if her suffering children might actually have a chance to live. At the Lord's Square in medieval Florence, Chen Bai quietly observes the city, analyzing their primitive medical situation. It is the 14th century, where treating the plague relies solely on religious faith and horrific bloodletting rituals. During this era, the epidemic claimed 25 million lives in Europe alone. Globally, the death toll surpassed 80 million souls. Chen Bai looks up, wondering if he must travel the entire world if the true source of this pandemic lies elsewhere. Suddenly, Elena calls out from behind, falling to her knees and begging for forgiveness for her lack of proper etiquette. She explains that she followed his instructions to bring the suffering townspeople to the square as quickly as possible. Chen Bai turns around, telling the frightened parents to bring their sick children closer and not to be afraid. He begins pulling the viral energy directly out of their bodies, liberating them from the painful clutches of the disease. Dark mist rises and flows into his palms. Children who were coughing violently just moments ago suddenly fall quiet and breathe easy. Chen Bai floats into the air, drawing the remaining toxic mist upward as the awestruck crowd watches in complete silence. Rejuvenated kids comfort their weeping parents, telling them the pain is gone while asking if their mothers are feeling better too, crying tears of joy. It is okay, mom feels completely fine now. Everyone gasps in total disbelief. This is wonderful. I feel so much better now. The fever and cough are gone and my strength has fully returned. A true miracle. The great church of light, you fool. He is not their God. Do not insult the great plague god. The man falls to his knees weeping. Great God, thank you for saving us from this plague. I vow to always believe in you. Addressing the plague god, Chen Bai speaks, stand up now. You all might still feel a little uncomfortable because the plague has caused some damage to your bodies. Leave this place and go home to rest for a while. Your bodies will slowly recover. He urges them go quickly. Many sick children are waiting behind you. Chen Bai turns around, declaring to the crowd that their worship is not actually what he wants. His only desire is to see everyone free from sickness. Shu Nian weeps uncontrollably, trembling in awe. Merciful God, you care so deeply for sinners like us. How can I ever praise your absolute greatness? Elena raises her hand and speaks loudly. We must not disturb the plague god anymore. Those who have recovered, follow me and leave the Anon River Bridge now. Let us spread his holy compassion across all of Florence. Just when things are looking up, the mood completely shifts as heavy, powerful footsteps approach. The crowd panics. The church knights have arrived. A booming voice barks out, accusing someone here of claiming to be a god and spreading heretical beliefs. Bystanders move. The commander points directly at Chen Bai. Are you the one spreading these heretical lies? I hear you call yourself the plague god. He draws his sword and rushes forward. Plague is a punishment from heaven, so how can a plague god exist? Foolish heretics. A smirk plays on Chen Bai's lips. This is his chance as their blades pierce his body, to fully ascend as a god right here. The commander raises his hand high, declaring victory. Why have you sinners not repented? Kneel, you have been blinded. This disease is the price of your sins. Suddenly, a knight stammers. He looks at Chen Bai. Shock. Chen Bai is completely unharmed. Elena grabs a stone, screaming, how dare you lay hands on him? Chen Bai stops her, telling her to stand down since he is not hurt. She looks up, realizing the truth. A great god cannot be harmed by mere swords, yet these fools actually dared to strike. Elena grinds her teeth. She urges him to punish these ignorant knights of the Church of Light, demanding they face divine judgment. Her fierce declaration leaves the commander and his men utterly stunned. Chen Bai softly tells her, no, you are wrong. They cannot truly hurt me, so I hold no grudge and will not punish them. Even if they stab me 1,000 times today, I will still continue to save everyone from this terrible plague. The entire crowd gasps. They raise their hands, shouting in unison that this is the true merciful Lord. They swear to follow him. The knights are completely stunned. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Cathedral, Grand Archbishop Haken stands with hands on hips, furious. In just 3 days, that damn heretic has converted at least 90% of the city's population. Today is Sunday, yet only 7 people showed up to Mass. He growls, Bishop John, we should have let the knights execute him at the square, but you stopped me. Now all our followers have abandoned us. Our knight order is down to just 5 men, not even enough to guard this cathedral. Bishop John calmly responds that he stands by his decision. He points out that Chen Bai appeared out of nowhere, demonstrating an unbelievable ability to cure the plague. In just 3 days, he traveled the entire city and healed everyone. Bishop John continues explaining his methods. Chen Bai taught the people how to prevent the spread of disease, guiding them to care for the recovering. His brow furrows deep. He admits that although Chen Bai's strange teachings are obscure and hard to grasp, using bizarre new terms like bacteria, hygiene, and microscopic organisms, they do not restrict his followers at all. He demands no offerings, telling everyone that a merciful God would never want his children to fight. If we had executed him that day, who do you think the people would see as the true demon? Haken chuckles dryly, mocking the bishop for sounding exactly like a follower of this new plague sect. Haken grinds his teeth in frustration, asking if Bishop John even cares about their own church anymore. Bishop John replies that their master is supreme. He needs no fragile faith. Don't worry about him. We should be worrying about ourselves instead. I have already written a letter reporting everything here to the action. Pope. Chen Bai raises his hand, staring at the swirling virus. This is the seed of pestilence. Meanwhile, in a noble's private chamber, he realizes the plague throughout Florence, condensed into this tiny speck after extraction. Knowing how to obtain this seed is fantastic, but getting so little progress from all of Florence is definitely a hard blow. It is truly a piece of bad news. The system registers the Black Death seed of pestilence progress at 0.001. He gains the Plague Pillar ability to build a monument. Those who pray and receive baptism before it can transfer their illnesses into the column, which will then condense into more seeds. Chen Bai falls into deep thought, realizing he must travel the entire world to fully complete the collection. Suddenly, Elena enters, breaking his train of thought to announce that his most faithful followers are waiting. Chen Bai nods in acknowledgement, saying he will be right out, then slowly begins to walk outside. The crowd stares with deep admiration and kneels in worship, chanting that all things decay while living beings remain eternal. Chen Bai smiles gently. The plague of Florence has been cured and he must depart for other lands, but first he will leave them a gift. He waves his hand, summoning the giant plague pillar. Anyone who prays and receives baptism here can easily eradicate their illness. The emotional crowd cheers loudly, thanking the great deity for bestowing this magnificent miracle. But Chen Bai warns them not to rely on it too much. Once he takes the plague away and leaves this world, the pillar will lose its effect. They must remember his core teachings on the plague's origin, prevention, treatment, and even research. His lips curve up as he tells his followers not to fear, for they can peacefully coexist with these forces. Managed properly, the viruses can actually help them. Lastly, he reminds them to never forget the doctrines of their plague sect. Elena vows that they will cherish his guidance and keep the sect's sacred principles close to their hearts forever. They will build a cathedral for the plague sect right here and spread his teachings across the lands. Stroking her head, he thanks her and leaves the future in her hands, wishing they will never suffer from plague again. "Goodbye, my children," he whispers. Behind him, the passionate roars of his followers continue to echo loud and clear. They chant that all things decay but living beings are eternal. Looking back, he repeats those exact words to himself. Chen Bai marvels that even from this distance their prayers ring out. The fanaticism of faith in this era is truly beyond imagination. His eyes turn cold, but this fanatical devotion is exactly what he wants to achieve his ultimate goals. This high level of devotion will greatly assist him in gathering more seeds of pestilence, Chen Bai tells himself. The divine reputation of a god will naturally draw people to him, saving him vast amounts of physical energy and time. Without this holy title, condensing the seed would likely take at least 10 years. Now it will be much easier. He resolves to use this divine persona to conquer the entire dungeon scenario. A few days slip by quietly. Over at St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican, a loyal knight kneels before the Pope to deliver an urgent report. "May the Lord bless your holiness," he says, asking why he has been summoned. The Pope sits on his throne, speaking in a low, grim voice. The failed Eastern Crusade has deeply disappointed God, allowing devils to unleash terrible plagues. The Supreme Pontiff believes that during this critical hour, a dangerous heretic is using the plague to steal their faithful. The knight is visibly confused, questioning if this self-proclaimed god of pestilence can actually eradicate the plague. This is Seon, the Templar Knight Captain. He wonders how these foolish, weak-willed believers can buy into such absurd tricks. But the Pope stands up. No, he explains that youth traveled all the way from Florence, successfully pushing back the in situ entire disease. Seon gasps in disbelief. He can truly cure it. How is that even possible? The Pope shakes his head. He can cure it, Seon, which is exactly why he is a demon. A devil who unleashes pestilence and then takes it away to fake miracles, deceiving people and blocking their path to heaven. Seon growls in anger, cursing the cunning devil for using such a wicked scheme. The Pope continues. The heretic has arrived in the Vatican. He has lured him to the square, ordering a massive crowd to gather there. Pointing forward, the Pope commands Seon to take up the lance of Longinus and execute the demon in front of everyone. He urges him to glorify their Lord, protect the faithful, and cleanse the world of this vile heresy. Seon presses a hand to his chest, praying for divine protection to strike down the demon and reveal the truth. Meanwhile, at the bustling public square, Qing Jiang introduces this massive area as the city's largest open plaza. Qing Jiang describes the grand scale of the plaza, setting the stage for a dramatic showdown. The boy beams with excitement, telling Chen Bai to wait while he runs to spread the news of his legendary arrival. Chen Bai smiles, thanking the kid and telling him to run along, while he waits right here with his arms crossed. A faint smirk plays on his lips. Ever since he left Florence, the Church of Light has been playing dirty. They shut their gates and labeled him a demon, yet here he is greeted by someone completely untouched by the plague. Chen Bai chuckles at the sheer hypocrisy. Nearby, the signature statues of the Church of Light loom over the streets. It is clear they have finally lost their patience. They are determined to end him once and for all right here. His eyes drift upward. Honestly, this is the perfect opportunity to wipe out this troublesome church once and for all. He welcomes the challenge, eager to see what pathetic tricks they have planned. Suddenly, a man yells out to the crowd. He points directly at Chen Bai, shouting for everyone to witness the judgment of the heretic who supposedly cured the plague. Whispers erupt through the crowd, wondering if he really cured it or if it is just a deceptive lie. The Pope steps forward, declaring that the Lord has commanded Chen Bai's destruction. Sauron echoes the threat. Armed with the spear of Longinus, they swear the demon will not escape. Chen Bai calmly studies their heavy armor. The Pope and his holy knights. They really set up quite a dramatic stage just for him. Chen Bai speaks up. He asks how these servants of God dare call him a demon when his only goal is to cure the plague. The Pope points a trembling finger, shouting that it is all lies and that God warned him of this devil. He claims Chen Bai is an abyssal demon using wicked schemes to shake the faith of the common people. A sinister glint flashes in the Pope's eyes. He accuses Chen Bai of releasing the plague first, just to play hero. He claims it is all a trick to lure the ignorant away from God. The crowd begins to panic. Some realize he actually cured the disease, whispering that they saw the miracle themselves on the road to Florence. A weeping woman asks why they cannot let him cure their dying children first before passing judgment. Her son is dying. The Pope notices the rising fear of the plague is rapidly eroding his control over them. He speaks up, declaring that if Chen Bai truly had holy power, God would have shown him mercy. Instead, the Pope accuses him of casting dark spells to trap their souls. His face contorts in fury. He warns that their souls will burn in hell. Talk about classic manipulation, and the terrified crowd falls for it. Angry chants echo through the square. They call him an evil demon, demanding he be executed immediately. Sauron charges forward with his spear, urged on by the frenzied crowd. But Chen Bai does not even flinch. He stops the sharp spearhead with his single finger. Sauron trembles, staring in absolute disbelief. Chen Bai warns him to give up. This spear once pierced the Son of God, and it refuses to sin again. Do not force it, Chen Bai says. Sauron stands frozen, his mind racing. How is this even possible? Chen Bai speaks aloud, wondering why the Holy See tried so hard to stop him from curing the plague. A contemptuous smirk plays on his lips. Looking at the Pope now, he finally has his answer. The Pope is a demon in disguise. The old man laughs maniacally, mocking Chen Bai's absurd accusation. The crowd laughs along. How could their holy leader be a demon? But Chen Bai is already moving. He lunges forward, promising they will see the truth soon enough, and throws a brutal punch to the Pope's throat. The guards panic, screaming that the Pope is dead. Sauron snaps out of his daze and charges again. He curses, realizing he was distracted by Chen Bai's words. He yells that Chen Bai truly is a demon. Chen Bai whispers for the usurping demon to reveal itself. Sauron hesitates, caught off guard by the demand. Suddenly, the old Pope begins to warp. Horns erupt from his skull and his teeth sharpen into fangs. Terror grips the crowd as they witness the demonic transformation. The corrupted Pope growls in pure fury. He vows to slaughter Chen Bai. But this is exactly what Chen Bai wanted all along. His memory-altering filter is far too advanced for these primitive minds. If used directly, they would never believe him. Simply arguing with the Pope would have been foolish. Even spreading a virus wouldn't convince the skeptical crowd. But luckily, Chen Bai has a secret weapon. He acquired a high-tier demon blood essence a while back. It is the grade A demon blood essence he secured while rescuing Meng Meng. Now he plans his move. He will force the essence into the Pope's body and inject a zombie virus just to be absolutely safe. The system announces that the A+ rank demon bloodline essence has been used. No matter which effect takes hold, the Pope will be eyed with suspicion by his followers and branded a monster. Right then, the Pope opens his wide mouth, gathering a fireball, ready to unleash it. Everyone panics and screams that there is a demon and they need to run. Meanwhile, Chen Bai crouches into an attacking stance. The horns and hellfire are just the natural effects of that bloodline essence. The outcome is decided as the requirements for using the A-rank demon bloodline are incredibly strict. Sauron is utterly shocked that the Pope is actually a demon. Chen Bai knows the old man's body will soon collapse completely, because it simply cannot handle the immense strain of this demonic power. Spreading his arms, Chen Bai shouts that a demon from hell has possessed the Pope, twisted their sacred teachings, and harmed the glorious believers. Yet now the monster still dares to try and stop him from curing the plague and healing living creatures. That crime is unforgivable. Pointing his finger, Chen Bai declares that today he will bring divine punishment upon this beast. He strikes his final blow, ending the Pope. Shocked gasps echo through the crowd as they realize he has actually slain the demon. Kneeling at Chen Bai's feet, Knight Commander Sauron of the Holy Light Castle begs for forgiveness, admitting his mind was completely blinded by the devil. Knowing he sinned by standing in Chen Bai's way, Sauron stands ready to accept any punishment. Chen Bai reaches out to pull him up, saying he respects his courage and faith but wants him to know that God does not punish mankind. God has no concern for such things, and Chen Bai is only here to do one single thing on this earth, which is to cleanse the plague. Overjoyed, Sauron replies that he understands, calling him the great merciful god of plague, who will immediately bring every sick citizen in the city to him. Ever since the Vatican wiped out the demons, the Holy See has declined rapidly, allowing the plague sect to rise in its place. Now there are absolutely no obstacles left to hinder his journey across Europe. Everyone has heard the grand title of the plague god, and every infected city is now eagerly preparing to welcome his arrival. The source of the plague had already spread deep into every single city and village across the European continent, but condensing the plague seeds is still far from over. To finish this, he has to keep moving forward, traveling through Africa, Asia and Oceania, witnessing countless different races, religions, and ancient dynasties along this very long and tiring journey. Chen Bai lets out a soft laugh, realizing it has been 1 year, several months, and 12 days, but he finally succeeded. Now he just needs to retrieve the roots of the plague. Although this dungeon did not throw any powerful enemies at him, it was undeniably difficult. Looking out into the distance, Chen Bai admits that if he knew this quest would take so much time, he would have never stepped foot in here. After all, spending 1.5 precious years right before the apocalypse is an immense loss. The system then chimes in, asking if he wants to retrieve all the plague seeds from the plague pillar. Chen Bai confirms. The scene shifts to a quiet courtyard in medieval Florence where a massive plague pillar stands tall and silent, and a woman kneels down to pray, wishing the great god of plague a safe journey and hoping he soon completes his grand plan. Suddenly, Elena freezes as her eyes go wide with shock. The man standing right beside her notices her reaction, asks what is wrong. High Priestess Elena stammers, wondering what is happening to the holy pillar before realizing her god has completed his journey and is now returning to his divine realm. She urgently tells everyone to recite the teachings their god gave them so he knows they have carved them deep into their hearts. The commander quickly obeys and Elena begins to weep tears of pure joy. They call themselves the Plague Sect, not because they worship disaster and destruction, nor is it because they praise decay and death. Out on the medieval streets of Florence, the believers gather to pray together, declaring their true purpose to the world, which is simply to wish for a peaceful, beautiful world where every single human being can live healthy and happy lives. A massive swirling aura completely envelops the plague pillar as the crowd discusses. That is why they must understand the plague, ensure it can never harm humanity again. Elena explains that by controlling the plague, they can use its power to crush evil across the land. Back when they were ignorant, they slaughtered one another, but now united under the plague, they find harmony. In the future, once they master this power completely, they will stand shoulder to shoulder, and the plague will finally become their ultimate weapon. They view this as a holy war ritual to protect all life, one that will make any demon tremble in fear. It will force the most bloodthirsty and brutal devils to show respect and ensure every enemy of life is utterly destroyed. Everything in this world will eventually decay and rot, but billions of living souls will stand together, growing stronger and lasting forever. Hearing their voices, Chen Bai deeply reflects on how all things decay, yet living beings remain eternal. He can hear their passionate prayers wishing for the glory of their Lord to forever shine upon the earth. He gently opens his eyes, wondering if these are truly their devout, faithful prayers. Right then, the system announces the quest is complete, and he begins to leave the dungeon. The scene shifts to the Plague Workshop in Mu where his quest rewards are initializing and a mysterious scroll appears. System alert, the SSS class scroll Calamity of Creation and Destruction is active. The birth of all things brings endless possibilities and their contact brings infinite surprises. The struggle of all things triggers endless disasters while their demise births limitless new life. Do not fear, for you are part of this cycle. This power is inherently yours but requires the SSS-grade Virus Monarch talent. Chen Bai realizes the system does not specify what kind of class this is, making him want to change classes immediately. However, Rito's quest only requires him to find 2 scrolls, not to actually acquire 2 SSS-grade classes right away. As he walks, Chen Bai plans his next move. With 1 SSS class scroll secured, he must prepare for the second one. He knows that another SSS scroll lies hidden in the abyss. Suddenly, a cold system notification rings in his ears. But wait, the unthinkable happens. The Plague Factory quest has failed. This catches Chen Bai completely off guard. He thought he had found the plague source. Yet when he located Pukasumi, the system never declared the quest complete. It seems the actual source he needed to find had mutated because of Pukasumi's dark presence. Once Pukasumi sacrificed himself, that source likely withered away without his power supporting it, causing the quest to fail. Chen Bai shifts his gaze toward the massive mushrooms, wondering if they are the remnants. He cannot help but feel curious. He wonders how White Emperor City is holding up and what his friends in the chat are up to lately. He asks Song Zaixiong about the city's status and everyone's progress, and she replies that rebuilding has officially begun. She has already selected the perfect spots to establish their new supercomputing hub and the advanced production lines. Song Zaixiong adds that after receiving Chen Bai's guidance, everyone finally has a clear goal to strive toward. But since only 4.5 days have passed, their strength remains unchanged. Hearing this, Chen Bai's eyes widen. 4.5 days, talk about a total mind warp. He spent an entire year and a half inside that dungeon. This must be the work of the hourglass of time, which has completely bound to his soul, appearing or vanishing at will. Only an artifact like this could warp time so drastically, making a year and a half feel like mere days. A message pops up from Han Xiao telling him that his and the White Emperor's Plague Factory quests both failed. Wu Ya chimed in with shock, while Ye Zi frantically asked for the White Emperor. Shui Chuan wondered about the SSS scroll. Overlord says to forget the class scroll, worrying whether the White Emperor is even alive. Liu Huai tries to calm them. She reminds them that a single failed quest does not mean the end. Chen Bai chuckles. So Han Xiao had the quest too. But theirs must have been different since they lacked the plague mark. Amused, he scrolls through the active chat log. Chen Bai messages them that the plague factory quest indeed failed. Immediately, Yi Zi asks if their leader is sad. She offers him a warm embrace while Liu Huai teases that she has much warmer places to offer than a simple hug. Yi Zi instantly challenges Liu Huai to a duel over her shameless flirting. Wu Ya remarks on the failed mission. Shui Chuan quickly reassures everyone, declaring that Chen Bai remains the strongest warrior they have ever laid eyes on. Overlord declares that real men do not fear failure, though he still feels bad about losing the SSS grade class. Han Wang notes that since a level 70 boss sacrificed himself to open this dungeon, failing is completely natural. Chen Bai then shares the scroll info. The Calamity of Creation and Destruction SSS scroll, where life brings infinite possibility, and interactions bring endless surprises. Its struggles bring ultimate calamity, while its destruction births endless new life. Do not fear, for you are part of this calamity. This power is yours, requiring the SSS grade Virus Monarch talent. Chen Bai clarifies to the group that he did not actually fail to obtain the SSS grade class scroll. Since the key NPC sacrificed himself to open the dungeon, the target vanished, causing the factory quest to fail. Yi Zi and Wu Ya are left speechless, while Shui Chuan and Overlord immediately congratulate him on the SSS class. Han Xiao asks if they should upgrade their chat group into an official alliance. Overlord asks what an alliance even is. Yi Zi explains that after upgrading, their announcements and usernames will be tagged with their official alliance name. Liu Huai adds that while the upgrade brings incredible benefits, the cost is actually quite steep. Chen Bai admits he has been considering this for a while but wanted to see if his teammates agree. An alliance is a unified faction. If one prospers, everyone prospers, and their chat resources will grow immensely. Chen Bai officially starts a vote to decide whether they should upgrade their chat group into an alliance. He urges them to consider it carefully. If over 2/3 agree, they will proceed with the upgrade. Han Xiao understands jokingly, asking if Chen Bai wants to rest at his place since the bed is already warmed up. Chen Bai scoffs at the offer, asking who would ever want his warm bed, and instead demands a villa in Mo so he can prepare a room to rest. His friend Han Xiao happily agrees, and the scene shifts to a luxury villa in Mo, which Chen Bai finds quite impressive. The place has a great layout. Scanning the area, neither his thermal tracking nor virus tracker reveals any creatures, meaning it is safe. But down in the basement, a young girl named Yan Sui stammers in fear, telling her older sister that someone has entered and she is terrified. Her older sister, Yan Qi, reassures her, promising to deal with the intruder, but Yan Shui begs her not to kill him, just drive him away. Upstairs, Chen Bai relaxes with his legs crossed, thinking how comfortable this is, only needing to release some virus to rest in peace. He decides to try out the special herbal pillow crafted through traditional medicine that he brought back from his previous dungeon run. Lying in the luxury bedroom, he pulls out the item, and using it actually helps him sleep much better, leaving him quite surprised. The system reveals it as a D-rank ancient dragon country medicinal pillow, a daily item designed to calm the mind and soothe energy. Crafted from a secret recipe, long-term use improves sleep quality while offering a slight defense against mental invasions. It also boosts longevity and mental health, helping the user's mind grow stronger and more resilient over time. Chen Bai sits up in shock, wondering how it became a system item when it was just a normal herbal pillow in the dungeon. He is utterly confused, staring at his inventory and wondering what on earth has happened to all of his stored belongings. Looking closer, he sees a C-rank dragon vase listed as a city exhibition item, likely a masterpiece crafted by a grand artisan. When displayed in the local city museum, this unique item apparently grants a significant boost to all city facilities. Next is a C-rank living Buddha relic, a special material tempered through high heat and pressure, which is extremely rare. Carrying it grants +1 luck and +5 defense against evil forces. There's also a D-rank mystery gold coin. This ancient coin is another city exhibition piece, and keeping it on display will boost the city facility's total income. In addition, he finds a C-rank Eye of Horus golden ring, which is officially classified as a highly powerful accessory item. This ring boosts his recovery rate by 5% and allows him to actively deploy a powerful defensive shield. The shield's energy is charged by moonlight. Chen Bai is completely baffled, realizing most of the things he brought from the dungeon have actually transformed into system items. He has never once heard of regular dungeon loot behaving in such a strange way. Suddenly, a thought hits him. He also brought back the legendary Spear of Longinus. In his past life, an incredibly powerful sovereign wielded an SS-rank Spear of Longinus, which is why he studied it closely. Reaching out to grab the spear, he remembers how Holy Temple Knight Commander San gave it to him as a parting gift. It was a present before he departed from the Vatican. Chen Bai smiles as he realizes the spear has also become an item. The system identifies it as an unawakened F-rank spear of Longinus, a special polearm that raises all his attributes by 3. It repels darkness, pushing back evil forces. Against the fallen, the abyss, and impure creatures, it deals 200% damage, but it has a seal. To wake up the spear, he needs to slay evil beings to break its binding. He needs 10 more kills of evil creatures to trigger its initial awakening. Chen Bai narrows his eyes thoughtfully. Weapons like the Spear of Longinus already existed on Blue Star, but the Descent of the Cosmic will turn them into unique items. Although the mechanics remain a mystery, this legendary weapon is now in his possession, giving him a massive advantage. With the only Spear of Longinus in his hands, he wonders if the future Emperor will ever rise to power without it. He wonders about Mr. Raka, but suddenly a stinging pain like 10,000 biting ants shoots through his palm. Wondering why his hand hurts so much, Chen Bai turns his palm up and sees it is completely red and irritated. Could the Spear of Longinus be repelling him? He realizes his virus power likely categorizes him under its targeted evil forces. It is clear he cannot use this weapon. If an F-rank version can burn him, an S-rank would turn him to ash. It is the ultimate counter to his existence. Smiling wryly, he reaches out to put the dangerous weapon back into storage. He will just let it gather dust in his inventory, removing at least one major threat to his life from the world. Suddenly, the bedroom door swings open on its own, leaving him confused since he specifically locked it from the inside. A sharp knife flies straight at him, but he catches the blade between his fingers instantly. His gaze turns icy. Since his thermal and virus tracking detected nothing, some mental attribute creature must be telekinetically controlling the weapon from afar. Since they can only manipulate objects, their level is likely very low. He drops the knife considering his combat options. Using his Hellfire skill would vaporize the intruder instantly, but it would also burn this entire luxury room to ash. He sighs at his dilemma. Despite having nearly 300 spirit points, he only has one spell capable of targeting spirits, Entity. He looks down at his system screen, spending the virus points he gathered from city defense and dungeons to search. He needs a skill that is both effective and affordable. The Blacklight virus does not seem strong enough against spiritual forces. What about a psychic virus line instead? Chen Bai slowly stands up. Without a proper pathogen, is it impossible to unlock the skill tree? He decides to check if any of his current viruses can evolve into psychic energy. He quickly finds one. Perfect, he has just enough points to make it happen. The system chimes in, upgrade successful. The zombie virus has evolved into the progenitor virus. Successfully upgraded. The progenitor virus has evolved into the T-virus. Successfully upgraded. The T-virus evolved into a psychic enhanced variant. He glances down at the kitchen knife lying on the floor. Chen Bai's voice turns cold. Why stop slashing? Did you run? Let me see what kind of spirit you actually are. The system displays. Special. Skill of the psychic enhanced T-virus is unlocked. Telepathic mastery is now fully active. Another special. Skill of the psychic enhanced T-virus has been unlocked. Telepathic perception, marking a successful virus modification. He has now unlocked the telepathic vision sub-skill. Instantly, he enters a state of deep, focused telepathic concentration. At that moment, Yan Shui desperately hugs Yan Qi to hold her back. Sister, don't let's go, she screams, fiercely yelling that she will kill this bad guy who broke into their home. He ponders a complete spirit entity. Possessing such high intelligence surely cannot be a low-level spirit. So why does it only use a kitchen knife to attack Chen? Bai looks on indifferently now. He can lock them down with telekinesis and test his psychic perception on them. Yan Qi remains resolute, kill the intruders and protect her sister. The system then reports on Yan Qi, an evolved human. Her talent is Dual Spirit, Evil Spirit, Grade 5 Level 2 Spirit 15 with Object Control ability, and Dark Evil Thought Invasion. Meanwhile, Yan Shui tries to convince her sister that he has no intention to hurt them, and the screen displays. Yan Shui is an evolved human Dual Spirit, Good Spirit, Grade 5 Level 2 Spirit 15 talent. Abilities being Object Control and Good Thought Nurturing. He crosses his arms, realizing these two girls are actually evolved humans. Since their talent changes their forms, even he has rarely encountered people like them before. Yan Qi quickly charges forward, swinging her knife. Chen Bai activates his telekinesis, grabbing her hand and softly saying, Yan Qi, right, calm down, I will not hurt you. You can definitely sense the massive gap between them. His psychic power is 20 times stronger than hers. This is her final warning to stop causing trouble, or he will kill her and her sister. Yan Qi glares, forcing Yan Shui to beg him not to hurt Yan Qi. He lays down his conditions. They will not be harmed, but they must obey. She screams back, calling him a perverted creep, demanding he target her instead of bullying her innocent sister. Chen Bai simply smiles, asking what perverted thoughts he could possibly have, suggesting she is the one thinking of perverted things. Yanqi is furious, but he stops them and demands they answer a few questions about what they know. He asks if they know what happened to the world and if they can use the evolved mask. The younger sister answers that they know everything, can use the mask, and even check the online forum regularly. The older sister sneers with deep hatred, saying those who died were just useless insects who deserved it. Chen Bai wonders why they are only level 2, asking if they are too afraid to hunt monsters for experience. Yan Sui stammers that she stopped her sister, unable to bring herself to harm creatures that once were human, especially since they cannot harm them anyway. Chen Bai's voice grows cold as he warns that those who can hurt them will inevitably appear and their level 2 status will not save them. Remember, their talent is extremely dangerous because their power is fueled entirely by their raw emotions. He tells them to control themselves, lest they end up as naive saints or weak hysterical fools. Chen Bai then begins to guide them, telling them to close their eyes, feel their inner power, and master it using cold hard reason. A sudden wave of psychic energy hit, making Yan Shui stammer that she just wants to help other people and be a good person. Yan Qi, however, screams that she will kill everyone in this trash world, vowing to slaughter absolutely anyone who even thinks about threatening her beloved sister. Chen Bai watches them tremble, completely overwhelmed by their raw power. It is clear that their rational minds are heavily compromised. Chen Bai warns that without proper training they will soon degenerate into mindless beasts ruled entirely by base instinct, becoming nothing but monsters. He deeply ponders how to train spirit entities so easily swayed by raw emotions. First, he needs to minimize the raw energy hitting them. Chen Bai reaches his hand out, planning to use his telepathy to play with them a bit. It trains his mind, sharpening his telepathic control at the same time. He lowers his hand and unleashes a wave of absolute suppression. The two girls are blown back, screaming out to ask what he wants to do. Chen Bai chuckles, telling them to resist with everything they have until their energy runs dry. He wants to practice shaping his psychic power. After all, he was never a mentalist expert in his past life. His psychic skills were quite weak back then. Chen Bai watches the two girls tremble violently, finally pulling back. Controlling two spirits at once is possible, yet his precision still needs a lot of work. Since they keep fighting back, their movements look incredibly stiff. Soon, both of the girls freeze up, completely immobilized. They stop struggling entirely. Chen Bai notes that they still have energy left. Perhaps their minds are finally clearing up. Did they think he would show them mercy? He walks closer, realizing they still do not fully grasp the danger they are in. If they cannot learn to master their emotional energy, they are going to turn into mindless monsters eventually. Chen Bai warns that he might as well end their lives right now. Suddenly, the force of his pressure tears their clothes apart. Quiet whimpers echo through the room. The two girls end up huddling together, pulling a blanket tight over themselves. Chen Bai sits nearby and asks them what they would do if they saw a monster attacking a human right now. Yan Shui replies that she would save the person and slay the beast. She believes in acting within her own limits. If it is within her power, the beast dies first. He praises her answer. It seems they are finally regaining their senses. They still hold a clear, healthy boundary between good and evil instead of letting their raw energy twist them into extreme monsters. One sister softly thanks him, calling him Big Brother. The other snorts, whispering that she will make him pay for this harsh treatment. Chen Bai slowly stands up. He reminds them that they never actually learned how to control their powers before. Even so, their rare yin-yang talent allowed them to absorb energy automatically. Now they must start over from zero. He raises his hand, offering to teach them a basic training technique. He tells them to release their stored energy outward. He instructs them to shape that energy into actual clothing. The two girls stare in disbelief, glancing down at their bodies. Chen Bai turns his back to them, advising them that their energy levels must match their actual mental capacity. Once they master this, he plans to use his free days to take them out and grind some levels. The scene shifts to the Hongting Psychiatric Hospital dungeon in Shanghai. Yan Sui strikes first, unleashing her benevolent spirit skill. Yan Qi joins the fray, calling upon her dark spirit power. The two sisters perfectly synchronize their light and dark attacks. The system chiming in confirms the head nurse mini-boss is defeated. Yan Qi clings to his arm, eagerly asking how they did. Chen Bai gently warns her to stop trying to inject her dark thoughts into his body because it will not work. Caught red-handed, Yan Qi pouts and turns away, grumbling that his own wicked soul is probably just immune to evil thoughts. Suddenly, a flashing notification on his screen catches his attention. It is a pretty urgent message from Meng Meng. She begs Master Bai for help, explaining that a player named Not a Sword Immortal wants to clear a nightmare-grade dungeon. The player urges him to join if he has time. Chen Bai asks him to send over the dungeon details first. The details arrive instantly. Yeezy mentions they still have one open slot and wonders if her sister can tag along. Wait, a nightmare-grade run. This is bound to get crazy. The details point to the legendary Shushan Mountain Path. The path is described as insanely treacherous, harder to climb than reaching the heavens. No immortals reside here anymore. Yet, phantom sword chants still echo across the peaks. Few can navigate the endless mountain paths hidden deep within the mist. Every stone step presents a deadly trial. Anyone attempting to climb without permission will plunge straight into the bottomless abyss. Only the evolver named Nana Sword Immortal carrying identification code 098 can lead the party inside. Their group cannot exceed 4 members in total, and the maximum level for anyone entering must not be over 10. Chen Bai chuckles, finally realizing why they are so desperate. He recalls that he never heard of this player before. It is highly likely the guy failed to find solid teammates in his past life and died right inside this dungeon. Another message pops up. The player tells him that since he hasn't advanced classes yet, his level is capped at 10. He suggests they party up immediately. Meanwhile, Tyron insists that the final party slot must be decided by a fair roll. He announces on the channel that he is definitely tagged along for this run, apologizing to the rest of them. Someone complains about Han Wang manipulating things behind the scenes, teasing the old Taoist about selling out completely to the Sword Immortal. How much did Wang offer? He will double it. Forget the flowers. Yizi complains it is unfair, but he insists he is not some legendary sword immortal. He tells everyone not to worry. This dungeon is deeply tied to their traditional cultivation practices, which is exactly why he made the decision to bring his close brother Jingshu along. He promises to prioritize them in the next dungeon, telling the squad that they are done for the day. He suggests heading home, but Yanqi is taken aback. He wonders why they are stopping when he is still rearing to go and fight. Chen Bai tells him that they stand no chance against the upcoming monsters. The boss utilizes mental attacks, so proceeding now would be pure suicide. She scoffs in minor annoyance while Yan Shui happily accepts the order, agreeing to follow her big brother's lead. Meanwhile, deep inside the area, the Shushan Mountain dungeon right at the foot of the peaks, Meng Meng spots him and eagerly calls out to introduce him to her master. She proudly presents him as Jingshu Buxu. Jingshu politely steps forward, asking Senior Bai to simply refer to him as Jingshu from now on. Just then, another figure unexpectedly materializes right behind Jingshu. Zixun reaches out and slaps a hand on his shoulder, excited to meet him. The legendary Master Bai. He quickly introduces himself as Chu Zixun, sheepishly admitting that he is not actually some grand sword immortal. Chen Bai waves a friendly greeting to both Jingshu and Zixun. However, he is suddenly startled by the massive collection of swords Zixun carries. He asks if Zixun possesses a rare weapon talent. Zixun confirms his guess, showing off his system panel displaying the legendary class. His talent lets him unleash powerful sword chi when wielding a blade, with its destructive power scaling directly off his own spiritual energy. This also lets him design his own unique techniques, permanently boosting all his base attributes every time he creates a new sword style. The stat increases depend entirely on the rank of the style. Chen Bai nods in approval, highly praising such an incredible talent. Zixun rubs his neck with a shy laugh, saying it is nothing special. Seeing the whole team has arrived, he suggests they head out. And so their journey begins. They transition deep into the dungeon, arriving at the base of a winding trail where Zixun addresses the group. He asks if everyone received the quest notification, explaining that their objective is to climb all the way to the very peak. Meng Meng notes that with such a simple quest description, this mountain trail is bound to be a brutal, danger-filled climb. But Chen Bai is looking forward to the challenge, eager to see what surprises await them. He rallies the group to stick close and start climbing. As they move, Zhenshu spots a heavy fog rolling in. He warns everyone to stay extremely alert and watch their surroundings carefully. Sensing this could be their first trial, he notices a strange voice drifting down from above, chanting about the treacherous path. Chen Bai immediately dashes ahead to investigate and greets the old man, but his feet suddenly freeze in place as confusion hits. Despite running at his absolute maximum speed, he could not close the distance at all. Realizing the trick, he summons a key rope. Wasting no time, he hurls the energy lasso forward to bind the chanting elder who keeps rambling about the elemental blocks. The figure quickly fades back into a normal walking pace, confirming to Chen Bai that this old man is merely an illusion. Zixun asks what is wrong with the old man, and Chen Bai explains it is likely a guiding illusion meant to teach them. Everyone is told to memorize the song while Zixun laughs, pointing out how clearly the old man warned about the barriers. Jiangxu rubs his chin, deducing that this thick fog represents the element of water. He wonders if climbing through it is the test, with zero visibility as their official first trial. Meanwhile, the illusory old man chants about rising waters and blinding mists, warning them of a trap. Sensing the imminent danger, Chen Bai immediately triggers his system and equips his disaster gloves. His gaze sharpens as he scans the heavy mist. Suddenly, an overwhelming force cuts through the silence, shocking him. Something blazes through the fog at lightning speed, forcing him to raise his shield. The sheer impact of the blow is unreal. Even with his high constitution and his shield's defense, the sword's raw power actually manages to pierce right through. The mysterious sword retracts, shattering his shield completely. Meng Meng panics, asking if her master has been injured. Zixun scans their surroundings frantically, shouting for everyone to watch out because his sensory skills cannot detect the sword's aura. Zhengshu urges Zixun to activate the talisman he gave him, admitting that even his spiritual power is failing to track it. Unleashing the talisman, he expands a golden light defense barrier, while Zhengshu senses the danger is extremely close. The attack strikes from the east. In a flash, a flying sword drives straight into the golden shield right above Chen Bai. Chen Bai looks up, admiring the quality of the blade. Zhengshu screams out, warning him that the golden shield is about to shatter. Even as the barrier shatters, Chen Bai casually catches the blade and assures them he already tamed it, leaving them in awe. Meng Meng praises her master's incredible skill, while Zhengshu stands there completely dumbfounded, wondering when and how he tamed it. Zixun is equally baffled, wondering if the flying sword is conscious since it did not show even a shred of resistance. Chen Bai grins, offering to show them just how powerful it is as the system displays the stats of the water sword spirit. At level 12, it boasts 60 strength, 120 speed, 60 constitution, and 60 spiritual power, scaling off moisture. The larger it grows. In water, all its attributes increase by 10, and its armor penetration gets a 10-point boost. But without water, those attributes drop to only 1/10 of their original strength. Thanks to elemental counters, fighting a metal attribute, Sword Spirit lets it absorb that metal attribute. This is the level 12 Water Jade Sword Spirit, boasting 60 strength, 120 speed, and 60 constitution. With 60 spirit power, this Jade Water Dragon grows stronger with more vapor. Surrounded by water, every single one of its stats gets a 10-point boost alongside 10 armor penetration. Dry land instantly weakens it, dropping everything to just 1/10 of its original power. Through elemental reactions, clashing with a metal sword, Spirit lets it absorb that metal attribute. But things get tricky when fighting. An earth attribute, Sword Spirit, which drains its power instead. However, once all 5 elements are gathered, every single stat doubles instantly. It can bond with various blades, boosting their skills and granting massive attribute bonuses to the wielder. Zhengshu scratches his head, realizing that the moisture in the air directly fuels its power. No wonder my golden light barrier could not hold it off for even half a second. In this heavy mist, its destructive force easily multiplies by 3 to 5 times. Zaisun is amazed by the incredible weapon and spirit. Chen Bai remarks that in Zaisun's hands, this blade would perform even better. But since he controls it through a highly specialized system technique, he cannot simply hand it over to him. Zaisun quickly waves his hands to decline. No need, he says. He prefers raising his own sword spirits to build a true bond. Meng Meng then asks her master if this harsh mountain path means they will encounter all 5 elemental sword spirits along the way. Chen Bai answers softly, admitting he can only tame 3 for now. But if the opportunity arises later, he definitely plans to return and collect all 5. Suddenly, a system notification pops up displaying a skill description called Biochemical Disaster from a High Lord Brain. This active ability allows him to permanently control 3 creatures whose spiritual power does not exceed his own. He turns around, announcing that the danger is gone and it is time to move. Z soon follows close behind, marveling at Senior Bai Emperor. The man is so overpowered and versatile that this dungeon run feels like a walk in the park. Now he understands why Wu Ya gave him that high-tier gear and skill book just to secure a spot in this team. 10 minutes fly by as they proceed. The mist begins to clear, and Chen Bai notes that the first trial is finally over. Meng Meng stretches her arms, sighing that this mountain path is incredibly long. If they have to clear all 5 elements, they have only finished 1/5 of the journey. Suddenly, Ziegzun points ahead and shouts for everyone to look. He spots a figure who looks exactly like a local woodcutter. Chen Bai glances over. The old woodcutter begins to chant, warning them that the road to Shu is treacherous and filled with peril. He mutters about the deadly 5 elements, warning that the forest is crawling with monsters where even the grass turns into soldiers. Chen Bai leans forward with a smirk, sensing an all-out brawl. Honestly, who doesn't love a massive monster horde showdown? He lets out a dark grin, absolutely thrilled by the incoming targets. Zhengshu analyzes the situation based on the woodcutter's warning. He guesses that both the beasts and the hidden elemental swords are buried deep within the tall grass. Zixun steps up, telling him not to overthink the old man's riddles, but before he can even finish his sentence, he completely freezes in shock. Chen Bai has already wiped out every single monster. The system instantly displays a level 12 wood attribute Sword Spirit with 50 strength. It has 120 speed, 70 constitution, and 60 spirit. In lush areas, its overall stats receive a massive 5-fold boost. It can conceal itself within any plant or wooden object to charge up, unleashing 10 times its normal piercing power afterward. This is a perfect elemental synergy. Chen Bai praises the combination, noting how well the water-to-wood transfer works for surprise attacks. It blends seamlessly into the environment, making it a perfect stealth tool. Meng Meng waves her hand, urging them to keep moving. Zisun scratches his cheek in total confusion, wondering if he is even needed here at all. Meanwhile, the woodcutter continues chanting. He warns that the path is incredibly treacherous with steep cliffs ready to plunge travelers into the dark depths below. Suddenly, a massive elemental storm rains down from above. The four of them quickly duck and shield themselves from the flying debris. Zhen Shu grits his teeth, unable to take a single step forward against the fierce wind. Meng Meng quickly steps in to help. She hands them a set of protective goggles, advising Zhen Shu to save his hard-earned golden light talismans for later battles. He puts them on and gasps in surprise. Seriously, Meng Meng has the ultimate survival toolkit for any situation. Meng Meng casually explains she just made them on the spot using her dream crafting. Chen Bai nods in approval, thoroughly impressed. This saves them from constantly blocking their faces. Even if the flying debris cannot pierce his defense, the dust is still highly annoying. Suddenly, another massive shockwave ripples through the ground. The earth beneath them explodes, separating Chen Bai and Zisun from the group. Zhen Shu and Meng Meng scream out for their companions in sheer panic. With the dust blinding them, Zhen Shu asks what to do. The raging storm makes it impossible to see where they fell. Meng Meng stammers back that they will be fine as she prepares to search. A swirling sand vortex begins to form, and Meng Meng leaps straight into search. Zhen Shu rushes forward, calling out for their master. Zisun cries out that he just got a mouth full of dirt. He gasps for air, reminding them that this dungeon has strict limits. Flight is restricted here, and flying consumes way more energy. Just a few attempts have him dripping with sweat. Jumping down now would be a massive, exhausting mistake. Zhen Shu crosses his arms, suggesting they rethink their approach first. They must figure out how to avoid the cliff-severing sword. Looking up, the sandstorm rages. The dust actually blocks spiritual detection. He cannot predict when or where the next strike will land. Chen Bai explains it. Feel the half-second tremor right before the wall strikes and quickly dodge. Once they sense that subtle tremor, they just have to dodge. Zisun looks at him with pure admiration, as expected of Senior Bai catching the trick on his very first try. Chen Bai turns back to the group. He tells them to wait for the next wave, instructing anyone with slow reflexes to stay close to him. Meng Meng nods eagerly. Everyone agrees immediately, calling him Boss Bai. Suddenly, the ground shakes. Another massive tremor hits. They all scramble upward in perfect sync. He smiles, glad they finally figured out how to dodge that annoying sword. Now they must push forward. Meng Meng asks if this area holds the Earth Spirit's sword. Chen Bai says he has no use for it. Zhen Shu explains that Earth is incompatible with their leader's current attributes. In fact, Earth actually counters his Water Spirit's sword. Chen Bai glances back, confirming he can only control 3 swords. His final choice has to be either metal or fire. A short while later, the mysterious guide Xiao Fu appears again. Xiao Fu sings about the grueling road ahead, warning them of the scorching trials of the 5 elements. The intense heat makes their heads spin, leaving Zhen Shu panting and complaining that he is literally being roasted alive. He has stopped sweating entirely from severe dehydration. Zisun wonders if the fire spirit sword wants to incinerate them. This is definitely the most sinister sword spirit yet. Meng Meng is steaming any water she conjures, evaporating instantly. Even her parasol is useless. She whines about turning into jerky, but Chen Bai tells them to stay calm. The fire spirit is close. He explains that explosive wrath is not the only form fire can take. Fire smolders, biding its time for fuel and wind before erupting. Zisun looks at him, trying to understand. He asks if Senior Bai has already figured out when the spirit will show up. Chen Bai smiles confidently. The woodcutter's song laid it out. It strikes when they are dizzy and speechless. Right then, Zhen Shu stumbles. He stammers, unable to form words. Suddenly, a blazing blade thrusts right toward his face, stopping inches away. Chen Bai snatches the blade with a smirk, whispering that he caught it. The system interface flashes open. Level 12. Strength 70, Speed 100, Constitution 70, Spirit 60. Its power rises with the temperature. Over 100 degrees, all stats multiply tenfold. It hides in sunlight, evaporating water within its target zone. With the fire spirit sword captured, he tells the group they must move quickly to find some water. They desperately guzzle down fresh water once they find a safe spot, sighing in pure relief. It feels absolutely amazing. But right on cue, Xiao Fu sings again about the difficult path ahead. This sounds like a pure combat trial against the metal spirit's sword, and Chen Bai is already irritated. Getting baked in the sun put him in a terrible mood. Trust me, this next sword is in trouble. Zisun points out that the territory ahead belongs to the metal spirit's sword. Meng Meng watches closely. It looks like a straightforward combat stage, but she stares at the raw blade in confusion. She wonders if it is unfashioned, and Zhen Shu confirms it is neither forged nor sharpened. A golden glint flashes, proving it is dangerous. Chen Bai agrees but refuses to overthink it. He charges forward. Bam! Chen Bai is blasted backward, his blade shattered to pieces instantly. It felt like striking solid concrete. But the broken sword reforms instantly. His smirk widens. Grinning, he realizes its gimmick. Bending low, he asks if it grows stronger by absorbing impact energy. Taking a low stance, he brushes off whatever fancy defense or legendary name the blade might have. Flashing a wicked smile, he is eager to test its limits. Chen Bai launches himself high into the air. Clenching his fist, he unleashes a devastating energy punch, triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion. Zhen Shu blinks, stunned. Zhen Shu asks the others if they heard their leader's words. Zi Shu nods, wondering if the sword survived. Could this be infinite upgrades? He stands frozen. As the dust settles, a gleaming sword emerges, looking freshly dipped in water. Chen Bai raises the trembling weapon high into the air. Is this brilliant glowing aura actually the legendary golden light? It is thin like a cicada's wing, yet the resistance force is immense. He chuckles, estimating its power is nearly 200. Perhaps sacrificing stamina is what boosted its overall strength and speed. The other swords usually have total attributes of 300. But yours went entirely into strength and speed. Chen Bai grips it tight. What is your actual stat? He snaps the blade in half. Right away, the system announces the complete destruction of the Golden Spirit sword. Chen Bai earns 25 experience points based on his battle contribution, but he feels a bit disappointed with this tiny reward. Luckily, he did not choose this sword. He absolutely hates losing repeatedly just to gamble everything on one final strike. Besides, this target went down way too easily. Right then, Meng Meng speaks up. The old woodcutter has finally come outside. The woodcutter mutters that the paths of Mount Shu are treacherous and the 5 elements of heaven and earth are hard to cross. He passes them, warning that an unstable heart will block their way on this endless path. He advises them to turn back. The old man retreats inside. Better go back, do not seek immortality. She looks completely lost and confused. She asks what they should do now. Chen Bai senses trouble and orders Zi Sun to take the lead from here on. They have a very long road ahead. Zhen Shu speaks up. He finally understands the warning about their unstable hearts. Since this dungeon belongs to Chen Bai, he is the only one who truly possesses the necessary resolve to seek the Tao. Chen Bai praises his sharp intuition, then asks him what he thinks the woodcutter going down the mountain actually represents. Zhen Shu smiles, admitting he cannot say for sure. Chen Bai lowers his voice, sensing this entire warning is a trick. It targets anyone looking for a shortcut. After walking this long distance, the real path must be hidden down below. Chen Bai's eyes narrow. He adds that a cold shiver ran down his spine when the old man walked past them. He would kill anyone trying to descend. Zishun scratches his head in panic. Why did I miss all of that? He wonders if he even deserves to pass. Chen Bai reassures him he just needs a firm, unwavering heart to get through. Zai Shun quickly responds that he definitely has that level of determination, and it is absolutely 100% unshakable. 4 hours slip by. Suddenly, the system announces that the Mount Shu Secret Realm dungeon has been successfully cleared. Look at that spectacular glow. Blinding streaks of light erupt all around them like soaring dragons dropping into their hands. Every survivor receives a special Mount Shu token as their clearing reward. Just then, a treasure chest materializes in front of them. The system screen confirms the rewards are sent and they can leave whenever they want. This secret realm is now permanently locked. It will convert into a standard one-time dungeon for other players. As for the Mount Shu token, it is highly valuable. Holding this special item grants the unique Mount Shu Disciple title, which unlocks access to an exclusive high-level map. Restricted to levels 10 through 89, the token is soulbound and cannot be traded, gifted, or even loaned to others. Chen Bai is impressed by the steep level requirement. This place is seriously overpowered. He knows his urgent task is to move fast. He needs to gather the second SSS-Rank scroll immediately to complete his quest and finally unlock his class promotion. Failing this class transfer means getting permanently stuck at level 10. He will explore Mount Shu once he gets promoted. Zi-sun insists that their leader Chen Bai should be the very first to choose from the clear rewards. Chen Bai thanks him and Zi-shun happily sets the order. Zhen Shu chimed in saying they do not need to worry. He is already incredibly grateful just to get the token. Later, back at the villa, Chen Bai lies on his bed. He stares blankly at the ceiling. Yan Shui walks over to ask if he is awake while Yan Qi playfully teases him. She jokes that sleeping during the day is a clear sign of weakness. Propping himself up, Chen Bai chuckles at her. He points out her spiritual form cannot even touch physical matter, so there is no way she could ever defeat him. She playfully challenges him to a fight, boasting she can easily knock him down in under 3 seconds flat. Chen Bai swings his legs out of bed. He mentions finding a perfect skill book for her in the secret realm. He dares her to try and knock him down to earn it. Yan Qi floats in midair, suddenly screaming for help. She dramatically cries out that she is fading away, and Yan Shui immediately joins in on the noisy acting. Chen Bai watches them from his bed, laughing that they now realize the massive gap between them without him even trying. Yan Qi tilts her head, asking if he actually likes anyone, or if he always plays this gentle with others. Chen Bai pulls out the skill book, explaining that his high stats simply allow him to easily control his own physical strength. That is good effort since you worked so hard, here is your reward. He then tosses the skill book right toward her. Yan Qi reaches out to catch it, but the book passes right through her hand, dropping to the ground. Chen Bai's mouth twitches. Chen Bai stares silently. Yan Qi crosses her arms and laughs, telling him they will study it later once they recover. The skill book is not going anywhere anyway. He stands up, telling them they can learn it anytime, but it is time for him to handle his own business. Hearing this, Yan Shua's eyes widen, asking if he is leaving when he promised to take them to Jiangcheng. Chen Bai pulls out a quest scroll and replies that this task is too important, so they must wait. He promises to guide them once he returns. She beams happily, cheering that they will wait for him. Just then, a system notification pops up for the Demon Hunter class change quest scroll. He stares at it quite thoughtfully, knowing his limit is already at its peak, making it the perfect time to claim that legendary SSS class transfer scroll hidden deep inside the abyss. After all, without completing this promotion, he will remain completely stuck at level 10. Suddenly, a new selection panel appears before him. An S-Class Demon Hunter promotion scroll only drops when the very first pure-blood demon of the entire region is finally slain. This unique special quest scroll can be upgraded into a legendary Demon Hunter scroll once its trial is fully completed. He stares at the screen, running the numbers. Honestly, when he first acquired this item, he never planned to go after that legendary class scroll. After all, that specific trial is infamous for being completely impossible even for gods. But with absolutely no other leads on the SSS class scroll, Chen Bai reaches out to accept, determined to try. In the blink of an eye, he is teleported straight to the first floor of the abyss, ready for the challenge. Demons surround him, snarling at the sight of fresh meat. They want to devour him. Chen Bai just smiles. Familiar territory. After all, in his past life, he spent ages down in the abyss as a highly skilled demon hunter. He calmly slips on his gloves. A quick flash and 3 lesser demons are instantly wiped out in a purely effortless display. A system notification flashes. His fallen demon kill count is now at 3 out of 100. The hunt has officially begun. He must slay 100 hunter demons and 100 fallen demons to complete this stage before he can leave the abyss. Since completing the quest kicks him right out, Chen Bai realizes he must avoid finishing it too quickly to stay hidden. After all, he only used this quest as a convenient ticket inside, as his true target is the trial at the Abyssal Well. A day later, Chen Bai leaps high to evade a massive horde of demons below. This quest is getting tedious. The lower-tier monsters here are extremely numerous and brainless, endlessly chasing him without giving him a single moment of peace. He dashes ahead, knowing that even if he loses one pack, another horde will immediately block his path very soon. Suddenly, he looks up at the erupting lava in the distance. The Abyssal Well is finally starting to burst open. This sudden eruption forces him to halt. What terrible luck, even though it does not interfere with his planned trial. The sudden surge of raw energy will temporarily buff every single demon creature in the area, making them far more dangerous. Even worse, this volcanic eruption will release countless demon blood eggs, hatching an endless ravenous swarm of fresh and highly aggressive monsters. With tens of thousands of enemies raining down from above, he absolutely cannot stop now, otherwise he will be completely overwhelmed. Dashing forward, he constantly worries that accidentally killing too many demons will trigger the quest completion and kick him right out. Suddenly, watch out, a giant sword flies directly at him from behind, forcing him to leap high into the air. The blade stabs deep into the dirt, and a level 16 demon warrior named Fergus lands directly on its hilt. He sneers in the demonic tongue, calling Chen Bai a premium dinner and demanding he kneel down in gratitude. Amused by his threats, Chen Bai responds fluently in the demon tongue, noting how rare it is to meet a pure-blooded warrior. He asks if Fergus came from the deeper zones of the abyss. Fergus smirks, highly amused by this unusually calm human. Confirming his origin with a grin, Fergus mocks Chen Bai for running away despite being surprisingly knowledgeable about the demon race. But to Fergus, a mere meal, knowing its master means absolutely nothing. Hearing this, Chen Bai simply scoffs at the demon's supreme arrogance. He chuckles, questioning if he is truly just running, and asks if Fergus actually knows why only those low-level monsters are chasing him. Fergus grabs his sword, charging forward with wild excitement, promising to make Chen Bai talk before eating him alive. But Chen Bai remains completely unfazed as he glares at the charging beast, offering to tell him the truth right now. In an instant, Chen Bai clean cuts straight through him. The pure-blood Fergus gasps in utter shock at this overwhelming speed. As the demon's lifeless body falls down to the bloody ground, Chen Bai slowly turns his head back with a cold smile. He quietly explains that all the other stronger demons had already been wiped out. He then eyes the oncoming swarm. Chen Bai kicks the rocks away. He needs to move fast before he gets completely surrounded. Cut to 6 days later at the abyssal well where Chen Bai stands looking ahead. He lets out a quiet sigh. Finally, he made it even though it looked close. The journey was incredibly long. Exhausted, he leans back against a rock. In his past life during his hunter class, changed demons actually fled to this very area for safety. Most of the lower-level demons on the first floor simply do not dare to come anywhere near this spot. This is the perfect place to rest up before the big challenge. Chen Bai opens up his system screen. Time to feed his mask. He opens his system screen to use the demon bloodline potions collected over the last few days. His backpack and secret vault are completely stuffed. He wonders what grade of bloodline essence he can synthesize from these tens of thousands of B-grade to D-grade potions. Suddenly, a demon named Du approaches from the shadows and laughs. He says he did not expect to find a real human here, calling it interesting. Chen Bai snaps to attention and looks over. The creature opens its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it declares that it received word from its servants about a human heading straight for the abyssal. Well, this level 17 monster, a trench digger fish demon named Du, raises his spear. He has already wiped out almost every other demon species around here except for the demon hunters and the fallen. Visibly excited, the monster screams that Chen Bai must be the one. Chen Bai watches him with a thoughtful look. A creature like this really should not be wandering around on the first floor. He stands up and asks if they all just love strolling here during the well eruptions. Hearing this, Du charges forward with incredible speed, shouting that he is a demon prince and he came all the way here specifically to kill him. He mocks Chen Bai as a mere human who dares to act arrogant in the deep abyss. Du swings his sharp trident back and unleashes his water blade slash, firing high-pressure water streams directly at his target. On the other side, Chen Bai is suddenly covered in blazing fire. He stands firm, activating his fire-refining armor to counter the rushing torrent, but as Chen Bai watches, the water completely douses flames. He simply smiles and asks if a self-proclaimed demon prince is supposed to be the descendant of some high-ranking floor lord. Du roars back with absolute pride, bragging that his father is indeed the supreme ruler of the entire 17th floor. The monster thrusts his spear forward, but Chen Bai easily dodges by slipping to the side. He casually mocks the beast. He asks if Du is terrified of cheap hellfire as he raises his arm, instantly reinforcing his muscle fibers with raw power. Letting out a quiet chuckle, Chen Bai drives his palm straight toward Du's head. Watch this, he casually slams the demon's face right into the dirt. The stone ground instantly shatters into pieces. Chen Bai stands back up and watches several spectral swords manifest in the air around him. Chen Bai complains that he was about to enjoy a fine meal and the entity resting inside his inventory is highly displeased with the interruption. He stands perfectly still as the floating swords plunge deep into various parts of Du's body, pinning the screaming monster down. Looking entirely unbothered, Chen Bai calmly tells the beast that its blood will serve as an excellent appetizer. Suddenly, from the demon's mouth, multiple bloodline potions begin to fly out one by one. He watches them get pulled back into his bag, feeling incredibly satisfied. He must have tens of thousands of these bloodline potions packed away by now. He wonders what kind of godly item they will synthesize into. After a moment, his system interface flashes a brand new notification. He has successfully acquired a C-grade Blackwater Trident, a powerful polearm weapon. It boosts his strength and agility by 25 points. While holding it, he gains the ability to breathe underwater and see perfectly in the dark. It also grants the Wave Rider level 1 skill to launch water-powered attacks. The weapon requires 60 strength and level 15 to equip. A faint smile tugs at Chen Bai's lips. Pretty cool skill, right? Underwater breathing is actually a neat utility, even if he does not need it yet. Looking up at the cooling lava that has finally stopped erupting, he mutters that the distraction is dealt with. It is time to begin. Chen Bai stands silently at the edge of the massive abyss, peering down into the dark. After a moment, he speaks with quiet awe. Staring deep into the void, he finally understands the old warning. Suddenly, a purple glow flares up, accompanied by bright crimson text. The message warns that when you stare into the abyss stares back into you. Chen Bai's eyes flash with a sinister crimson light. It has begun. A new notification pops up as the system warns that the abyss has recognized him as an intelligent lifeform. A violent shiver runs through Chen Bai's body, and a sudden wave of panic grips his heart. It is the overwhelming terror of the void. No turning back now. He desperately tries to steady his breathing, knowing that taking a single step backward means losing everything. He would be left behind forever with no second chances. Another crimson system prompt flashes, stating that the abyss has recognized his level 10 status. Chen Bai tightly grips his trembling right hand with his left. He remembers his past life where countless prodigies fell at this exact step. Even the disciples of peerless powerhouse figures couldn't handle this pressure, and barely 1 in 10,000 could ever survive this chilling gaze. The rest were consumed by the darkness, never to return. More blood-red warnings continue to flash across his vision, laying bare his secrets. The Void notes that he has not chosen a class, nor does he possess a bloodline. Chen Bai stands completely still, forcing himself to look. It notes that he lacks any S-grade equipment or high-level gear and carries absolutely no short-term combat buffs to aid him. It exposes the harsh truth that everything he owns was stolen from others, revealing that his current strength belongs to. The system analyzed him. It saw he possessed enough power to control himself yet remained completely clueless about what he was about to face. It saw his name, his fear, and his burning hatred. It saw he lacked any strange shield. It had seen it all. Chen Bai stared silently, panting heavily, but refusing to back down. After a tense moment, a line of text finally popped up. The screen deemed him qualified, opening the direct path to the Abyss trial for him. Chen Bai raised his head in utter surprise. He propped himself up on his knees, staring at the flashing notifications. Clearing the Abyss trial would yield a massive reward. A legendary triple S-class Abyss Lord job change scroll would be awarded permanently bound to the challenger who completed it. Chen Bai grinned with excitement, celebrating his quiet victory. Then a new set of instructions materialized right before his eyes. It told him to jump into the abyss to begin. Backing down meant permanent forfeiture. Pushing off his knees, he stood up. He yelled out, "Here I come," and leapt forward. Dust billowed as his figure instantly vanished into the deep dark. A panel immediately popped up outlining his objective, which was to defeat a level 10 Demon Lord Phantom. Each floor featured unique special conditions. Upon clearing a floor, he would get a rest period from 1 minute to 1 hour. If a floor lacked a unique Lord, a Phantom from the previous level would be generated instead. As the system voice drone on it announced that all challenger stats would be fully restored between fights. Item uses and skill cooldowns would reset completely, and every piece of damaged equipment would be fully repaired. The trial was set to begin. Chen Bai felt a rush of excitement, realizing his 70-year cooldown might reset too. That meant his 70-year hourglass was finally usable. But get this, a massive system error suddenly popped up. It was unable to restore him to peak condition. He cursed out loud, absolutely hating this sudden frustrating complication. Then a prompt for his active time travel skill appeared, allowing him to return to any point in the past. He would lose everything gained in that erased timeline, but the remaining cooldown sat at a staggering 72 years. Specifically, 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. Worse, no skill or gear could ever reduce that massive cooldown. Chen Bai stared at the floating hourglass, deeply concerned. It seemed the Abyss could not bypass this specific skill limitation. He wondered what to do. Error notifications quickly filled his vision, flashing wildly all around him in the dark. Suddenly, a clean system interface broke through the errors, prompting him to activate his time travel ability once again. All progress in the abandoned timeline would be wiped, and he could not travel back before entering the Abyss. With the cooldown miraculously set to 0, Chen Bai finally landed on solid ground, receiving a brand new system alert. His status was fully restored as the trial officially commenced. Watching the hourglass fade away, he let out a sigh. He whispered that he got lucky with no unexpected errors. Best of all, his hourglass skill cooldown was completely gone. Clearing this Abyss trial would be a breeze now. Suddenly, the system announcer echoed, signaling the very first fight. Floor 1 featured a low-level lord, a level 10 demon warrior named Ban, with absolutely zero special conditions. Staring at the monster, he knew a low-level beast posed no threat. In the blink of an eye, he attacked. Ban was instantly obliterated. The system cleared floor 1 and offered him recovery time, but he just kept moving forward. He easily crushed the next demon. Floor 2 was cleared. Standing next to another fresh corpse, he clenched his fists. He cleared the 5th floor easily. Looking down at the shattered demon carcass he had just pulverized, he kept pushing. By the time he reached floor 17, he was still sending monsters flying, barely needing any recovery time at all. The 26th floor fell quickly too. Chen Bai effortlessly slaughtered the demonic hordes, moving through the trial like a hot knife. The 34th floor was cleared, followed rapidly by floor 41. The system alerts continued to pile up one after another. The 59th floor went down. But upon reaching floor 66, a much more formidable opponent finally stepped out of the shadows. Standing before him was Ao, a level 10 blood armor demon swordsman. The catch was only weak point attacks worked here. Normal strikes were completely useless. Brandishing his sword, the demon lunged forward, shouting for the human to prepare to die. He declared that Chen Bai's journey ended today. Backing away, Chen Bai gritted his teeth, analyzing the worsening situation. Ever since floor 50, his attribute advantages had steadily dwindled. 2 lifetimes of training could not match a demon's survival instincts. Combined with this restriction, things were getting rough. Blood splattered everywhere as he desperately drove his blade into its neck. Covered in grime and blood, Chen Bai realized brute force was useless. He had to locate its absolute weakest spot. He had to trade blows to find it. With a violent swing, Ao sent Chen Bai flying backward across the chamber. Chen Bai leaped back, desperately trying to regain his footing. Suddenly, the demon raised its heavy blade and hurled it. Useless struggle die, he gasps, his eyes widening in pure shock as he stares ahead. That blade is already piercing through Chen Bai's stomach, sending him flying backward. All walks over and rips the sword out. Human, you actually have decent talent. An incredible regeneration, but you are just too foolish. He flicks the blood off his blade. I am empowered by the great abyss. Deep rules, so you can never defeat me. Meanwhile, Chen Bai lies completely still on the ground, instantly triggering his poisoned state. Grimacing, he glares at the boss and scoffs that he celebrated way too early. Ah grits his teeth and spins around. But Chen Bai is already behind him, slashing his blade hard across the monster's waist. Ah's body begins to shatter into pieces. How did you do that? The system screen flashes with a new notification. Level 66 cleared, please select your recovery time. Chen Bai looks down at the fading remains and mutters that the fool was him all along. He raises his palm, calmly reflecting. Even Qiu Zhang did not dodge before his weakness was hit. Gloating before the fight is over is just pure stupidity. Luckily, your dumb mistake let me clear this stage fast. Before long, he finally pushes his way up to floor 100. A description pops up. Floor 100, level 10, fallen swordsman mouse. Are there any special conditions for this floor? Chen Bai scratches his head in confusion. The weakest fallen demons do not have special conditions. He looks around, scanning the empty area. Why has not it spawned yet? Is it hiding? Chen Bai rubs his chin, thinking hard. In the abyss, relationships are messy. Species, personalities, and power levels vary wildly on every floor. Even a weak fallen demon could somehow become a floor lord. It is definitely possible given the right circumstances. He looks up and scans the area, realizing he needs to hunt it down. Is he playing hide and seek? Suddenly, Ban sneaks up from behind, raising his heavy weapon to strike a deadly blow. Chen Bai's eyes narrow as he senses the threat, but he is too slow. The blade flashes down instantly, taking him out. Talk about brutal. Back on floor 1, he watches the hourglass on his neck shatter. Gasping for air, he realizes he got instant killed twice. Even when he used his poison state, the very moment his head was cut off, he still ended up dead instantly. Floor 1, Lord level 10 Demon Hunter Ban. It turns out there are no special conditions on this level either. The demon swings his blade, yelling at the lowly human to die, but Chen Bai effortlessly takes him down while deep in thought. Without using his last bit of consciousness to trigger the time regression, he would be a goner. He stares at the fallen Ban. What is the deal with the floor 100 fallen demon? He decides to probe, asking if the demon knows that boss. Ban coughs up blood, spitting that even if he knew, he would never tell him. Right then, the system screen alerts him. Floor 1 cleared. Please choose your recovery time. Chen Bai looks back deep in thought. These demons all seem to know that they are just projections. They do not fear death or pain. He needs another strategy to pry info about floor 100. He heads to floor 72, the burning steps. He stands before the demon there, calling it a lowly fallen demon. The lowest class of demon with garbage stats worse than a human rookie. How did it even become a lord here? It must have been pure dumb luck. Hearing this, the demon coughs violently and screams that the human will pay. You will pay for your arrogance. You will die by the hand of the fallen demon. Chen Bai puts his hands on his hips. Looking down at him, he scoffs. Wait, is there actually another weakling? Lord deeper in the abyss. Of course, Lord Rupert of floor 100 is a legendary Shadow Blade demon who forged his class from a fallen demon's body. His shadow sword once slayed a grand archdemon. Even as Chen Bai crushes his head under his boot, the demon keeps screaming, "You are dead meat." Chen Bai smiles, genuinely happy to get the information. He politely offers his thanks. A chime rings out. Floor 72 cleared. Choose your recovery time. Back on floor 100, Chen Bai stands ready. He thinks it over. The Shadowblade Demon is an S-rank class only obtainable by a 3rd advancement Dark Assassin. Aside from a deadly one-shot kill skill, they can manipulate shadows to unleash incredibly unpredictable sword attacks. Looking down at his hands, he plans his strategy. Against his Shadowblade Demon, he has absolutely no attribute advantage. But since his opponent's base is a fallen demon, Chen Bai holds the upper hand. He suddenly sprints forward. He watches his own shadow, constantly steering clear of any dark areas while maintaining high speed as he runs. He unleashes his green virus. If the boss keeps chasing him down waiting for an opening, he will get infected immediately. After running for quite some time, Chen Bai stops and catches his breath. Staying on high alert takes a major toll. He needs to utilize his poison state to recover his energy, or he will lose his sharp focus very soon. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. He raises his head warily, scanning his dark surroundings. He senses a blade coming. A blinding light flashes. Is this part of the boss's trick? Right after that, gritting his teeth, he quickly realizes something is very wrong here. Chen Bai rapidly summons his sword to block. He blocks the heavy strike and retreats backward quickly, creating distance on the 100th floor. The swordsman watches, Wielding two blades, the level 10 abyssal swordsman stares at him, telling the human to sheath his sharp weapon. The monster coughs, admitting the trial limit held back his full power and the virus has already fully infected him. That previous attack was his final all-out effort. Hearing this, Chen Bai simply raises his mutated arm and smiles. He asks if that is true. Gradually, the monster's fading figure warns him to remain cautious during his journey. It welcomes him back to the 100th floor for another duel, though his current strength is not enough. But the monster still hopes he succeeds. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, confirming the 100th floor is cleared. Chen Bai's lips curl up into a confident smile. He shouts back that he will definitely succeed addressing Rupert. Watching the fading figure, he promises to test his skills against the creature's masterful swordsmanship next time they meet. Now, on the 200th floor inside a grand palace, Chen Bai greets the fallen angel Elmia very loudly. Looking around the area with deep caution, he asks if she summoned him here to begin the battle trial. The system screen flashes with a brand new notification revealing the details of the boss residing on this level. It shows the six-winged fallen angel Elmia level 10 with absolutely no special conditions applied for this floor. Lounging lazily on the sofa, she complains that cleaning up this entire palace is far too much trouble for her. She smiles and tells him she really wants to let him go, but she is actually just too curious. Pointing ahead, she invites him over to sit. Instantly, a table and chairs appear with a wine bottle and glasses. Chen Bai pulls up a chair and sits down, immediately asking what exactly she is so curious about Lady Elmia. She covers her mouth and giggles softly, wondering how someone with his mediocre strength could reach floor 200, even if he luckily defeated that annoying Jubert guy who only knew how to train and execute cheap sneak attacks. Raising her hand, she points out there are far more difficult opponents waiting for him beyond this floor anyway. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Bai smiles, saying his winning trump card is a secret he cannot share. Resting her chin on her hand, she replies that she has absolutely no desire to dig deep into his business. But today is just incredibly boring. She proposes they share a drink while he shares his survival story to pass. If he complies, she will let him leave. He pours himself some wine and asks what she wants to know. Touching her chin, she looks up thoughtfully. Leaning back, she asks about that disgusting creature on floor 105. That slimy demon insect lord immediately triggers memories of his brutal struggle on floor 105 with Cerubus, the flesh-gathering monster level 10 in the deep swamp. He calmly explains how terrifying the beast truly was to face. The thing was a massive heap of mincemeat covering the ground, swallowing anything that touched it completely. It consumed targets way faster than him, devouring half his entire body the very moment he touched its flesh. Elmia leans against her cushions, asking how he managed to survive that. He remains incredibly calm and composed. He explains that since the monster loved to eat so much, he simply let it devour whatever it wanted. Raising his right arm, he details how he fed it hundreds of limbs, eventually causing fatal food poisoning. It eventually dissolved into a pile of mud. Elmia laughs, finding his bizarre victory strategy to be extremely amusing. She admits she never expected him to deal with that beast so easily. He raises his arm and flexes. He notes that was not easy at all, since ripping your own arms off your body is incredibly painful. Smirking, she asks about that smelly old man named Fingu, who constantly hides deep beneath the ocean waves. He immediately remembers the battle on floor 136 against the level 10 pirate lord named Pingu. Holding up three fingers, Chen Bai explains that the old pirate should blame his own grandson for the defeat. The grandson basically gifted him top-tier gear. Elmia laughs, praising his opportunistic wit in using everything available. But she points out the girl on floor 153 left absolutely no room for cheap exploits. Chen Bai remembers the flame spirit boss inside the lava lake. He swirls his glass and agrees she was tough. She actually killed him 15 times in a row, but her heat was completely useless against his virus. However, her liquid lava body made it very hard to land attacks. He watched her hide in the lava. He cursed silently as she retreated into the molten rock, realizing she would hide whenever she took damage. Lava to recover. Remembering this, Chen Bai lets out a heavy sigh. It took him and her a whole 5 days just to finally level that massive lava lake and completely drain her endless enthusiasm. Looking back, he cannot help but marvel. She was truly the toughest opponent he had faced in all 200 floors. Elmia sits up and pipes in, claiming that the challenger on floor 186 was just as tough as her. Chen Bai crosses his legs, looking across and telling her not to ruin a perfectly good conversation by bringing that woman up. Instantly, an image flashes in his mind: floor 186, a rotting pile of flesh. The level 10 filth queen Omandani. Chen Bai rests his chin on his hand, smiling as he adds that in the entire abyss nothing matches her pure disgust. She actually finds comfort living inside a massive pit filled with rotting corpses and waste. Covering his nose, he calmly continues, explaining that he worked so hard to forget that foul stench, and now she ruined his appetite for this wine. Elmia hugs her knees, smiling as she mentions that although her combat power is weak, no demon ever wants to challenge her or take over her territory. Glancing at the wine cup on the table, she points out he had not even touched his drink before she even brought that queen up. Chen Bai grins and speaks up that is because he is too smart to drink wine made from the mental power of a fallen angel lord. That stuff is lethal. He recalls his past, silently noting that he already died once from drinking, so he definitely is not falling for it again. Elmia frowns and grits her teeth, realizing she got caught. If he had taken a single sip, one thought from her could have ripped him to shreds. What a shame there is no easy way left to end his life. Chen Bai stands up instantly, asking if they should settle it with a fight. She just collapses back onto the sofa too, lazy to move. His mouth twitches, left completely speechless. This lady takes laziness to a whole new level. Elmia calmly tells him to get lost because she wants to sleep, claiming that creating projections drains too much of her energy. Her expression darkens into a sly smile. After all, plenty of powerful fighters await him ahead, and among those challengers, there are 6 who bear the title of gods. Talk about a massive jump in difficulty for our main character. The screen flashes a notice: floor 200 cleared, select recovery time. Chen Bai frowns and questions the claim of 6 gods, wondering if they are actual deities. The system voice chimes in, confirming a 1-hour rest period, and he quickly walks away. While he can always rely on his hourglass to rewind time against other Abyss Lords and challenge them endlessly, these 6 gods are a different story. The system screen announces his entry into the Yi resting space. As the countdown starts, Chen Bai sits on the bed in deep thought, knowing each god wields absolute universal laws. Pursing his lips, he sinks deeper into worry, hoping they do not have the power to instantly vaporize him or completely erase his entire existence. Holding out his hand, he looks down at his magical hourglass, reckoning that as long as he can trigger its rewind function, even a god will eventually bleed by his hand. Soon after, his resting time ends and Chen Bai teleports directly onto the desolate floor 235. The level 10 mutant demon lord of this floor is Salisbury the Abyss Eye. The challenge here is specialized hypnotic energy designed to trap humans in an eternal dream. Chen Bai's eyes suddenly snap wide open, and his lips curl into a smirk, not the reaction you would expect when getting hit by a mind control spell. But inside that dream, Heroes is actually prostrating on the ground, pleading with him to accept her absolute devotion. In this illusion, Chen Bai sits on a high throne, looking down on her alongside Song Ji and the others. Heroes places a hand over her heart with utmost sincerity, swearing to surrender everything to serve him. Whether she acts as a servant, a tool, or even his plaything, she claims it would be her greatest honor. Chen Bai chuckles and asks what she would do if he ordered her to hand over her authority and die. She looks up in shock, tears streaming down her face as she softly pleads with her lord to trust her. He smirks, telling her to cut the act because he knows she is only playing along to survive. Her overbearing ambition makes loyalty impossible, as she has never once harbored that concept in her entire life. Lifting her chin, Chen Bai quietly notes that he might actually consider sparing her life under one condition. Hearing this, Heroes is completely overjoyed, crying out her gratitude and promising she will do absolutely anything for him. He immediately pulls out a collar attached to a heavy iron chain, telling her to strap herself to the gate. She can go guard his gate like a dog. Heroes bites her lip, staring silently at the collar in absolute quiet. Without budging, Chen Bai rests his chin on his hand, asking if they do not want it. Hero smiles slightly, reaching out to wear the collar. He lifts the collar and proudly declares that serving as the Lord's loyal dog is his ultimate honor. Down on floor 235 of the Abyss, the young man leans back. Leaning against a rock, he laughs and asks if she is finally talking, noting that this is how a toy should sound. Salisbury flinches upon hearing those words. Salisbury clicks his tongue in annoyance at this incredibly arrogant human. The monster raises its massive hands toward Chen Bai, shouting out, "Do not fear, once I devour your soul, you will live inside me forever, enjoying a beautiful dream." Right after that, 3 swords suddenly materialize. They pierce straight toward the boss at the exact same time. Then the system notification chimes in, announcing a major update. The special condition for this floor is to see through and escape Salisbury's illusion. Chen Bai immediately sits up to respond. Sure, this dream is pretty, but it is still just a fake reality. Staying in a fantasy forever gets incredibly boring. Salisbury reaches out, touching the bandages on Luo Tuo. He asks how Chen Bai managed to see through his illusion so early, and how did he escape without the monster noticing. Chen Bai simply smiles and says that seeing through it is not hard at all. The fake god's pressure was not simulated correctly. Maybe the real Salisbury could do it, but in this trial his copy is too weak. You are only level 10 in here. Chen Bai recalls his swords and takes a slow step forward. The escape was actually very simple. The sword spirits were never dragged into the illusion in the first place, they have their own free will. Suddenly, something emerges from behind. Caught off guard, Chen Bai whips his head around to look. A massive Baphomet suddenly appears, swinging its giant arm right down at him. He quickly dodges, keeping his distance from the threat. Then Chen Bai's own arm begins to shift into a brand new form. He swings his mutated arm back, smashing it directly into Baphomet's chin. The beast falls backward onto the ground in sheer agony. Chen Bai cautiously steps closer to inspect the body, wondering if it is dead. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he senses something is off. The beast's corpse is sinking into the floor. Chen Bai quickly lunges forward with all his strength, throwing a heavy downward punch. Staring at the ground, he is completely baffled. Did it really just dissolve into a pool of blood and disappear like that? Is this how they block the blood clones of intruders? All he really knows about the Beast Lord is based on a few rumors. He will have to figure this out step by step. As time slowly ticks by, a strange figure lurks behind the wall. 10 minutes later, Chen Bai flashes an excited grin. Another one is here. He jumps back into the fight with absolute ease. His mind is sharp and his strength feels way higher than before. Suddenly, the status screen of the monster pops up. This Baphomet level 2 has strength, 150 agility, 25 constitution, 175 spirit, 150 plus a special talent. The gladiator's war hormone boosts strength and agility the more you fight. Embracing the battle increases constitution and spirit up to 5 times. Chen Bai leaps back, utterly astounded by the sheer scaling. Just level 2 and its passive talent is already this broken. The enraged beast roars aggressively, charging forward to strike. Turning his head back to the maze pattern, Chen Bai quickly analyzes the situation. It seems the monster was only a level 1 Baphomet when they first entered, but in no time at all, it evolved. The beast quickly rose to level 3. Facing it now, Chen Bai finally starts to piece the puzzle together. A level 4 Baphomet appears. The deeper he goes, the higher their level gets. The system screen updates for the fallen beast. This level 5 Baphomet has strength 450, agility 375, constitution 550, and spirit 450. He pants heavily, feeling the rising pressure. Taking on 10 Baphomets is one thing, but this level 5's stats already match his own. Chen Bai looks down quietly, telling himself that if there are level 10 monsters ahead, now is not the time to worry. He just needs to keep pushing forward. Standing in place, he feels an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over him. 30 minutes later, the monsters are scaling up way faster than expected. Before he can even react, one charges right at him. A level 7 Baphomet. Chen Bai immediately notices a huge problem. His depleted mental power is stopping him from reading its exact stats. His sensory perception is completely blocked. However, mid-fight, he can feel its attributes are easily double his own. The beast suddenly crashes right into the stone wall. Chen Bai desperately racks his brain to calculate a winning strategy. Facing such overwhelming numbers, using viruses to weaken them will take far too much time. What else can he do? He presses himself flat against the wall, staying highly alert. He needs more information to find a way to beat this thing. With sheer determination, Chen Bai teleports back to another location, ready to restart the maze run from the very beginning. Frowning with deep focus, he wants to test what happens if he leaves the lower-level Baphomet completely untouched. He flies straight forward at high speed and sighs in relief. He managed to easily bypass the level 1 Baphomet. Chen Bai looks ahead quickly, realizing that the level 2 Baphomet should be spawning right in front of him. He stops to look around in every direction, shaking his head in confusion when nothing appears. Did it fail to spawn? Could it be? Chen Bai charges forward at absolute top speed, finally reaching the level 7 Baphomet zone. This is a place he has never stepped foot in before. Frowning, he grows highly cautious. Is bypassing it as simple as leaving the level 1 beast alive? It feels way too easy, and he seriously doubts it is that simple. But right when Chen Bai lets his guard down, the Baphomet instantly lunges from behind. His eyes go wide as he whips around, gritting his teeth as a spray of blood erupts. Chen Bai stares at his trembling palms, catching his breath. That was close. He almost lost the chance to even use resurrection. The monster's speed completely broke past his limits of reaction. Shocked and utterly confused, he tries to process what just happened. That had to be a level 8 beast or even higher, but why did such a high-level monster jump him out of nowhere? Especially since the lower-tier versions were completely missing. However, after a quiet moment of intense focus, Chen Bai realizes the truth. There is only one Baphomet in this entire labyrinth, and it is actively hunting him down. Now he stands back to calculate. If he kills the beast while it is weak, it will just revive deeper in the maze and level up even further. Yet if he spares it, it will keep chasing him forever. Chen Bai thinks back to when he first entered this labyrinth. Back then, the monster level and stats were incredibly low, making it quite easy to outrun. But things are changing fast now. As he pushes deeper, the beast naturally gains massive upgrades. Grinning, he realizes that its raw physical power is scaling up too. It is only a matter of time before it catches him. Chen Bai rubs his chin deep in strategic thought. This means he has a window of opportunity to infect it with the virus, weakening its state before the next tier up. However, once it officially levels up, those stats will jump aggressively. He glances at his status screen to check his options. He needs to see if his remaining virus points can unlock a new skill. Right on cue, a system notification pops up. The Psychic Worm skill converts his own mental energy into parasitic organisms, allowing him to directly infect his targets. Upon infection, the target mental stability collapses entirely, unleashing a torrent of intense negative emotions that tear them apart. This triggers severe psychological breakdowns, driving the victim toward absolute self-destruction. Chen Bai lets out a dark, satisfied smile. He had completely overlooked this hidden gem, a brand new skill unlocked right after mastering his powerful telekinesis ability. Stepping forward, he is confident that triggering these psychological breakdowns will totally destroy the enemy desire to fight. It will cripple the Baphomet battle instincts and severely nerf its stats. Get ready to die, you oversized goat. Chen Bai looks down and delivers a mocking taunt at level 1. You are just way too weak for me. The level 1 Baphomet charges straight up, tongue hanging out and drool dripping from its jaws as it attacks. Chen Bai continues running, shouting back that it will be leveling up very soon. He carefully baits the beast deeper in. They finally arrive at the spot. Suddenly, the beast's eyes flare with rage and it violently flings him back. It has reached level 2 with strength 45, agility 36, constitution 54, spirit 45, and a tripled bloodlust buff. The monster throws its head back and grits its teeth, but suddenly the mighty Baphomet drops straight to its knees. It groans in agony, heavily affected by the psychic larva infection. Seeing this, Chen Bai cannot help but grin. His theory was absolutely correct. Leveling up does not cleanse active debuffs or fully restore the creature health bar. Its evolution is merely unlocking power limits, not healing damage. Crossing his arms, he smiles with massive confidence. Victory is practically guaranteed now. As the clock ticks away, Chen Bai continues baiting the struggling beast along. An hour later, they finally reach the central arena of the labyrinth. Without hesitating, he hurls the monster down. Keeping the Baphomet airborne during its evolution makes it much easier to block incoming attacks as it falls downward. Amazingly, the beast still forces a level 9 upgrade mid-air. Chen Bai launches himself upward without a moment of hesitation. The two crash together in an epic clash. But as he looks up, his expression tightens in sheer disbelief. It was at death door, yet it successfully blocked him. A level 10 jump must grant massive stat boosts. The Baphomet lets out a deafening roar as its level 10 stats display 600 strength and 560 agility. Its stats include 600 spirit and an indestructible body passive that prevents stats from dropping below their base values. Landing back on the ground, Chen Bai quickly analyzes the situation. No wonder its power now easily dwarfs his own. Suddenly, the massive beast sits down on the dirt and calmly asks why they even have to fight. It claims that combat is completely meaningless and boring. At that exact moment, the mental worm goes to work. The monster is clearly suffering under the active psychic infection. Smirking with deep satisfaction, he makes a calm offer. Raising his hand, he calmly commands the mental parasites to fully seize control of the giant beast. It is a done deal. Since you think that way, just let me pass. The beast lays down on the ground, completely indifferent. It does not matter, Baphomet mutters, reflecting that his entire life was either fighting or preparing to destroy 44 floors of the abyss. Baphomet just keeps sighing from exhaustion, complaining about life and wondering why he used to be so obsessed with combat. He claims life is meaningless and living like this is just wasting air. Then a sudden idea sparks in the room. Chen Bai smiles and makes a wild offer, thanking Baphomet for doing all that heavy lifting in the abyss. He offers to set the demon free, but Baphomet calmly declines, telling him not to worry about doing any favors. Killing me here is completely useless, the demon warns, leaving Chen Bai highly confused about what that actually means. Baphomet calmly explains the mechanics of the labyrinth arena, where anyone can revive endlessly with their stats fully restored. He points out they both share this trait, then asks if forcing others to admit defeat is the only real victory. He even wonders aloud if he might be a little crazy, a question that makes our main character scratch his head. Chen Bai admits the demon is indeed dangerous, knowing that if Baphomet revives with full health, it is game over. All debuffs would vanish and Chen Bai would get instantly wiped out. Thankfully, the giant demon makes his final decision. He surrenders, telling the boy to leave so he can contemplate the meaning of life beyond mindless, endless violence. A system notification pops up, confirming he has cleared floor 279, giving him a chance to rest. Back in his safe room, Chen Bai stretches his muscles, realizing just how dangerously high the demon's stats really were. That beast had stats around 3,000, while Chen Bai averages just over 500. Talk about a massive gap. His mind worm skill saved him. Furrowing his brows, he wonders what kind of god awaits him on the next floor. Suddenly, a flashing red warning appears. Floor 350 of the abyss is a massive continent-sized structure held by pillars. The scene shifts dramatically to a completely new floor with massive pillars keeping the floating continents locked in place. Standing on floor 350, Chen Bai waits with hands in pockets, praising his incredibly useful mind worm skill. He only had to loop back 3 times since floor 279, making him curious about this floor's boss. Suddenly, something slithers in from the distance. Unifrit steps up with a sly smile, eager to take the lead. This is the Serpent Lord of floor 350, declaring it has found the human and stepping up first. Chen Bai stares warily at this second god, the legendary 9-headed serpent known as the World Eater. Knowing very little about it, he braces to die a few times, but the beast just gets close and compliments him. The snakehead wonders how to test him, admitting he looks pretty good and asking if he is the most handsome human. Chen Bai quickly returns the compliment, praising her smooth, elegant scales and incredibly bright, glowing eyes, turning on his charm. He even says he loves the flower on her head, calling her a true beauty among the serpent race. Unifrit flicks her long tongue in delight, praising his taste and declaring that he has already passed her test. Chen Bai bows politely and thanks the lovely lady, making the giant serpent close her eyes in sheer satisfaction. She calls him incredibly polite, asking if he is a true gentleman among his kind before nudging another head. Unifrit wakes up the 8th head, telling him to get up because it is finally his turn to test the human. Head number 8 yawns sleepily, poking his face out to ask if his turn has already come up. He lazily asks Chen Bai what 1 + 1 equals, leaving our hero a bit dazed by the simple question. Once Chen Bai answers 2, the head immediately congratulates him on passing, leaving him completely and utterly speechless. He realizes this guy is just as ridiculous as the fallen angel on floor 200. The lazy head sighs, looking up. He complains that the world is too beautiful for violence, wondering why they cannot just find a better way to test people. Another head suddenly slides in, telling the lazy one to move aside and contemplate life on his own. Head number 6 joins the fray, flicking its tongue and eagerly declaring that it is their turn to step up. Number 8 gladly agrees as heads number 5 and 6 step forward, ready to introduce their own divine elements. Head number 5 claims dominion over water, while number 6 proudly chimed in to claim the power of fire. Looking up at the 2 massive heads, Chen Bai asks what kind of trial they have prepared for him. The water head complains that the fire head is too stubborn and stupid, refusing to ever accept defeat. He points out that water counters fire, but number 6 instantly snaps back with his own hot-headed arguments. He argues that enough fire can easily evaporate water, complaining that his brother is always trying to outshine him. Give me your opinion. Chen Bai breaks into a cold sweat, seeing this tense attitude. Is this some kind of trap question? He looks at them with pure anxiety. The Water Devourer wants him to choose water, forcing the Fire Devourer to admit defeat. On the flip side, the Fire Devourer wants the exact same support to make the Water Devourer admit he is weaker. He sweats profusely, fully aware of the stakes. Failing this test means certain death, but the question itself is completely impossible. The Devourer glares forward impatiently, demanding an answer. Human, why are you just standing there like an idiot? Water counters fire. Is that simple logic too hard to grasp? Number 6 pops up, his face twisted in annoyance. Do not listen to his garbage. I am clearly the stronger one here. Are you blind? Chen Bai looks at them. He realizes there is only one way out of this deadlock. He has to kill one of them to break the stalemate. So he launches a sudden attack directly at them. The entities shriek in utter shock, demanding to know what he is doing. Number 3 walks over with a look of pure disgust. Meanwhile, number 4 laughs, thoroughly amused by the 2 idiots. You 2 gave him such a ridiculous choice. It is a miracle he did not try to slice you to pieces. Hearing this, number 6 fires back defensively. What do you mean difficult? Our test is not hard at all. The Devourer's eyes suddenly light up as he realizes the issue. He finally understands that their question has no right answer. No matter how he responds, he is bound to lose. Number 6 slowly catches on and nods his head in agreement. Chen Bai can only offer a weak, awkward smile. Can you even blame him at this point? He tells him not to worry about it. The Water Devourer quickly agrees, putting the issue to rest. He just wants to know who Chen Bai thinks is stronger. Chen Bai sighs, finding these powerful entities incredibly childish. Chen Bai throws his hands up and makes a practical suggestion. Why not just fight and see who is truly stronger? The Devourer leans in close to explain. They are all part of the same entity, so fighting is basically suicide. Going all out would destroy them both. Number 6 chimes in, firmly agreeing that they cannot risk a real battle. Otherwise, he claims he would have burned his rival to ashes long ago, sparking another furious glare. The Water Devourer snaps back, claiming he would have drained him dry instead. Chen Bai quickly spots a perfect loophole. Since they are currently using mere projections, why not unleash their full power without any fear of actual death? He points at himself to emphasize that this is a much better option than asking a clueless human. The Devourer actually loves the idea. He agrees that this is the perfect chance to teach his rival a lesson. Number 6 roars in excitement, hoping this crushing defeat will finally teach the other one some respect. Suddenly, number 1 steps in to intervene. He tells them to settle down and finish their tests first. The two rivals immediately back down and obey their leader, agreeing to fight only after the trial concludes. Number 6 then summons a mysterious glowing book explaining that his own test is going to be incredibly simple. Having traveled the stars since birth, he is incredibly excited to learn about this new world called Blue Star. Since he has never visited before, he wants Chen Bai to share a legendary story or historical event from his home planet. Number 7 suddenly pops up and joins in, eager to hear about the beautiful sights and delicious foods of Blue Star. If he describes them well, he passes the trial. Suddenly, Number 2 steps forward with his own unique demand. As a deep thinker, he wants to know if Blue Star has any famous philosophers or great thinkers. Sharing their core philosophies will easily secure Chen Bai a passing grade for this portion of the trial. Seeing this quickly turn into a massive storytelling session, Number 3 grows incredibly impatient and demands to go first. He refuses to sit around and listen to nonsense, charging forward with a massive dark energy sphere. He opens his jaw wide, bearing sharp fangs as he hurls a devastating attack directly at Chen Bai. He boasts about creating his first unique skill back when he was only a tier M of power. He challenges Chen Bai to take the hit head-on. Looking up, Chen Bai is genuinely impressed by this feat. Designing a custom skill is no small task. Preparing himself, Chen Bai keeps a close eye on the incoming attack. Although the projectile moves slowly with a limited reach, its immense gravity pulls everything in. He tries using telekinesis first. His telekinesis completely fails to stop the projectile. He stares in shock, wondering what kind of devour force this is. This energy is far superior to the basic blacklight virus, which is only capable of consuming raw flesh and blood. Number 3 mocks his struggle proudly, explaining that this is merely the first prototype of his devastating devour bomb. It is only limited to level 10. Can you even withstand this? Chen Bai cautiously backs away as Number 2 steps up to warn him. He says Chen Bai is matching the skill speed, backing off slowly and trying to use his own regeneration to engulf it. Hearing this, Number 3 sticks out his tongue with a grin, admitting the human is pretty clever. It turns out this skill has limits. He bares his massive fangs, warning that once the swallowed energy hits its maximum, the whole thing will detonate. Chen Bai looks up in complete shock as the energy tears apart. Number 3 just turns away, laughing about the damage. He happily boasts that the blast deals 3 times the absorbed energy. Unfrit gasps in pure terror, shouting a warning. He asks if his brother is going to blow the human to pieces. Nearby, Number 7 turns away, closing his eyes in misery. As a pacifist, he cannot stand watching bloody scenes. He looks into the settling dust. He sighs in relief, glad that the human seems to be alive. Right on cue, Chen Bai steps out of the dust. He calmly admits the blast was massive, but not quite enough to instantly kill him. He asks if he passed the test. Number 3 refuses to back down, lunging forward with his jaws wide open, shocked that the human is unharmed. He wants to try a much stronger attack. But suddenly, Number 2 steps in to put an end to the chaos. He tells Number 3 his test is done and to stand aside. Though frustrated, the third sibling begrudgingly agrees to stop. He mutters that he should have used a stronger attack from the start. Number 2 turns back to Chen Bai. He says it is time for their own test now, demanding to hear about the philosophy of the human world. Numbers 4 and 7 eagerly chime in, demanding to know about human history, delicious food, and beautiful sights. Chen Bai winks quickly, agreeing since this is incredibly easy. After listening to him for a while, they are highly impressed. They find human culture and philosophy quite fascinating, happily declaring that Chen Bai has officially passed their tests. He looks up in high spirits, eagerly waiting to find out what the final challenge is going to be. He asks what the final test is. Number 1 keeps it simple, admitting he does not have a test of his own. Since Numbers 5 and 6 are fighting to the death right now, Chen Bai just needs to survive their battle. If he survives until a winner is decided, he passes. Chen Bai looks over, quite confident in this task. Since this floor is massive, he can easily keep his distance. But a strange doubt suddenly crosses his mind. The challenges in these 9 tests are so incredibly easy that even a blind person would find them suspicious. He wonders if they are just too lazy to fight or if they have another conspiracy. Meanwhile, the Devourer laughs. Back on floor 350, the Devourer leans close to his defeated opponent, excitedly boasting that he won. He asks if the opponent is convinced now, but Number 6 grumbles that the match was only limited to level 10. He claims they were too young and refuses to accept it. The Devourer just sticks his tongue out, laughing it off. He laughs that the loser will always find excuses. Suddenly, Number 3 interrupts them, totally furious at their constant bickering. He snaps at them to shut up and behave, clearly irritated about a completely different matter that is bothering him. His brothers insisted on letting the human pass easily. He is in a terrible mood, warning them not to push him. Number 4 steps in to calm him down, explaining that letting the human pass is actually a smart investment. Looking down at Chen Bai, he points out that if this human can actually pass the trials of Baphomet, he stands a real chance of conquering all the Deep Abyss trials and eventually becoming its next supreme ruler. Number 2 agrees, asking them to imagine the benefits of having the future Abyss Lord owe them a massive favor. With his devouring power, the potential gains are massive. But number 3 remains highly skeptical about his survival. He notes that on floor 375, the formidable wolf god wields a terrifying power of assassination. Number 2 gets visibly anxious, warning that the wolf god's limitless stealth makes him an incredibly deadly opponent. With absolutely no energy cost for his stealth, there is simply no way the human boy can survive that floor. Meanwhile, Chen Bai arrives at floor 357, which is the territory of the dangerous wolf lord. Looking closely at the screen, he quickly realizes he is in trouble because he absolutely hates facing stealth assassins. An invisible enemy who can end the entire match with a single strike is his absolute worst matchup. Suddenly, heavy vines wrap around his legs, but he reacts instantly, transforming his limbs into razor-sharp blades. He cleanly slices the vines, but he tenses up when deadly sharp thorns sprout from the ground. He leaps back to dodge the spikes quickly, getting into a defensive stance to prepare for the attack. Up high, a web-like trap appears. He slashes through it with one decisive strike. Will this endless cycle ever end? Suddenly, something shatters out of nowhere. A massive explosion erupts on the spot. Chen Bai uses his quick reflexes to escape, crawling flat against the ground. He grits his teeth in sheer stress. They haven't even seen the boss yet. He's already forced to use his poison hand skill. Just like that, his defensive state is triggered once already. Chen Bai looks around highly annoyed, wondering how many damn traps are actually laid out here. Looking up with a roar, he unleashes his raw power hellfire enveloping his body. Right beneath Chen Bai's feet, explosive energy surges as he charges straight forward. His eyes narrow. What kind of wolf assassin god is this anyway? This guy should be called the trap god instead. Chen Bai's face darkens as he spits out insults at the dirty, insidious coward. Suddenly, a voice whispers from right behind him, "Thanks for the compliment." Yet there is absolutely no one in sight. Chen Bai's eyes flare as he's forced to activate his thermal tracking and telekinetic skills. Just then, from high above, something lunges down, shouting for the human to die. He gets struck from the side immediately. Time rewinds, shifting back to before. Chen Bai stares at his hands in disbelief after regressing. This is way too tough. The boss's base stats are way higher. Plus, he has endless traps and a stealth skill so broken his thermal tracking can't even spot him. He stands there, scanning the area. This is floor 375, the Wolf Lord. Last time, the chain traps killed him before he could release his virus. So this time, the virus goes out first. Chen Bai smirks. If he can just infect Jin Wohu, he can use virus vision to pinpoint his location. He readies his claws, bracing himself. As for those annoying hidden traps, he has a different way to deal with them. Chen Bai slams the ground with all his might, unleashing a massive shockwave to trigger the traps beforehand. Dangerous traps are laid out everywhere. He carefully steps deeper inside, clenching his jaw as he starts mapping out their exact types. Spike strips, snaring traps, massive hunting nets, quicksand pits, phantom grass, and even explosive trees. He looks around in disbelief. Within just a few dozen meters, there are nearly 100 deadly traps set up, and no two are identical. Jin Wohu suddenly flickers into view right behind him, mocking him. "You petty human. You can release your poison, but my forest is a deadly maze." Before he can react, Chen Bai is struck by a surprise blow. Staring at his bloody hand, he's shocked to find himself regressing yet again. That monster knew everything from the very beginning. Chen Bai glances behind him, sweating. How on earth is he supposed to break this stalemate? Just then, the image of Jin Wohu, punching him, flashes by. Abyss floor 375. Time rewinds for the 5th time as his hourglass pendant flies loose. Another massive explosion rips through the air. Now, it is the 8th regression, and that magical hourglass glows once again. Chen Bai smirks, finally realizing something very crucial. Even if this wolf boss is slightly weaker than Baphomet, he is still easily 3 times stronger than him. Looking into the dense forest, those hidden traps are incredibly dangerous, capable of causing fatal injuries in a split second. Chen Bai frowns deeply, making his final decision. The only way to win this is still by using the virus. But the moment the boss senses his stats dropping, he will kill him instantly. Yet Chen Bai remains incredibly confident in his strategy. The mind worms might not break his fighting spirit, but they will definitely make him lose his patience. Leaping up the mountain, Chen Bai accelerates. There is only one path to victory here. Soaring high into the air, he begins to scatter his payload. Pulmonary infections, mind worms, and flu viruses flood the area. Chen Bai lands on a high branch, scanning the forest. He watches the shadows closely. It is coming. Dark tentacles sprout from his legs, ready to capitalize on the traps. He plans to use his own traps to delay and wear down the boss. From the distance, Jin Wohu slowly approaches. Chen Bai glances back, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. It worked. He takes a long stride forward, planting even more traps to guide the boss down a perfect path. If he can drag its stats down to his level, he is completely confident he can kill it. Jin Woohoo is hot on his heels, roaring in fury. "You insolent human! How dare you mock me?" He lunges with a massive arm, shouting for him to die. But Chen Bai just smiles. Once again, the magical hourglass pendant glows brightly. Chen Bai stands with his hands on his hips. 10th regression. He is overflowing with absolute confidence now. Honestly, his mental strength is just built different. Each regression gets him further. "Jin Woohoo, you are definitely going down." Just like that, Chen Bai triggers his regression loop again. 15th regression. The magical hourglass continues to do its job. He glances over his shoulder, watching the pattern repeat over and over. This endless cycle continues. On his 23rd regression, Jin Woohoo is startled, suddenly looking up to scan the trees. A massive explosion erupts right in his face. Roaring with rage, the beast lunges forward, screaming at the human. He wants to torture him to death. Seeing this only makes Chen Bai more certain the more rushed the enemy gets, the easier. They easily fall into their own trap. Seconds later, he senses a massive presence approaching, not even trying to hide. It's bloodlust. Just like before, the beast completely loses its patience and charges. He stops turning around to watch closely. Chen Bai leaps back to a safe distance. He frowns, analyzing his opponent's potential choices. That terrifying punching power comes from stats that are double his own. Will it jump into the trap to kill him or wait it out? It gets blasted back a great distance. Fired up, Chen Bai grins and welcomes the incoming challenge. He uses his hands to propel himself far backward. Its stats can no longer completely overwhelm him, especially since the beast is already carrying quite a few deep wounds. Chen Bai leaps high into the air, ready to go all in now. A massive Xenogray leaps up from a distance, refusing to lose as it pursues Chen Bai. Later, he lies completely battered on the ground, gasping for breath. He actually won. A system notification pops up: floor 350 cleared. Please select your recovery time. Chen Bai smiles, feeling incredibly lucky. Until the very last moment, the opponent's stats were still higher than his own. Luckily, its direct combat power was quite lacking. Another system notification pops up with an update. 1 hour recovery time inside the resting area. Looking at his gear on the bed, he sighs. It is completely shredded. Though his gear has no durability limit, it isn't indestructible. His plague set is completely gone. Chen Bai places his hands on his hips, planning his next move. Only 3 of the 6 gods remain. Suddenly, it clicks. Of course. Stroking his chin, Chen Bai recalls Heroes once mentioning a dangerous abyss lord, the succubus queen, Mycantus. He recalls she resides around floor 400. Just thinking about her makes him uneasy. The succubus queen, the ruler of pleasure who wields a deadly whip. Even Heroes was incredibly wary of this powerful goddess. Chen Bai walks deeper inside, feeling extremely tense. Is she really his next opponent? Below him, skeletal arms keep clawing upward, trying to reach him. Abyss floor 400. Slipping on his gauntlets, he realizes this is not the succubus queen, but an endless army of the undead. Summoning his flying swords, he feels this might actually be the easiest floor. Aside from those light-devouring snakes and the biochemical plague, the undead horde panics upon seeing him. Chen Bai receives continuous stat buffs +1 to strength, agility, and constitution. He quickly unleashes an attack on them. Chen Bai scans the battlefield, realizing this is just like a tower defense game. Except this time there is nothing to protect. Armed with his new flying swords and devastating long-range capabilities, he can easily maintain his combat stats, well above 2,000. Flipping backward with immense force, Chen Bai slams his fist hard into the ground, unleashing a devastating ground slam. Sensing a sudden danger right behind him, he tenses up. Here it comes, a psychokinetic shield. Chen Bai commands his swords to shatter the barrier, but suddenly clutches his head in pain, feeling dizzy. He barely blocked it too close for comfort. That enemy's psychic spear is incredibly lethal and fast, and his own mental defense is lacking. He has to end this fast. Summoning his resolve, Chen Bai lunges forward with a powerful punch. The red ferryman turns pale with fear, completely shocked that he was spotted. Chen Bai doesn't let up, unleashing his full power immediately. The old man can only watch in absolute awe. This human is a complete mystery, clearly not overpowered, yet always making the perfect move under pressure. Chen Bai stands calm and collected. Of course, after all, he was killed by this guy twice already. Abyss floor 400, the red ferryman of the Gabon kingdom. Resurrections remaining 2. He shakes his head thanking him for the compliment before turning to leave. Behind him, the red ferryman stands waiting, offering some parting words. He will wait on floor 400 for his victory, promising they will talk then. Lowering his head, the old man urges him to go. Mycantus is waiting for him. Chen Bai glances back, locking that name in his memory. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a lavish gilded chamber. Floor 437. The succubus queen of pleasure, Mycantis, level 10. No special conditions. Leaning back on her bed, Mycantis waits, is genuinely surprised. A mere human challenging the abyss and actually making it this far. Nearby, Chen Bai approaches with absolute composure. Stopping in his tracks, he is completely stunned. Is this really the legendary Mycantis? She is stunning. Her aura makes his heart race, almost pulling him into a trance of pure desire. Shaking his head violently, he snaps out of it just in time. That was a close call. Drenched in sweat, Chen Bai warns himself to stay sharp against her deadly charms. Smiling, Mycantis beckons him closer with a wave. She uses seductive words. Come here, she whispers, I can feel your deepest desires. Why suppress your true nature? The intense pressure leaves Chen Bai panting and exhausted, but she does not hesitate to make another offer. She tells him that if he won't come over, she can easily walk over to him instead. Mycantis waves, playfully gasping as she points out that his desire is about to tear his body apart. She sticks her tongue out, teasingly mocking his state. She asks if holding back like this is really doing him any good. It must feel pretty uncomfortable, she says. She orders him to kneel, promising to make him her personal pet if he submits. Mycantis continues her demands, telling him to kneel and kiss her toes. She wants to mark him as her own. She threatens to mark him with her whip so he can call her master, promising that obedient pets always get rewarded. She brushes her tail lightly across his face, finding his struggle highly amusing. Men really are all the same to her. Even though he has lasted longer than anyone else, she believes he will still give up everything to satisfy his burning desires. As Chen Bai slowly drops to his knees on command, the scene shifts to a completely different memory of him talking. Sitting at the hero's restaurant, he remembers telling her that her mind control training was incredibly helpful, was actually quite useful. The succubus Chen Bai met during his quest posed zero threat. Hearing this, Heroes was not particularly surprised. It made sense as she had specifically researched this to counter Mycantis, the goddess of lust. With a subtle smirk, she added that there was actually a very fascinating twist to this abyssal succubus. It would certainly pique his curiosity. When he asked what was so interesting, Heroes smiled, explaining every detail. The moment the succubus inherited the power of lust, the man she had long admired fell for her charm. Once completely consumed by his own burning desire, he behaved in the most pathetic and ugly ways to please her. Heroes emphasized this psychological shift, explaining how it left the succubus completely disgusted with the opposite sex. She folded her arms, closing her eyes with a sigh. Since then, she tested everyone she liked with her charm. Very few ever passed. Heroes then revealed a stunning hidden truth. The very goddess who controlled ultimate lust was actually an untouched, completely pure succubus. Hearing this utterly unexpected twist left Chen Bai totally speechless. Resting her chin on her hand, Heroes leaned in close with a playful warning. Chen Bai, if she ever enchants you, things could get incredibly wild. After all, deep down, he was someone who would rather lose everything than beg someone who never bows. But Chen Bai was clever enough to reply, insisting she had him all wrong. He knew when to yield, especially to someone with overwhelming power like her. Heroes leaned back coldly in her chair, asking if that was truly the case. Without hesitation, he confirmed it. But when the fight actually started, and get ready because this gets wild, did he play it safe? Absolutely not. Mycantis gasped in shock, reeling backward before lunging down with a vicious strike from her long, powerful whip. Exuding supreme confidence, she commanded the human to kneel, claiming he stood absolutely no chance against her. Only by groveling at her feet could he find pleasure. But Chen Bai braced himself, declaring defiantly that it was victory or death. He would never beg at her feet. Mycantis did not back down either, determined to drag this out. She purred that a loyal, obedient dog would keep her good company. As her heavy, overwhelming aura washed over him, Chen Bai felt his entire body begin to shake uncontrollably. Looking down, the reason becomes crystal clear. Damn it, this whip is making him more and more anxious by the second. Clearly, it only wrapped around his body, yet his entire frame is completely paralyzed. On top of that, these sharp thorns are turning his pain into an intense, itchy sensation. This is getting bad. Mycantis sticks out her tongue, sensually licking the whip handle with a smirk. How do you like the taste of this whip? Mycantis proudly boasts about her weapon, calling it the Whip of Love's Punishment, which has been empowered by her dark magic. It possesses incredibly strong crowd control, easily binding anyone who dares to resist. Even with those raw instincts threatening to take over, he fights to keep his mind sharp. If you want me to yield, this weak attempt is nowhere near enough. This opening act barely gets a passing grade. Chen Bai's face is drenched in sweat as he waits. What kind of trick are you planning next? Give me your best shot, because if you stay this sloppy, I am giving you a failing grade. Furious at his words, Mycantis steps forward with her whip. Human, your passion is still alive, is it not? Standing tall and keeping a smart mouth like that is indeed quite amusing. And then without any hesitation, she leans in and plants a sudden kiss on his lips, claiming that she must add some extra spice so he fully understands the situation. Chen Bai's eyes widen in absolute shock. Caught completely off guard, he feels as if his mind is drifting into another dimension. Chen Bai looks like he is about to submit. After all, Mycanthus is still a goddess. Real contact would mean total defeat. Meeting her would spell the absolute end of his freedom. Suddenly, Hero appears with her arms crossed, offering a vital reminder. Reason does not have to strangle your base instincts. Relax. Letting yourself go and enjoying this is not a bad option. She smirks, offering a crucial piece of advice. In the end, you just need to make sure you can drag yourself back. That is all that matters. Suddenly, a bright light erupts from Chen Bai's hand and he slowly begins to regain his focus. I am ready, he declares. The desire of this reproductive virus is insanely intense, but Chen Bai quickly recovers his confidence. He screams, unleashing his power. Mycanthus grits her teeth, sweating in utter confusion. How did it even come to this? Her charms should have left him completely paralyzed by pleasure, utterly destroying his fighting spirit. In all of her long life, she has never seen anyone resist so fiercely after falling under her spell. Then right in front of her, he vanishes. He strikes from behind, taking her by surprise. Mycanthus grits her teeth, gasping in pain as his counterattack lands heavily. His body is covered in razor-sharp spikes. Instantly, both of them launch into the air, leaping straight toward the massive bed. Flushing, bright red and panting heavily, Mycanthus makes her choice. She realizes she has no other option but to kill him. Her tail whips forward, but she suddenly hesitates. Is she really going to take his life right now, just like that? He is, after all, the first man to resist her charm. Chen Bai smirks, realizing his perfect opening has finally arrived. Since she stopped her attack, he is not holding back anymore. Mycanthus looks away, trying to convince herself it is fine. It is just a projection of her true self. Her eyes shift completely, filled with a sudden, deep curiosity. She wants to see what this human will do once he completely loses his mind. Show me your true nature, she demands. 3 exhausting days pass by, leaving Chen Bai completely wiped out. He collapses backwards, sighing after surviving such an insane battle. The system screen instantly updates. He has cleared floor 437, defeating Succubus Queen Mycanthus with 0 retries needed. The system congratulates him for clearing the floor and prompts him to select his recovery time. Chen Bai sits up and chooses a single hour. Meanwhile, the exhausted Mycanthus struggles to stand, mentally counting her defeats. The Minotaur, the Hydra, the Jackal, the Undead, and now her. Chen Bai smirks, feeling a sudden surge of anticipation. He has already taken down 5 gods. Each battle gave him something valuable to help him win, but what about the next? He wonders what the 6th guardian is like. Meanwhile, a maid turns to her queen with a curious question. She asks what her queen desires. Back in the real Succubus Palace on floor 437, Mycanthus reaches out. She never expected her projection to experience something so thrilling. Now she's completely captivated by the vivid memory. Her eyes are filled with pure obsession. She wonders if this is what it truly feels like to be conquered by someone. A wild idea crosses her mind. Why not head down to floor 500 and personally wipe out the boss waiting there? She wants to clear his path. That way, he can bypass the trial and ascend straight to the realm of the gods. That way, she could experience that thrilling sensation all over again. But reality suddenly hits her like a bolt of lightning. Trying to kill the ruler of floor 500 is pure madness. She is absolutely no match for that powerful king. She sighs in defeat, realizing she has to let the dream go. What a disappointing waste of a perfect opportunity. Deep within the dark depths of floor 500, a towering, mysterious figure looks down with mild curiosity. He questions how a mere human managed to climb this far. If Chen Bai can survive this final trial, it will be a miracle. Agaris confidently warns him that his incredible journey is destined to end right here and now. There will be no legendary ending for him. This is floor 500, the domain of the Archdemon Night King Agaris. Despite facing a level 10 king with 0 special rules on this floor, Chen Bai shows absolutely no fear. He charges straight forward, eager to skip the talking. But mid-stride, he suddenly freezes in his tracks. His eyes shift colors, activating his sensory skills. Instantly, he raises his guard against the invisible dangers. His thermal vision cannot pierce the pitch-black darkness, and his telekinetic sensing fails too. Survival looks completely grim. Chen Bai braces himself to die a few times. But as time slowly ticks away, he realizes Agaris has not even made a move. Right then, a system notification flashes. He has already cleared floor 500 and must pick his recovery time. Chen Bai is left completely speechless by the bizarre victory. Agaris simply smirks, offering him a look of genuine praise. Calling him an intriguing human, the king slowly starts to dissolve into thin air before Chen Bai's bewildered eyes. He leaves behind a final promise to meet again in the future, leaving Chen Bai staring into the empty space in shock. What did he mean by that? Why did he let him pass? Chen Bai was completely lost in a mess of thoughts. Damn it. Why could he not speak clearly? People who talk in riddles should just drop dead. Right. The system sent another alert. Recovery time selected 1 second. Then a prompt appeared. The minimum recovery time was 1 minute. Choosing less would immediately send him to the next level. Was he sure? Chen Bai did not hesitate. Yes, send him in. Immediately, the system started processing. Destination selected. Floor 501 had collapsed, so he was heading straight to floor 502. Here we go again. How many more floors would disappear? He had already somehow beaten the 6 gods. Chen Bai grew quite curious. How many levels could possibly be left? The system then flashed new alerts. Abyss floor 600. No active lord. Extracting a past demon lord to manifest a phantom clone. Prepare yourself. Chen Bai broke into a cold sweat, suddenly anxious. A whole 100 floors left. System detail floor 500 Satan, the level 10 demon avatar. Special conditions for this floor, none. Reading this, he was absolutely stunned. The devil, Satan, the legendary betrayer of the abyss who created hell. Was it really him? Suddenly, a heavy voice sighed. He never expected to be awakened in the abyss. The figure tilted his head, looking completely bored. Satan sighed, wondering why this trashy level still existed. Satan wondered why floor 600 had not vanished yet. Chen Bai went completely pale seeing this. Clapping as he walked closer, the devil praised him. So someone actually survived the trials and made it here. He asked for his name, thoroughly intrigued. This level of power was quite shocking. What is your name? Chen Bai smirked, praising him inwardly. This guy talked way too much. Secretly, he was already spreading viruses. Satan continued excitedly with an offer. If his real body had not already been destroyed, he said, he would love to meet him somewhere. They should sit and talk since he hated pointless violence anyway. Hearing this, Chen Bai widened his eyes in disbelief. His real body was dead. This was completely unexpected. Satan noticed his shock and pieced it together. So if he did not want to speak, a sly grin appeared. He challenged him to show what kind of power allowed him to get this far. Then he launched his strike. But as he attacked, he was stunned. You actually know how to use the power of hell, he muttered. Satan gestured strangely. Using hellfire to fight him was a pretty foolish choice. He had forgotten something. He confidently declared that he was the literal lord of hell. Instantly, Chen Bai felt his entire body stiffen. His body was paralyzed. Completely stuck. Worse, he could not recall his hellfire. The danger was suddenly very real. With no hellfire to defend himself, his only choice was to dodge. But he was completely pinned down. Satan completely dominated his abilities. Realizing he was outmatched, Chen Bai decided he had to retreat. He needed to go back and find another way. But suddenly, Satan halted and offered a surprise partnership. It would be a pity to die here after coming so far, so he proposed they team up instead. Trembling, Chen Bai asked if holding him hostage like this was his idea of a friendly partnership. Satan realized his mistake and immediately apologized, releasing him. Once free, Chen Bai demanded to know the plan. Satan reached out his hand to explain. His original body was dead, but the abyss trial temporarily revived him. He saw this as the perfect chance to escape. Hearing this, Chen Bai was pretty surprised by that. He asked if the legendary demon was truly just a phantom clone. Satan sighed and explained further. It was actually quite complicated. The abyss created these clones using copied life imprints of dead creatures. If he could somehow preserve his life imprint and carry it out of the abyss, his eyes lit up. He could actually be resurrected. Chen Bai looked at him highly skeptical and asked what the catch was. Satan bluntly laid out the terms. He just needed to carry him out of the abyss completely free. Plus, he would inherit a massive portion of his hellish fortune as a handsome reward for his help. Chen Bai stretched his arm, incredibly skeptical. No risk and all these massive benefits, he doubted it. Still, he casually slipped his hands into his pockets, asking what exactly he needed to do to help. Satan pulled out a dark ring. Thanks to this, his life imprint would easily reside inside it. He just had to carry the ring safely out of the abyss. He offered the artifact along with terms. Once you get me out of the abyss, this will be yours. Chen Bai looks at the item and inspects it carefully. This thing. To explain this newly acquired item, it is the SSS-Rank Underworld King Solomon Ring, an accessory that boosts strength and agility. Constitution is up by 50%, spirit is boosted by 200, and all stats rise. It also holds the soul seals of the 72 demon gods to a certain degree. The Ring of Wisdom also reduces any skill cast time by 80%, while the cooldown of every skill is cut by 50%, including minor abilities. In the Underworld King form, all physical attributes increase by 100%, and skill cooldowns are completely bypassed during the effect. This ultimate state lasts for 15 seconds. Plus, the Gates of Hell treasure channels the raw power of the Underworld god, vastly boosting all his stats. The gates can be opened at any time, and best of all, there are 0 equipment requirements. Now, go ahead. Put it on and take the throne of the Underworld King. Chen Bai takes the ring, his eyes widening in shock. Why on earth would he give away such an insane treasure like this? He stares back, feeling deeply conflicted, and let's be honest, who would trust a demon king? But he cannot defeat him in a fight either, and his true motives remain a mystery. How can he break this deadlock? Despite his doubts, Chen Bai slides the ring onto his finger, attempting to trigger the Underworld King form. But nothing happens, leaving him utterly baffled. Is this ring a fake? Chen Bai demands. Satan calmly offers a reasonable explanation, stating that the ring does not fully belong to him yet. He claims he has no way to prove his sincerity right now. The Demon King closes his eyes, lifting his hand to emphasize his point. After all, he is merely a remnant soul born from a life imprint, and this powerful ring is something only he can currently wield. With zero trust left, Chen Bai lunges straight forward. "Sorry, but I cannot trust you," he yells out. A sudden counter. Satan smiles easily, swinging his arm to deflect the attack. This is nothing to him. He asks if Chen Bai thinks avoiding the hellfire makes him safe. As long as that power is inside his body, he can never resist the orders of the underworld god. Forced to his knees, Chen Bai grunts, "What if I refuse to cooperate?" Satan lifts his chin. His demeanor turns cold. "Are you seriously still trying to test me?" he snaps coldly. He claims he does not want to kill him. After all, finding another person capable of passing the Abyss trial would take forever. Then the Demon King offers a rather grim alternative. He says he can simply trap Chen Bai here forever until someone else arrives to make a deal. Realizing he is trapped, Chen Bai turns his head and declares that they should stop wasting time. He agrees to the deal. Now get ready, because the system interface suddenly flashes with a major notification: floor 600 cleared. You have passed all trials of the Abyss Lord and completed the ultimate abyssal trial. Chen Bai lands steadily back on the ground. He opens his eyes, looking around in utter confusion. Where is this? This place feels incredibly strange. Chen Bai stands frozen, taking in every detail. With just a quick glance, he spots something incredible. Is that the Void Fire Scroll? A dark, ominous energy surges from the distance, swirling and gathering right around him. But suddenly, the dark mist freezes in place. It seems the energy needs some time to fully condense. If that is the case, he realizes he should get organized first. Closing his eyes, he evaluates his current status. Everything seems normal, and he can even trigger time reversal here. Flexing his hand, he calls out to the ring. "Show yourself already. We have finally left the Abyss." Since they have officially left the 600th floor of the Abyss, a surge of dark energy leaks out and Satan manifests. The Demon King gestures grandly, presenting the absolute power of the Abyss. "Behold the Abyssal Overlord class change scroll." Satan grins with absolute delight. He proclaims that Chen Bai's name will soon echo across the entire myriad realms. He accomplished a trial even gods failed. But Chen Bai remains realistic. He knows his limits very well. He points out that he did not truly defeat the Demon King, admitting he merely fell right into his calculated trap. Satan raises his hand in a dismissive wave, offering genuine praise instead. Defeating Mycantus alone was already an extraordinary achievement. A knowing smirk plays on Chen Bai's lips as he connects the dots. So Agares on the 500th floor was indeed his pawn. He smiles, confirming that Agares on the 500th floor was indeed one of Satan's loyal subordinates. The Demon King nods. Out of the 72 demon gods, he conquered the second in command was indeed Agares. Chen Bai raises a hand to remind him. Since they have left the 600th floor, is their partnership officially over? But Satan simply shakes his head. Not quite. There is still one final step before they part. He poses a counter question, asking if Chen Bai has actually claimed the ring or inherited his legacy left in the underworld. Hearing this, Chen Bai cannot help but feel suspicious. He asks if the Demon Lord is truly willing to hand them over. Satan narrows his eyes, confirming it with absolute confidence. Of course, he claims even a devil always keeps his word. The demon confidently emphasizes every single word, promising Chen Bai that his physical body will thoroughly enjoy those massive rewards. Not only that, but he plans to hijack his vessel to reach the absolute peak of power, leaving Chen Bai completely frozen in fear. This is bad. His real goal is to devour Chen Bai's soul and steal his physical shell. He's trying to possess him. Realizing this body-snatching plot, Chen Bai watches as Satan bursts into a maniacal, ecstatic laugh, celebrating his ultimate victory. Satan claims this new form as the Lord of the Abyss, his stepping stone to conquer the myriad realms, while Chen Bai grits his teeth. His soul is completely defenseless, forcing him to act fast and try to retreat before his consciousness gets entirely wiped out. Satan lunges forward to seal the deal, but suddenly screams in disbelief, wondering how a mere mortal could possibly resist. As the strange ring completely goes dark, Chen Bai clutches his head, trying to process what just happened. He realizes his soul is perfectly intact, likely shielded by the Chronos watch that's deeply bound to his very consciousness. This powerful bond completely shut down Satan's possession attempt, but Chen Bai is now faced with a whole new dilemma. He can't verify if the demon is actually dead, or if he's just playing possum and hiding inside the ring. Raising his hand, Chen Bai mockingly asks if his esteemed guest is still waiting to hijack his body and rule the realms. With absolutely no response, he makes a firm decision, knowing it's far too risky to gamble on whether the demon survived. Since the ring is the host vessel for Satan's soul, Chen Bai knows he can't afford to be careless with it. He immediately slides the ring off his finger, refusing to let greed cloud his judgment as he prepares to destroy it. Eliminating the threat is the only way to be safe, especially considering the item's details as the damaged Ring of Solomon. This fragmented accessory grants a flat +3 to all stats, though its legendary power is sealed behind 72 seals. Currently weakened to a mere fraction of its peak potential, unlocking its true traits requires gathering 72 demon souls. Its locked features include a Hellgate skill, allowing the wearer to travel to and from the underworld once every 10 days. To claim the throne of the underworld, the user must be level 5 and restore the ring's long-lost scattered power. Skimming through the insane stats of this legendary artifact leaves Chen Bai momentarily stunned, but his smirk quickly returns. He playfully dismisses it as a broken piece of junk, realizing that destroying it won't feel like a massive loss. Suddenly, Satan's spiritual projection pops out of the ring, desperately begging Chen Bai to hold on and talk things through. The demon desperately tries to strike a bargain, pleading for a peaceful negotiation to save his own skin. Chen Bai coldly looks down, casually asking what he could possibly want to talk about as Satan bows in submission. The terrified demon showers Chen Bai with praise, calling him the most revered being in all the myriad realms. He grovels, claiming that Chen Bai's godlike power and brilliant mind have left him utterly awestruck and humbled. Clasped hands shaking, Satan pledges complete and absolute loyalty, offering up everything he owns just to keep his soul intact. Chen Bai tilts his head and dismisses the dramatic act, telling the untrustworthy demon to hand over all his valuables. Sweating buckets under Chen Bai's cold glare, the terrified demon stammeringly explains his current lack of options. He claims his current soul form possesses absolutely nothing, but promises his massive, untouched inheritance still waits in the underworld. Chen Bai isn't buying the empty promises of a sketchy demon, demanding immediate, solid proof instead of cheap talk. Panicking, Satan quickly reassures him that the inheritance is entirely real and easily verifiable once they reach hell. Satisfied with the leverage, Chen Bai finally agrees to keep him around, planning to stuff him into his inventory. He tells the demon to shut up and wait in his storage inventory until his legendary hoard is needed. Satan rubs his hands together, desperately begging to remain outside, but Chen Bai instantly shuts down the idea. He reminds the demon that the system's spatial inventory is the only place secure enough to prevent any escape. He tosses the ring into his inventory, locked and secured, as he turns his attention to his main prize. Finally, he holds his second SSS-Rank class change scroll, prompting the system to display its detailed info panel. The scroll belongs to the Lord of the Abyss class, representing a realm of absolute despair and chaotic madness. It is a chaotic, blood-drenched void where absolute darkness reigns supreme, untouched even by the cosmic will itself. Even gods fear this place, and changing to this class requires a minimum tier of level 10. Knowing that simply keeping such a dangerous artifact in his standard bag is unsafe, Chen Bai acts quickly. He decides to seal it alongside the calamity of life, taking no chances with its chaotic aura. Now he only needs to summon Leto to wrap up the quest and fully secure his ultimate double class. Starting out on the first floor of the Abyss, Chen Bai calculates his moves carefully. He has no plans of leaving yet. Summoning Leto right here on the first floor is his best bet. Suddenly, a massive structure rises. Leto materializes, looking completely baffled. He immediately demands to know why on earth he was dragged to this god-forsaken place. He steps closer, complaining that while his merchant guild has branches in hell, the Abyss is a totally different story. The brainless demons here do not even understand the concept of trading. Hearing this, Chen Bai just flashes a knowing smile. Realizing the merchant's frustration, Chen Bai asks if he hates it here. Leto nods. Oh, he absolutely does. Other than brainless demons, absolutely nobody enjoys this trash heap. Leto gestures behind him. Why is he really here? That coin was only meant for completing his first quest. Leto strokes his chin. Rules are rules, kid. If he uses this coin to ask for help, getting another one will cost him a massive heavy fee. Chen Bai simply grins. Did Leto prepare the contract and the reward for finishing that very first task? Leto pulls out a scroll. Of course he did. He even got full recognition from the universe itself. Then Leto pauses, looking completely stunned. He asks if Chen Bai has actually pulled it off. 2 scrolls. Wait for it. Chen Bai smiles, presenting 2 legendary SSS grade scrolls that float gently into the air. Leto is highly intrigued. He notes the incredible power of that virus class, raising 2 fingers in curiosity. He praises Chen Bai for finding such a perfect match, but then he eagerly asks about the second scroll. Leto takes the second scroll, but his face twists in confusion. Wait, since they are in the Abyss, could it be? He shakes his head repeatedly. Impossible. No one could ever acquire that specific legendary class. Absolutely no living being could ever pull that off. Not even Satan himself. He failed completely. But right then, Chen Bai pulls out the second scroll. He asks if this is the one Leto meant. Leto gasps, completely speechless. He screams in disbelief that this is indeed the legendary unmatched Abyss Lord class. A dangerous smile creeps onto Leto's face as he stares. Suddenly, a strange energy rushes in from afar. Chen Bai immediately senses the hostility. Is Leto really trying to rob him? Watch closely, it is about to go down. But the old merchant just chuckles. Leto quickly suppresses his sudden greed, showering Chen Bai with praise. Miracle after miracle, he says. Finally, Leto pulls out the promised dual-class scroll and hands it over. Chen Bai takes it, but he is still highly suspicious of the merchant's sudden change of heart. The old man was radiating pure killing intent a second ago. Why the sudden shift? He seems so relaxed. The contract is clear. Evolver Bai number 001 has officially fulfilled the conditions of the investment. Leto hands over the dual-class scroll. In return, Chen Bai must repay him sometime down the road. He has to provide rare resources of equal value to this priceless game-changing dual-class scroll. Leto extends his hand. There are no strict deadlines here. Just a fair, mutually beneficial trade. They are now lifelong business partners. Chen Bai quietly analyzes the terms of this highly favorable deal. It only dictates the overall value. Such a flexible contract proves that Leto truly trusts him to deliver. He really trusts him. Then Leto leans in and pitches a highly ambitious long-term business proposal. He wants permission to open his merchant guild here once Chen Bai conquers and takes control of the Abyss. They will teach those brainless demons how to trade. Show them how mutual benefit actually works. Chen Bai smiles and readily agrees. He assures Leto that there is absolutely no problem with that plan. So that was his real motive. Chen Bai quickly calculates the massive scale of this clever idea. The Abyss is massive. Each floor is planet-sized, completely overflowing with untouched, highly valuable resources. Tap into that, and the merchant will make a fortune. The two finally shake hands, sealing the deal. Investor Leto partner Chen Bai. The old merchant grins, deeply satisfied with the highly profitable outcome. Leto makes one last request. Why not use the scroll right now and let him witness the miracle? He wants to witness it firsthand. Suddenly, a glowing system screen pops up to display the scroll's details. The SSS-grade dual-class scroll is a special item representing the absolute peak of advanced goblin technology. It lets an evolver hold two classes simultaneously. Both paths develop at the same time. All skills and attributes will explode. This is the ultimate treasure of the great goblin god of trade. He was only level 10 with no class yet, but Chen Bai crushes it, making it clear he does not care at all. As his body absorbs the energy, the system chimes. He has used a special item, a dual-class scroll. His class limit has increased to 2. Chen Bai looks up, ready to change his class. He quickly preps a mask to wear. This is the power of the virus, the power of the Abyss. Rupert turns around instantly, figuring out what is happening. Has an Abyss-type class actually caused such a phenomenon? Could a human have actually cleared this? Baphomet is absolutely furious. Was it this guy who used cheap tricks to break his fighting spirit? How did he even pull this off? He slams his fist on his chair in frustration. He refuses to accept this. Meanwhile, the gluttons are absolutely thrilled. Did they actually win their bet? Mycantus lies back in his bed looking forward to the chaos. It has to be him. Now this is worth watching. Agarus looks up with a wide smile. Their great sovereign has finally succeeded. Satan raises his hand high, declaring without hesitation. He has returned, and now their hell will rule over all realms. And then right on cue, another global announcement flashes. The very will of the universe sends out an official notification. Congratulations to the Evolver Bai for completing the world first-class change. The cosmic trial enters its next stage. This unlocks the regional leaderboards. Meanwhile, in the White Eagle Empire at the ever-changing playground class dungeon, Anthony is still clinging to a massive rock. The clown activates the device inside its body, spinning the poles at insane speeds. Anthony smirks with confidence. He claims he has already predicted every single move. He swiftly maneuvers around the giant rock. Following his exact plan, Anthony successfully pops one of the targets. Leaping up from below, he declares victory. The clown's head goes flying, springs popping out. Anthony grabs his trophy, thrilled. He did it. He feels completely honored. This guy always looked down on him, but this time is different. He is going to be the very first to get class. He tells Bai to listen closely to his name. Then Anthony crushes the item in his hand. Now watch. Right at that moment, the notification pops up. The universe congratulates Evolver Bai for being the first to complete the class change, advancing the trial grounds. Regional leaderboards are now open. Anthony is completely dumbfounded. What? It drives him crazy. He was one step too late. The system confirms his success. He has acquired the S-Class Circus Clown class. The group chat goes wild. Yeezy posts that Big Brother Bai has advanced and it must be the triple S class he mentioned. Han Wang replies that it is obvious. Sadly, he lacks experience points, so it is still too early for him. Ba Wang complains, telling little Han to stop whining. After all, he already has a class scroll. Most people do not even have one. Why is this S-class Shushan disciple class so damn difficult? He threatens to block anyone who keeps complaining. Users are extremely frustrated. Everyone wants him to shut up. Wu Lianxian is also complaining. He asks if they did not get the Ledu investment quest. He has it the worst. He still has no reliable class option, not even a clue. Ding Ding chimes in with a question. She asks if everyone saw the new leaderboard feature after Big Brother Bai's class promotion. Han Wang replies that he has. Back with Chen Bai, the system confirms his class change is complete. By default, he is assigned to the Dragon Country. He can change his faction within 10 minutes. He is warned that switching later will cost a massive price. It is a bit confusing, but he confirms joining the Dragon Country faction. The system stresses that only those over level 10 who have completed their class advancement can enter the level rankings. The top 10 players on the list grant a bonus of +1 reputation to all evolvers in their faction. The system updates the World Leader title interface. Equipping the #1 Global Evolver title grants a nice perk. His item drop rate will increase by 20%. Chen Bai thinks this is quite decent, as extra drops are always a plus. It will be amazing for the final evaluation. He knows that using this to boost his drop rate will yield great profits. But the full benefits of this leaderboard have not been completely revealed yet. Chen Bai knows that as time goes on, the effects will only become more massive. He opens the system panel again. Now is the time to check his new class powers and skills. The panel displays his new details. Class SSS-Rank Calamity of Life. With each level up, his strength and agility increase by 10 points. His constitution and spirit gain 15 points, and he gets 20 free attribute points. Here is his class power. Epidemic Control. He can command all plague-bearing creatures and infected hosts. He is about to break some limits. Any plague target with lower stats than the host can be easily controlled at will. Whenever a plague creature is subjugated, Scourge of Life class skill provides certain buffs to enhance the viruses and fungi spread by those controlled plague creatures. Next is Plague Immunity. The holder of this class will remain completely unaffected by any harmful ailments, including terrible plagues and deadly poisons. The system also introduces the Plague Sun Authority, which condenses a literal green sun, instantly spreading the virus wherever its light shines. However, it constantly drains mental energy to keep it active. Next is the Black Death skill. Any target already infected by any other virus will immediately contract this fatal plague. Dark spots will begin to break out all over their body. Every time a new spot appears, it deals massive damage. There is even a small chance of triggering an instant death effect, as the virus continues to spread and infect others. Each black spot increases the damage output. Chen Bai starts analyzing, realizing the stat boosts are indeed pretty good, but wonders if there are only 2 skills. The description is too vague, so he decides it is best to test it out. He immediately summons the Plague Sunday. The glowing green orb leaves the nearby aliens completely terrified and utterly confused. They clutch their bodies and collapse one after another. What on earth is happening to them? A short moment later, Chen Bai deactivates the skill. Leto watches in awe, noting how in just 3 short seconds almost all the demons, within thousands of meters, were wiped out. Chen Bai humbly replies that Leto is overestimating him, but Leto disagrees. Leto points at his own arm and asks him to look shocking. Chen Bai, who realizes even Leto got infected. Leto laughs it off, saying he does not need to worry. Still, while the power is immense, it has a major flaw. Chen Bai's current mental strength is not high enough to control everything within the range of the giant Plague Sunday. He advises using it with extreme caution. Chen Bai quietly admits that the old man is absolutely right. Being unable to see clearly hundreds of meters away makes it easy to accidentally harm his own allies. He thanks Leto for the advice and shifts his focus to his next objective, which is the Abyss Lord class. Combining these 2 classes together will surely yield some insane results. Suddenly, the system displays the class details. Interestingly, leveling up this special SSS rank class grants absolutely 0 stat points upon leveling up. Instead, the power scaling of this class directly depends on the number of abyss floors he manages to conquer. Chen Bai is completely shocked that he gets nothing. Still, he keeps his faith and checks his skills and authorities. The interface pops up showing the Boundless Abyss Authority. Each time he levels up, his current stats increase permanently by 2%. Next is Infinite Abyss. The level cap for this class matches the number of available floors. Under the Abyss Lord Authority, conquering a floor grants him the absolute rule over that corresponding world. At the same time, his base attributes will increase permanently based on the number of conquered floors. Only then does Chen Bai truly understand how broken this is. The potential here is absolutely insane. His level cap will be hundreds of times higher than regular people, with stats continuously skyrocketing alongside dozens of unique rights. By his calculations, conquering floor 600 would grant him well over 180,000 stat points. Next, the system details his class skills. Under I am the Abyss, he can enter or exit any floor, from anywhere at any time. As long as he does not attack Abyss creatures first, they cannot harm him. This passive holds absolute priority. No crowd control skill can override this power or block him from traversing the Abyss. It also lets him channel the very power of the Abyss, allowing him to absorb its dark energy at will, and transform any object or living creature into an abyssal minion. The skill scale depends on his own level. Next is the passive skill, Abyss Bloodline. Since the Abyss consumes everything, he can possess 9 different bloodlines simultaneously, without any conflict between them. Then there is Eternal Abyss. If he dies, he will simply respawn in the Ray. Abyssal Well with absolutely zero penalty. As long as the Abyss exists, nothing can truly put him down. Chen Bai smiles widely. Being able to freely roam any floor of the Abyss at any moment is insane. Having 9 active bloodlines and a flawless self-revive is basically as strong as having a cheat code. Aside from the vague Abyss absorption mechanics, every single one of his new abilities is unbelievably powerful. Suddenly, Leto slowly removes his mask with a cunning grin. It seems he has been waiting for this exact moment. He addresses Chen Bai as his friend, asking if he has finally finished evaluating all his massive gains. Leto then invites him to share a drink, offering a bottle of S-Rank wine called the Wine of Life. This top-grade brew is made from water and the fruit of life. Drinking it permanently adds 50 to all your stats, plus grants a life protection effect, vastly boosts recovery speed, and increases experience and drop rates by 30%. Chen Bai politely accepts the wine, inspects it, and praises it as a truly amazing item. Leto agrees, saying that as a friend and partner, Chen Bai deserves nothing less. Meanwhile, Chen Bai updates his status on his phone, checking the handy pocket shop, run by Lei, which was produced by the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. This handy pocket shop can be opened at any time to talk with Lei and buy exclusive items only sold by the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. Lei excitedly raises his glass. Cheers to you, Chen Bai, my friend. Let us celebrate today's massive haul and our future partnership. Bottoms up. The two clink glasses to celebrate their successful deal. Cheers. Soon after, Chen Bai climbs the stone steps to assess his current situation. He already tested it. Since there is no floor number for the Abyss Lord, he must conquer it directly. And so Chen Bai arrives at the 19th floor of the Abyss. Having finished all prior steps, he conquers the 19th floor, gaining a total of 45 extra attribute points. Chen Bai observes his surroundings ready for the 19th floor, but the system alerts him. Conquest of Abyss Floor 19 failed, demanding he clear Floor 18 first. Chen Bai realizes he cannot just skip floors like that. So skipping floors is a no-go. He decides to try using Abyss Extraction first. Right after he takes out his mask, the only item left. He cleared out his inventory earlier to make room for the Demon Bloodline potion he absorbed, leaving his inventory empty. When Chen Bai initiates the Abyss Extraction, the system immediately displays the E-grade Demon Mask details. This E-grade item adds 3 to all stats and grants the Demon Kiss lifesteal effect. Every kill restores stamina, mana, and heals your wounds. It requires level 1, but using the precious power of the Abyss to upgrade it feels like a bit of a waste. Chen Bai gathers more information. Upgrading is an option. He wonders what would happen if he used Abyss Extraction on a human. What changes would that bring to a human? He suddenly remembers something important, and right away Chen Bai summons his weapon. This is an F-grade spear that constantly resists him, even burning his hands. If he uses Abyss Extraction on it, he wonders what might happen next. He begins the extraction process, and in an instant, Chen Bai is completely stunned. The weapon is actually resisting. He has to hand it to this spear. No wonder it can evolve. Compared to the mask, this thing is on a whole different level. Chen Bai realizes that if he keeps burning his energy, he won't have enough to complete the upgrade. He needs another way as the weapon continues to release massive energy. Chen Bai carefully analyzes it. The raw Abyss power inside the Abyss well can easily suppress the weapon, allowing him to reshape it without any trouble. The system announces a successful Abyss Extraction, granting him the E-grade Spear of Longinus, which is a highly unique polearm. All stats increase by 2, featuring a life howl and a massive 100% damage boost. Killing creatures grants experience points, allowing the weapon to evolve. The current experience is 0 out of 10. Even legendary holy artifacts will eventually end up sinking into the Abyss. Chen Bai excitedly grips his new weapon, finding it feels much better. He wants to test it out immediately. Right then, Garrus speaks up, calling himself Chen Bai's most humble servant. The demon feels immensely honored to witness his master's recovery, noting they are currently on a level that has no equal the 500th floor. Chen Bai guessed correctly, seeing that the demon still thinks he is Satan, and immediately decides to exploit this. He tells Garrus they have plenty of time to celebrate, urging the demon to prove his absolute loyalty right now. Agaris obediently complies, offering up a massive wave of dark magic power while the system displays some incredible new updates. The soul of Agaris, ruler of the second of the 72 demon pillars, has returned, causing the legendary Ring of Solomon to upgrade. Its current rank reaches A grade. Chen Bai absorbs the soul and feels an immense power boost. Since this demon is ranked second, he asks if there are any other treasures, noting his current body is still too weak, demanding a quick way to boost his power. The system then reveals the bloodline essence. The double S-grade demon lord Agaris hands it over, explaining this is the only suitable item currently in his possession. Chen Bai thinks it is not bad even if it is not triple S-grade, so he happily accepts the gift. Hearing this casual tone, Agaris suddenly frowns and narrows his eyes, instantly tensing up to demand his true identity. His true master already knows about this potion since he was the one who handed it over after escaping the abyss to modify it for demons. Hearing this, the demon grows suspicious, realizing Chen Bai does not recognize it. He demands to know where his master is, but Chen Bai just smirks, declaring that he is the only master. Now asking why Agaris clings to a fading remnant soul, Agaris fiercely declares that he will never submit. Agaris demands he reveal his master's location to be spared, but Chen Bai just bursts out laughing at the threat. He asks if Agaris has forgotten his current class, confidently declaring that hurting him is completely out of the question now. As the Lord of the Abyss, he is the Abyss itself. No abyssal creature can harm him unless he attacks first. They cannot lay a single finger on him. A frustrated Agaris snaps back that even if that is true, he will never submit. Chen Bai is actually quite impressed, noting that Agaris has some pretty solid methods to command such absolute loyalty. Watching from his corner, Satan senses Agaris' presence and wonders if this Bai Shen Yao is truly the one. Satan asks if that is Agaris, highly amused, stating that securing this devotion does not require any complex tricks. At their level, loyalty is the only key that can help them ascend to a much higher stage of power. The rune suddenly falls completely silent, and with his sharp instincts, Agaris knows he felt his master's aura. He asks if his master is still alive, and Chen Bai confirms that Satan is indeed very much alive. He tells them they might have the chance to serve him in the future, but until then they will just have to wait here. Now he travels to the 437th floor, where Macantus greets him, saying she knew he would show up. Chen Bai makes his request, wanting to find someone who deeply understands the abyss to answer a few burning questions. With a sly smirk, he wonders aloud if Her Majesty would be willing to enlighten him on these matters. Macantus does not refuse, calling him the almighty Lord of the Abyss, but she immediately lays down a strict condition. She absolutely hates boring conversations, so he must think of some highly entertaining ways to keep her talking. Macantus pulls out a long whip and Chen Bai grabs it, finding it quite interesting to show her his methods. Flaunting her seductive body, she asks if he has any questions yet, claiming she knows a great deal of secrets. Chen Bai replies that this is plenty, and besides, asking questions is not entirely pointless right now anyway. He explains that without using this whip, it would be pretty much impossible for him to actually hurt her. Macantus leans in close, telling him to try harder, as her true self is eager to feel what her avatar experienced. Chen Bai points out that it might take quite a long time, asking if she can truly wait. She whispers that this little game was discovered thanks to him and only the two of them should know. She trusts he will not keep her waiting, then gently bites his ear, whispering a playful threat about making her wait. The thought of being the master of the abyss only makes him laugh with pure amusement, finding the whole thing incredibly entertaining. Meanwhile, at a luxury villa, a man stares at the two girls before him, completely amazed by his luck. This is the evolver Wei Hao, who is thrilled to find two little treasures here, while Yan Qi looks on with dread. She urgently tells the girl next to her that they must escape immediately, or they will surely die. Yan Sui agrees and tells her sister to run as Wei Hao gestures forward, claiming they make decent ghost servants. With his S-rank Ghost King command talent, killing any living being boosts his spirit, power, and turns them into puppets. These servants possess massive soul control abilities, prompting Yan Shui and Yan Qi to prepare their combined mental attack. But Wei Hao easily reads their move, calling it a mere parlor trick, completely unaware of what they do next. To his surprise, the girls phase right through the solid wall, forcing him to search the adjacent room. He calls out with a dark threat, asking if they really think they can escape his deadly grasp. He warns that disobedience from his marked servants will be met with severe punishment, but watch what happens next. He suddenly freezes. Standing right there is Chen Bai, holding the two girls and asking them how they want this fool to die. Yan Qi eagerly suggests tearing him apart with her sharp claws, while her sister wants this villain gone as fast as humanly possible. Wei Hao laughs, sneering that finding their master will not save them, promising to turn them all into puppets. He boasts about turning all three of them into ghost servants to serve him, forever clueless about Chen Bai's godlike strength. Chen Bai suddenly remembers this trash from his past life, recognizing him as one of the 8 powerful city lords of the realm. He is the notorious Ghost King Wei Hao, whom Chen Bai had only ever seen from behind in his previous lifetime. But before Wei Hao can even make a move, he violently coughs up blood as Chen Bai strikes him first. Stunned, the man gasps out, asking if he is the White Emperor, and Chen Bai calmly confirms his guess. He is well aware of this villain's cruel nature, torturing innocent people just to feed his puppet army. With this single strike, Chen Bai officially ends the life of another twisted tyrant who brutally murdered countless innocent people. Hundreds of them lay defeated. Honestly, him dying here was for the best. Ngan Tuiet happily ran forward, throwing her arms around Chen Bai. She whispered her thanks to him. Chen Bai noted they had both reached level 7, promising to look for suitable class change scrolls for them. Just then, Lido stepped out from the back. He greeted his dear friend, noting they had only just parted ways. He asked if there was good news or a favor needed. Chen Bai replied it was actually both covering the abyss from floors 1 to 9. Every single floor had been cleared. The goblin merchant could now choose the perfect spot for his trading association. Chen Bai then added a small request asking to find the right class change scrolls for the twin girls. Lido studied them closely. They looked like twins, but were actually two souls bound to one body. A matching class did indeed exist for them. The merchant smiled at his dear friend. Since they were unique evolvers, they perfectly fit his personal investment criteria. A system notification announced the Earthbound Spirit class scroll, allowing wandering souls to manipulate their bound territory. Lido offered it as a free gift to celebrate establishing their trading association down in the depths of the abyss. He warned Chen Bai not to underestimate the scroll, as the class could eventually bind with massive structures or lands. They could even claim ownership over cities. It served as the foundation path to becoming a powerful Earth Guardian. The class offered two distinct evolutionary paths. With the right nurturing, the girls could achieve a rare double-class status, making them the only dual-class users besides Chen Bai himself. He nodded, noting it was indeed an incredible item. After thanking Leto, the goblin merchant waved it off and took his leave, bidding his dear friend a safe journey. Ngan Tuiet softly thanked him. Smiling shyly, she explained that she and Ngan Kai could now maintain their physical forms much longer. She had worried they were just dead weight. Chen Bai raised an eyebrow, starting to guess what she was hinting at. Ngan Kai quickly chimed in, telling him not to look at her. She insisted only Ngan Tuiet wanted to trust him. Chen Bai smiled and assured her he would never force anyone. Still, he knew they shared a deep sensory connection. He teased them about it, asking if that meant she would still feel everything. Ngan Kai instantly flared up in embarrassment. She snapped in embarrassment, threatening to bite him to death. He just smirked, telling her to try. Fuming, she lunged at him. Meanwhile, Chen Bai took a calm sip of his tea and complimented her massage skills. He admitted he was pleasantly surprised. Ngan Tuiet blushed, whispering that she was just glad he enjoyed her gentle touch. She softly asked if he had refused earlier because of Ngan Kai. Setting his cup down, he began to explain. While he truly believed in free will, that was not his primary concern. Ngan Tuiet tilted her head, deeply curious. He explained that whoever stood by him must genuinely care for him, sharing mutual affection or absolute unwavering loyalty. Chen Bai made it clear that using one's body as a transaction did not interest him. Pretty respectable, right? Hearing this, Ngan Tuiet looked down in shame, softly apologizing. But Chen Bai quickly spoke up to reassure her. He admitted he understood her perspective. It seemed like an easy way to repay him and strengthen their bond. In his mind, only Ngan Kai, the darker side of their soul, would suggest such a transactional arrangement. But Ngan Tuiet argued that wanting to secure a better future for oneself was not necessarily an evil desire. She believed that as long as no one got hurt, helping oneself succeed was actually a good thing. Intrigued by her unique outlook, Chen Bai urged her to train with Ngan Kai, noting it would benefit them all. Ngan Tuiet eagerly promised they would work hard. Meanwhile, over on the system chat, Tuan read through the latest messages. A user named I Am Really Not a Sword Immortal lamented that he wanted to follow boss Chen Bai's legendary path, but somehow he was already unlocking his third-class change. The Wu Ye faction members instantly called out his shameless flexing. They joked about someone teaching him a lesson. Ba Vuong, however, brushed it off, only curious about Chen Bai's actual class. Thuyi Shuyan agreed, adding that he could not care less about the bragging sword user. Just then, Han Vuong chimed in. He asked if any top players could carry his low-level members through a secret dungeon so they could finally class change. Suddenly, the 5-step lightning successor jumped into the chat, demanding everyone's undivided attention so he could show off. He posted the details of a rare S-tier Thunder Walker class scroll. Din Din gasped at the sight of it. She questioned how he got it, remembering he had complained about being completely broke. That scroll was Leto's most expensive item. The lightning successor admitted he was indeed short on funds, but he had just finished summoning Leto. Leto had asked if he belonged to chat group 001. Hearing yes, the merchant reacted immediately. Recognizing boss Chen Bai's profile photo in the group, Leto happily handed over the rare class scroll on credit. That is not going to be free. Wu Ya wants to ask the successor of the 5 sacred immortals directly. Why do you not tell that trading god about our class change scrolls? Especially mine, for example. As the guaranteed successor of the 5 sacred immortals, shouldn't we show off our class change scrolls to them? Oh wait, everyone forgot that he has not even found his own scroll yet. Wu Ya sighs in disappointment, knowing that next time with this guy always means never. That next time is totally useless. What should he do now? Luckily, Yezi steps in to calm things down, asking what the big rush is anyway. As long as Chen Bai is by his side, he has absolutely nothing to fear. Liu Huai completely agrees, praising the big boss for his power. Big boss Chen Bai has shattered his imagination once again. Even the literal gods have to show respect to him. Yezi lets out a soft sigh. That part does not matter. When will Chen Bai help her break through? She has been waiting for ages. Liu Huai is completely speechless. She is quite a character. Meanwhile, Han Xiao asks if anyone has a good dungeon for quick experience. Chen Bai smiles while reading. He suddenly remembers a special location, the Red Star Mental Hospital. Inside that place, players can perform a unique summon. One of the 72 demon pillars inside can also upgrade Satang's ring. Because of this, Chen Bai decides to send a quick text. He tells Han Xiao to get ready since they are heading back to the Red Star Mental Hospital. Han Xiao jumps with pure excitement. The group chat instantly erupts. They call him Emperor Bai, their savior, and ask how it feels to get the first class change. They wonder if his class is SSS rank. Everyone tells each other to get out of the way, eager to get close to him. When Leto handed over the scroll, he mentioned a few things about Chen Bai. Honestly, there are only 2 words to describe it. The successor of the 5 immortals texts that he is simply invincible. Chen Bai starts to think seriously about the situation. Leto is no fool, so he will not leak the fine details. He is actually helping Chen Bai build up massive authority. Chen Bai sends a message to the group inviting anyone currently in Magic City to join them at the Red Star Mental Hospital. Wu Ya replies, asking him to let Meng Meng link them up so he can witness the big boss in action. Chen Bai declines, explaining that he still needs to save Meng Meng's energy. He promises to bring him along next time. Wu Ya happily agrees to wait. Meanwhile, Ding Ding chimes in, saying that she is currently in Magic City and will wait at the entrance. Ding Ding will wait at the entrance. Chen Bai instantly notices her name, and for a very good reason. In his past life, she was widely feared as the puppet master. Chen Bai sends a quick text back. He asks if she is ready to meet at the gate. Ding Ding replies with absolute confidence that it will be no problem. If she cannot even reach the dungeon entrance, she has no business being here. On the other side, she smiles. Later, at the entrance of the Red Star Mental Hospital, Chen Bai looks around and notes the surprisingly large crowd. Han Xiao explains that this dungeon entrance is fully exposed. Since Chen Bai already cleared it, it has become a popular spot. Chen Bai warns him to stay alert and focus heavily on his specific quest once they step inside the hospital. He must report any sudden changes immediately. Han Xiao agrees, but then a mysterious hand suddenly grabs his hood. He spins around, completely startled by a creepy paper doll standing right behind him. Ding Ding giggles from the shadows. She introduces herself as Ding Ding. Han Xiao, still annoyed, asks why she did not try scaring Chen Bai instead. He accuses her of picking on the weak. Ding Ding counters that scaring Emperor Bai would instantly vaporize her paper puppets, so naturally she has to pick on the weaker target. Han Xiao quickly makes excuses, claiming he was not really scared. He says he only let it slide because he felt no killing intent, or else he would have shredded that toy. He claims he is a tough guy, not some weakling. Chen Bai steps in, suggesting they start since everyone is here. Just as they prepare to move, a stranger blocks their path, telling them to hold on. Han Xiao is confused. The man introduces himself as Aaron, asking if they have heard of him. The group exchanges blank, confused looks. Ding Ding explains that a player named Aaron recently cleared 2 normal dungeons and even a hell-level dungeon nearby. Aaron proudly introduces himself, telling them they can call him Big Brother Aaron. Only elite players can challenge this hospital. He brags that his team is one of the very few who cleared it, and they currently have some open slots. He asks if they want to party up. However, Chen Bai decisively turns away, refusing the invitation immediately. He says they have plenty of people already. He notes that while this man has no bad intentions, his confidence is insane. Aaron is completely baffled, pointing out that even the top players in Group Chat 001 run this as 4. He wonders why 3 of them would dare to enter alone. Han Xiao drops his voice, asking who he is talking to. Shikong quickly whispers into Aaron's ear, asking if this man is actually the legendary player from the clear video. It finally clicks for Aaron, who awkwardly admits that he is not actually very good with words. Han Xiao fires back that if they have that many issues, they can just forget it. All right, seeing as you do not seem like a bad guy, he waves goodbye, telling Brother Long to do as he pleases before they enter the dungeon. Shikong confirms that they indeed went in, and there is no mistake, which Brother Long confirms, saying he recognized them too before he speaks up to his crew asking if they heard that, boasting that even the big bosses in the chat group call him Brother Long. He promises that following him guarantees they will make a name for themselves inside the Hong Sing Psychiatric Hospital dungeon as Chen Bai speaks. Chen Bai notes that these weak monsters give too little experience, so he leaves them to Han Xiao and Ding Ding, who get pumped. Han Xiao says no problem as Chen Bai tells them to go, remembering they actually have another helper, prompting Yan Qi to happily emerge. She eagerly asks if the slaughter is starting, wanting to test out a brand new skill she just learned, leaving Chen Bai surprised. He wonders how she got a new skill, sensing that this strange flame carries the unmistakable aura of hellfire. Looking down at his ring, he suspects Sazeng is playing tricks, having placed the spirit inside his ring after leaving the abyss, since souls cannot stay loose forever. Realizing Sazeng taught Yan Qi the skill to show good faith, Chen Bai decides it is the perfect time to ask some burning questions. He temporarily lifts the protective barrier on the ring, diving his consciousness straight into the inner space to confront the spirit. Chen Bai asks Sazeng if he taught Yan Qi that skill, and Sazeng respectfully replies, addressing him as the honored underworld administrator. Sazeng explains that the girl possesses incredible talent with a pure malice that even surpasses the native species of hell itself. Feeling the massive power radiating from her, Sazeng admits he took the liberty of teaching her a few skills due to her rarity. He apologizes for not asking first, explaining that the seal on the ring completely blocked him from communicating with the outside world. Chen Bai nods, promising to lift the barrier when appropriate, and asks if Sazeng can feel Han Xiao's unique bloodline. Sazeng questions if he means the boy carrying the blood of hell, then reveals that he senses something even deeper in this realm. He feels the distinct aura of Zephyr lingering inside this secret realm, which Chen Bai immediately confirms as his exact target. Meanwhile, Yan Qi easily sweeps through the monsters outside, announcing they are all dead and it is time to head deeper in. Han Xiao watches her closely while Ding Ding whispers that she looks like a spirit, prompting Chen Bai to formally introduce her. He explains she is an evolver like them but in a unique form, then reminds Ding Ding and Yan Qi to leave 10 monsters alive. Ding Ding is completely baffled by the request to spare 10 monsters, asking Chen Bai what exactly he plans to do with them. Yan Qi whines about not being allowed to slaughter everything, calling it boring, but Han Xiao already knows the true reason. He knows Chen Bai wants to summon Zephyr, the 16th demon god of the 72 pillars, excited for the upcoming boss fight. Hearing this, Ding Ding's face turns pale with worry at the mention of summoning a demon god, but Chen Bai quickly reassures her. He explains the dungeon cap is level 12, meaning Zephyr's power will be heavily suppressed, ensuring they can handle the fight. Even if the summon forces the difficulty up to hell mode, he promises to protect them and keep everything under control. Ding Ding nearly faints on the spot at the mention of hell difficulty, giving Han Xiao the perfect opening to tease her. She grits her teeth, admitting her fear, but placing absolute trust in Chen Bai as Han Xiao waves them forward to start. They charge forward full of energy, with Yan Qi chanting for blood as they clear the hallway outside the director's office. Han Xiao glances at the fallen beast, ready for the next step, earning a warm compliment from Chen Bai on his growth. Han Xiao modestly credits his success to the support of Yan Qi and Ding Ding, admitting he could not win this alone. Yan Qi eagerly asks who is next to die, but Chen Bai firmly tells her to return to the ring and rest. She reluctantly retreats back into the ring, and the group finally reaches the secret chamber where Ding Ding looks around warily. She notes the gloomy atmosphere, smelling the heavy scent of blood as Chen Bai prepares to manifest the magic circle. He mentions that constructing a magic circle requires immense mental control, which he is still in the process of mastering. Han Xiao praises him, suggesting his vast mental energy actually makes fine control much harder, and Chen Bai agrees with him. He conjures the glowing summon crest, casting it high into the air as dark red bloodstains immediately paint the cold floor. Nearby, a woman hangs upside down from a creepy tree with similar twisted trunks suddenly sprouting all around them. Ding Ding trembles in absolute terror as a system notification flashes, warning that the hidden conditions of the dungeon are triggered. The nightmare-level difficulty of the hospital dungeon now shifts, officially escalating into a brutal one-of-a-kind hell mode. Suddenly, a massive hand claws its way through a tear in space as a booming, displeased voice echoes from the void. Duke Zippar demands to know why they offered such low-quality lives as sacrifices, declaring his mood is extremely foul. He orders them to bring out a proper tribute, immediately threatening to claim their very lives if they fail to please him. Han Xiao shudders from the sheer suffocating pressure radiating from Zippar. The high-tier demon steps toward him, having sensed something quite intriguing. This human carries his blood and even inherited some of his power. Han Xiao nervously asks if his sister is in the demon's hands. Zippar scoffed in pure disgust. How dare a mere weakling talk to him like that, thinking his lineage makes him special? If he thinks sharing blood prevents his death, he is dead wrong. Han Xiao stands there completely frozen, unable to utter a single word. Just then, a reassuring hand rests on his shoulder. Chen Bai steps up calmly, asking the goat demon why he is ignoring his friend. Chen Bai smirks with absolute arrogance, staring directly into the beast's eyes. Are you deaf? He repeats with a mocking grin. Zephyr laughs maniacally at this sheer human stupidity. He glares back with wild, bloodshot eyes dripping with intense, murderous intent. The demon vows to show him his grave mistake before tearing him apart. Yet Chen Bai remains completely unfazed, holding a smirk. He dryly mocks the beast. Aren't demons supposed to be clever and cunning? This one seems pretty brainless, maybe some genetic defect. Satan chuckles smugly from inside the ring, sighing. This foolish demon has absolutely no idea what kind of monster he is facing. Zephyr raises an eyebrow, glaring down at the ring. He warns them not to act smug just because they know a few demon words. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. His face goes completely pale as his eyes lock onto Chen Bai's finger. He stammers, "Wait, that ring." Chen Bai slowly raises his hand, casually playing along. "It is just an ordinary ring," he says. Why on earth is the great demon duke so terrified? Zephyr stands frozen in place, shivering in disbelief at those words. An ordinary ring? Absolutely not. Taking advantage of the demon's hesitation, Chen Bai leaps high into the air and delivers a savage kick. The impact blows Zephyr backward. Chen Bai lands smoothly, his gaze darkening as he delivers a chilling warning to his opponent. He asks if the demon was not planning to kill them, mocking him for hesitating. Zephyr struggles back onto his feet. The air grows heavy and suffocating. Han Xiao tenses up on high alert, thinking an all-out battle is about to erupt. But then Zephyr suddenly drops to his knees. He begs for mercy, completely terrified, leaving everyone else utterly confused. Mouths hang open in shock. Chen Bai looks down with cold indifference, telling the demon to fight if he only fears the ring. He commands the demon to strike. Zephyr hesitates, his face twisting in absolute dread as he stammers in confusion. Chen Bai smirks, offering a tempting deal. "Kill me," he says, "and this powerful ring will belong to you." Behind him, Satan looks confused, wondering why he is pushing this since the demon already submitted. Chen Bai stands firm, however. He tells the demon he wants a fair fight. Zephyr forced an awkward smile, thanking his lordship for being so polite. But inside, Zephyr's killing intent begins to resurface. Since the master demands it, he thinks then he has no choice. He leaps to his feet, eyes blazing with wild ambition. He unleashes his hellfire while Chen Bai watches with sheer amusement. "That is more like it," Chen Bai mutters. Behind them, the goat of pestilence stands perfectly still, watching the unfolding clash. Suddenly, Zephyr freezes in absolute horror. He screams, "What is this virus that can pierce through his hellfire to hurt him?" The demon immediately drops back to his knees, begging desperately. He pleads with his majesty to stop and spare his life. Chen Bai remains calm. He turns to Satan, noting the demon is simply too terrified of him to put up a real fight. Satan raises an eyebrow helplessly, reminding him that he is, after all, the absolute lord of hell. Chen Bai walks over with swagger, delivering his final terms. Since he refuses to fight, he must surrender his soul and body. He needs the physical shell for something else. Zephyr's face drains of color as he submissively accepts his fate. The demon shudders violently, screaming in agony as his very soul is ripped away from his flesh. Just then, the system alerts begin flooding in. Devouring a special species has earned him 5,000 virus points. He also gets 2,000 Blacklight virus evolution points, unlocking the legendary Hellfire of Desire skill. The system immediately fuses it with his existing Hellfire clone. Next, a prompt pops up regarding the inherited demon bloodline. He must choose to either absorb the bloodline or expel it. Chen Bai smirks in satisfaction, quite pleased with the options. Talk about a massive level up. He then commands the demon to surrender a piece of his soul next. Zephyr quickly complies, calling it an absolute honor as he pulls a glowing fragment of his soul out. The legendary ring on Chen Bai's hand absorbs the fragment instantly. His grin widens as another system chime loudly echoes. The 16th Demon Duke of the 72 Pillars of Solomon has returned. The demon ring has officially upgraded to rank A+. Seeing the business wrap up, Han Xiao speaks up nervously, asking the White Emperor about his missing sister. Chen Bai coldly turns to Zephyr, demanding answers. The newly submissive demon keeps his composure and slowly begins to speak. He reveals she is in hell under the new name Rick, claiming he gave her total freedom and excellent resources there. "I do not know right now. If I find her, I will tell you." He raised an eyebrow. His gaze turned complex. "So, you actually treat them pretty well, do you?" He spoke with total sincerity. "I will not lie. I treat every single bride incredibly well. In hell they call me the affectionate Duke." Satan covered his mouth. He began snickering with a sarcastic tone. Scoffing Bai, honestly, his real title is just the self-absorbed breeding machine. Chen Bai calmly spoke up, asking if there was anything. "You want to say to him I can let you out?" His eyes filled with amusement as he agreed. "Indeed there is." Satan turned and called out with deep meaning, "Zephyr." Zephyr smirked with a soft sigh, saying, "So you really are here," his face bearing a complex mix of emotions. "Zephyr, tell me the current state of hell." Zephyr's eyes wavered and he hesitantly began to speak. "Hell right now." Satan frowned, demanding impatiently, "Why are you stuttering? Just speak up." The demon shuddered slightly, anxiety visible in his eyes. He confessed that right now hell is ruled by Lord Beelzebub, who took over his palace, and Legacy declaring himself the new master of hell. Zephyr sighed heavily, adding that the new ruler even went as far as to erase all evidence of your existence in hell. Many newborn demons do not even know your name. Satan's expression changed completely, darkened. His eyes flashed with intense, bloodthirsty, killing intent. "Beelzebub, how dare he?" Satan asked with deep growling anger, demanding, "Has hell completely forgotten me?" Zephyr immediately fell to his knees to report because of Beelzebub's relentless propaganda. Hell now calls him the greatest emperor of hell, the sole leader destined to guide them into a powerful new era. His face contorted slightly as he hesitantly spoke. "Only the 72 demon gods who followed you from the beginning know of your existence, but they can only choose to stay silent or temporarily submit." Satan's eyes burned crimson with absolute boiling fury. As his veins popped, Chen Bai raised an eyebrow, teasing him as the king of hell. Satan helplessly interrupted, begging him to stop mocking him. Satan gritted his teeth, his expression complex. "Zephyr in hell right now. How many demon gods are left?" Zephyr's face showed hesitation as he muttered, "Aside from Beelzebub, the ones I know include the fallen angel Prince Lucifer, Lord Vasigo, and Lord Paimon. Both Lucifer and Vasigo had openly opposed Beelzebub, and are now currently locked up in prison." Satan frowned deeply and muttered, "I understand." Chen Bai maintained his calm composure and declared, "You may return now. Zephyr, if anything happens in hell in the future, report to me immediately." He immediately knelt down respectfully in agreement. Just then the system prompt rang out, announcing the defeat of the hidden boss Zephyr, earning 0 experience points. Chen Bai's eyes turned complex. "No experience, that is fine. He is not actually dead yet, after all." The screen lit up. The hidden hell-level Red Star Mental Asylum dungeon was cleared successfully. He earned 10,000 experience points. Rubbing his chin, he fell into deep thought. Experience points were not much, but after his class advancement, his accumulated points had easily helped him reach level 12. Soon, Chen Bai smiled with satisfaction. "Whatever. This much is already good enough for now." His level up. His current level is 13. Strength plus 17, agility plus 17, constitution plus 22, spirit plus 23, and 20 free attribute points. Turning around, he calmly asked his ally Han Xiao, "How is your quest going, Han?" Xiao quickly stepped forward, saying, "Let me check." On his screen, the notification showed that the S-Rank Demon Ancestor quest was completed, his eyes lighting up with a proud, confident smile. "My quest is finished," it says here. Suddenly, the screen quickly updated its status. "Thanks to the assistance of a great existence, you have successfully uncovered the mysterious truth of the bloodline, and you learn that your sister is still alive in hell. Next, you must locate your sister, Han Li, who now goes by the name Riga. Your S-Rank quest reward is the legendary bloodline of a high demon count." Han Xiao looked completely bewildered. A great existence. Does even the universes will call him the White Emperor? Chen Bai froze. He heard that title, White Emperor. Bewildered, he stood completely rooted to the spot. Han Xiao immediately smiled to curry favor, saying that as long as he clings tightly to the great White Emperor, the next quest to find his sister will be easy. Ding Ding frowned, mocking him for being such a brown noser. Han Xiao smirked proudly, asking if she was just jealous. Chen Bai's face turned pale, a shiver running down his spine. "Let me go, I want to gather the loot dropped by Zephyr." Instead, now she also began to cling to his leg, flattering, "I want to do quests with you." "This is awesome, White Emperor. Next time there is an easy job like this, you must remember me." Chen Bai gripped the blueprint tightly, his eyes showing a complex mix of emotions. "Only this? Well, a super rare blueprint is still pretty good." Chen Bai suddenly froze, looking completely bewildered. The system prompt continued to ring out. "Hellfire Wings, Dark Flame Wings, a defense tool crafting blueprint. For a special defense tool, S-Rank wing type. Special wings condensed from Hellfire, possessing fierce power. It has. With this, you can conquer both the skies and fire itself. The recipe calls for the flames of hell. Abyss fire, 100 feathers from an immortal phoenix, and 1 lightning flame." Chen Bai carefully studies every single detail on the blueprint. Wings, that is the rarest type of equipment. Chen Bai stands there calmly, marveling at how this place is a total sacred land. After all, he got another blueprint here last time. Memories flash back to the class change scroll he is keeping for Han Xiao, who has demon blood. The skill goes to Meng Meng, while Wu Ya already helped hook him up with equipment. Right then, the sound of system notifications chimes again. It is Hell's Cry, a crafting blueprint for the Shepherd's Horn. It is a defensive item, ranging from C to S grade. The The required materials are a pair of purebred demon horns, deep abyss hellfire, and a dark crystal. Note that the item's final grade depends on the quality of ingredients. The S-grade shepherd's horn is a one-of-a-kind item, meaning once it is made, nobody else can ever craft another S-grade shepherd's horn. Looking at it, a complex expression fills Chen Bai's eyes. It looks like this blueprint only needs one last ingredient. Outside the dungeon, a look of calm determination settles over his face. Chen Bai calmly asks the group if they want to tag along since he is taking Yanqi to grind some experience. Ding Ding is instantly on board, and Han Xiao agrees just as fast. Who in their right mind would turn down free experience? With a serious look, Chen Bai asks if there is any spot in Shanghai with a high density of level 15 monsters. The others hesitate, racking their brains to find the right location. But right as they are thinking, a confident voice cuts in. Long steps up with absolute confidence, telling Chen Bai that he knows the perfect spot over by the Lu Jiazui district. Before the apocalypse, that place was packed with high IQ elites. Now it is absolutely crawling with high-level psychic-type monsters. Most of the creatures out there are at least level 13, so nobody dares go near. Chen Bai calmly offers a quick thank you. Long beams with pride, waving it off as a small favor. With a sharp gleam in his eyes, Chen Bai leads the way. Urging them to move out, Han Xiao uses his psychic power to shield his companions from the intense wind pressure. As the trio speeds off like a complete hurricane, All Long watches them go, his face frozen in sheer amazement. Turning back to the others, he boasts arrogantly and honestly, you can't even blame the guy for flexing. He tells them not to hesitate, boasting that Brother Long himself is going to guide them straight through the local mental asylum today. Over in the gloomy, heavy atmosphere of Shanghai's Lu Jiazui district, Chen Bai and his group stand atop a tall building surveying the area. With a highly amused look, Chen Bai mutters that the place is teeming with high-level zombies, making it a perfect hunting ground. Stepping forward with a crazed grin, he tells everyone to manage their distance carefully so they stay in range to receive experience. Han Xiao excitedly steps up, saying it is no problem, while Ding Ding smiles eagerly and nods in agreement. Yanqi eagerly joins in too, claiming she wants to rack up some kills. Suddenly, Chen Bai charges forward like a hurricane. He thinks to himself that if he unleashes his plague sun, the entire area would be wiped out in an instant, but that would also end up killing Yanqi's group. Taking heavy steps forward, he decides to practice his unmastered abilities instead. Chen Bai's entire body instantly mutates. He activates Malconthet's charm along with his blacklight virus to trigger a full-body reinforcement. This form concentrates the absolute maximum power of the virus. Looking down at his hands, a terrifying new energy begins to gather. Alongside this physical boost, he channels his newly acquired hellfire. Dropping into a low stance, he prepares to face the oncoming zombie horde. It is the S-grade Hellfire of Lust, which channels a corrupted underworld energy that dramatically boosts all of his basic attributes. The active effect grants a 50% stat increase for 3 full minutes, while burning away the target's very soul. Its attack power scales directly with the target's inner desires. Even better, it comes with a hidden effect and a 10-minute cooldown. With the countdown set, Chen Bai raises his fist and throws a devastating first punch, releasing an absolute deluge of raw energy. The shockwave completely engulfs the horde, obliterating the zombies instantly. This is just on a completely different level. Han Xiao is just as stunned by the sheer power of that single strike. Meanwhile, a chat notification pops up on screen. The Han King chat group is buzzing as someone asks about the leveling spot, and Ding Ding replies that the monsters are level 15. Wu Ya quickly tells her to stop sharing, crying that he cannot bear to know what epic loot he is missing out on. ZXun stares at the screen in pure disbelief. He mutters about how Chen Bai's basic attacks hit harder than a regular class ultimate. Keep in mind, he is already a 3rd-tier evolved class. The massive power gap between them feels completely unfair and broken. Another user chimes in, telling him not to panic, as that surely was not just a basic attack from the Emperor. That had to be one of Emperor Bai's active skills. Later, back at the Yan family villa, Chen Bai relaxes in his chair. He sighs with relief, glad that he finally helped boost those two up to level 10, making them ready for the next step. It is time for a class change. He casually tosses the treasure into the air, its blinding aura leaving everyone completely speechless. The light is blinding. Chen Bai focuses as the surrounding space begins to warp, pausing with a hint of hesitation. Is this some kind of unique transition process? The zone affected by their class change energy is slowly starting to assimilate with them. It looks like the Earthbound Spirit class will be bound to this very villa. Right now, Yanqi and Yan Shui are completely bathed in the brilliant aura. Satan raises an eyebrow with a smug smile. Yes, respected Lord Chen, the Earthbound Spirit class fits them perfectly. Your foresight is absolutely brilliant. Satan looks increasingly eager as he continues in an excited tone. With your method of devouring the DPA's sin power to enhance your own hellfire, combined with your eye for training such powerful underlings, you will surely stand at the absolute peak of the gods one day. Chen Bai cuts him off with a cold, piercing glare. Enough since I started helping them level up, you have done nothing but flatter me. Do not think I cannot see right through you. Satan lets out a helpless, awkward laugh. Your perception is truly second to none, he admits. In that case, I no longer have to worry. With your immense wisdom, you surely will not hand me over to that traitor Beelzebub just for some quick profit. His face shows a mix of complicated feelings. After all, a traitor can never be trusted, whereas my long-term value to you is bound to be far greater than his. Chen Bai coldly counters with a dry, calculating look. I only temporarily want to avoid dealing with Beelzebub. As for your actual worth, his searching eyes narrow as he speaks. I have yet to see it. Satan panics instantly, pleading with him. Boss Bai, you never asked. Besides, most of my things are back down in hell, though Agares might still have a few of my items. What are you currently missing? Let me see if he has it. Chen Bai slowly rubs his chin, lost in thought. Flame core, phoenix wings, and some dark crystals. Satan quickly nods with a flattering grin. He definitely has the dark crystals, he promises. Chen Bai calmly watches the two siblings bathe in the shifting light. Fair enough, we will wait for them to finish before returning to the abyss. A complex look crosses his face. There are plenty of figures down in the abyss who made promises to him during the trials. Building a solid connection with them is a must. While others might be tricky to handle, he knows exactly how to deal with the Hydra. To get close to it. Right now, a series of system notifications rings out, successfully completing the Earthbound Spirit class transition. The bond with the Yan family villa is established. Chen Bai walks over and calmly asks how they are feeling. Are there any interesting class effects? Her eyes shine with pure excitement as she tells him to take a look. The main interface pops up to reveal the details. The basic first transition, Earthbound Spirit, gains 1 point to all stats upon leveling up. Plus, they get 1 free point. Their unique power, Dual Spirits, Dual Bonds, lets them link any two locations as their bound territory. Linking a location consumes an immense amount of mental energy, making it nearly impossible to change. For now, it is connected to the Yan family villa. The downside is that outside of this bound territory, their class skills might fail. But when fighting inside their bound territory, all skill consumption drops to 0. That is where their true power shines. Multiplies their combat strength by 5 times inside the boundary. Furthermore, the spirit domain resonance lets the spirit body inherit everything the territory owns, sharing all keywords and buffs. Conversely, the domain also gains every buff from the spirit. The maximum amount of shared buffs is determined by the total mental capacity of the spirit. Their active skill domain path can actually turn the linked location into a spiritual entity to move it. This comes with a 30-day cooldown. Then there is Host Binding, which can grant any target entering the territory a 3-fold stat boost or completely slash their attributes in half. Chen Bai is genuinely impressed by the sheer number of abilities, all revolving entirely around their bound territory. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he notes that this unique spirit domain resonance power is absolutely broken. Yan Sui hesitates, asking if it is really that good. Chen Bai nods. Of course it is, especially with the materials and decorations, which are all high-tier items with massive buffs. If you upgrade the standard building materials of a regular villa to rare item-grade materials, you will quickly realize just how insane this class gets. He stops for a second, his voice filled with certainty. In the future, you two will have the power to turn an entire city into your bound domain. Talk about an insane setup. The buffs would be legendary and they could bring massive benefits to any city. She is absolutely thrilled, looking absolutely thrilled. She eagerly says she wants to link with his city to help him. Chen Bai replies with a calm smile. He promises to take them both back to Chen Bai's city after he makes one more quick trip to the abyss. A subtle grin plays on his lips as he asks Yan Shui if she knows where a library is. Soon he stands amidst towering piles of books, boldly declaring that this time he has brought some gifts for them. This includes human literature, history, and art, magic scenery, gourmet food, you name it, we got it. The scene shifts to the 350th floor of the Abyss territory of the Nine-Headed Serpent. The beast looks satisfied and speaks with sincere gratitude. This is wonderful. Thank you, Abyss Lord. Let me read the history book first. We will remember this kindness, Abyss Lord Unfrit says with hidden malice. Knowing they are incredibly curious about the human world, the newly crowned Abyss Lord immediately sent over a vast collection of books. Number 8 immediately objects with a wild, crazed look is a simple thank you, really all they have. He gets incredibly excited. Simple words cannot possibly describe how grateful they truly are. Offering to sing a poem thanking the Abyss Lord, he chants that their gratitude runs incredibly deep, chanting about how their bond is deeper than the deepest trenches. An annoyed Unfrit abruptly cuts him off. Unfrit rolls his eyes in embarrassment and snarls at him to shut up while XOS calmly agrees with the sentiment. And just like that, the system drops a massive prize right into his hands, alerting him to a legendary treasure. It is the S-tier detection skill, Eye of Secrets, which analyzes everything and can expose a target's deepest secrets based on mental power. A glance reveals everything. Seeing the gift, Chen Bai's expression softens with complex emotions. He stares at the S-tier skill book. Speaking sincerely, he acknowledges the immense value of this gift. Promising to do everything in his power, he says, is exactly what he needs right now. They respond respectfully. This is not just a return gift helping the Abyss Lord gain power benefits all the Abyss Lords. A smirk plays on Chen Bai's lips. That makes perfect sense. He quickly activates the skill book. He learns the S-tier Eye of Secrets. Meanwhile, on the 500th floor of the Abyss, Satan speaks with wild excitement. According to orders, he spread the word about Beelzebub seizing power, leaving absolutely no room for doubt. Aegir's is fully on their side. With bloodshot manic eyes, he proudly displays the divine item they successfully stole. They now possess the divine hellfire of Agares and a top-tier dark crystal. Suddenly, a furious roar echoes under the blood-red moon. The voice screams vengeance against the traitor Beelzebub. Watching this play out, Chen Bai asks if his loyal subordinate is all right. Satan sneers, saying they do not matter as long as they vent their anger. The scene shifts to the villa. Inside the Engon family mansion, several rare items are scattered across a torn piece of paper. Chen Bai kneels to inspect them. All key ingredients are gathered. The refiner horn, the fire of Agares, and the dark crystal are ready. Now watch as he prepares to craft his very first S-tier item. There is absolutely no doubt this will succeed. Crafting begins on the S-tier shepherd's horn. A moment later, the process succeeds, forging his very first unique S-class equipment. It boosts mental power by 30% plus an extra 65 points, increases chanting speed by 80% and amplifies skills. Skill power gets a 30% boost. However, wearing it forces him to constantly hear terrifying demonic whispers in his head. The upside is a permanent daily increase to his mental power. It also allows him to control any creature weaker than himself. This control depends on his stat advantage, requiring at least 300 mental power. Chen Bai holds the horn in his hand. He marvels at his first S-tier creation. Hearing those whispers grants 1 mental power point daily, which really adds up. It might seem small, but the potential is massive. Curious, he places the horn on his head. Instantly, intense dizziness washes over Chen Bai. His mind spins. His body feels incredibly heavy. Fear and exhaustion cloud his face. Just one listen disrupts his thoughts, proving that earning permanent stats comes with a heavy price. The scene transitions to White Emperor City. Chen Bai walks slowly through the streets before suddenly appearing inside a room. Meng Meng hunches over, panting heavily. Master, teleporting you back here was incredibly exhausting, way harder than before. It was worse than sending him to the magic capital. Chen Bai smiles warmly, keeping calm while telling her to go rest. She quickly turns to leave, muttering that she needs a long nap. He silently watches her walk away, looking thoroughly drained. Collapsing onto her bed immediately, it is clear that the long-distance teleportation spell took a massive toll. Chen Bai steps outside to survey the area. It has been a while, and he is curious how White Emperor City has grown. He is stunned by the countless new buildings surrounding him. Elsewhere, Song Ziqiang clutches her head in front of a computer screen. She asks Suang Nai if they have found any decent class advancements yet. Leng Shuang hesitates, looking unsure of how to answer. Advancement classes of that tier are incredibly rare, so she advises against rushing into anything too quickly. Currently, the strongest evolver in the entire city is only a B class. However, Song Ziqiang still feels a lingering sense of unease. She insists this is their absolute top priority because the level 10 evolvers in the city are growing rapidly. Chen Bai City is growing fast. Ziquine speaks with a heavy, helpless sigh. If they get their classes too late or if their classes are too weak, keeping everyone in check will be impossible. She pauses, her face clouded with complex emotions. But they have Chen Bai. She stands up, raising her eyebrows with a knowing look. No, they do not understand. While their master can easily control Chen Bai City and stop any rebellion, Ziquine still looks anxious and hesitant. But what about them? She turns and paces back and forth, her voice turning firm. If they cannot control the other evolved humans in the city, managing Chen Bai smoothly is out of the question. They want Chen Bai to travel the world without a single worry. Leng Shuang chimed in, confidence shining in her eyes. She promises to quickly find leads on class advancements that are rank A or higher. Ziquin gives her a knowing look since she still cannot leave the city too far, so she must rely on her. Suddenly, Chen Bai slowly walks in softly, remarking that she's always thinking so carefully. Ziquin gasps in pure joy, calling out his name. His eyes are warm as he says it has been a while. She runs over and wraps him in a tight hug. It has been a whole month. Chen Bai is surprised. Has it really been a month? His expression turns complex. He spent a year and a half in the Plague Dungeon, the Corpse Mountain, and the Abyss. In his mind, It felt like way longer than just 30 days. He catches himself, letting out a soft laugh and brushing it off as nothing. She eagerly offers to have Lang Shuang gather the rest of the group immediately. He keeps his calm, gentle smile, telling her that sounds perfect. Soon, the whole group arrives, led by an excited Zi Qin. They welcome him home, and Qin Lingyu steps closer to him. She proudly explains that she has already perfected the laws and regulations of Chen Bai City. The only thing missing is the house rules for his private quarters. She asks him to decide them today, promising she will absolutely follow them. Lu Li chimes in as well, mentioning their intel system has not been updated with his current stats and skills in a very long time. Chen Bai raises an eyebrow. Looks like it is time for a quick update then. Ti Wei hesitates slightly before welcoming him back. Su Xin gently reminds him that his journey must have been exhausting, so he should not worry about anything else today. He smiles, completely relaxed. Suddenly, Song Ji marches up to him with a proud, playful look on her face. She boasts that she is going to show him how strong she has become. But before she can finish, she gets pulled forward. Chen Bai pulls her close, teasing that she is getting a bit too bold and might need some discipline. Zi Qin speaks up, explaining that they carefully designed the entire central district on the mountaintop just for him. This whole area belongs to him now. She proudly highlights that every single staff member working here has been hand-selected and thoroughly vetted just for him. Zi Qin gets excited, teasingly declaring that he can do whatever he wants with whoever he wants right here. A smug grin plays on Chen Bai's lips. He asks if she is not worried about the others overtaking her position. She laughs softly, confident in her standing. After fighting so hard out there, it is time for him to take a well-deserved break. He sinks back into his chair, finally feeling at peace. A day off sounds like a dream. His eyes grow heavy. He decides that any problems can wait until tomorrow. A little while later, Chen Bai looks over and brings up their earlier conversation about class advancements. Zi Qin, resting snugly in his arms, sighs that it has been a massive headache. To make things worse, their scouts in Jiang City have not found any decent classes yet. Chen Bai looks at her with a mysterious grin, telling her they can just ask him for help. She hesitates, saying that does not feel right. But he immediately counters her, arguing that they are running Chen Bai City on his behalf. It is only natural they miss out on exploring and leveling up. This is the least he can do for them. He thinks back to the high-level class change scrolls currently sitting in his inventory. And get this, he reveals he has 4 S-rank and even higher scrolls. Zi Qin sits up instantly, her eyes wide with absolute shock. Memories of Pukasumi flash through Chen Bai's mind as he recalls how those rare and powerful items were acquired. One scroll was left behind by Pukasumi after opening the portal. Another is the Demon Hunter scroll earned from the Abyss Trials. He sits up, noting that only Zi Qin has reached level 10. She looks at him, feeling a bit flustered as she speaks up. She asks if there is a class scroll suitable for Lang Shuang, who is actually 10 levels higher than her and incredibly powerful. She adds that Lang Shuang has harbored feelings for him for a long time. Hearing this, Lang Shuang blushes furiously behind them. Chen Bai is surprised. She always looks so expressionless that he assumed she was completely stoic. He smiles, asking her to come in. He wants to check her current stats and see just how strong she has become. He pulls out the scrolls, ready to choose. He offers to let them choose the class that fits them best. Lang Shuang takes one of the scrolls, her hands trembling. It is an S-rank Demon Hunter scroll. Zi Qin looks at another, noting it is a double S-rank Child of Calamity scroll. Chen Bai keeps a completely calm face and speaks with absolute resolve. Since class changes are highly unpredictable, he says, the two of them must find a perfectly safe place to transition. She immediately agrees, a smug smile flashing across her face. Sure, she replies decisively while the other quickly nods. His gaze grows heavy. Their brief peace is officially over. But Satan is still busy teaching skills to the sisters Yan Qi and Yan Sue. Chen Bai must wait for that training to finish and break their spiritual bond at the Jiang Cheng Villa before he can set off. Suddenly, Chen Bai pauses as a message pops up. It is a text chat from his group. Your Han Wang just got an A+ rank class as a Hell Messenger boys. He has successfully advanced. Overlord got S-class Tiger Might General, and Liu Wang secured the S-class Little Heavenly Palace. Shui Chuan got the S-class Ghost Sailor, and the 5 Lightning Whip successor became an S-class Thunder Walker. Wu Ya is the group disgrace now. Xiao Han achieved an S-rank Demon Count Bloodline. So where does that leave our unclassed Wu Ya? No class and no bloodline, what do we even call that? Right now, Han Xiao sits comfortably on his bed, grinning with excitement. Overlord and Han Wang are absolute beasts. This bloodline is totally unheard of. And poor Wu Ya still has no class at all. He is the ultimate disgrace of the group. Liu Wang chimes in, saying obtaining this bloodline is even harder than getting a class. Yet Wu Ya still has nothing. Ye Zi and Liu Huai agree he is their shame. Wu Ya falls to his knees, utterly furious. Damn it, he growls. Watching this unfold, Chen Bai chuckles, Beside him, Shen Zhou gasps in surprise. Liu Wang got little heavenly palace. We got along pretty well in our past life, but back then his class was only an A-rank spiritualist. Chen Bai's eyes gleam with genuine interest. He remembers Liu Wang mentioning a chance to unlock an S-class role back then, but it was too dangerous, so he backed out. It seems this 001 chat group really pushes people to their absolute limits. Otherwise, nobody wants to be labeled the group disgrace. Just then, new messages start flooding the screen once again. Everyone has successfully advanced, Bai says. Congratulations, guys. I recall Han Wang once mentioned upgrading this regular chat group to a full alliance. Since the requirements are finally met, we can officially make the upgrade. What do you all think? Your Han Wang replies that he is completely on board. Boss Bai, this is exactly what we have been waiting for. I asked everyone privately before, and there is zero objection. The 5 Lightning Whip successor quickly chimes in as well. He raises all 5 fingers in total agreement. Ding Ding is watching intently too, a pleased smile spreading across her face. Chen Bai smirks in satisfaction. All right, he replies, he will initiate the upgrade. The name will remain 001 on all leaderboards. Everyone can toggle their alliance tag to appear right before their names. Make sure to activate it in a moment, guys. Instantly, the interface shifts to display a new system notification. The 001 chat group has officially evolved into an alliance. Alliance ID is Lone. Chen Bai stares at the screen. It is finally time to shake up the entire world. His eyes lock onto the details as the system prompts him to activate the alliance display. Once enabled, things will change. Any member appearing on the global rankings will now carry the 001 prefix. The system updates their status instantly. System notification. Rank 1 is 001 by level 13. Current class is hidden. Faction is the Dragon Kingdom. Anthony pauses as he watches the board. Rank 2 is Anthony Douglas. Level 11. S-Rank Terror Clown. Faction is the Lighthouse Nation. The global list continues. Rank 3 is 001 I am really not a sword. Immortal. Level 11. Class is S-Rank Shushan Chief Disciple Dragon Kingdom. Rank 4 is 001 Successor of the 5 Lightning Whips. Level 11. Current class is the S-Rank Thunder Walker based in the Dragon Kingdom. Rank 5 is 001 Overlord. Level 10. S-Rank Tiger Might General Dragon Kingdom. Rank 6 is also Overlord. Level 10 S-Rank Ghost Sailor Dragon Kingdom. Rank 7 is 001 Shui Chuan. Level 10 Ghost Sailor Dragon Kingdom. Rank 8 is 001 Your Han Wang. Level 10 S-Rank Hell Messenger Dragon Kingdom. Rank 9 is 001 G. Level 10 S-Rank Glory Archangel Haidang Nation. Rank 10 is 001 Tsukimi Sakura. Level 10 S-Rank Knight Envoy Sakura Nation. Overlord watches this and excitedly exclaims that this feels absolutely amazing. A smile spreads across Liu Huai's face. Your Han Wang brags that they completely dominate the board. Keep it up, guys. But seeing other names besides ours on this leaderboard is pretty annoying. The 5 Lightning Successor shouts that White Emperor is the absolute GOAT. Liu Huai tells everyone to look at Rank 8 Gong Lang Chang of White Emperor Palace, Level 10 S-Rank Demon Hunter Dragon Kingdom. Ding Ding points out that someone built a White Emperor Palace alliance behind his back. Chen Bai laughs, telling Liu Huai he is completely missing the point. At rank 64 is White Emperor Palace's Z. Level 10 SS Rank Child of Misfortune Dragon Kingdom. Looking at these incredible results, Chen Bai smiles with deep satisfaction. The big announcement goes live. It looks like Song Zixiang and Leng Xiang completed their advancements smoothly. Now Ding Ding's face shows a touch of confusion as the message sends. Ding Ding recognizes her as that woman from the live stream about constructing Chen Bai City. If that's the case, then it looks like Leng Xiang also showed up during that exact same stream. Exactly, Bai replies, they're just a small family circle. Wu Ya begs to join Chen Bai, asking if he has a spare double S-class advancement scroll to hand over. He collapses in despair, muttering a useless plea for Chen Bai to save him. The screen keeps flashing as messages flood the chat. Liu Huai chimes in saying, Wu Ya, I know you are in a rush, but don't panic. This is clearly Chen Bai's private harem. Ding Ding agrees, telling him he should just behave and go look for a B-rank scroll. Yeezy teases Bai, hubby, are you online dating? Can you give me a double S scroll when we meet? In person, Liu Huai asks Han Wang, everyone's buddy, if it's better to just hang out and enjoy the forum. Our discussion about 001 is spreading like wildfire. Aside from 01, there's a huge thread debating the real identity of Song Zixiang, the only player holding the unique double S rank Son of Misfortune class on the leaderboard. There's also a thread speculating on Chen Bai's hidden class. The forum is packed with experts praising Chen Bai to the high heavens. making me so happy I don't even want to grind levels anymore. Han Xiao smiles warmly, looking incredibly thrilled. Bai asks why he is so happy when they are praising him. Yizi replies that she is thrilled too. After all, he is her future husband. Han Xiao adds that he's naturally happy since he is just a loyal follower clinging to big brother Bai. Chen Bai reaches out and shuts off the screen with a helpless sigh, chuckling quietly at this ridiculous crowd. Just then, Song Zixiang opens the door with a relieved smile, saying Bai Shuangzhe, and she advanced their classes smoothly. He calmly asks where Lang Xiang is. She replies that some idiot is looking for trouble over at the sewer dungeon, so she went to handle them. Chen Bai's eyes flash with mild unease as he asks what is going on. Song Zixiang instantly grows highly alert and asks if he remembers that hell difficulty sewer dungeon where players spend a month leveling up. Someone insisted on going in. A brief flashback shows him back in the instance with the system describing the hell difficulty plague sewer dungeon under construction. The countdown showed 29 days and 23 seconds remaining. Chen Bai's expression softens into something rather complicated. That is where he obtained the plague seal. He figures he should head over and check it out. He turns and speaks firmly, saying those reckless fools who do not know their limits will only get themselves killed anyway. By the way, he asks, how are your new class abilities? She smiles brightly, saying they are incredibly powerful. Instantly, the system screen flashes displaying the details of the unique SSS-Rank First Advancement Son of Misfortune class. Each level up grants +5 to Strength and Agility, +8 to Constitution, and +15 to Spirit. +15 free attribute points, +1 to Hidden Luck, and the class authority to control misfortune and curses safely. Her Hidden Luck stat gets a massive boost, increasing experience gains and item drop rates by 100%. Her Constitution and Spirit are permanently boosted by 50%, and her wound regeneration speed is heavily upgraded. The active skill Misfortune Curse can target anyone to trigger unpredictable, dangerous accidents determined by her Spirit and Luck. The frequency and lethality depend on her Spirit and Luck. It lasts forever and can only be used once per target. The Misfortune Clone skill allows her to summon an exact double of herself, sharing senses and awareness with the original body. Its duration depends on her Spirit stat. Every 100 Spirit points adds an extra hour of existence. Finally, Misfortune Sharing transfers the agonizing injuries of one cursed target onto another cursed target. Chen Bai's eyes light up with curiosity as he murmurs, Misfortune, Curse the God of Plague has truly arrived. But he hesitates for a second, looking slightly doubtful about Misfortune Sharing. Isn't that just a bit underhanded? Still, Chen Bai looks impressed. These skills combined offer immense practicality, not to mention the luck boost. In his past life, a single luck point could easily be traded for an A-rank prop or item. A moment later, he gasps in admiration, telling her that it is indeed incredible, and even he feels pretty envious. Song Zixiang lowers her voice, her eyes filled with playful intent as she whispers that she cannot share that with him. After all, if he got his hands on her clone ability, she and her sisters would be totally doomed. Chen Bai leans in closer, whispering with an amused grin that since she has the clone power now, he is the one doomed. She instantly summons multiple identical clones of herself, asking him in a seductive tone if he wants to try her Misfortune clones. The scene shifts to the sewer dungeon as Lang Xiang calls out to Bai in a freezing tone. Lang Shuang greets him as the Emperor, and Chen Bai calmly asks if the intruders trying to enter the Plague Pipeline dungeon have been handled. Her eyes flash with unease as she hesitantly explains that the guards did not stop them since they only promised to look from the entrance. They never intended to go deep, but they scrambled back in less than 3 seconds. Lang Shuang observes him calmly but with a heavy expression. Once outside, their bodies went completely limp with their stats dropping almost to 0. She even worried she might have broken their bones while carrying them. Because of how fragile they were on those stretchers, Chen Bai remains completely unfazed. He makes a direct and firm declaration to her. He tells her that since she has the best combat skills in this crowded villa, she cannot afford to be weak as his personal guard. She needs to stop wasting time on these trivial matters and focus entirely on leveling up. Lang Shuang quickly nods in agreement. Her expression turns serious as she addresses him as the White Emperor. He confidently steps forward and touches the glowing barrier gate. He tells her to delegate those boring chores to others by the time he returns. Lang Shuang gives a firm and final nod. With her quiet acknowledgement, the system chimes. He is now entering the Hell Difficulty Plague Dungeon for levels 15 to 35. The scene shifts inside the toxic sewers of the Plague Dungeon. Chen Bai scans his surroundings calmly, though his expression remains quite serious. It is no wonder normal people could not last 3 seconds here. The plague in this air is incredibly severe and concentrated. Within just 3 breaths, an ordinary person would be completely crippled or die. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunges straight at him. He reacts instantly with his scanning eye. The system screen immediately pops up to display the details of this aggressive creature. It is a level 17 mutated ratman, a specialized rodent species that mutated under the influence of an extremely potent plague fungus. Unlike mindless puppets controlled by the disease, these creatures adapted to the plague, allowing them to retain their own consciousness. They possess high intelligence and have become an entirely new species. Their talents include rapid regeneration, enhanced speed, and toxic plague breath. They can easily scale walls, slash with plague claws, spit venom, and execute rapid strikes. A slow smirk spreads across Chen Bai's face. He quietly murmurs to himself about these interesting plague creatures. Sensing his presence, the mutated ratman suddenly freezes in sheer panic. It immediately drops to its knees in absolute reverence. This is all thanks to his passive plague control power, which dominates such monsters. Any infected creature with stats lower than his own will be forced to submit to his will, obeying his every single command. For every creature he controls, his disaster, sovereign class skills get boosted by the specific viruses and fungi carried by that monster. This massive synergy makes his subclass incredibly powerful. Looking at his new submissive puppet, Chen Bai cannot help but feel quite intrigued. He realizes his plague control skills are exceptionally useful. If only he could gather an entire army of these toxic monsters here. Too bad this is just a temporary dungeon. Imagine if he had a whole floor in the abyss packed with his own plague army. He clenches his fist with a wild, ambitious look. Wait, if the abyss does not have a plague floor, he can just build one. After all, he is the sovereign of the abyss, and a brilliant plan is already forming in his mind to start the reconstruction. With one hand on his hip, Chen Bai begins cataloging the specific abilities of the giant black plague rats lurking in these dark depths. These include shadow merging, heavy tackle, tearing claws, and deafening shrieks. He calmly stands there, evaluating each unique class of monster. The multiplying spores possess highly volatile skills like acid bombs, rapid growth, and massive self-destruction. This gets him thinking quite a bit. A satisfied grin spreads across his face as he clenches his fist. He has already gathered nearly 100 loyal mutated sewer rats. He is getting incredibly close to acquiring the official plague mark. Suddenly, Chen Bai's eyes light up as he senses something ahead. He detects a strong presence, likely an elite or a boss. Activating his scanning eye, the system reveals the target's unique details. It is the plague's source mutant rat archer, the very first of its kind to be infected, possessing superior intellect and immense physical strength. He stands guard at the entrance to block anyone from entering. Chen Bai carefully analyzes the stats of this formidable boss. His own base stats are currently sitting around 650, yet this monster actually surpasses him in raw strength and physical endurance. He decides it is worth trying to dominate this powerful creature first. He wants to test the limits of his authority. Chen Bai reaches his hand out to unleash his plague control authority. Immediately, the system sends an automated status update to him. It reminds him that he can only easily control plague-infected targets with lower base stats. He simply smiles with absolute confidence. He activates his specialized shepherd skill. The system quickly processes the command and delivers another prompt directly to his interface. This skill allows him to dominate creatures with lower mental energy. Right then, the massive rat boss lets out a low growl. A barrage of warning alerts begins flashing on his screen. It warns him that he is attempting to control a level 25 boss. If the level gap is greater than 10 levels, his status check stats will be halved during the judgment phase. Since the target is an elite solo boss, his stats are cut in half once again. Predictably, the domination attempt fails. Chen Bai simply pulls on his combat gloves with a sharp, determined smile. The level gap is indeed too wide, but that is fine. Time to fight. Chen Bai charges straight in, shouting as he activates his Plague Sun skill, but the mutated ratman suddenly vanishes. It disappears from its spot and immediately fires an arrow straight at Chen Bai, who leans backward to dodge it. The beast has incredibly high physical stats and natural disease resistance, meaning skills like Plague, Sun, and the Black Death won't do much. Close combat is his only real option to win this. Too bad, his 3 spirit swords were destroyed back in the Abyss trial. Without those spirit swords to distract the beast from afar, he is stuck playing a highly defensive game right now. Chen Bai suddenly snaps his eyes open as danger spikes. The monster is firing yet another volley. Rooted to the spot, he makes a split-second decision. Since he cannot dodge, he has to face them head-on. The incoming arrows are quickly blocked. Chen Bai is calculating carefully, even though the beast is much faster than him. This narrow underground channel forces a confrontation. It must guard the entrance so it cannot kite him. His eyes gleam. He feels a wave of confusion. Heat tracking, why is it backing away? Suddenly, a strange, eerie silence fills the space. Chen Bai quickly unleashes a powerful telekinetic shockwave. The heavy impact of the attack sends the mutated ratman flying backward. With his mental power at 195, Chen Bai presses the advantage, unleashing a brutal heavy hammer strike of hellfire. He hammers the beast down completely, crushing any hope of a comeback. The ratman screams in pain under the ground-shattering impact. Chen Bai looks down and realizes something is off. Still, no system notification for the kill. He needs to deliver another blow. But the beast suddenly springs back to its feet. He instantly reacts, swinging his arm out to attack, slicing the creature cleanly in half. A detailed system notification immediately pops up explaining the plague biochem escape skill. It sacrifices life force to shed the burnt rat skin. Scorched by hellfire, the skin's quality has dropped significantly, rendering it practically useless. Chen Bai is quite surprised as he finally understands the trick behind that rat skin. So that is how it works. It is actually just a clever escape skill. With the threat gone, he continues walking deeper. Chen Bai grits his teeth in deep worry. The deep zone is guarded by a level 25 boss, which is incredibly dangerous. Although he can resurrect in the abyss, dying here would delay his massive abyss modification plans by a full week. Just then, a system notification pops up confirming he has successfully exited the Hellish Plague sewer dungeon. Designed for levels 15 to 35, re-entry has a 7-day cooldown. Suddenly, a swarm of bizarre creatures begins jumping down. The scene shifts to the first layer of the abyss, where Chen Bai stands quietly. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips. He used his abyss authority to successfully pull these plague-bearing monsters in. They are now fully under his absolute control. This was the only risky phase of his master plan, and honestly watching it actually work out is incredibly satisfying. Raising his hand, he channels his abyss power to absorb them. Instantly, system messages flood his vision with status updates. The notifications keep rolling and confirming the capture. A final alert sounds, signaling the successful integration of the beasts. The new plague species have been fully assimilated. Right before his eyes, various mutated monsters begin to manifest in the darkness. Poisonous bloodburst mushrooms and blood demon rats are now part of his army. Chen Bai grins at his successful calculations. This is a perfect start. Their collective strength is more than enough to claim the entire first layer as their nest. The creatures begin hatching, cracking open their shells. He stands with his hands on his hips, radiating pure confidence. From now on, the demon eggs from the abyss will spawn these 3 plague species. They will grow and multiply. They will eventually spread, infiltrating every single layer of the abyss. Yet, Chen Bai knows this is just the beginning. These 3 species are too few and too weak on their own. He needs to bring even more diverse plague creatures here. Looking around, he realizes the current rules of the abyss are far too simplistic. Survival of the fittest is the only law. Killing to gain power is the sole fundamental concept. Chen Bai smiles slightly as he analyzes this flawed system. Constant slaughter does breed powerful champions, but it also creates endless unchecked chaos. That is a major issue. It hinders the healthy development of his territory. Extending his hand, he channels his power lost in deep thought. The abyss needs a brand new set of laws, but he is still unsure what rules would fit best. He decides it is time to interrogate his captives again. Sitting down, he offers a few words of praise to them. He tells them he has found a clear direction for the abyss. He thanks everyone for their hard work today. All of their suggestions were highly valuable. Number 1 steps forward, expressing his deep admiration for the grand plan. Under his leadership, the abyss will become stronger than ever. He eagerly anticipates what the future holds for this domain. On layer 600 of the shattered space, Venefreeze showers him with praise alongside the Sand Lord of layer 350. She loves the world of Venefreeze and the grand remodeling plan he proposed, especially the diverse cultures of different realms. After all, the abyss has absolutely nothing. Mykantis steps closer to share her thoughts as the ruler of floor 437. This succubus queen loves the idea of building cities and establishing dwarf merchant guilds down here in the dark abyss. Leaning her head on her hand, she notes this will give her subordinates stable, honest work and keep them happy. From afar, Gibbo slowly approaches with deep respect. He praises the plan, calling it brilliant before beating his massive chest in approval. As the ferryman of the underworld on floor 400, Gibbo promises to wait in the abyss until his master conquers it. Chen Bai smiles confidently and reassures his loyal allies. There is no need to worry because he will make this happen. Since he is the Lord of the Abyss, he promises to bring absolute glory to this realm, looking at them with fierce determination. He thanks them for their brilliant suggestions, promising them supreme positions at the very peak of the Abyss in the near future. Deeply grateful, they bid their farewells to the young lord. Gibbo places his full trust in the promise and steps back. He vows to wait in the dark depths for the good news. Meanwhile, Mykantis watches closely, offering her own words of praise. She finds his grand plan to strengthen the Abyss incredibly alluring. As they speak, more demons gather around the Lord. With the crowd growing, she leans in close with a playful smile, whispering that he must make up for this brief visit next time. Chen Bai smirkingly responds, telling her to just wait until he completely dominates the entire Abyss. He warns her not to beg for mercy when that day comes. Before fading away, Mykantis leaves him with a sweet smile. She promises to eagerly wait for him in her palace, bidding him farewell. Once alone, Chen Bai touches his magical ring. With the other demons gone, he turns to Satan, acknowledging the fallen angel's valuable advice and unwavering loyalty. Chen Bai promises that once he reclaims the underworld and binds it back to the abyss, there will be a massive reward. Satan will be allowed to reclaim his throne as the ruler of hell, restoring his divine spark. Satan rubs his hands eagerly. Excitedly, Satan vows to serve his master with every ounce of his power, pledging absolute devotion to the cause. Chen Bai focuses on his primary objective. He needs to raise his power level as fast as humanly possible. His talents in class are already maxed out. To grow stronger, he must level up and acquire legendary gear and bloodlines. Suddenly, Chen Bai's eyes widen. He remembers the bloodline fusion capability of his mysterious mask, instantly pulling up his system screen. He had fed it countless potions upon entering the abyss. Now the system interface displays two incredibly rare bloodlines. He sees the double S-rank purebred Demon Lord bloodline and the double S-rank Hell Demon Monarch bloodline waiting for him. Why are there only two double S-rank bloodlines? He wonders if it is due to a lack of materials or mask limits. Deciding to push the limits, he heads down to floor 10 to gather more powerful bloodlines and target triple S-rank power. Opening the portal to floor 10, he steps through. It is the perfect opportunity to level up and grind his stats. Time flies by quickly. 7 days later, two girls are waiting anxiously outside the dungeon exit, expecting his return. Stepping outside the sewer portal, Chen Bai is completely surprised to see both Su Xin and Lu Li waiting. He asks them why they are here. Lu Li looks incredibly tense as she steps forward to explain the situation. She addresses him as master and delivers the grave news. After listening, he asks if his long dungeon run caused this. Since he spent 5 days leveling up and another 2 days pause inside without exiting, rumors have begun to spread. People claim he is trapped inside and might already be dead. Lu Li steps closer, anxious to confirm his safety. She confirms that Sister Song Zixong saw this as a golden opportunity to fuel the rumors even further. This trap will force the scheming rats hiding in Jiang City to finally expose themselves. Lu Li continues to explain. She was ordered to use her illusion powers to sneak him back to his villa without raising any suspicion. This will keep the trap secure. Pointing to Su Xin with a bright smile, she adds that her friend was just worried. She tag-alonged purely out of concern for his safety. Chen Bai scratches his head, amused by the sudden drama. He spent his time farming bloodline potions, losing track of time while feeding the mask for hours on end. Feeding it took 10 whole hours. But suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him as he remembers his new skills. He can test the newly learned skills of Satan's 2 graduated sisters right here on the very first floor of the abyss. On the first floor, Chen Bai stands casually with his hands in his pockets, praising Song Zishang's brilliant reaction. The apocalypse is always full of ambitious fools ready to strike. He asks Lu Li if they have caught any. Clutching her chest, Lu Li nervously reports that several faction leaders believe Song Zishang has lost her powerful backing. Ziqing Song refused their proposal. In response, they made aggressive threats, but she stood her ground and ignored them. That resolved the issue cleanly. Shang stepped in and wiped every last one of them out. Chen Bai puts his arms around both girls, declaring that putting Zixing in charge of Chen Bai City was the best decision he has ever made. Running the city has slowed her personal power growth, but he promises he will personally handle it. To handle everything. Lu Li instantly turns and plants a kiss on him, thanking him warmly, while Su Xin also happily leans in to kiss Chen Bai on the cheek. Suddenly, he remembers something and asks Lu Li if the central area has any space left to build another villa because he needs it. She quickly assures him they have plenty of room. Zixing actually reserved a massive plot of land behind the central district for future expansion of key facilities. Later on, Zixing stands with a hand on her hip asking what this place is. Chen Bai gestures to introduce the central villa area. He presents Yan Qi and Yan Sue, explaining they are rare earthbound spirit evolvers. If they mature, they will boost Chen Bai City significantly, and their power will grow in perfect sync with the city's development. Just watch how confident he is. They could easily become the guardian spirits and local deities of Chen Bai City. Zixing raises a hand to greet them, introducing herself as Ziqing Song. She notes how remarkably similar the two of them look. Are they twins? Yan Sui waves back warmly, introducing herself and greeting Zixing with a big smile. Yan Sui explains that their situation is quite unique, mentioning her name was actually Yan Sueki before the apocalypse hit, but upon evolving, her soul split in two, separating her good and evil thoughts. She presses her hand to her chest. This split created two separate beings, Yan Qi and Yan Shui. Zixing murmurs those words, processing the shock of the split. Chen Bai steps in from behind to reassure her, explaining that Yan Qi has learned control. She knows how to channel that darkness without letting it consume her, though her personality is admittedly a bit wilder. Zixing is highly impressed, noting the resemblance to a certain someone. Chen Bai then speaks up to make an announcement. He reminds the two of them that Zixing is his woman, the person he trusts most to run Chen Bai City. Whenever he is away, they must follow her lead. Hearing this, Yan Shui immediately gives a cooperative and polite nod. She politely asks Zixing to look out for them. Surprisingly, Yan Qi also chimes in to show her agreement. She promises they will follow Zixing's orders when he is gone. Afterward, Zixing grabs his shoulder with an update. She mentions that Meng Meng has been fast asleep for days, likely due to some issues with Chat Group 001. It also seems tied to her class. Taking in this worrying news, Chen Bai heads straight inside. He understands. Walking over, he knocks on her door. Suddenly, the door itself begins to distort. The vibration travels inside. Meng Meng bolts upright, instantly recognizing her master. Suddenly, a massive crash. Deeply worried, Chen Bai bursts right in, asking what is wrong and what happened. He finds her on the floor. She sits by the bed, embarrassed. She explains her legs fell asleep after lying down for too long, causing her fall. Clutching her chest with excitement, she shares the great news. She acquired an exclusive class scroll inside her dreamscape. By defeating a set number of high-quality monsters, she can level up. After days of grinding, she has reached rank A. He looks at her, deeply concerned. He gently advises her not to push herself to such dangerous extremes. She needs to walk daily. Haste makes waste after all. She nods obediently, accepting his advice. Then she summons a strange object, asking if he has been too busy to check the group chat recently. This item has caused an absolute frenzy online. The system interface pops up, displaying details on a unique item. It is a special Shushan token. One quick glance is all it takes for Chen Bai to recognize the rare artifact. It is a reward from the Flying Sword Dungeon, which makes him wonder why everyone is so excited. Since it belongs to the Sword Immortals exclusive questline, Meng Meng leans in close to explain the latest developments. Once the Shushan class was unlocked, the mountain path transformed into a hidden dungeon open to recommended candidates. Anyone who clears it can claim a token to enter Shushan, which is packed with incredibly valuable treasures. This news brings a bright smile to his face. Is that true? Meng Meng eagerly nods in confirmation. Meng Meng eagerly urges him to check the forums himself. Taking her advice, he immediately opens the interface. He quickly checks it. A huge grin spreads across his face. The group is incredibly active right now. He smiles, planning his next move. An hour left. Luckily, his accumulated virus and blacklight virus points. That is a solid amount of loot. Over the next hour, Chen Bai plans to upgrade a few skills to test them out in the upcoming dungeon. The scene shifts to a misty special map, Shushan, designed for levels 10 to 89. Chen Bai stands right in the center, greeting everyone. He says hello, noting everyone has arrived. Zhen Shu places a hand over his chest and asks if Emperor Bai still remembers this humble Taoist. It is great to meet again. Ding Ding stands nearby with a warm smile, prompting Chen Bai to quickly wave back in response. He says he obviously remembers the legendary Zhen Shu greeting Ding Ding as well. Farther off, Liu Wang calls out to introduce himself. He introduces himself as Liu Wang, offering to go by Liu or Old Liu. Chen Bai happily accepts the casual introduction. Deciding on the spot, he goes with Old Liu. This man is actually Chang Liu, one of Chen Bai's few true friends from his past life. Another player standing further back speaks up to introduce himself. With his arms crossed, he offers a friendly and confident greeting. He identifies himself as Shui Chuan, while the other introduces himself as Ba Wang. Hearing this, Chen Bai eagerly greets them both. He is absolutely thrilled to meet them. Big brother Ba Wang and brother Shui Chuan were both legendary top-tier experts in his past life. Suddenly, Lian Xian walks over, calling out to Chen Bai. He is the famed successor of the Five Lightning Lian Xian style. This leaves Chen Bai utterly speechless. It turns out his chat group is packed with legendary hidden powerhouses like the Thunder Saint. The guy rushes forward with pure excitement, calling Chen Bai his great savior and benefactor. Chen Bai recoils, slightly completely bewildered. He looks at him highly confused. Can this really be the mighty Thunder Saint who was so incredibly famous in his past life? Chen Bai quickly backs away. The Thunder Saint was supposed to be a peerless warrior, feared by all evil, not this clingy guy. He tells him that they are all close allies, so there is no need to be this overly dramatic. Yet the guy keeps hugging his leg. He keeps crying out to his benefactor. Ding Ding pops up behind them and asks if Chen Bai is still completely out of the loop. Chen Bai offers a stiff, awkward smile. What now? She quickly explains the whole situation. Because of Chen Bai, Shen Lei traded the rare Thunderwalker class scroll to him early. Otherwise, he would still be struggling with his quest. Lian Xian leans in close, explaining that the original investment quest was incredibly dangerous and almost cost him his entire life. He promises to follow any order Chen Bai has without hesitation. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Bai waves his hands to diffuse the tension. He says they are all in the same alliance, so helping out is totally natural. Soon after, he urges the group to get moving. Since introductions are out of the way, they should head straight to the Demon Ceiling Tower. Their time in Shushan is strictly limited. They cannot afford to waste a single second here. Suddenly, a system notification pops up showing their remaining time on the clock. They have exactly 1 hour 56 minutes and 58 seconds left. The system window also displays a set of highly detailed rules. Countless massive bosses are sealed inside, each rule in their own territory. They must defeat every boss on the first floor to advance. This is the legendary Demon Sealing Tower, a hell-grade dungeon for levels 10 to 89. The system asks if he wants to lead his team inside. With zero hesitation, Chen Bai hits yes. Let's go. The party immediately dives straight into the dark. As they step inside, they cannot help but gasp in pure awe. The scenery looks like an ethereal, legendary paradise. The inside is way bigger than the outside. Suddenly, a massive presence appears. Chen Bai quickly activates his Eye of Secrets. Right in front of them stands a colossal monster, the level 15 river-swallowing toad. Lian Xian immediately recognizes the beast, recalling how this exact same giant toad blocked their path during their previous run. He turns to the group, pumped up and yelling that they must take this beast down to show Chen Bai what they can do. Liu Wang stands in the back, wasting zero time as he strikes first to showcase their teamwork. He unleashes a barrage of binding spells while Lian Xian channels his destructive thunder energy to back him up. With a swift wave of his hand, the water behind the beast begins to surge violently, threatening to engulf the entire area. Shui Chuan steps forward, raising her hands to cast a powerful spell aiming to completely freeze the waves in their tracks. Lian Xian grins and rallies the group, shouting for everyone to charge and prevent the toad from escaping into the deep water. Zhen Shu tosses out several paper talismans to buff the party immediately, granting everyone a massive 40% speed boost. Bao Wang is highly impressed and praises the buff. Ding Ding quickly thanks Zhen Shu as she prepares her next move. She commands her paper puppets to swarm across the ground, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she prepares a curse. Unleashing her legendary 5 Ghosts skill, the massive toad is tightly locked down. Bao Wang looks back, thoroughly impressed by her control. Complementing her great crowd control, he readies his own weapon, unleashing the formidable formless weapon Soul. He hurls his Overlord spear down with full force. However, his expression suddenly twists into sheer terror as something goes wrong. Realizing there is absolutely no way to dodge the counterattack, he braces himself to take the hit head-on. The toad thrusts its massive tongue forward to strike, but suddenly the tongue gets completely blocked. It turns out the savior is none other than Ding Ding. Bao Wang scratches his head awkwardly, thanking her and saying he could have handled it. There was no need to waste her paper clone for this. But she just smiles back calmly. This was a level 15 boss skill after all, so being safe was better. Bao Wang gets fired up. He rallies the team to keep moving. With high spirits, everyone quickly advances toward Jiang Theme Village. The paper clones hold various spoils of war, including beast cores that boost all of their attributes. They also got contribution tokens for the Treasure Pavilion and a water evasion skill book. Lian Xian laughs out loud. It took less than 10 minutes to take down that monster. A mere toad stood zero chance against them. Then a system notification pops up for the water evasion skill, which uses stored body water to activate. This means water magic no longer requires condensing ambient moisture. Shui Chuan quickly claims the skill book. Stepping forward, he calmly reminds everyone that time is short and they should divide the rest of the loot later. Besides, no one else wants a water skill anyway. Suddenly, Lian Xian looks around, highly confused, and steps forward. He asks if anyone has seen Chen Bai. Zhen Shu points toward the distance, explaining the situation. After their massive battle finally ended, Chen Bai wanted to head deeper in alone, telling them to just keep advancing. Chen Bai has already reached the first floor of the Mountain Demon Tower. Lian Xian catches up and yells in panic. The White Emperor is being surrounded. Standing on a ledge, he worries since each demon should have its own zone. Could these 3 deadly beasts actually be working together? He urges the team to rush over and help Chen Bai. Using his divination skill to inspect the enemies, he realizes these 3 bosses are level 17, 18, and 19. Lian Xian leaps down, shouting for Chen Bai to hang in there. But Chen Bai just wears a calm smile. He announces that it is time to wrap things up calmly, raising a single finger to cast his spell. The toxic plague of Yang's skill erupts, striking the 3 beasts. Within seconds, they are completely overwhelmed by the strike. Silence returns to the area. Honestly, did you really expect anything less from our insanely overpowered protagonist? He turns around calmly, explaining he was just trying out a few of his newly learned skills. Ding Ding tilts her head and giggles, saying she knew the White Emperor would easily handle it. She jokes that the Lightning Sect's successor was just being far too impatient. Zhen Shu wipes off a cold sweat. He admits he suspected Chen Bai lured the bosses here on purpose but was too afraid to believe it. The system sends a notification showing that the infection causes severe stomach pain and a permanent hepatitis debuff. This permanent debuff cuts growth attributes by 50%. Chen Bai grins, thoroughly impressed with this terrifying skill. It is a fantastic crowd control effect that also boosts the lethal damage of his Plague of Yang. He chuckles and tells the team they arrived just in time before things got too messy and disgusting. Chen Bai tells them to hold on for a moment while he cleans up before they continue. Lian Xian obediently agrees to wait. Meanwhile, Chen Bai looks down at his hands, eager to test something. He decides to test his uprated Earth Spike skill. The system screen reveals a sharp claw transformation power. Just then, a horde of vicious beasts charges straight at him. He watches them with complete confidence. This upgraded version is definitely way more convenient. He had calculated every single move in advance. Even after his giant Earth spikes impale his targets, he can still manipulate them to directly devour the beasts. A giant buffalo beast is instantly pierced through. Suddenly, Lu Wang looks up with an interesting request. He asks to borrow the serpent corpse. Chen Bai does not hesitate to grant him permission. Chen Bai smiles, remembering that this loyal companion's past life abilities were deeply linked to serpent spirits. His lower body transforms into a giant serpent tail. He happily thanks Chen Bai for the gift. Embracing his new form, he praises the pure soul, noting it greatly boosts the strength of the Star Lords. The feeling is incredibly refreshing. Ding Ding tilts her head in curiosity as she watches him work. Seeing her confusion, Zhen Shu explains that Liu Wang belongs to the revered Northeast Snake Immortal lineage. These are guardian deities secretly worshipped in that region. Soon, the spectral form begins to fade. Liu Wang sheepishly apologizes to the group, joking that his ancestors' eating manners are not very elegant. A polite hand gestures forward, inviting the White Emperor to lead. Chen Bai quickly steps up, nodding in agreement. Right after the system sends down more updates announcing he has consumed a special beast. He gains 350 Blacklight virus points. Another alert states this creature carries a special bloodline, giving him the choice to devour or extract it. He etches those two choices deep into his mind. Choosing to extract the bloodline, the system triggers a detailed notification. It is a level 0 low-tier lesser demon bloodline. Chen Bai picks it up, admiring it with a grin. This is perfect, another great spot to grind monsters and farm rare bloodlines. Suddenly, Lian Xian spins around, calling out to him with an excited grin. She urges Brother Bai to look over quickly because they just got a massive drop. There are 3 Demon Beast inner cores and 2 contribution tokens. Lian Xian beams, adding that they also scored the most important items of all. A paper puppet holds them up high, showcasing a skill book and 2 pieces of gear as the system quickly displays the details. It is the C-grade Bold Demon Bloodburst skill. Soon more info pops up for the other drops, including the Black Scale. Soft armor, also C-grade, and a level 0 Foxtail Whip. Chen Bai shrugs, telling them he will keep the tokens and inner cores, while they can split the skill book and gear among themselves. But Shui Chuan steps forward with a polite protest, suggesting that this division is not fair since Brother Bai soloed all 3 bosses himself. Even if Brother Bai is fine with it, they cannot just take these items for free. Instead, they should hold an auction, letting the highest bidder take the loot. Hearing this, Ba Wang quickly chimes in to agree. He says Shui Chuan is absolutely right. Even though Brother Bai is their party leader, they cannot just leech off his hard work. Pointing to himself, Ba Wang firmly declares that if anyone in this group tries to take advantage of his generosity, he will be the very first person to shut them down. Hearing those loyal words, Chen Bai smiles and nods. He agrees to discuss the loot distribution once they leave. Since time is short, their main goal now is to secure as much profit from this demon locking tower as possible. Gesticulating with both hands, he pitches a strategic plan. Why do they not herd the monsters over while he handles all the killing? That way, they can maximize their efficiency. What does everyone think? Lian Xian pumps her fist in the air, instantly voting yes, and Shui Chuan voices his agreement as well. He has no objections. Zhen Shu points off into the distance, noting that this area is vast, so Brother Bai should wait here. They will lure the monsters right to him. Chen Bai looks over and gives them the green light. Ba Wang charges ahead, shouting for everyone to get moving. Meanwhile, Chen Bai pops a glowing pill into his mouth, swallowing it without hesitation. Immediately, a system notification pops up, confirming he has consumed a Demon Beast inner core, boosting all his stats. Seeing the massive power surge leaves him stunned. This is a crazy stat boost, so he decides to gulp down the other 2. Suddenly, a panic scream echoes from behind, begging Brother Bai for help. The team is running for their lives at full speed. A massive bird swoops down, talons bared. Chen Bai morphs his arm into a deadly weapon and leaps forward with a confident smile. He tells them not to panic because he has got this. Stepping in front of the beast, he delivers a decisive slash. The bird cannot even fight back, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Wang walks back, scratching his head in sheer embarrassment. He apologizes to Brother Bai, explaining that since he cannot fly and his summons are bad against aerial foes, he was completely useless. But Chen Bai just smiles, reassuring him that luring the monster over was already a massive help. In the distance, 2 more runners are bringing in another batch. Ding Ding and Bao Wang are pushing their limits while Zhen Shu sprints back to the rendezvous point. They shout out together that they are back. Seeing their dedication makes Chen Bai flash a satisfied smile. Talk about peak efficiency. Time flies by as they keep up the grind. 2 hours later, back in the waiting room, Meng Meng sits patiently with a bright smile. She welcomes her master back and asks about the haul. Chen Bai steps inside and shares the news. Safe in her room, he reports that the run went incredibly well. He has already reached level 18, and if time had not run out, none of them would have wanted to leave. Pointing to his inventory, he gently mentions that since she already consumed 2 inner cores, he brought back these 8 specifically for her. Each core adds 10 points to all stats with a limit of 10. She looks at the glowing cores with deep gratitude, thanking her master. But Chen Bai simply waves it off, explaining that she should not just thank him. He only took 2 and the rest were contributed by the others. After all, without her, they would not even have secured those tokens. Leaning in closer, he adds another detail. The boss dropped quite a lot of valuable loot, so the party is planning to hold a group chat auction. As a final piece of advice, Chen Bai tells her to check the group messages later. She can bid on anything she likes, and if she runs short on funds, she can just ask him or Song Zixian. Hearing this, Meng Meng gets a brilliant idea. A text-based auction in a chat group sounds incredibly boring, so she suggests pulling everyone into the dreamscape world instead to find a proper venue to hold the grand event. Hearing this, Chen Bai asks with some concern, wondering if she will be alright or if she is pushing herself too hard. She turns around with a confident smile, telling her master not to underestimate her since she possesses triple S talent herself. Hearing this, Chen Bai heads straight for his bedroom, teasingly calling her boss Meng Meng while waiting for her dreamscape creations. Meanwhile, Meng Meng stays behind to open up the group chat, setting up the entire dreamscape environment for the upcoming auction. She leans against the entrance, scanning the area and deciding that this VIP auction hall is quite decent and well decorated. It is not too big, so she spins her hammer with excitement, finalizing the layout with a mock bid of 8 million. Without hesitation, Meng Meng throws her hammer down to clear out the obstacles, dusting off her hands with a smug grin. With a little cleanup, the place is ready, so she spreads her arms wide and activates her dream-weaving abilities. She transforms the entire space until everything looks brand new. With her arms crossed in satisfaction, she waits as a red chair glows. Suddenly, Chen Bai materializes, sitting comfortably in the seat. He looks around the refurbished venue, wondering if things are about to start. Right across from him, someone waves their hands in absolute excitement, shouting that they have finally made it to the auction. Yi Zi then bows shyly, introducing herself as Yi Zi, which prompts Chen Bai to turn and greet her warmly. He mentions that she seems quite different in person compared to her energetic online personality, but they are interrupted. Liu Huai steps in between them, highlighting how Yi Zi is only a bold flirt online while being extremely shy in reality. Flipping her hair gracefully, she introduces herself as Liu Huai, but Chen Bai remains completely calm and merely nods in response. He remembers her as the Yin Wood Body, and she happily thanks him, noting that his advice has helped her tremendously. Out of nowhere, Fang Zhang joins the circle to greet everyone and participate in the lively pre-auction chat. He introduces himself as the only trash in the group, prompting Chen Bai to smile and admit that username is unforgettable. Up on the stage, Meng Meng slams her auction gavel to demand silence, looking over the crowd before announcing everyone has arrived. With the crowd gathered, the auction officially begins as she summons 4 glowing purple monster cores as the very first lot. These monster cores are sourced directly from the legendary Demon Sealing Tower of Shushan, provided generously by one of their own. The starting bid is set at 4 gold coins with minimum increments of 4, as well as she floats them midair. Consuming these will boost all attributes by 10 points, capped at 10 cores total, prompting Wu Ya to quickly raise his hand. He offers 4 gold coins, pleading with the stronger members to go easy since he has not unlocked Shushan access yet. But his plea is instantly crushed when Fang Zhang stands up and raises the bid to 40 gold coins instead. He apologizes to Wu Ya, explaining that while Wu Ya will eventually access Shushan, someone on his own team cannot, so he needs these. Wu Ya can only sigh in response, joking that even if he wanted to compete, he does not have 40 gold coins anyway. Since no other bids are placed, Meng Meng immediately starts the countdown, prepared to strike her gavel. She counts down 40 gold coins for the first, second, and third time before locking in the final bid. She congratulates the only trash in the group, who sighs in relief while secretly regretting his embarrassing username choice. Next up is a Tier C active skill book, the Bull Demon Bloodburst, which catches everyone's immediate attention. Meng Meng enthusiastically explains that although this active skill has severe side effects, the temporary stat buff is incredible. With a starting price of 10 gold coins, Wu Ya wastes no time and instantly bids 15 to start the round. Overlord counters with 20, but Zhen Shu quickly pushes it to 25, refusing to be outdone so easily. Han Xiao excitedly throws down 50 gold coins, but Fang Zhang decides to double it to 100. Han Xiao mutters about how rich Fang Zhang is, but seeing him so determined, Fang Zhang asks if he absolutely needs it. He wonders if Han Xiao is in desperate need of this survival skill, or if he's just bidding for fun. Han Xiao casually replies that while he lacks defensive skills, he is not completely desperate for this particular book. Smiling, Fang Zhang apologizes before raising his hand to boldly drop a massive bid of 250 gold coins. Soon, Meng Meng slams her gavel to confirm the purchase, congratulating the only trash in the group on his new skill book. The final price lands at 260 gold coins, followed by a rapid-fire sequence of successful bids. He also secures the black scale light armor for 145 gold coins as the auction winds down. Next, he snatches the rock feather boots for 160 gold coins in another lightning-fast victory. He then claims the rabbit kick eagle dive skill book for 234 gold coins. Finally, he wins the snake tooth necklace for 122 gold coins, dominating the entire auction. He snaps up the black tortoise heart armor for 392 gold coins. Overlord, who had been watching in silence, finally speaks up. Overlord asks if he actually has that much gold, warning him that bidding blindly without being able to pay won't slide. Fang Zhang confidently replies, telling Overlord to rest easy since he will absolutely pay Boss Bai the moment he wakes up. With that, he turns to the crowd with a wild proposal. If anyone here absolutely needs a certain item, just speak up. He promises to step down from any bid for them, adding that even the items he already secured can easily be gifted directly to friends in their group. He quickly explains himself, saying he is deeply sorry. He has his reasons, feeling quite helpless. For any item that nobody else particularly needs, he fully vows to bid top dollar so nobody gets shortchanged. Lin Xian raises his hand and says it is fine since the price already beat the base rate, but he absolutely needs that. Huaxian. Fang Zhang nods with a warm smile. He reassures the man he will not touch the Huaxian. Nearby, Chen Bai quietly studies him, highly intrigued. The kid is absolutely loaded. Even with Chen Bai earning massive rewards for monster hunting, he is still outmatched. He deduces that Fang Zhang must possess a unique gold-related talent, or perhaps there is something else at play. A powerful backing organization. Chen Bai frowns, realizing he needs to uncover exactly who is supporting this kid. Hopefully, it is not some foreign faction or a rogue group. He reaches out to the kid for a chat, asking the weakest link in their group to talk once the auction wraps up. The boy accepts without hesitation. He agrees instantly, saying he also has things to clear up with Boss Bai. Meanwhile, Meng Meng continues on stage. The next item up is the Huaxian. Wu Lianxian bids 20 gold coins and the auction finally draws to a close. The crowd begins to disperse. Lianxian waves goodbye while Jin Shu chimes in to bid Boss Bai farewell. Ding Ding winks, saying she cannot wait for their next meeting. Chen Bai turns to see Han Xiao's crew heading out. They wave goodbye as they leave the room. Once the hall goes quiet, Chen Bai looks over at Fang Zhang. He points out that nobody was thrilled about the auction since Fang Zhang practically bought out the entire room. The boy hangs his head and apologizes, but Chen Bai just smirks. You should apologize, but not to me. He stares the kid down, demanding to know why he overpaid for the gear and where the massive fortune came from. Desperate to make amends, the boy pleads with him, admitting his mistake and begging not to be kicked out. He promises to make things right with the others, vowing to explain everything right now without hiding a single detail. Chen Bai nods, letting him speak. The kid looks down, a heavy sadness washing over his face as he begins. He explains that his family in the capital is highly influential, with his father, uncle, and sister all working for the government. His unique talent is tied directly to gold, a system passive that literally allows money to make more money. Because of this power, the High Table recruited him as their personal vault and chief purchasing officer. Sweating bullets, he tightly clenches his hands together, confessing that he simply lost his mind seeing such great gear. He begs for mercy, swearing he meant no harm. But Chen Bai zeroes in on one specific word: the government. Fang Zhang shrinks back nervously, asking if Boss Bai hates having members with outside ties in the group. Chen Bai calms him down, explaining that outside ties are fine since everyone will eventually join or build their own factions. As he quiets down, Chen Bai silently recalls that in his past life, the government built Dragon City in the imperial capital using immense wealth to secure massive benefits for the Dragon Nation's faction. It seems that success was entirely thanks to this kid's special talent. Even at a mere 1% interest daily with a massive base capital, the compound growth would be absolutely terrifying. Ultimately, Chen Bai makes his decision. He has no issues with the kid's faction, but some things need to be made crystal clear first. Fang Zhang nods, telling him to go ahead. Later, inside a lavish villa in the imperial capital after the auction wraps up, he gets his ear painfully yanked by Fang Ming, crying out in agony, begging his sister to go easy on him. Wincing, Fang Zhang points out she is an elite special forces instructor, a lieutenant colonel, and a top 30 ranker. He is just an A-rank weakling, a spoiled playboy with zero combat power. If she doesn't lighten up, his ear might fall off. She finally lets go coldly, muttering that losing it might actually teach him a lesson. Rubbing his sore ear, he protests that it is not like he caused some major disaster, and Boss Bai did not even care about his identity. Fang Ning frowns and points his stern finger at him, lecturing that it is not about how Boss Bai reacted. If he keeps acting on pure impulse and doing reckless things, things will end terribly. Luckily, no real harm was done this time. It was only because Chen Bai did not care, but what if you offend someone else next time? Just then, Minister Fang approached from behind and called out for Fang Ning. Stepping forward slowly, he looked at them and asked why she was lecturing Fang Zhang like that. Inside the villa's study, Fang Zhang stood in the middle, recounting everything that had happened. Chen Bai asked him to stay behind after the auction ended and then laid out 2 demands. Minister Fang lost his patience and snapped, telling him to stop acting like a coward, stand straight, and just spit it out already. Fang Zhang raised his hands quickly, summarizing the demands Chen Bai had made. He explained that the first rule from Chen Bai was never to share the talents, opportunities, or private dungeons of other group members with the government. The second rule was not to use his wealth to disrupt any trades within the group. Minister Fang tilted his head, interlocking his fingers, as he stared at him, asking if he had agreed. Fang Zhang grinned widely and proudly announced that he absolutely did, and even told him that the government respected him. He clarified they never ordered him to spy, only to build relations and avoid offending anyone. Hearing this, Minister Fang stood up abruptly, furrowing his brow as he began lecturing him again for his actions. They told him not to offend anyone, yet he bought out the entire auction, upsetting everyone there. In the process, hearing this, Fang Zhang hung his head. He knew he messed up and quietly apologized. Captain Fang raised a finger, stepping closer to offer a solution for his next moves. Within Group 001, no matter how Chen Bai viewed them, he just needed to perform well from now on, to prove himself. Highly excited, Fang Zhang raised his hand, assuring his father that Chen Bai really did not care or hold a grudge, showing goodwill by selling him an incredible item for 10,000 gold coins under value, like it was nothing. 10,000 gold, his father roared in absolute shock. Fang Ning also whipped her head around to complain. The government gave him gold to use wisely, not to throw it away recklessly. But Fang Zhang just smiled confidently, claiming it was a massive win and urging them to look. Smirking, he raised his hand to condense a drop of blood. Even if he gave away all the other gear for free, keeping this alone was worth everything. System notifications rang out. S-tier pure demon blood. Fang Ning gasped in complete disbelief, screaming at the discovery. Captain Fang echoed her cry. An S-tier drop. Meanwhile, Fang Zhang leaned back, admiring the message he just sent. He apologized for offending everyone, claiming he was just a noob who could not resist rare loot, so he bought a warehouse to store it all. Anyone could take what they needed for free at any time with no catches, and they could sell high-tier gear to him for premium prices. He sighed softly, hoping this move would pay off with them. Reading this, Chen Bai chuckled, thinking the kid was pretty interesting. The member named the group's only trash was immediately assigned as the warehouse manager. The only trash quickly promised not to let anyone down and complete the mission. Overlord praised the kid for being generous, while Zheng Shu agreed, calling him a true friend. Wu Ye chimed in, saying he would not hold back. Overlord laughed, reminding Wu Ye that all this gear came from Shushin, meaning an unpromoted class, could not even equip it anyway. Wu Ye playfully asked when he had offended Overlord, leaving Han Wang laughing hysterically at the banter. After enjoying the chat, Chen Bai picked up his mask, lost in thought about his progress. The demon blood he collected from the 10th floor fused into 2 double S tiers and 1 S tier, making 3 double S in total, but his mask still refused to fuse. Inside his bedroom at the central villa in Chen Bai City, he stared forward with a frown, wondering why 3 double S tiers were still not enough to trigger the change, or if that was simply its limit. The mask seemed to scowl back, looking highly annoyed at the blood. Resting his hand on his knee, Chen Bai smirked and realized it just needed more quantity, meaning another trip to the abyss. Glancing to the side, he muttered that his recent trip to Shushan had boosted his stats significantly, and with his newly acquired skills, it was finally time to conquer the 10th floor. Chen Bai waved his hand, opening a spatial portal while casually wondering who the floor's boss even was. Stepping into the section abyss, he looked up, admitting he barely remembered the bosses of the first 66 floors and hoped for cooperation. This time, on the 10th floor, Usa raised 2 massive maces and roared mockingly, welcoming the human back. The floor's commander level 30 demon Captain Usa sneered down at him, surprised he had become the Lord of the Abyss already, but made it clear he did not care. Since the trial restricted levels, he claimed Chen Bai stood absolutely no chance against him now. Looking up with a smile, Chen Bai knew this boss was stubborn. Usa stands on the cliff looking down at Chen Bai with his arms crossed, sneering at him to submit or die. A stat debuff skill seems pretty strong, Usa mutters as his eyes flash with a strange green light. But it is still not enough, he boasts, claiming his stats still far exceed Chen Bai's as the system announces a new skill. This melee war soul skill boosts all attributes by 20% whenever an enemy gets within 5 meters of him. His strength stat now counters mental attacks, but Chen Bai simply raises his hands to unleash his own hellfire of desire. Blazing flames rise up to surround him as the system screen flashes with the activation of his hellfire skill. It gives a massive 50% boost to all stats for 3 minutes, then he activates an equipment skill. Activating the tracker's bone, Chen Bai shapes his hand into a razor-sharp blade as Usa charges right at him. Yu's face twists in pure disbelief, but Chen Bai simply swings his blade and cleanly slices right through Usa's midsection. By the time Chen Bai turns his head, the demon has already crashed to the ground, prompting him to tilt his head and smile. He asks if those stats are still superior now, forcing Usa to scramble up and trigger his passive class skill Bloody Fury. Cursing Chen Bai through gritted teeth, the demon captain roars at the top of his lungs as his raw power explodes. His new stats flash on the screen, showing strength at 1125, agility at 1036, and constitution at 1304. On the other side, Chen Bai raises his blade as his own stats appear, showing 1235 strength and 1392 agility. With his mind stat at 1569, he smirks and says this is exactly what he wanted before instantly raising his blade. He unleashes a storm of thousands of slashes toward Usa, making the demon spit out a massive fountain of fresh blood. Chen Bai stands perfectly still as Usa collapses to the dirt, coughing up blood while his face twists in absolute agony. Chen Bai turns back to look at his dying opponent, calmly asking if there is anything else he wants to say. Usa stares at the ground, admitting defeat and begging the Abyss Lord to let him die like a true warrior instead of a sick dog. Chen Bai looks down with a serious expression, acknowledging him as a fellow warrior and promising to grant his final request. With a swift swing of his blade, he cleanly takes the demon's head and watches as a bright purple light erupts. The purple beam shoots up from the corpse and a system notification alerts him that he has conquered the 10th floor. It declares that the Great Abyss Lord has completed the first step of his conquest, channeling raw abyssal power into his body. He unlocks a brand new class skill called the Lord's Decree, while the watching demons outside go wild over the purple glow. They cheer for their new lord as the light fades, leaving Chen Bai radiating a heavy dominant aura of absolute power. The system explains that this new skill allows him to unconditionally command any demon residing within his conquered abyss floors. He can also summon these abyss creatures to any location in the world by opening a massive dark abyssal gate. Though the skill is much weaker against true god-tier demons, Chen Bai places a hand on his chest in quiet satisfaction. Before, his title of lord was just a name, but now he actually holds real absolute control over this entire realm. Realizing he can master these demonic lives, he turns his gaze aside, deciding it is time to reform the abyss. Chen Bai kneels to touch the soil, declaring in his lordly voice that these first 10 floors will have a new name. He names them the Fields of the Abyss, commanding every single demon on the 10th floor to listen to his voice. His words echo everywhere, banning all infighting and slaughter while ordering the demons to mine the mountains and clear foundations. With a slight smirk on his face, he whispers his ultimate plan to establish a great civilization right on this floor. The nearby demons look at each other in utter confusion upon hearing these words, muttering and whispering among themselves. They wonder how they can even grow stronger without fighting, completely baffled by the idea of building a human civilization. A giant phantom hand of purple energy spreads outward across the land as Chen Bai gestures to silence the complaining crowd. He points out that the new fortress will sit on the southeastern plains, using his abyssal power to outline the walls. After marking the city limits, he extends his hand to show them a special incentive to get them working. He promises that those who work hardest will receive the ultimate reward of S-rank pure demon blood for their efforts. The demons widen their eyes in absolute shock, shouting in pure excitement over the chance to claim that legendary S-rank bloodline. Instantly, one smart demon grabs a massive rock and starts running, leaving the others panicking that they are falling behind. The entire horde suddenly turns into a frantic construction crew, forgetting all about fighting to secure that precious reward. They beg their lord to let them work suddenly, declaring a passionate love for labor and charging forward like madmen. They aggressively scramble over heavy rocks and materials, acting like a bunch of brainless idiots just to win the prize. Only clever little imps like them can build such sturdy walls, boasting that their massive fallen demon tribe has the advantage. The prize will surely belong to them, while Chen Bai watches the massive horde of demons rushing over in surprise. One confused demon carrying a heavy rock asks another what they are doing and why they are moving the wall. Another imp nearby immediately yells back, calling him an idiot for not digging up the soil and laying a foundation first. Chen Bai can only facepalm and sigh at the chaotic sight, realizing he was too careless with these otherwise intelligent creatures. Since birth, they have only known battle, so he strokes his chin, realizing he must teach them how to actually construct walls. They need to learn teamwork and division of labor, and a sudden smirk spreads across his face as a plan strikes him. Just then, Leto steps out from a glowing blue portal, warmly greeting his favorite human and asking how he can help. The goblin merchant mentions a fresh batch of advanced machinery he just imported from the dwarven blacksmiths and the steam deity. Chen Bai points toward the construction site, explaining that the first city of the abyss is underway, but the demons lack experience. With a raised hand, he asks if Leto has any special tools to help the demons succeed with this massive project. After all, this fortress will soon host the goblins' future commercial headquarters, and shortly after, two demons start operating some heavy equipment. They feed huge stones into a grinding machine while smaller imps on the other side empty large sacks of raw materials. Leto points proudly at the machinery, explaining that both belong to his newest shipment of highly advanced specialized equipment. One machine crushes stone into powder while the other mixes perfect adhesive, which he proudly mentions is made of premium materials. These abyss-grade construction binders are exceptionally durable, but Chen Bai stands behind him with a curious look on his face. He asks the merchant if a simple cement business is not a bit too minor for a high-ranking goblin like him. Leto turns around with a serious expression, replying that while every bit of profit counts, he did not come for that. Even small profits are still money, but his main goal here is actually to present a much grander blueprint design. The goblin conjures a set of magical cards, offering to let Chen Bai choose any city blueprint he likes for free. He's willing to give away these premium designs, but the young man politely waves his hand in refusal. Chen Bai explains he only wants to build the outer walls, and whoever owns the land inside can construct their own. The merchant frowns at this, wondering if such a chaotic approach will turn the entire city into an unorganized mess. Chen Bai smiles, pointing out that the first city of the abyss should naturally reflect the chaotic nature of the realm. Besides, if the rest of the city is chaotic, the goblins' highly organized district will stand out even more. Leto beams with excitement, admitting that he cannot wait to see what this crazy city looks like when it is finished. Chen Bai points into the distance, explaining that the main entrance will be near the Well of the Abyss. His own mansion will sit at the very back, meaning Leto can pick any spot he likes for his guild right now. He just needs to leave his mark on the chosen plot, prompting the merchant to accept the generous offer gladly. Leto steps toward a magic circle and marks his spot, stating he will immediately begin preparing for construction. Chen Bai bids the goblin merchant a warm farewell, wishing him a safe trip back to his guild. Leto waves back before vanishing, leaving the young man standing with hands on hips, pondering the city's future. A massive city cannot just have one goblin building, especially since Mycantus wanted to construct a cozy place for the succubus. He wonders if the other 5 demon kings want to build anything here, resolving to personally ask them about it. Since Baphomet and Jin Woohoo have notorious tempers, he figures this is a perfect chance to improve their relationship. Opening a fresh spatial portal, he knows that gaining their support is the only way to truly control the abyss. The moment he steps onto the 279th floor, Baphomet drops down with a massive battle axe raised high. The giant demon lord welcomes him with a fierce roar, bringing the weapon crashing down in a cloud of dust. Chen Bai effortlessly catches the massive blade with a single hand, calmly stating he is not there for a battle. Baphomet pulls his weapon back and yells at him to get lost if he has no intention of fighting. Defeating his mere shadow is not enough, as he vows never to submit until his true body is beaten in battle. Chen Bai raises his hand to speak calmly, explaining that he has already inherited the true power of the abyss. The demon lord scowls in anger, snapping that he knows otherwise Chen Bai would not have survived that heavy blow. Gesturing with his hands, Chen Bai clarifies that he is talking about something far greater than simple defense. He reveals that he now possesses the power to lead every demon completely out of this dark underworld realm. Baphomet scowls with suspicion, grumbling about how boring this conversation is. Chen Bai simply curls his lips into a light smile. He asks softly if it really is that boring. Smiling with absolute confidence, Chen Bai looks at the demon and adds, "What if I move your temple there? You will get endless battles and even the authority of the god of war." Baphomet glances to the side, muttering that even with all of that, he still has zero reason to submit to him. Chen Bai extends his hand, offering a smooth persuasion. With Baphomet's grand stature, surely he would want to assist in this. After all, it helps the growth of the abyss while speeding up his own progress. Baphomet furrows his brows deeply, considering the offer. Baphomet stares straight ahead and gives his firm answer. Of course, he says, if Chen Bai can make them both stronger. If the abyss and Baphomet grow more powerful, and if Baphomet is in a good mood, he might help with a few tasks. Chen Bai looks him dead in the eye, asking if he actually wants to hear the master plan. Baphomet urges him on with pure impatience, telling him to get to the point. Meanwhile, Jin Woohoo's glowing red eyes stare in silence. The beast watches Chen Bai closely on the 375th layer. But Chen Bai clarifies that he does not want submission. Instead, he is here to deliver a massive opportunity. Having built a city on layer 10, he wants to place the 6 gods' statues there. This will allow them to gather the power of faith, Looking down, Jinwoo sneers, asking if this tiny benefit is meant to buy him. Chen Bai simply raises a finger, throwing in another condition. He can also help Jinwoo escape the abyss to get revenge. Plus, he mentions that Jinwoo's original legendary weapon was not actually the dagger that was used to slay Cruz Wright. The god gasps, grabbing his weapon on the 400th layer. Chen Bai then turns his attention to Gabble with a serious question. He asks Gabble if he wants to confront the god of death or Morpheus to reclaim his power and restore ancient Hades' glory. Gabble does not hesitate for even a single second, immediately shouting out that, of course, he wants to restore that legendary glory. Then on the 350th layer, Winifred looks down and promises that Chen Bai can always call on them for help, no matter how big the trouble is inside or outside the abyss. Down on layer 500, Agaris bows his head in agreement. He quickly promises to cooperate so long as Chen Bai helps restore the ultimate glory of his beloved master, Lord Satan. In another corner of the abyss, Mycantus leans back with a playful smirk, her voice dripping with absolute amusement. She praises her lord for getting all 6 gods to play along, then asks when she gets to choose her own cozy chamber. Resting on a bed in layer 437, Chen Bai tells her not to rush. Since he promised the others, she will definitely get her room. He then mentions her legendary war against Harrows. Because she could not leave the abyss for long, she had to stay in the mortal world. Mentioning Harrows instantly triggers her rage. She angrily curses that terrible bitch for stealing one of the most fundamental and raw powers of the entire universe: reproduction. They are mortal enemies. Chen Bai sits up from the bed, realizing the depth of their eternal feud. He tells her to contact him whenever she needs to leave the abyss, glancing over at her with a knowing look. He promises to help her defeat Hans Rose. She looks down softly, admitting she was not always at the bottom. To avoid the seductive influence of her slannish power, her ancient enemy has always desperately guarded her own virginity. Mycantus kneels right on the bed, looking up at Chen Bai as she explains the mechanics of their deadlock. Staying pure makes it impossible to fully master the power of reproduction, meaning they are locked in a mutual stalemate. But with the Lord on her side, the abyss will grow stronger and she will finally crush that rival. She giggles, suggesting they make her a personal maid. Chen Bai chuckles, saying that is far too easy on her. She is taken aback, asking if he has other wild ideas. Mycantus rubs her chin, tilting her head curiously. She admits the Lord has already shown her plenty of exciting new things. Chen Bai stands up, casting a quick glance. He tells her that although she is a powerful born deity of the abyss, her experience is still far too limited. There are far more entertaining things to do than just keeping a slave or a maid. Later, Chen Bai meets Baphomet. He welcomes him to the center of the city on layer 10. Pointing to the right, he explains the layout. The gates open straight toward the abyss well. Pointing to an empty plot of land, he explains it belongs to Leto. The rest of the space is entirely up to Baphomet. The demon god grinds his teeth, clutching his blade. He asks if Chen Bai really brought the god of trade here. Chen Bai smiles back, asking if he dislikes Leto. Baphomet replies coldly that as long as it benefits the abyss and respects their rules, he will tolerate him. Watching him, Chen Bai silently notes how practical this god of the Minotaurs and barbarians actually is. Baphomet is incredibly straightforward. He slams his broadsword deep into the ground, cracking the earth, then lets go to begin gesturing wildly. A glowing magic circle begins to rise from beneath their feet. Even the nearby demons busy hauling heavy crates stop and stare in absolute shock. Chen Bai claps his hands in genuine admiration. He congratulates Baphomet, noting that the Colosseum is the very first completed structure in Abyss City. But Baphomet does not care about any of that. He just shrugs. So what? Send me back to wait for a real challenger. He tells Chen Bai to send him back to the arena to wait for their true challenge, reminding him not to forget his promise. Chen Bai nods with a serious expression, giving his word. Of course, he promises and wishes Baphomet farewell until they meet again. With a quick wave of his hand, Baphomet is teleported away. Once the giant demon vanishes, Chen Bai falls deep into thought. Next on the list is gathering double S-grade demon bloodlines to attempt a triple S-grade fusion. He rubs his chin, muttering to himself. He wonders which dungeon floor he should sweep next. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the abyss, instantly catching his undivided attention. He watches with growing intrigue as a mysterious purple liquid begins to rise rapidly inside the well. Is the well about to erupt? It is indeed the abyss well, and an eruption is imminent. He dashes forward, remembering that when demon numbers on a floor drop, the well reacts. The well will spew out demon eggs to replenish the population until the quota is filled. He wonders why he did not think of this sooner. Reaching the edge of the well, just in time, he watches a massive thorn-covered egg shoot straight up into the air. Spreading his arms wide, he realizes that if he absorbs them fast enough, the well will just keep erupting with more eggs. Sure, it drains some of the abyss's overall power, but the one getting stronger is him, the true lord of the abyss. Chen Bai immediately begins absorbing the eggs one by one. Under his immense pressure, the target eggs begin to tremble violently. Half a month later, Chen Bai is lounging lazily by the well. as it continues to spit out endless waves of eggs. Restfully gapping his hands behind his head, he thinks it is finally over. Suddenly, the creepy mask floats up wearing a wide grin. Chen Bai sits straight up and tosses several fused double S-grade bloodlines forward. He asks if it is finally awake and done playing dead. He offers them to the mask, teasing that it is practically drooling. The mask eagerly opens its mouth and gobbles them all up. Having eaten its fill, the mask closes its eyes in pure satisfaction. Chen Bai watches silently before waving his hand to open a portal. He wonders how long the triple S-grade bloodline fusion will take. To kill time, he decides to head over to Mount Shushan. Arriving at the legendary sect, Chen Bai stands at the base looking up at the majestic towering peaks in absolute awe. The scale of Shushan is breathtaking. Although other players have shared found locations in the group chat, there is still no sign of the treasure pavilion. He crosses his arms and ponders. Thanks to the demon-locking tower, he has amassed a massive pile of sect contribution points. Clearing that level 10 to 89 Hell-grade dungeon really paid off. Now he just needs to locate the treasure pavilion to cash them in. Dashing forward like the wind, he is incredibly eager to locate the pavilion and finally see what rare treasures are waiting for him inside. Finally reaching the treasure pavilion, Chen Bai leans over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. This place was incredibly hard to find. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he realizes he searched all 4 peaks with his time nearly up, but he finally found the damn place. Chen Bai pushes the heavy doors open and steps inside. Immediately, an old mysterious voice echoes through the dusty halls, questioning who has arrived. The voice wonders if the Celestial Gate is opening again, asking if Chen Bai is the designated successor of the legendary Shushan sect. Suddenly, the pavilion's spirit manifests right behind him quickly, noting that he does not carry the distinct aura of a Shushan disciple. The old woman smiles gently, realizing he is the fortunate outsider with immortal affinity who managed to conquer the difficult Shushan trials. A system prompt identifies her as a level 60 special creature. Chen Bai turns to her respectfully, asking if he can trade his points here. The old lady nods warmly, confirming that as long as he possesses the contribution tokens, he is free to redeem his points. She swipes her hand across a dark screen, asking him what kind of treasures he is looking to purchase today. Instantly, a massive list of exchangeable items appears, ranging from standard disciple robes and basic weapons to standard gear and special pills. It features everything from green-grade armor pieces to homemade Shushan fasting pills and highly coveted body-tempering medicines. Chen Bai stands with his hands on his hips, scanning the options thoroughly before filtering the list to show only S-grade items. He is genuinely surprised by what pops up next. An S-grade weapon priced at a staggering 1 million contribution points. There is even an S-grade flying immortal pill for 200,000 points, though it requires an elder rank to purchase. Even a double S-grade sword is available for 5 million points, leaving Chen Bai completely amazed by their incredible inventory. Shushan really is packed with premium loot. As he continues staring at the shop menu, a group chat notification suddenly blinks. It shows that their group leader Bai has just uploaded a brand new map of the Shushan's secret realm for everyone. He also uploaded a short preview video displaying the rare exchangeable treasures inside the pavilion, instantly grabbing Shui Chuan's attention. The group chat instantly explodes with excitement as messages pour in. Shushan's future leader even chimed in. I still haven't found a single location yet. Boss Bai already did. Han Wang noted that time is precious. Boss Bai really is the absolute best. He specially helped the team locate so many incredible top-tier treasure pavilions. Shui Chuan immediately thanked Boss Bai. Meanwhile, Yi Zi is acting so gentle that people are already falling for her. No more yes-man act from Liu Huai. As for Yi Zi, she just leaned back and smiled at the flattery. Hands resting together, she chuckled. Over in Chen Bai City, Chen Bai sat comfortably with his legs crossed. He laughed softly at the screen. Telling everyone to quiet down, he prepared to deliver some incredibly major news. A massive event is coming. If anyone has time-consuming tasks lined up, they should drop them immediately. Otherwise, they will miss out on key opportunities. Suddenly, Song Zixiang walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Everyone had arrived surrounding him. Sitting beside Chen Bai, she asked what important instructions he had for them. He simply tossed over a bunch of small bags. Lu Li opened hers and pulled out a small pill. It granted a 10-point boost to all stats. Su Xin cheered happily. 10 pills meant a 100-point attribute boost. Chen Bai remained perfectly calm. He added that a massive world fusion would occur in the near future. Song Zixiang was highly confused. Chen Bai slowly explained that Blue Star is the central trial ground of the universe. But it is not the only trial ground. Countless other worlds exist out there across the vast cosmos. When those outer worlds fail to meet the required standards, they get merged directly into Blue Star. Most of these worlds are completely ruined, filled with powerful monsters, though a few lucky survivors might remain. Crucially, before every fusion, that collapsing world temporarily opens up as a secret zone. A massive opportunity. None of them had advanced their classes yet, Chen Bai glanced at Song Zixiang, telling her to prepare. Su Xin immediately backed out, too weak for combat. Lu Li agreed, pointing out their lack of power. Only Song Zixiang and Lang Shuang had real combat strength, meaning those two would definitely go. The rest would stay and guard Chen Bai City. Song Zixiang agreed, confirming she and Lang Shuang would enter. She trusted Su Xin, Lu Li, Qin Lingyu, and Zi Wei to manage things. Hearing this, Song Ji pointed to herself. What about me? Song Zixiang just smiled, asking the others to watch her silly daughter so she wouldn't cause trouble. Song Ji pouted, asking if she was even her real mom. Chen Bai just stood there with his hands pocketed. The secret zone was set to open soon. He told the fighters to prepare, then turned to Song Zixiang. He wanted to test their current strength. Smiling, she suggested they head over to their private training ground, a secluded area in the western ravine. Chen Bai nodded in approval, telling her to lead the way. As he followed her, his thoughts drifted. The zombie world fusion. Honestly, he knew very little about it. In his past life, he was down in the abyss, too busy trying to unlock the Demon Hunter class. He only remembered this fusion because of Shu Shen's great gear and his own unupgraded biochemical disaster glove. The glove required a massive slaughter to evolve. The weapon had to eliminate 100,000 mutated biochemical enemies. Additionally, it needed 100 high-tier mutated variants to finally upgrade into a powerful self-growing soul weapon. The basic target of 100,000 was already done, but the high-tier variant count remained at 26. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Once the fusion began, he could finally upgrade it and unlock a massive power spike. Arriving at the training field, Song Zixiang welcomed him. Chen Bai nodded, telling her to attack first. He wanted her to go all out without holding back. Song Zixiang braced herself, reaching her hand forward. Instantly, Chen Bai was bound tightly, unable to move. Song Zixiang leaped up, unleashing sharp purple ice. He shattered the surrounding ice instantly using mental force. Absolutely effortless. Song Zixiang was completely stunned. Cold sweat ran down her face under his freezing glare. She landed back down as he walked closer. He called off the match right there. Song Zixiang dropped to one knee, deeply disappointed by her performance. She lamented not even using her class skills yet. Chen Bai just smiled and helped her stand up. He comforted her, advising her to stop constantly linking her mental force to maintain control unnecessarily. It might slightly lower her power, but it was much safer. Backlashes wouldn't hurt her anymore. Understand? Song Zixiang looked up, finally realizing the critical flaw of her mental control abilities when facing an absolute master. The weapon is grabbed and locked tight. Chen Bai commends her intelligence. He turns around to face Lang Shuang, who immediately lunges forward like a gust of wind. Before he can even finish his sentence, her hand balled into a tight fist. Chen Bai gasps, absolutely stunned by her explosive speed. As Lang Shuang throws a heavy punch, he swiftly dodges to the side, but his footing falters slightly from the unexpected strike, prompting Lang Shuang to draw a dagger with her other hand. Chen Bai reacts, instantly catching her arm before the blade can plunge down. Not bad, he praises as Lang Shuang lands gracefully. Your combat skills are honestly not that far behind mine, but since we lived in peaceful times, your life and death experience is lacking. Show me your talent tree. Slightly taken aback, she complies, saying yes. Chen Bai stands in deep thought, carefully reviewing Lang Shuang's skill panel. She has the A-grade talent path of the assassin split into two branches, stealth enhancement and burst power. Why did you ignore the burst damage branch and focus entirely on boosting your stealth? Lang Shuang quickly explains that her Demon Hunter class already possesses plenty of burst skills. Chen Bai nods in realization, seeing that once she got the class, she immediately bolstered her stealth. A very smart choice, he says, opening a dimensional door and telling her to follow him. The two arrive at the first level of the abyss, standing on a high peak. Lang Shuang cautiously scans their surroundings, noticing how heavy the demonic presence is. Chen Bai nods, confirming that they are on the first floor. A demon hunter likely has several stat buffs and special skills that can only be unlocked by slaying demons. You will train right here, and your success depends entirely on your own effort. I will not be staying to protect you. In a few days, I will return, and hopefully, what I find isn't your dead body. Feeling quite anxious, Lang Shuang still nods, promising she will not let him down. Suddenly, a group of nearby demons spot Lang Shuang and Chen Bai. Grinning with sheer excitement, they whisper to one another in their demonic tongue, noting that the humans have entered a cave with no other exits. They immediately charge forward, screaming at each other to back off because that prey belongs to them. Watching the frantic race, Chen Bai smiles, silently advising her to test the enemy's strength, map out the terrain to find advantageous positions, and control the numbers to avoid any deadly surprises. And now it is time to reel in the net. Honestly, Lang Shuang is doing incredibly well. In just a brief moment, she has already taken down a demon. In his past life, she wasn't as famous as Song Ziqiang, but she was definitely Song Ziqiang's hidden trump card. Chen Bai looks at her with absolute satisfaction, knowing that in this life she will become the sharpest blade under his command. He looks up at the dark, oppressive sky, realizing that from here on out, she is completely on her own. With a faint smile, he summons the warehouse space. Entering the vault, he is quite surprised to find a familiar mask waiting for him, except this time it has sprouted two devilish horns. Reaching out, he touches it. This mask has never acted like this before. Intriguing. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts from its open mouth. Wait, did it actually succeed? This is a legendary SSS-Rank bloodline with a pulse that feels so intense that even the slight vibration makes him feel extremely suffocated. Any weaker evolver wouldn't even have the right to stand near it. He lifts the SSS-Rank bloodline, which now belongs entirely to him. This is the pure blood of the Demon Overlord, a unique power forged deep within the abyss. The royal demon lineage represents natural rulers born with the blessing of the deep, requirements to use none. The abyss respects anyone bold enough to try, but it never shows mercy to the weak. It is either success or death. Do you think you can conquer it? Chen Bai's eyes widen as he reads the system notification. He confidently grabs it, feeling excited to make it his. But the moment he touches the bloodline, he grits his teeth in absolute agony. Every single cell in his body feels like it is being stabbed by needles. Trembling, he quickly pulls his hand back. This private warehouse is just a projection. It is merely an interactive projection. His real body is still down on the first level of the abyss, meaning he cannot fuse the bloodline here. He calms down to weigh his options. If some brainless demon interrupts him, it will be a massive headache. Chen Bai frowns. He tensely searches for the safest path forward. Finally, he steps onto a nearby rock and makes his decision. To ensure there are no slip-ups, he must seal the demon Satan inside the Ring of Solomon first, and then make his way down to the abyssal well. That place is the absolute safest place for him. Inside the abyssal well, Chen Bai begins to fuse the SSS-tier bloodline. But the demonic energy is far too wild and violent, causing his body to break down. He grits his teeth, watching his own arms slowly freeze over. The black light virus is also suppressed and absorbed by the demonic blood. With his regeneration completely offline, his body begins to crack open, putting him in extreme danger. Since there is no other way out, he has no choice but to endure this agonizing process. He pours every ounce of his strength into surviving. Moments later, the painful cracks on his skin finally begin to fade away. The dark energy of the abyss is helping heal his collapsing physical form. Coming to the abyssal well was definitely the right move. 2 days later, Chen Bai steps out of the depths, completely transformed. Exhausted, that feeling of being skinned alive has finally stopped. Looking back, about 2 days have already slipped by. Every inch of Chen Bai's flesh, mental energy, and even his soul have completely collapsed and put themselves back together. He looks at his body with total satisfaction, his heart now converted into a demon core. The bloodline fusion is finally ending. But suddenly dark thoughts echo inside his mind. Kill, just kill. He freezes. Why this sudden overwhelming urge to slaughter? The voice screams again, telling him to slaughter them all. Chen Bai quickly realizes this is not his own mind speaking. It is the raw primal bloodlust of the demon bloodline, and it is hitting him way too fast and hard. He can't suppress it in time. Panic sets in as his eyes turn a burning crimson. Kill. 2 days fly by. A demon lord watches in shock as a dark figure flies toward him. This beast rules the 11th floor of the abyss. Shaking, the demon stammers out, a pureblood demon lord. Chen Bai lands right in front of him, spreading his wings. He laughs as the system announces he has conquered the 11th floor, gaining full control and 11 points to all stats. But that maddening voice is still screaming kill. He instantly lunges at the demon lord, completely trapped in his own bloodlust. This primal urge is the final ultimate test. Luckily, Chen Bai manages to hold onto a tiny shred of his sanity. Meanwhile, notifications pop up. He has already conquered the 13th floor, gaining ultimate control and 13 points to all stats. Chen Bai struggles to focus. He has to reclaim his body fast, or he will just watch himself slaughter everything forever. He smiles inwardly, reaching out with absolute confidence. It is just about mastering a little bloodlust, and he has done this before. System alerts continue to flood his vision. He has cleared the 14th floor, boosting all of his base stats by 14. Next is the 15th floor, adding another 15 points. Through it all, Chen Bai is quietly planning his next move. He is waiting for his body to tire out. Once that bloodlust is temporarily satisfied, that will be his moment to strike. Controlled by rage, his body screams into the void. It clears the 19th floor, bringing 19 more points to all stats. The urge is still driving him. But as the system registers the takeover of floor 19, Chen Bai prepares to act. He clenches his fist tightly. Right then, his physical form freezes as the primal instinct senses something is very wrong. The bloodlust tries to scream for more death, but Chen Bai instantly wrestles back control. asking what exactly it wants to kill. One of his eyes returns to normal. The rage keeps howling, but he commands this tiny instinct to submit to its master. The system chimes in. Bloodline fusion is complete, awarding him the legendary SSS rank Pureblood Demon King bloodline. Chen Bai smiles, totally satisfied with his victory. He knew he could conquer this power, and now he lies back to check the details. The SSS rank bloodline grants him a perfect body. It guarantees he can never be hit with a fatal blow. He is completely immune to crippling status effects, and enemies can never trigger weakness-based damage against him. His recovery rate is multiplied by 100%, granting him near total immunity to curses and elemental attacks. His magic and all attributes are permanently boosted by 30%, unlocking a special demon transformation ability. He can now transform into a full demon with infinite duration, only consuming a little mental energy to sustain it. This form doubles his base stats, enhances his bloodline effects, and unlocks exclusive abilities with a 12-hour cooldown. Chen Bai sits up, thoroughly impressed. This bloodline is incredibly simple, yet absolutely devastating in terms of raw power. Its passive ability, Abyss Blood, can devour and absorb anything, allowing him to hold 9 different bloodline powers simultaneously. Best of all, it eliminates any bloodline conflicts. Right now, he holds 1 out of 9 potential slots. He pushes himself up, realizing he has 8 more slots to fill. His SS rank elf bloodline might be next. Maybe he can upgrade that to SSS rank. That leaves 7 more to find. The ultimate goal is closer than ever. Meanwhile, on floor 437 in Mycanthus's palace, the Demon Queen speaks with an intrigued, knowing smile. She mentions how the Lord promised her entertainment, and his demon form paired with that dark armor is truly mesmerizing. Slowly leaning in close to Chen Bai, she whispers softly, expressing how deeply captivated she is by his terrifying appearance. She praises his immense growth and admits his vast knowledge has deepened her own understanding of the dark arts. Chen Bai stares directly into her eyes, calmly warning her that soon enough she will be the one begging for mercy. She looks amused and curious, but Chen Bai cuts her off, questioning her innate authority over this domain. Despite her natural power, she does not seem to fully grasp it yet. Mycanthus nods gently, admitting he is right. She confesses that while her authority gives her some instinctive knowledge, she does not know absolutely everything. There are still countless secrets to discover, and she expects him to help her put them into practice. The abyss had been sealed for ages. Hearing this, Chen Bai turns around. He asks her to explain authority. Mycanthus looks into the void ahead. Naturally, she explains authority is both a rule and the universe's core logic. Suddenly, Chen Bai's eyes flicker. A system notification pops up in front of him with urgent news. The first trial world fusion starts in 7 days. His expression instantly turns dead serious. The fusion is finally happening. The screen expands to show details about the merging world. It is merging with a biochemical zombie world across 44 million square kilometers, targeting human settlements. 30 minutes later, this biochemical zombie world will open early as a secret realm. All level 10 evolvers who have chosen their class can enter to explore this zombie world before the actual fusion begins. At the very same time, Wu Ye reads the notification screen as endless messages flood the chat. The group chat goes wild, asking Wu Ye if this is the exact event Boss Bai warned about. Overlord agrees it must be. They ask Wu Ye if he has advanced his class yet for this. Everyone wonders when a suitable class will appear. Yizi mentions that Boss Bai is incredibly mysterious and powerful. They ask if he has inside info. Chen Bai replies he knows little, warning everyone to be careful. Evolvers worldwide can enter. One group member realizes they will definitely encounter players from other nations. Another member asks if they are considered a different faction now, and Chen Bai confirms it. Meanwhile, Anthony leans back on his sofa, staring at the screen. He wonders if that top dragon country player will join. Elsewhere, Luca rests his sword against the ground, confident there will be plenty of lives for him to teach. Nearby, a young swordswoman sits up straight, silently reading the notification. Meanwhile, deep inside a dense forest, Lu Li speaks up with a timid voice, noting that the fusion their master mentioned is about to start. She tells sister Song Zishang to rest. Song Zishang looks around the area before speaking up. The notice mentioned the fusion zone targets human settlements, meaning Chen Bai City must prepare itself for what is coming. She looks deeply worried. If a part of the zombie world suddenly merges into Chen Bai City, things will get bad. They must prepare a solid plan to respond to this crisis. Lu Li nods slightly in agreement, promising to do so. Suddenly, Song Ziqiang turns and calls out, welcoming Chen Bai back. A glowing circle appears and Chen Bai steps out. He is supporting Lang Shuang. Lu Li calls Su Xin over to help heal them. Lu Li looks toward him, quickly obeying his command. Chen Bai sounds worried, directing them to the lounge while checking on Lang Shuang. As Song Ziqiang supports her, Lang Shuang quickly assures them she has no serious injuries. Chen Bai's face grows solemn. He reminds them that the secret realm opens in under 10 minutes. Since they are weak, they should not rush. He advises them to recover first, then enter as a duo later. Song Ziqiang quickly realizes his real intention. It seems Chen Bai plans to tackle the secret realm alone, so she wishes him a highly successful run. Chen Bai nods confidently. The system notification chimes in confirming his entry into the biochemical zombie world. Landing in Zhangsheng City, the system offers an option to spend 1 gold coin to reset his landing location. He can check his points and access the shop at any time or exit the secret realm whenever he wishes. Re-entry will cost 1 silver coin. Standing in the middle of a ruined city, he murmurs the city name. Chen Bai's eyes flash as a wild zombie rushes him from behind. It moves with impressive speed, but he easily spins around to block the attack with one hand. The beast is frozen instantly, its blank eyes staring uselessly. Its stats pop up, revealing a level 16 zombie with skills like blood craving and total pain immunity. A weird secret trigger reveals this monster hid 102,109 yuan in a toilet tank. Defeating a mid-tier zombie yields 10 contribution points and allows him to absorb a highly concentrated, dangerous, mutated virus. He gains 200 virus points and 100 blacklight virus points. Scanning the ruined streets, he smiles. This place is absolutely perfect for him. Before long, more zombies begin creeping out from the nearby dark alleys. Chen Bai frowns, wondering why there are so few of them around. He pulls out a bucket of thick, fresh blood. Knowing they have keen tracking senses, he prepared in advance. Taking a step forward, he calls out to them. He tempts them with the bucket of demon blood, spreading a pungent scent that drives the monsters absolutely wild. Even the sleeping zombies in the distance wake up slowly, dragging themselves toward the smell of fresh blood. Following the scent of blood, Chen Bai's gaze turns freezing cold. "Come at me, zombies," he whispers before turning to run quickly, calculating his next move. He plans to lure them to the city center. Meanwhile, in another area, Anthony holds a massive balloon in his hands. His body floats high in the air as a smug grin spreads across his face, telling the foolish creatures below to die. The balloons detonate, sending massive shockwaves that leave the zombies below screaming in agony. Anthony is absolutely thrilled. In just 1 hour, he has already slaughtered hundreds of monsters, convinced he will stay far ahead of everyone else. But then his brow furrows as he gasps out in disbelief. What? The system leaderboard suddenly flashes right before his eyes. First place is Chen Bai with over 150,000 points, leaving LCK and Anthony Douglas far behind. Anthony sits at third with nearly 7,000 points, followed by another Dragon Country player in fourth place. Clenching his fists, Anthony grits his teeth. How is this possible? That Dragon Country weakling must be cheating. Meanwhile, Chen Bai continues wiping out monsters in the city. His score easily surpasses 150,000 points. While the horde here is small and has 5 high-grade mutated variants, eyes flashing with cold intent, he prepares to absorb them. Devouring them will trigger his evolution, allowing him to extract memories for crucial intel before moving on to the next city. Chen Bai closes his eyes, diving into a sea of fragmented thoughts. The zombies' minds are shattered, offering only tiny glimpses. He locates a major city to the southwest, muttering to himself that the outbreak seems to lead back to Company X. Since this very city has a branch of Company X, Chen Bai opens his eyes and reaches a quick decision. He needs to investigate the source of the outbreak. Later inside the facility, he holds a strange vial, examining it closely. There's nothing useful inside the main building, and the workshop only yields a few basic healing potions. Hand on his hip, he sighs. This local branch contains absolutely no clues about what triggered the zombie apocalypse. Looking toward the distant factory, Chen Bai wonders if this branch was simply kept in the dark or if things are hidden deeper. After a moment of thought, he heads that way. Since the apocalypse started, many hidden research labs have emerged as secret dungeons. Spotting a hidden entrance, Chen Bai tilts his head slightly, a faint, confident smile playing on his lips. He has dealt with plenty of these underground chambers before. Stepping up to the heavy steel door, he pushes with all his might. He forces it open. Pitch blackness greets him, meaning he will have to rely on his sensory perception to navigate the dark. Slipping inside, Chen Bai glides swiftly through the deep tunnel, his eyes catching the sight of decayed bodies scattered ahead. The placement of the corpses tells him a story. The monsters actually broke into this underground facility from the outside. This means to find the actual origin of the virus, he has to track down the main headquarters. His eyes flash as he activates his special skill, the Eye of Secrets, scanning the dark room ahead. What he finds inside leaves him stunned. Before him stands a terrifying, newly evolved breed of zombie. Hearing his approach, the level 20 beast form genetic warrior turns around, locked onto Chen Bai with pure hostility. The system scan reveals a tragic tale. To protect critical files during the initial outbreak, this soldier injected himself with experimental serum. He died mid-transformation, leaving behind a half-finished beast warrior that blindly attacks anything in its path. Without hesitation, the beast lunges at Chen Bai with razor-sharp claws, yet a tiny fragment of its human soul remains. It still refuses to let go of the research case. Trying to pry it away will trigger its berserk mode. Dodging the strike, Chen Bai notices the briefcase gripped tightly in its dead hand, respecting the soldier's undying loyalty. Leaping into the air, Chen Bai bids him to rest in peace. With a swift movement, his blade is drawn. He cleanly severs the monster's neck, then kneels down to retrieve the medical container left on the floor. This is a great find. Though only Grade B, it allows a player to unlock a highly specialized class. Consuming this Grade B serum fuses human DNA with beast genes, offering a path to becoming a powerful hybrid warrior. With the right technique, the user can unlock the beast form class. Intrigued, he opens another compartment of the chest. There lies the document the soldier died protecting. Picking it up, Chen Bai is surprised to find a class transfer scroll. Scanning the text, he realizes this document contains the exact scientific methods needed to master the genetic modifications. By following these detailed research logs, anyone who takes the serum can successfully complete the painful transition. They can safely claim the Grade B geneticist class. The best part is this scroll has unlimited uses. With enough serum, he could theoretically mass-produce Grade B genetic soldiers. A smirk tugs at the corner of his lips. Endless possibilities race through his mind. But then his eyes land on another scroll, a Grade A energy gunner class. Countless high-tech upgrades to boost his own class, giving him insane firearm control that can unleash the full efficiency of sci-fi gear. A familiar memory flashes in Chen Bai's mind, making him smile perfectly, suiting Wei Si. Her talents of extreme vision and scouting are perfect for this class transfer. Then buying a high-tier sniper rifle from Li Tu. That is an elite strategy. Just then, a system notification pops up. A level 20 special infected beast-type zombie warrior transformed to protect crucial research documents and high-ranking personnel. Infected by the virus, he injected himself with a fatal genetic modification serum, dying during the process to become a half-finished beast zombie warrior. Looking around, Chen Bai suddenly realizes the beast was protecting a senior executive alongside those documents. Chen Bai looks closely at the man, lying on the ground, thinking this must be him. Lin Yuan, eyes wide, frozen in his final moment before death. He reaches out to pick up the business card lying by the corpse, reading it aloud. General Manager of Company X in Dust City, Lin Yuan. This card should unlock something interesting. Just then, a clear notification rings out. You have obtained the special ID card of a Company X senior manager, completing the hidden exploration of the Dust City branch and triggering a secret quest. This special dungeon will open in 4 days, and only those carrying the senior manager ID card can enter. Hearing this, he nods in satisfaction. That special senior manager card is incredibly useful. It looks like others can enter as well, not just himself. Chen Bai looks at the interesting map markers. Company X branches probably exist in every city. Without hesitation, he shares this info in the group chat, alerting everyone in this apocalypse. If they find Company X, they should explore it to search for the secret research facility and grab a senior manager ID card. They can use it in 4 days to enter the special underground research dungeon, he discovered. Once the message goes out, Bao Wang is the first to reply, saying he got it and thanking Chen Bai. I am no sword immortal replies next, thanking him, followed by the successor of the 5 lightning whips, who asks if anyone has used the points store breakthrough drug yet to awaken a zombie superpower. Chen Bai's eyes widen at this. He realizes he hasn't even checked the points store yet to see what items are available. A shop menu pops up, listing mutation serums, combat suits, and high-frequency daggers, alongside powerful Gauss rifles and high-tier genetic enhancement potions on the list. Chen Bai reaches out to tap the screen, checking the XC mutation serum. It boosts all stats by 15 points and grants permanent immunity to low-tier zombie viruses. For a cost of 1,000 points, he immediately purchases and grabs the serum, the vial, gulping it down without a second thought. His stats immediately spike by 15 points across the board, along with permanent low-tier virus immunity. Confused, he wonders if that's really all he gets, sighing as he messages the group that he failed to awaken any special ability. Bao Wang replies that he had no luck either. They all agree the rates are ridiculously low, so failing to get one is completely normal anyway. But then the successor of the 5 lightning whips speaks up, telling everyone to look at his screen, revealing his new skill, Thunderbolt Flash. It boosts agility by 300% and deals lightning damage to enemies within 3 meters, paralyzing them for 5 seconds. Looking at this, Chen Bai stands with his hands on his hips, narrowing his eyes. A 300% buff is insane, even if it is just for speed, and transforming into lightning is incredibly useful. The group chat instantly explodes with jealousy, with Ba Wang pointing out he only brought up the serum to show off his new skill. Shui Chuan agrees, saying he needs a good thrashing, while Yizi totally supports the idea. Meanwhile, I am no sword immortal reaches out to him directly. Watching them chat, Chen Bai receives a sudden direct message from Wu Ya, begging for urgent help with his class transfer scroll. Chen Bai knows this kid has been holding out for a top-tier class, and rarely begs others. He must have hit a massive wall or run into some serious trouble to reach out like this. Wu Yasai is explaining that he actually found a class transfer opportunity, but the difficulty is just too high. Knowing Chen Bai is busy conquering this apocalyptic world, he hesitated to ask, but this dungeon is too risky. Chen Bai narrows his eyes, asking which dungeon it is. Wu Ya reveals it is the Black Tower, a hell mode realm for levels 10 to 20. Chen Bai's mind raced with dark thoughts. The Hellgrade dungeon was incredibly lethal, having claimed over 100,000 evolved lives in his past life. The entrance popped up randomly across the globe, and every entry led to a completely different floor, making previous runs useless. His expression grew dead serious. The entities haunting the eerie black building were bizarre, with rumors of certain floors being absolute death traps. A cold smile crept onto Chen Bai's face. He never got a shot at this challenge in his past life, but not this time. He looked at his phone to see Wu Ya, asking if he had found the black building entrance yet. Wu Ya told him not to rush, explaining he had unlocked a quest invitation that remained valid for 3 days. He suggested they pick a convenient time with boss Meng Meng, to which Chen Bai immediately agreed. Meng Meng would finish her class transition in 2 days, so they would set off right after her success. Wu Ya agreed, leaving Chen Bai to focus on dominating the biochemical zombie zone for now. Chen Bai clenched his fists, knowing both the Black Building and Company X headquarters were must-clear targets. Before Meng Meng finished her upgrade, he needed to deal with this biohazard threat first. Meanwhile, Wu Ya was browsing the system. He wondered why that show-off Wu Lianxian was acting so incredibly smug on the community forum right now. A shared video from Group 001 showed Lei Shen requiring 1 coin to unlock the Zombie World files. He grumbled, shocked that he actually had to pay a single coin just to view the footage. Meanwhile, in another area, massive high-energy zombies began to emerge from the shadows, followed by an even deadlier creature. This second monster was lean and fast-packed with hidden power, as Wu Lianxian carefully analyzed them both. It was a high-grade mutant possessing dangerous elemental powers, a threat that even the strongest teams feared to face. That slender zombie had completely wiped out their top squad, making running away the only logical choice. Yet here was this guy casually recording a video. Either he had insane courage or this was his final message. Wu Lianxian glared at the approaching horde, scoffing as he readied himself for a brutal and high-stakes fight. Just behind Wu Lianxian, another survivor stood there, holding up their phone to record the entire showdown. Oddly enough, the zombies froze, merely staring at Wu Lianxian before suddenly collapsing. Watch how they drop without a touch. The video caused a massive uproar online, with shocked viewers flooding the comments section in sheer disbelief. People complained they could not even track the action, suggesting others slow down the playback speed to see it. Wu Lianxian smugly told them to watch at 0.1 speed to catch his lightning-fast instant kill move. A saved survivor thanked him deeply, wondering if the legendary stories of Group 001 were actually true. Wu Lianxian brushed it off, introducing himself as Lei Shen, the legendary protector of Group 001. Watching the footage, Chen Bai analyzed the moves, realizing the guy must have awakened a specialized speed buff. His speed was incredible, surpassing even Chen Bai's own limits, making him a major player from his past life. The chat section lit up with comments mocking the self-proclaimed thunder god of Wu Lianxian. Users like Yi laughed hysterically at the grandiose title, completely clowning on his showy nickname. Liu Huai and Wu Ya both joined in sending endless laughing reactions at his ridiculous introduction. Han Xiao also chimed in, mocking the fancy name, as the chat completely degenerated into a meme fest. Another user joked that the cringe-worthy title was almost too much for the community to handle. The embarrassed Wu Lianxian begged them to stop asking if they expected him to use his full clan title instead. Bao Wang joked that calling himself Lei Shen was indeed a much better alternative to keep his dignity intact. Others agreed that coming up with a cool, uncringy username in this system was actually pretty tough. Shui Chuan chimed in, asking Wu Lianxian if he even realized someone was recording his entire battle. He smugly replied that he knew, boasting that a true expert had absolutely nothing to fear from others studying his moves. Chen Bai privately messaged that while the caution was valid, Wu Lianxian likely knew what he was doing. Then a sudden rumor dropped, warning that Chen Bai's own secret combat footage had been leaked online. If Chen Bai's video went public, Wu Lianxian's freshly earned top spot on the forum would be completely gone. Wu Lianxian did not mind stating that losing the top spot to a true powerhouse was only natural. Someone quickly posted a video link promising to reveal exactly why Chen Bai's combat points were so insane. Meanwhile, Wu Ya watched in total silence as the scene shifted to another desperate struggle against the zombie horde. There are just too many of them. That long blade wielder is Ma Yi. Zhang Song shouts to guard the rear so they can break out, heading in one direction. Ma Jian adds that his camera is running, asking if anyone has last words to share. Meanwhile, Miao Yila struggles to fight back quickly, shouting that he has nothing to say because he refuses to die. Suddenly, from the sky, a figure plunges down like Superman, causing an instant explosion. Chen Bai calmly asks if they need any help here. Struggling to survive, Ma Jian glances over in absolute joy and tremblingly replies that of course they need his help. Chen Bai quietly smiles. With just one blow, he skewers two at once before turning the remaining zombies into meat kebabs. Saved from the brink, Miao Yila beams with joy. Online, everyone watching the live stream loses their minds, spamming how insanely pro he is. What kind of skill is this? No charge time and no range limit. Throughout the Call from Heaven video, the White Emperor barely even moves, showing almost zero fatigue. Hong Fuji asks what that horn on his head is supposed to be. Is it a bloodline or gear? Anna comments on how incredibly handsome this guy is, while Chi Lang notes that although the Thunder God party kills instantly, they remain highly guarded, whereas the White Emperor wipes them out like taking a casual stroll. Thunder God Chi Lang replies that his leader being stronger is totally normal. Meanwhile, Fuchuan Yazi lives up to her top ranking with extreme caution. Sitting high above Anthony also watches the footage. He falls silent for a long moment, gritting his teeth in deep anxiety, wondering if he could even dodge that skill. Meanwhile, Chen Bai reads the comments where Mizukawa advises everyone to learn from the White Emperor. Thunder God asks if anyone can actually copy him. Mizukawa clarifies that regardless of the situation, they must always ask before intervening. Overlord agrees, noting that otherwise miscommunications will happen. People might claim they were holding back and accuse you of stealing kills, which would ruin everything. After reading this, he turns away with a smirk, praising his group for being incredibly smart. As the system panel fades, he realizes he does not need to explain further. The scene cuts to Chen Bai entering another desolate wasteland. It survived the monster cleanup but did not flee, choosing to ambush him instead. Well, that saves him the trouble of hunting it down. The beast screeches in panic as Chen Bai lunges forward, easily piercing its chest with his bare hand to destroy the high-tier mutant. This beast gene warrior is an intelligent high-tier mutant. Suddenly, a notification alerts him that his special gear, Biochemical Calamity, has met the conditions to evolve. Power surges through his hands. Chen Bai watches in shock as his palms begin to warp, followed by another sharp system chime. Biochemical Calamity has evolved into the soul weapon Doomsday Judgment. This B-tier soul weapon bonds to his fingers, requiring less than 10 million experience. It grants plus 100 to all attributes, doubles hand defense, and boosts all glove and claw weapon effects by 30%. It also recovers health and stamina upon kills, featuring the skill Doomsday Creation. Attacks can infect targets with the zombie virus with potency based on stat differences. Active skill, Doomsday Incarnation fully triggers the weapon for 30 seconds, boosting all stats by 20%. He also gains temporary passives for speed, strength, and stamina. With a 10-minute cooldown, it requires a soul bind specifically linking to the unique Evolver 01 White. Instantly, his transformed hands shift back to their original form. The weapon has fused with his hand bones, allowing him to summon and recall it at will. Reading the screen, he realizes upgrading from B to A tier requires 10 million experience. That is quite steep. He wonders if it works with his Blacklight virus form. 10 minutes later, Chen Bai tests it out. Not bad at all, he notes as the test finishes. The hand defense successfully applies to claws, blades, heavy hammers, and even the whip form. Right then, a notification pops up from Meng Meng, happily announcing that she has finished her class advancement. Back in the heart of White Emperor City in Jiangcheng, Meng Meng approaches her master. Chen Bai smiles and asks how it went and if her advancement was a success. She hesitates, reporting that defeating 1 million monsters was barely enough. Meng Meng lowers her head, her voice trailing off. She explains that the final Triple S trial required defeating her own dream clone at level 15. She tried everything but ran out of time, only managing to secure the double S class Dream Dreamer. Chen Bai gently pats her shoulder to comfort her, saying that is already incredible, and there are always chances to upgrade classes later. Meng Meng smiles in relief, thanking her master. As they walk together, she suddenly remembers something important. She mentions that upon waking up, she noticed his family had sent a massive flood of messages to her. Chen Bai replies with expectation, noting that Yang has finally found a suitable class and is probably extremely anxious since he promised to help. A few minutes later, Wu Ya turns around and spots them. He eagerly greets Boss Bai and Boss Meng, relieved that they finally arrived. This is the Dream Realm, a completely abandoned building. Walking forward slowly, Chen Bai cautions him not to celebrate just yet. Feeling the immense power humming inside him, he heads out. Minutes later, Wu Ya turns around and spots them. Boss Bai, Boss Meng, you guys finally made it. They are currently inside the dreamscape, standing in an abandoned building. Chen Bai slowly walks over and warns them not to celebrate just yet. Hold on, it is too early. there are a few things we need to clear up first. The Black Building is incredibly bizarre and unlike other dungeons. I cannot guarantee your absolute safety. Clutching his chest, Wu Ya casually replies that he is already mentally prepared for this great Chen. After that, Wu Ya adds that since he has searched for so long, if he does not risk it all on these higher floors, he will never be at peace. He firmly insists that Great Chen and Meng Meng must stay safe and to leave him behind if real danger strikes. He absolutely does not want to become a burden to Chat Group 001. Meng Meng replies with pure amusement that within the dream realm she cannot die, only lose some mental energy. Chen Bai nods along, saying he is pretty much the same, so he does not need to worry about them. Hearing this, Wu Ya awkwardly points to himself, realizing he is the only one actually risking his life here. The two cheerfully confirm it, making Wu Ya sigh defeatedly as he finally accepts the reality. He then tightly grips the scroll as mystical waves of pitch-black smoke begin swirling all around. The system prompts them, asking if they want to enter the level 10 to 20 Hellgrade Black Building's secret realm. Right after the prompt, the world goes pitch black. The trio confidently answers yes in unison, and within a single blink of an eye, they are enveloped by thick darkness with streaks of light drifting across the sky. Suddenly, a wooden plaque tilts to the side, catching Wu Ya off guard. The system displays a notice titled Things to Know About the Black Building. Today, he slowly reads the rules aloud. Currently, the Black Building consists of 4 floors, and they must first complete a residence challenge on their current floor to climb up to the next floor using the stairs. Rule 2 involves the light. The higher they climb, the dimmer it gets until absolute darkness reigns. Rule 3, today the building demands absolute silence. Higher floors will choke out sound until speech becomes completely impossible. Rule 4, today the building loathes the past. Climbing floors erases memories, and the longer it takes, the more memories they lose. Wu Ya reads on, his eyes widening. Are these really the rules here? Chen Bai purses his lips, noting that there is still more to come. The system continues displaying the fatal taboos. Rule 1, losing all your memories means instant death. Rule 2, trying to escape is strictly forbidden or you die. Rule 3, challenges must be completed within a strict 20-minute time limit, otherwise you means death. Rule 4, they must be recognized by all 4 floor owners within 4 hours, otherwise they will die. Chen Bai smirks, noting they are actually quite lucky since there are no unavoidable death rules. After entering, they should use private messaging to communicate. But then Chen Bai abruptly stops in his tracks as his system notification flashes before him. They are currently in a special zone, meaning the private chat function has been completely disabled. Chen Bai hesitates, warning that since chat is blocked and light and sound will eventually vanish and must rely on their mental energy to navigate. He quickly devises a plan, telling them both to write down some key details to prepare their names and goals to prevent total memory loss. He also establishes a few basic hand gestures for silent communication, which they must memorize. Meng Meng smiles, suggesting they can use her special white-palmed gloves to write things down, handing over 3 spare pairs to each of them. Chen Bai nods, agreeing that it should be enough but still wants them something else carved just in case her skills fail. Wu Ya can't help but praise her, calling Meng Meng a real powerhouse. Chen Bai grins and gets straight to the hand signals, demonstrating to them that a forward wave means move forward. With a serious look, he pushes his hand out to signal stop, then points down to mean retreat. Soon 3 minutes pass. Wu Ya raises a clenched fist to signal danger, while Meng Meng puts a finger to her lips for silence. Chen Bai nods in approval. Meng Meng cheerfully replies that she has it memorized, while Wu Ya chimed in that he is ready. Tu has written everything down on his gloves. Ready, they prepare to move forward together. As Chen Bai reaches out his hand, strikes an invisible force field blocking the stairs. The system instantly chimes in with a warning that they must clear the challenges of 4 residents on this floor first. The clock is ticking with under 4 hours remaining. Chen Bai looks up, deciding to start with the nearest apartment. He approaches calmly and prepares to knock on the wood. The door suddenly swings open as a highly hostile voice snarls at them to get out, shouting they are not welcome. Chen Bai simply smirks, apologizing for the upcoming intrusion as he forces his way inside. He demands to know what the challenge is, prompting the dark shadow to sneer with, contemptuously asking if they truly want to test. The shadow slowly explains they must find an item in his room that no other resident in the building possesses. Wu Ya looks around, realizing this is going to be incredibly tough. They have not even seen the other apartments yet, and the room is packed. Meng Meng rests her chin deep in thought. Is it that they don't have this exact item or just lack this category entirely? Chen Bai presses him further, asking what if he finds a piece of his body. Would that count as passing the test? The dark figure gets confused, asking what he means, while Chen Bai calmly explains he is only clarifying the rules. Otherwise, if he uses the Shadow's own arm to turn in the quest, the Shadow might claim other Black Tower residents have arms too, which would be too late. Chen Bai emphasizes his threat, saying that not only will he fail the quest, but the Shadow will lose an arm, which would be quite troublesome. Hearing this, the dark figure lowers his voice to warn him, saying his trial is not that complicated. He won't reject things just because they are all household items or food, so they will still pass. Raising a finger, he adds that it is not so simple that they can just use a random bowl with a different pattern or any random arm they find. The Shadow tilts his head in disdain, urging them to go look for the items quietly if they understand. He warns them not to make noise, calling them rude, loud, and stupid fools. But right then, Chen Bai catches a strange detail. The Shadow said you in the singular, not you all. He purses his lips, realizing that since only he spoke, the aggro points for making noise must target the individual, not the whole team. With that figured out, Chen Bai decisively tosses his gloves back to Meng Meng. The moment she catches them, she nods in instant understanding. Inside the gloves, a line of text mentions giving a gift. Meng Meng slowly steps forward, making the Shadow instantly alert. She sweeps her hand to create a glowing red line, and text immediately appears within it, stating that they will start searching now and asking for forgiveness if they mess up his room. Meng Meng then playfully winks, offering him a present. The Shadow immediately waves his hands, declaring that a gift won't make him go easy on their trial, so she should just take it back. Still, she insists, telling him to accept it or she would feel bad tearing his place apart. She confidently promises that he will absolutely love it. The dark figure takes the glass bottle, completely lost for words, finally pouring a pill onto his hand. It is a beast core that boosts all stats by 10 points. Meng Meng smiles, shaking her head, knowing this is a rare item the Black Tower lacks. The Shadow bursts into delighted laughter, calling it a gift he simply cannot refuse, officially declaring her test passed. He then turns his gaze toward Wu Ya, who stands there holding up 2 large sheets of paper, waving them slightly. Wu Ya claims the things he found are themselves uninvited guests or outsiders, which surely only this host has, right now. After reading the paper, the Shadow nods in satisfaction and agrees that Wu Ya passes. But, just as he looks back, Chen Bai has completely vanished. The Shadow cannot help but curse out loud, wondering where that idiot went. Right on cue, Chen Bai casually opens the door and announces that he just went around knocking on the other neighbors' doors. But they did not seem very welcoming. He tells the host that he will have to trouble him to call them out instead. The Shadow disgustedly snaps back, asking why he should help and telling him to finish his trial and get lost. But Chen Bai firmly questions him. He mentions having an untested theory about the rules which say they must pass the trials of this floor's residents to proceed. So what happens if this floor has no residents left? By now, Chen Bai has stepped right up close to his face. He chillingly suggests that if he kills him, he wonders if the 4 residents guarding the stair barrier will decrease to 3. With a sinisterly darkened face, he gives the Shadow 2 minutes to summon everyone, or else he can help test that theory right now. Terrified, the Shadow immediately bolts out the door, leaving Wu Ya to cheer in absolute awe, thanking Chen Bai. But the leader simply shakes his head, telling him not to thank him as he did not break taboos, just to save him. He calmly explains that as long as breaking rules is not instantly fatal, gaining more room to maneuver is always his style. Besides, he praises the 2 for sticking to the plan despite his sudden outburst and keeping their composure. This is exactly how they can reveal how Black Tower residents treat their different groups differently, ultimately allowing them to gather dual-track clues. However, the very moment they step back outside, they run into trouble, as an angry eagle creature barks at them. He rants that he has never seen such an outrageous outsider who dares to ignore his trial just to threaten their people. Frowning deeply, he demands to know if Chen Bai is intentionally causing trouble. Chen Bai only responds with a calm smirk, asking who is actually causing trouble when 3 of them ignored their knocks, while another opened the door just to tell them to scram. Stepping forward, he warns that if they refuse to be friendly, then he has no reason to play nice either. As he speaks, 2 massive horns erupt from his head and he demands them to listen up. He already knows they hold the power to approve the trials. Spreading his giant wings, his booming voice echoes through the hall. He offers them one final chance to stop clumsily wasting time, demanding that they let them pass every single trial right now. Enraged, the eagle creature shrieks at his insolence, demanding how he dares act so arrogant in their tower. He smirks, points his finger, and tells him that he must be tired of living. Then he fires a shot, making the guy's entire body light up. Guess he didn't want that second chance. A split second later, the massive falcon crashes to the dirt, feathers scattering everywhere. Chen Bai jumps down with a satisfied smile. The system alerts him that the population has dropped. He just needs to beat 3 first-floor challenges to unlock the path to the second floor. Chen Bai smiles, looking ahead. Suddenly, an arrogant thug barks at him, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" The thug sneers, warning him that this is the price for murdering a resident of the Black Tower. He tells him to just shut up and obey. But Chen Bai doesn't let him finish, throwing a heavy punch straight at his face. Chen Bai just shrugs off the noise. With the population dropping, clearing 3 challenges on the first floor is the only way to reach the second floor. He turns to 2 shadowy figures in the distance, asking what they want to do. They immediately scramble and run for their lives. The system rings out, confirming he cleared the challenge for room 101, urging him to tackle the final resident. He passes the test for room 103 as well. The stairs to the second floor appear. Chen Bai grins with pure excitement. He calls out to his team to move up. As the 3 of them climb the stairs, Chen Bai mutters that the light here is way darker than the first floor. Their footsteps echo loudly through the eerie, silent hallway. They reach the top and stop in their tracks, looking around. Chen Bai frowns, noting that the thick black mist has spread even further. He turns to the young girl, asking Meng Meng if she can tell how many of her memories vanish when they change floors. But mid-sentence, he realizes his voice has suddenly become incredibly faint. He is going to have to speak up from now on. Meng Meng waves her hands, conjuring floating words. She writes that she only lost a few memories since the apocalypse started. She is sure she hasn't forgotten anything important. But before she awakened her psychic talents, things are a complete blur. She can't tell what's missing from back then. Wu Ya holds up a large sign writing that his situation is pretty much the same. Chen Bai rubs his chin. He has lost a massive chunk of his memories already. He turns, pointing a cold finger straight at Wu Ya. "Who are you?" he asks. Wu Ya flinches under that icy glare, clutching his chest in absolute panic as he tries to explain. He asks if Boss Chen Bai really lost that much memory. They have talked so many times since chat group 001. He says his name is Triu Tram, also known as Wu Ya, begging him to remember. Meng Meng gestures to back him up. She writes that the guy is telling the truth. Chen Bai nods, muttering that his memory loss and the strange black bones on his body are far worse than theirs. He realizes the memory loss must be directly linked to the creeping black bones on his body. If those bones cover him completely, he will lose every single memory. That will trigger the death rule, killing him instantly. Meng Meng bites her lip in worry, pointing out that all the residents of this building are already covered in black bones. Chen Bai lowers his voice, noting that the rules for outsiders and local residents might be completely different. He makes a decision on the spot, wanting to purge the black bones. If his memories return, it proves his theory. Chen Bai closes his eyes, focusing his mind as a brilliant shroud of holy light erupts around his entire body. It worked. Chen Bai turns back to them, explaining that the dark bones are just a negative debuff rather than a permanent memory erase. Now that his mind is clear, he suggests they try to dispel it too if they have a skill that cleanses debuffs. Meng Meng immediately clutches her chest and begins channeling her psychic power. Wu Yao watches with hopeful, determined eyes. But a moment later, they shake their heads in defeat, admitting they both failed to dispel the curse. Chen Bai is absolutely stunned. Even Meng Meng's legendary SSS-Rank talent couldn't scratch the dark curse. The black bones must hold some high-level authority power. Maybe they have to speedrun these floors to protect their remaining memories. But checking his system screen, he sees his main active skill is still locked on a cooldown of 59 minutes and 21 seconds. He shakes his head. Relying on slaughtering the residents to speedrun the tower will only strip away more of his memories. If he ends up forgetting his hourglass or his vital skills, they are completely done for. He looks back at his companions. Explaining his abilities to Ming Meng and Wu Ya won't help if they eventually lose their minds and forget everything too. Taking it slow and clearing 1 floor per hour is the safest bet to keep their skills ready and minimize risks. He turns to the group and lays out the plan. The second floor also has 4 residents to deal with. They will play by the rules first, but if they can't clear a test within 15 minutes, he will use force. His companions immediately nod in agreement, addressing him respectfully. The moment the 3 of them step onto the floor, a hostile shadow entity barks an order demanding they cook 3 dishes. This is the resident of room 2011. Within minutes, the hot meal is ready. Wearing a simple kitchen apron, Chen Bai carefully serves the demanding resident. The shadow asks if they are satisfied. He nods, replying that it is pretty good and they passed. The mechanical system voice continues. It announces they cleared the challenge of Resident 2011 in 14 minutes and 26 seconds. Minutes later, another shadow issues a new command. He complains about a roach infestation and demands they exterminate them all. This is the resident of room 202 in the Black Building. The moment those words drop, Chen Bai violently unleashes a massive wave of fire that engulfs the entire room. He grins with sheer excitement. He boasts that not a single bug survived. But the shadow explodes in rage, screaming that Chen Bai destroyed his stuff and threatening to kill him. Chen Bai tilts his head, daring the shadow to try it. The system chimes in, announcing they cleared the challenge of Resident 202 in just 3 seconds. Suddenly, another shadow arrogantly appears, demanding they beat him in a boxing game to pass. This is the resident of room 203, but the shadow gets absolutely obliterated in the game in the blink of an eye. The system keeps chiming. Meng Meng won in 4 minutes 21 seconds, while Wu Ye crushed it in just 1 minute and 1 second. Meanwhile, Chen Bai is struggling, having already wasted 8 minutes and 3 seconds. The excited shadow asks if he wants another round. Chen Bai snaps back, warning him that when he gets frustrated losing video games, he tends to smash machines and kill people. The confused shadow quickly backs off, telling him to stop playing and just take the win for clearing the room challenge. It took 13 minutes and 25 seconds total. Then the shadow suddenly points to the door and drops a chilling revelation. He claims he locked one of them outside, meaning one of the 3 standing here is an imposter they must find a pass. But before he can even finish, Chen Bai steps forward and punches the shadow dead in the face while Meng Meng dissolves behind him. He smirks, making it clear that he absolutely detests any mind games that sow doubt between himself, his disciple, and his friends. The real Meng Meng rushes into the room, asking what happened and explaining she was blocked outside by black bones. Wu Ye stands with his hands on his hips, calmly explaining that the resident tried to trick them with a fake clone. But boss Chen Bai just took the shortcut and pulverized him. The system then chimes, announcing the stairs to the 3rd floor are unlocked. Chen Bai urges them to move on. He notes that the black bones are getting much thicker now, meaning the 3rd floor will be dangerous. Stepping onto the 3rd floor corridor, a hesitant Wu Ye looks around and asks if they are really still inside the mental hospital. He wonders where on earth they actually are. Chen Bai blinks, asking Wu Ye to repeat himself because he could barely hear him. But up ahead, Meng Meng suddenly turns around with a deep frown, asking if the 2 of them are residents of the building. The system screen flashes. Black building, 3rd floor. Light and sound reduced by 75% with severe memory loss affecting everyone. Meng Meng has lost 34% of her memories. Chen Bai scans their dark surroundings. This extreme loss of light, sound, and memories is a major problem. Just trying to sync up takes them over 10 minutes. But Chen Bai smirks. Studying the patterns from the lower floors, he has already figured out the ultimate shortcut to clear this stage. He urges them forward, pointing out that the 3rd floor still has 4 rooms and they need to make this fast. Wu Ya nods, eagerly ready to back him up. Suddenly, a quiet shadow appears in the hallway and issues a strange challenge. He presents a mystery novel with missing pages, asking if anyone can deduce the culprit. This is the resident of room 301. Chen Bai is not in the mood for games. He quietly tells Wu Ya to stick to their speedrun plan and not waste time. Wu Ya nods. Hearing this, the shadow frowns in shock, but before he can react, a massive, terrifying force manifests behind the boy. A towering spectral beast tears the shadow completely in half in a single strike. Wu Ya turns back to report. Room 301 is cleared. They immediately move to the next room where another resident asks for help translating ancient texts. This is the resident of room 302. Chen Bai takes the papers, scanning the classic verses with a thoughtful look. He easily recognizes the classical literature. Turning around, he asks Meng Meng how long she needs to finish the puzzle. She confidently smiles, promising it will only take 3 minutes. Sure enough, right on cue, the shadow nods in deep satisfaction. The system announces that room 302 is cleared. Minutes later, they breach the next door to find another resident. The resident of room 303 is already lying defeated on the floor. Meng Meng brushes herself off and reports. Room 303 is down. Chen Bai watches silently, confirming that since they can easily overpower residents, brute force is faster. Any challenge that wastes too much time gets skipped with violence. In the next room, Wu Ya immediately unleashes his deadly attack. He targets the resident of room 304. Chen Bai watches, deciding to let his allies clear the black mist. By having them handle the kills, he can conserve his energy and protect his remaining memories even without full recovery. It is a smart play. The system chimes in once again, announcing that with the residents cleared, the stairs are finally open. They ascend to the 4th floor where light and sound are cut by 99%, pushing their memory loss even further. Meng Meng is at 67%, Wu Ya at 89%. Suddenly, the entire scene turns black and white. This dramatic shift makes him realize that on this final floor, he must protect his friends to conquer the black building. He slowly walks around the area, looking left and right. This 4th floor is a massive, independent, single-floor apartment. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks. He stares at a strange object, immediately recognizing it. It is the sacred symbol of heroes representing the cult of desire. He wonders if the black building has any connection to heroes. In his past life, he even paid money to watch walkthroughs of this place. He paid to watch guides on how to conquer the black building. Chen Bai frowns, remembering that although each floor had unique trials and environments, they were completely different, and he is absolutely sure there was never any divine symbol at the top. But right at that moment, a voice suddenly echoes from ahead, calling him an outsider. A figure slowly approaches, noting his impressive feat of reaching the top. He says reaching the top and seeing him proves their immense strength. The manager of the Black Building asks if they want to join him. He asks if they want to become permanent residents or if they intend to seize his power. This man is the manager of the building. Chen Bai coldly cuts him off, telling him to stop talking nonsense and explain why the divine symbol of heroes is here. The manager grits his teeth in rage, screaming how dare he speak the sacred name of his deity. He declares that Chen Bai is dead. A pair of sinister horns begins to sprout from Chen Bai's head, summoning the shepherd's power. The system alerts him that this form allows him to control creatures with lower mental energy than his own. The success rate depends heavily on his spiritual power. He immediately activates his psychic dominance. In an instant, the manager's entire body freezes, completely paralyzed by the mental intrusion. The mind control is a total success. Stepping closer, he calmly demands to know why the symbol of the cult of desire is sitting right here inside this Black Building. Completely dominated, the manager slowly admits that he actually carved it himself to worship and honor their deity. The manager reveals that she guided them to the Dark Tower. To show his absolute respect, he drew her mark to worship her. Chen Bai immediately presses for more, asking if the Dark Tower and the Black Building are one and the same. The manager confirms it, explaining that every single Black Building is just a small fragment of the Grand Dark Tower. But before he can finish his sentence, his entire body suddenly explodes. Chen Bai stares blankly at the empty space as the system announces that the manager is dead and the secret dungeon has been cleared. He is free to leave whenever he wishes. The Hell Tier instance has been cleared for the first time. It is a unique trial that each awakened user can only enter once. The system asks if he wants to publish a guide video. Meanwhile, the binds holding his two teammates outside begin to loosen. Meng Meng gasps as the thick black fog finally disappears. Wu Ya eagerly holds up his upgrade scroll with a huge grin. He happily yells that his quest is complete and using this scroll will finally grant him his hard-earned reward. Chen Bai gives him the green light to use it. The moment he activates it, the scroll dissolves into thin air. But suddenly, Wu Ya hesitates, saying that something feels incredibly off. He asks Chen Bai and Meng Meng if they feel it too. Meng Meng quietly agrees that she feels a strange presence too. Chen Bai's eyes widen as he realizes what is actually happening. This is the chilling sensation of being watched by a deity across dimensions, a presence belonging to none other than heroes. Wu Ya's scroll actually summoned her directly to them. Suddenly, her face materializes in front of the group, looking down with pure contempt. The word mortal echoes. Chen Bai's lips twitch. Heroes, he never expected to run into her this early in this life. She raises an eyebrow, her voice soft. Since they conquered the Black Tower, he must be a pretty exceptional specimen among the evolved. Let me see, she murmurs. Heroes can't help but marvel, saying his human soul and heart are stirring up something quite special inside her. But that's not all. She senses the mark of sin on his body, and it makes her highly intrigued. Heroes narrows her eyes at Chen Bai. She demands to know his name and if he somehow knows her. Putting a hand over his chest, he replies with perfect manners. His name is Chen Bai, and he asks for her forgiveness. He claims he didn't know of her existence, but was lucky enough to make some deals with her subordinate Leto. His tone is deeply respectful, even sweet. He explains his reaction was due to her divine presence. Heroes laughs, highly amused. Since he knows Leto conquering the tower makes sense. Now about the reward. So she asks what Chen Bai wants. Given this incredibly rare opportunity, his response might surprise you. He straight up declines. Your Eminence, he shrugs, I do not want a single thing. He calmly asserts his only goal is helping his companion, asking her to hand all the rewards over to his friend instead. She easily agrees, turning her gaze to Wu Ya to ask what he desires. He doesn't hesitate for a second. He requests a class that perfectly suits him. Heroes smiles, offering him a quick word of praise. An interesting fellow, she says. She promises to give Wu Ya the full reward, adding that she now remembers Chen Bai's name. True to her word, minutes later, Wu Ya holds the class change scroll for the double S-Rank Night Dancer. A class that banishes the light, blankets the sky, steals vision, and brings absolute terror. It destroys nothing yet ends everything. The requirements are level 10 in clearing the Black Tower. Wu Ya stares at the scroll in his hands and turns to his companions in complete disbelief. He asks Chen Bai Dai and Meng Meng to look at his actually double S rank. Even Chen Bai is stunned by this. Sure, the Black Tower deserves a double S reward, but something feels off. Could Heroes be pulling the strings behind the scenes? Curiosity drives him to act. Something is definitely wrong, and he needs to clear it up right now. He activates his Solomon magic ring, entering its inner space to demand answers from Sa Tang. He asks about the tower. Sa Tang bares his fangs with a grin, explaining it is the manifestation of the Night God's power. It is also his divine kingdom. Long ago, the Night God was heavily wounded by the Lord of Light. He fell into a deep slumber, leaving the tower completely unguarded. Sa Tang casually floats around as he talks. It's a highly coveted prize, but the Night God hid the tower away before his long sleep, so nobody could ever touch it. As Sa Tang explains, Chen Bai begins to connect the dots. With the cosmic trials active, the Night Tower, much like the Abyss, has become part of the test. This allows evolved humans to enter. Satang speculates that Heros is trying to seize a piece of the Night's power. She is likely using this opportunity as a starting point to target the Night Tower itself. Chen Bai chuckles, catching on quickly, like replacing the tower's managers with her own people perhaps, and then tweaking the system rules to max out the mission rewards. His quick wit highly amuses Satang. He praises Chen Bai's brilliant mind. Splitting up and weakening the tower's power this way is incredibly smart. Plus, doing it this way won't risk waking the sleeping night god at all. Satang gets even more excited than Chen Bai, calling it a safe and perfect first step to seize control. Now that he has got enough information, Chen Bai prepares to exit, but his mind keeps spinning. So that is how she did it. He finally understands how Heros seized the Knight's power in his past life. She divided the power to hand out favors, gaining both rare treasures and loyalty. Truly a brilliant scheme. Seeing Chen Bai standing there completely frozen, Wu Ya's heart almost jumps out of his chest. He asks if there is a problem with the scroll. Chen Bai stares down at it, clicking his tongue. He decides to let it go. The scroll is already created and he can't exactly turn it back into raw power. Trying to interfere in the power struggle right now would bring more trouble than benefits. His best move is simply helping his allies get stronger first. Snapping out of his thoughts, he tells Wu Ya everything is fine. He was just thinking, so go ahead with the class change. It is not too late to join the biological zombie world, and Company X might still need his help. Wu Ya is definitely going to be useful. With absolute trust, he agrees instantly. The system screen flashes and Wu Ya successfully changes his class to the SSS-Rank Night Dancer. Wu Ya eagerly asks Chen Bai to help him review his new class. Chen Bai takes a look and reads the details out loud. The SSS-Rank Night Dancer class grants 20 agility, 20 spirit, and 20 free attribute points with every single level up. Its main authority is Endless Night. Once he steps into the dark, all his attributes increase by 8% every hour. The maximum boost is 96%. In the dark, his spirit and stamina recovery speeds skyrocket by 1000%. His presence also drops by 50%. The active skill Sky Dome drains massive spirit to instantly plunge the area into total darkness. This maximizes his stat buffs. The effect lasts for 3 minutes with a 10-hour cooldown. Then there is his passive skill. Solo Dance of Night increases physical penetration up to 100% based on movement speed while weakening enemy targeting skills. It reduces their skill effectiveness by up to 30%. The active skill Killing Dance boosts his speed to 1.5 times. For every enemy he defeats, his speed multiplier increases by 0.02 and the duration is extended by 1 second. The cooldown is 1 hour. Even Chen Bai gets excited just reading this. It is a class heavily reliant on high agility. It thrives in the right environment. When paired with his Fear Incarnation talent, the synergy is going to be absolutely insane. The combined power is far greater than the sum of its parts. But before Wu Ye gets too full of himself, things take a turn. Chen Bai steps up with a warning. Do not obsess too much over the agility stat, but pay closer attention to the darkness. There might be a slight chance to reach godhood there. Suddenly, Wu Ya feels his consciousness and senses awaken. Godhood, right, Boss Bai? I will give this everything I have. As soon as he finishes, Meng Meng chimes in with a quiet reminder. Master, I still haven't shown you my status since my class change. Chen Bai exhales, seeing how they shared their most private secrets. Meng Meng looks at him with pure admiration, telling Wu Ye that Master would never do anything to hurt them. He nods in agreement, stating he trusts Boss Bai and Meng Meng completely, then lowers his voice to ask about Meng Meng's skills. Her powers are so mysterious and powerful. Honestly, the fewer people who know about them, the safer everyone is. Meng Meng waves cheerfully, telling him she completely trusts him anyway, but she still appreciates the thought as she says thanks. Watching Wu Ye walk away, Chen Bai realizes this guy is a solid ally. Anyone who can endure this long for a class is reliable. Plus, he is not overly greedy. This Wu Ye is definitely someone to trust. Suddenly, Meng Meng smiles with her eyes squinting. Master, she giggles, I just shared my class interface with you. Chen Bai opens up her status screen immediately. It shows Nightmare Dreamer SS grade. Every level up grants plus 40 spirit power and 10 free attribute points. Her class skill, Dream Eater, lets her devour dreams to permanently boost her own stats depending on how large the dream is. It merges the dream into herself. Then there is Dream Blade, a passive skill only usable inside the dream world. It has 0 cast time, inflicts massive mental damage, lowers the target's spirit power, and even has a chance to execute. It instantly kills anyone with lower spirit power than her. That execution rate scales based on the difference in their stats. The cooldown is just 2 minutes. She also has Dream Shield, another passive that completely nullifies damage from weaker-minded enemies. Lastly, her active skill, Dream Descent, consumes spirit power to forcefully drag a target deep into a dream state. After looking it over, Chen Bai analyzes the screen. Your raw talent is almost unmatched by anyone else in this world. Spirit power determines how much potential you can unlock, and this class makes that stat grow incredibly fast. It is practically custom-made for you. Right then, Wu Ya struggles to carry a heavy wooden box back to them. He calls out for Boss Bai and Meng Meng to pick their share of the boss drops, but Chen Bai yields. He tells them he does not need anything. Meng Meng kneels down in pure excitement to inspect the items. First is a B-grade active skill called Divine Body Tempering, which channels massive spirit power directly into the user's meridians. It temporarily converts spirit points into physical stats. Recognizing it is exactly what she needs, Meng Meng acts fast. She claims it immediately, apologizing playfully, but Wu Ya just smiles and tells her not to worry about it. He says she can have it, then turns to Chen Bai, noticing his complete indifference, and asks one more time, "Is Boss Bai really sure he wants nothing?" Chen Bai nods, suggesting they store the leftovers in their shared stash. Wu Ya pulls out a mysterious black card, asking with wide eyes if he can actually keep something so incredibly valuable. This certificate drops only after defeating the building manager and finishing the deadly missions inside the Black Building. Only the conquerors can use it, and logging in with your identification instantly makes you the official manager of this place. You can enter at will and establish 3 strict prohibitions and execution rules for any outsiders who dare to trespass. These custom rules cannot contradict each other, but there is already one terrifying default rule set by the system itself. All trespassers must die. Chen Bai generously tells him to keep it to help control the power of the dark. He adds that it holds no value for him or Meng Meng anyway. Just then, a system notification pops up. It announces that members of the Dragon Country faction in chat group 001 have achieved the world first clear. They completely conquered a special Hellgrade dungeon elsewhere. A rival reads this and furiously smashes his fist into a wall. Anthony grinds his teeth in sheer rage, cursing at his rivals. How could these monkeys pull off something this insane? They dominate the biochemical zombie leaderboard on one hand, and now they claim the first clear of a hell dungeon too. Anthony scrolls through the system for more info but finds no detailed guides, which is weird since Hosey used to post. It has been ages since his last guide post. Folding his arms, Anthony ponders for a minute before slowly nodding to himself. After building his own city, he is probably keeping a low profile. Meanwhile, public forums are absolutely exploding with gossip. Users ask why Emperor Bai stopped posting guides, especially since many have invitations to the Black Tower but are too scared to enter. Emperor Bai has not released a single guide since the Red Star Asylum incident, completely ignoring the Black Tower event entirely. He is completely off the radar, leaving players who recently received invitations stranded with no idea how to survive. I am only B rank. Without a guide, I wouldn't dare try. Floor 2 Holy Light Shines comments the strategy is hidden. Just clear it yourself. This White Emperor does not owe you anything. Seriously, do not interfere. Is Floor 2 crazy? They cleared it themselves. What is your problem? Floor 4 Lu Zishan. Although broadcasting, the strategy guide is their own choice, but I still hope the White Emperor shares. Floor 5 Wu Ye writes, "Everyone, we did not release a walkthrough video. Why? Because the Black Tower is highly unique with rules and different tasks every single time you enter. We simply want to avoid misleading any future players." Floor 6 Holy Light Shines replies, "Cut the crap. Hoarding is hoarding. Do not act righteous. You could easily post the video and warn people. Honestly, chat group 001 is full of selfish jerks." Reading through this massive wave of drama, Anthony sighs. What a bunch of complete idiots. Why on earth should they share their hard-earned guide with you? People always expect handouts. He walks away deeply frustrated. These completely useless players rely on their own weakness to act self-righteous, demanding that the strong and capable take care of them. They should honestly just drop dead. Meanwhile, at Wu Ya's place, he messages Chen Bai. "Boss Bai, that holy light guy, bought a Black Tower ticket to prove he is not selfish, planning to livestream his run." Chen Bai is quite amused, asking if your secret identity is just a building manager. Wu Ya replies that he has absolutely no time to waste on such fools, but they are definitely tarnishing your own reputation. Chen Bai reads the comments while walking. Today, he visits the core zone of White Emperor City, standing right outside Song Ziqiang's villa office. Chen Bai keeps checking his system interface while busy typing out his reply, stating that anyone who hates him for this is not a true powerhouse. Wu Ya agrees completely. "Exactly, Boss Bai, I am about to enter the zombie world next." Right as he sends that final message, Chen Bai opens the door and walks in. Seeing him, Zishan happily calls out, "You are back." He smiles, reading her mood, asking her to let him guess why she invited him here instead of going to the zombie world. Could it be that finding a way to exchange points for items got you this excited? Hearing this, Zixang leans against Chen Bai, cooing that during the construction of White Emperor City, they acquired a massive supercomputer with a cosmic core and a fully automated integrated production line. She looks up at Chen Bai, her eyes filled with an alluring charm, explaining that their current core cannot run advanced features, meaning custom blueprints, are generally quite average. She hooks her arm through his as they walk over to the sofa. Zhexiang continues, explaining she saw biochemistry in the zombie world, which offers many complete and valuable blueprints, making her extremely tempted. Sitting down, she casually rests her legs on Chen Bai's lap, talking endlessly about things like power generators, vehicles, weapons, and the entire biopharmaceutical production chain. At this point, Zhexiang shows a bit of hesitation, wanting to get everything, but lacking the points to buy it all for the city. She smiles softly, sweetly begging him, asking what exact plans the White Emperor might have for his hundreds of thousands of points. Chen Bai leans his head back on the sofa, quickly answering that he wants to develop and grow White Emperor City. As for other things, he has not found anything useful to himself yet, he tells her, to keep track of anything helpful for their growth and send it over. With such a massive city to manage, he still needs to earn more points. Her fair skin suddenly blushes with a red glow, her eyes growing deeply affectionate. Since he worked 2 days straight, talk about a crazy grind, she suggests he rest for a bit first, saying while they cannot help with points, they can easily help him relax. Very well. 2 days later, on a remote island connected directly to the base, Chen Bai arrives here to take on a highly classified special mission. With Company X secrets finally uncovered, he enters their headquarters, stepping directly into the dungeon itself. Scanning the area, Chen Bai quickly concludes that the entire office was trashed during some chaotic, violent office brawl. He plans his moves, wondering how many players in the chat group actually received the ID card required to enter this dungeon. Nearby, a giant pillar crackling with dangerous lightning fires massive electrical bolts because it detects an intruder. Chen Bai shields his eyes, scanning the area carefully, as his mutated arms make it easy to easily dodge the incoming electrical strikes. Within just minutes, Chen Bai cleanly slices the pillar, landing smoothly inside Company X. Looking back once more, he wonders if the defensive security system is actually still fully active. Was this defense system running normally, or was someone pulling the strings? These lightning strikes are pretty heavy, a clear warning to watch out. Chen Bai ducks into a corner to check his chat interface. Right away, a new message from Mizukawa catches his eye. She warns everyone that when they locate the entrance, they must use their ID cards to enter instead of scaling the perimeter walls. Reading on, he is completely stunned. Her text says, scaling the wall triggers the lightning towers, and tells them not to ask how she knows. He keeps moving forward while reflecting on her urgent warning. Use the ID card at the main entrance and absolutely do not try to climb over. Do not climb the wall unless you want to get blasted by high-voltage lightning. And again, do not ask how she found out. Suddenly, he feels a strange sense of relief. Well, that is comforting. At least he was not the only idiot to get zapped today. Stepping past the gate, the empty wasteland vanishes. Before him stands a hyper-modern metropolis with gleaming skyscrapers reaching for the clouds. He takes in the view for a moment before deciding his next move. To locate the virus, he needs to hit the research center first. The massive facility is completely deserted, allowing him to explore every dark corner. Beyond the grand lobby and elevators lie dozens of private labs. This massive facility houses hundreds of secret research projects. Following his gut, Chen Bai heads straight toward a laboratory labeled X941. A powerful viral signature emanates from behind the door. He activates his probing eyes skill, preparing himself for whatever lies waiting inside. Taking a deep breath, he throws the heavy double doors wide open. Sitting on a sterile table is a glowing blue vial of liquid. The eerie glow catches him off guard. Moving quickly, he scoops up the vial and prompts his system to analyze the mysterious liquid. The system identifies it as the original X73 virus strain, revealing the dark secrets behind the failed 73rd attempt at a vaccine. Instead of a cure, they created a pure, concentrated nightmare. Transforming the vaccine into a raw fluid actually intensified its purity. Without hesitating, he injects the liquid into his body. Instantly, the system registers the intake of the raw, unfiltered virus. He gains 50 virus points alongside 200 specialized T-virus evolution points. He grins, feeling the sudden rush of power. These exclusive evolution points are incredibly hard to come by. The raw liquid rewards him with 50 points and another 200 points. After boosting his stats, he strolls out of the lab with his hands in his pockets. He still needs to unlock more psychic power. Suddenly, a sharp chill runs down his spine. An overwhelming sense of danger washes over him. No, wait, something is heading this way fast. The air is thick with a sickening viral stench. Spinning around, his sharp reflexes save him just as a massive shadow looms. A monstrous python with glowing crimson eyes lunges straight at him, its giant fangs bared and ready to swallow him whole in a single bite. The beast crashes straight through the glass windows, landing heavily on the concrete floor below. Its massive jaws snap hungrily, searching for its prey. Chen Bai drops into a defensive stance, keeping his cool. Anyone else would freeze in terror looking at this massive coiled serpent. He quickly activates his scanning skill, calling on the system. Within 3 seconds, a detailed status window pops up before him. The beast before him is a level 30 boss, a mutated golden python. It was once the prized pet of a high-ranking executive. It survived being turned into a test subject escaping during a chaotic office brawl. Since then, it has been consuming X-virus mutants. Feeding on those mutants made it incredibly strong. It boasts 1582 strength, 1042 agility, and massive durability stats. With 2385 constitution, 1154 spirit, and devastating skills like bloodthirsty instinct, this thing is an absolute war machine. Instead of panicking, a slow, smug grin spreads across his face. Well now, this is definitely one interesting pet to play with. He cannot afford to underestimate this giant snake. The python lunges with blinding speed, slamming its heavy head into his chest. Knocked off balance, he flies backward. But as he falls, his sharp ears catch a massive explosion from a nearby building. He glances over. It seems other players have breached the zone too, hailing from rival factions and bringing unavoidable conflict. Knowing competitors are close by, he refocuses his attention. Chen Bai glares at the mutated python, determined to end this quickly. Out of nowhere, 2 ghostly elongated arms materialize from the shadows, stretching across the room to grab Chen Bai from behind. The spectral hands grab him by the ankle, hoisting him into the air. He gasps in shock as a second hand clamps down. Pinning both of his arms, the force slams him down, causing a massive shockwave that shatters the concrete floor beneath him. Standing at a distance, a figure watches the brutal impact. Chen Bai VN crosses his arms and chuckles, thoroughly enjoying the show. He sneers, confident that the White Emperor is finished. But his teammate Don Mai quickly warns him not to celebrate just yet. Lytran scoffs, mocking her fear. He reminds her that a level 30 boss's full-force attack is something no one can survive. As the thick dust settles, the terrifying silhouette of the mutated golden python remains visible, its eyes glowing with raw malice. Chen Bai VN gasps in horror, shouting a warning to the others. But strangely, the python completely ignores its original target. Instead, the beast locks its golden eyes directly on the 3 of them. Realizing they are now the prey, panic sets in. They assume the White Emperor is already dead. But Dao Mai trembles, pointing a shaky finger into the clearing. Chen Bai clings tight to the massive golden python, secretly channeling demonic energy to slowly rot it from the inside. Unbelievable, the one who died wasn't the White Emperor. He officially defeats the level 30 mutant python, earning 1000 EXP and virus points. With the beast dead, Chen Bai turns his attention to the troublemakers who dared disrupt his fight. Sneak attacking during a battle is a terrible habit. Since they played dirty, he has absolutely no reason to hold back. He opens his palm to unleash his soul flame as dark purple trails of light ignite from his hand. Chen Bai uses the dying golden python to punish these cowards, with Bai Yuan being the very first to get hit as his body is torn apart. He screams in agonizing humiliation. System update: defeated an evolved player from a hostile faction, earning 2000 EXP and 3 reputation points. Li Chen panics completely. They need to run right now. Yin Mei begs him to stop, but Chen Bai only stares down coldly at his prey. Do you really think you can run? 3 seconds later, the remaining targets are completely wiped out, earning another 2000 XP. The mutant python is dead, but Chen Bai has other plans. He decides to turn its colossal corpse into his new pet, though absorbing such a massive beast is pretty slow. Just as he finishes off the trio, he looks up. Even more players are entering the dungeon. There are far more people here than he expected. A handsome youth named Shen Yi grins mockingly. What on earth is that guy doing? His samurai ally Zi Xuan points out that he's currently absorbing the giant python. An ability like that leaves his main body completely vulnerable. Tian Kui sneers, telling everyone to kill him now. Cheng Zi eagerly readies his weapon, agreeing that they cannot afford to let such a golden chance go to waste. So the 4 princes and their lackeys charge all at once, aiming straight for Chen Bai's life. He gasps as they charge, eyes wide with surprise. But not because of the attackers, someone else stepped in. It is Zi Sun and Ba Wang making an incredibly cool entrance, yelling for the White Emperor to leave them be. Chen Bai's face immediately lights up with relief as he realizes Ba Wang and Xian Jian have arrived. The duo unleashes a devastating team attack, and in an instant, not a single enemy is left standing. More of Chen Bai's allies arrive. Lian Xian scoffs, mocking their weak skills for challenging the White Emperor. Wu Ya laughs, teasing that having numbers on their side must have given them some fake courage. Chen Bai is deeply touched, seeing Ma Shui Chuan and Wu Ye. Ding Ding also bursts in with a smile. Who would have thought the White Emperor has so many friends? Han Xiao arrives just as everyone gathers. He proudly clears his throat, announcing that Chat Group 001 has officially assembled. Walking up next, Liu Wang, Liu Huai, and Fang Zhang ask if anyone is still missing. Liu Huai replies that some like Yi Zi still haven't received their high-level identity cards. Chen Bai looks happily at Ding Ding, Han Xiao, Zhen Shu, Liu Wang, Liu Huai, and Zhao Rui. Meng Meng pops up playfully saying they're here to steal his kills. Their loyalty truly moves him. The proud Lian Xian stands in front of the attackers, daring them to step up instead of relying on cheap numbers. Chen Bai completes the special mutant synthesis, Devour receiving 1,000 exclusive evolution points for his Blacklight virus. This unique Devour process also greatly reduces the evolution point cost for all of his virus abilities. With both the Blacklight and T-Virus heavily enhance his health and mental recovery rates boost by 100%, he quickly warns Lu Chen to make sure he doesn't hurt anyone who didn't attack. Lu Chen readily agrees, stating that those who targeted the White Emperor will not escape with their lives. With the crazy members of Chat Group 001 gathered, an epic showdown is about to explode. They immediately split up, with each of them taking charge of handling a different target. While a chaotic brawl unfolds below, two figures calmly watch the madness unfold from a nearby rooftop. A cloaked subordinate asks if they should intervene, but Luoj flatly tells him it isn't necessary. He turns on his heel, noting they won't harm innocents and they should leave since nothing of value is here. Meanwhile, inside a nearby building, a mysterious young girl closely watches the intense battle below. She quietly observes that they have too few people to make a move this time around. Sensing their presence, Chen Bai looks up toward the high-rises, his mind tensing as powerful auras clash in the air. Everyone around those guys has completely vanished. Are they refusing to get involved, or did they just run away again? While Chen Bai is still guessing, he sees his team gathering right in front of him. Lian Xian runs up and excitedly announces that everything is taken care of. Now the entire central district belongs to them. Chen Bai smiles gently, quickly assigning everyone their next tasks. He orders them to split up and search, then regroup back here later. He lowers his voice, speaking with a mocking tone. Either some enemies have slipped away or they fled because they were too weak. Everyone needs to stay alert for sneak attacks. Lian Xian and the rest of the crew nod in agreement, giving him a quick direct response to set his mind at ease. Bao Wang loudly confirms the order on behalf of the three-man squad. Meanwhile, Chen Bai slips away to gather some valuable intel. He checks the system for a special report regarding genetic warrior research. This incredibly rare item can grant its owner a massive boost. It provides an unlimited +2 bonus to all growth attributes for genetic warriors. Right after that, he spots a crafting blueprint. This special recipe is used to manufacture basic genetic potions, which can produce high-tier variants based on specific creature bloodlines. It maximizes the genetic warrior's potential during their class transfer, though it requires 1 liter of high-grade blood. Specifically, the blood must be from a level 10 or higher boss. He also finds a blueprint for mid-tier genetic potions. These are designed to optimize a genetic warrior's growth during their second-class transfer by utilizing advanced monster bloodlines. This formula has a steeper requirement, calling for 1 liter of blood from a boss at level 30 or above. Standing in the director's office of the research facility, Chen Bai quietly clicks his tongue in sheer admiration. These items can mass-produce elite combatants, making them incredibly tempting for regular evolvers who started out with weaker talents. He wonders if the blood of those Shushan beasts could work. That would make things even better. While he is imagining the future, a soft footstep approaches from behind. He instantly whirls around, glaring into the shadows. To his surprise, it is just Lian Xian carrying a giant red hammer and calling out that it is only him. He excitedly shows off his find, a unique legendary item known as the Soul Refining Hammer. This mythical hammer can add an extra skill to a soul weapon, growing stronger alongside the weapon itself. The only catch is that it requires a B rank or higher soul weapon. Lian Xian asks if Chen Bai wants to take it. Chen Bai admits it is a fantastic item, but he cannot use it. Instead, he decides to help his ally out. Since he does not have any suitable gear on him, Chen Bai offers to upgrade Lian Xian's bloodline to S rank instead. Lian Xian is absolutely thrilled. Grinning, he swings the massive soul-refining hammer forward, offering it to the boss. Chen Bai instinctively takes a few steps back to avoid getting hit by the massive hammer flying toward his face. And get this, he is not Lian Xian at all. It is Anthony in disguise. Anthony's body warps like an insect, combining his transformation abilities with the crushing power of a mantis shrimp. He planned to ambush Chen Bai while he was isolated, using the hammer to execute him, but things do not go as planned. A deafening explosion rocks the room, but Chen Bai has already smashed through the wall and escaped through the window. Anthony is furious that his sneak attack failed. He curses Chen Bai for being so incredibly slippery. Still, he is confident that even if the guy survived, he must be severely wounded by that devastating strike. That mantis shrimp explosion releases massive force in an instant, multiplying his physical power 50 times over. Wait for it, he actually believes absolutely nobody could walk away from a direct hit like that. But he forgot who he was dealing with. Chen Bai is still standing right there, and he calmly speaks up. He tells Anthony that his strike was indeed pretty strong. Hearing that voice, Anthony freezes in absolute shock. Chen Bai walks out of the smoke in his beast transformation, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. He mockingly admits that the attack would have injured him if he had not been completely prepared for it. It is just a shame Anthony had to waste such amazing bait to try and catch his attention. Anthony cannot believe his ears and asks how he knows him. Chen Bai simply recites his target profile. After all, Anthony was a famous figure in his past life. He knows he is a SSS-Rank talent, but that does not matter right now. Chen Bai looks at him coldly, calling out his foolish move. Since he dared to attack, he must be fully prepared to face the consequences. Anthony's arrogant smirk instantly vanishes. The crushing pressure is too much. Realizing he cannot win, Anthony throws a surprise balloon to block Chen Bai. He immediately retreats, throwing himself backward through the broken wall while activating his shape-shifting powers to escape. Hovering in the sky using a red-hot air balloon, Anthony knows deep down that his own strength is no match for Chen Bai. Still, he loves causing trouble, hoping to see if Chen Bai can shake off this balloon. His face turns completely pale again when he hears Chen Bai's voice right behind him. Why run so fast anyway? And why give me so many great items? An honorable guy like you hates freebies, so let me return the favor now. With that, Chen Bai delivers a devastating slash. Even though it is a lethal strike, Anthony shows no signs of dying. Instead, he is still very much alive, which actually surprises Chen Bai. Both his upper and lower body are beginning to stretch, stretching in a bizarre way. At this rate, will two Anthonys appear? Chen Bai suddenly realizes a wild possibility. He must have copied the regeneration ability of an earthworm. Chen Bai quickly traps Anthony inside his high-level purple mysterious fire. This fire has supreme destructive power, but even after a while, Chen Bai feels uneasy because no kill notification appears. Looking down at the black ashes on the ground, everything is burnt to a crisp, so he should be dead. But with that earthworm ability, maybe another part of his body is hidden elsewhere. Just as he suspects, the truth is crazy. Anthony's real body is actually safe in his villa. He angrily smashes the floor beneath him, his entire body shaking with rage and utter humiliation. He keeps screaming that this is impossible, sweat dripping down his face while his messy hair covers his eyes. But even his hair cannot hide the pure terror in his eyes. The apocalypse just started. How can anyone be this strong? This is totally impossible. Meanwhile, on a nearby building inside the dungeon, a young and pretty reporter is hard at work. She cannot help but marvel at how ridiculously strong Chen Bai from chat group 001 is. After recording everything, she reviews the footage with growing excitement. The target of this hunt was Anthony, a top-ranked powerhouse on the leaderboard. This reporter is from Qi Zhen Di Tianfu, a combat journalist from the UK battlefield. She pushes up her glasses, whispering to herself that she is finally rich and can finally upgrade her camera. Sure enough, just a moment later, a video post pops up on the Evolver forum showing the legendary chat group dominating the final zombie world dungeon. It records the whole battle of chat group 001. The viewing fee is set at 50 silver coins. Another post features the battle for the top spot, Chen Bai versus Anthony, charging 1 gold coin. Unsurprisingly, it blows up. Comments flood in. Some curse in disbelief at how overpowered Group 001 is, telling the idiots upstairs to open their eyes. They could not even land an attack on Chen Bai, unable to touch him. Messages keep scrolling rapidly across the screen. Most of them praise the incredible unity of chat group 001, though some complain about the steep viewing price. While the forum goes wild, the members of 001 are busy gathering information as Chen Bai ordered. Meanwhile, Shui Chuan is complaining that there is absolutely nothing of value inside the Administrative Archives Center where he and Jin Shu currently search. Hearing his constant complaining, Jin Shu quickly corrects him, saying that brother Shui Chuan has got it all wrong. The documents and records here will hold massive value in the long run. Ming Ming, who is also with them, completely agrees. She eagerly chimes in about the original source of the virus, pointing out various strange stories and global research reports. Once this trial ends, these records will help them become the very first pioneers to uncover the secrets of the world. It is a goldmine. Meanwhile, another group is busy dealing with the security system of the smart data center. Alarms blare repeatedly as they breach the core area, warning them of unauthorized foreign objects entering the facility. Seeing currents of electricity blocking the path, Lian Xian decides to show off his powers as the god of thunder. Chanting a low spell for a lightning strike, he casually walks straight through the crackling barrier of high-voltage currents. The automated system panics, screaming that an unidentified intruder has bypassed all defenses and the main servers are in danger. It keeps blasting pre-recorded warnings about the severe consequences of trespassing into the core mainframe of X Company. But Lian Xian has absolutely no time for warnings. He channels his massive lightning power straight into his fist. Screaming that he does not care, he punches the massive iron door, blasting it wide open for an easy entry. He easily retrieves the core artificial intelligence technology of X Company, bringing their exploration progress to 80%. Meanwhile, Chen Bai is wandering around the main administration and archives center, which is packed with usable heavy weapons. From tactical gear to special booster drugs, there's a massive stash of highly advanced gear waiting to be looted. He even finds high-tech weapons like a super electric whip, a state-of-the-art tactical weapon designated X-16. Chen Bai is absolutely thrilled with this haul. Finally, the system notification chimes to announce his 100% completion. He has successfully unlocked the weapon center, bringing the entire exploration of X Company's headquarters to 100%. Chen Bai looks back at the weapon museum, muttering to himself. Since he hadn't upgraded his inventory and warehouse, he couldn't carry any more loot. He was incredibly excited for the future. This massive haul would push White Emperor City's military force to a whole new level. He even generously handed out some great rewards. Every player who helped clear Company X's central headquarters would receive a major bonus. They were getting 100,000 experience points and 20,000 convertible points, then agreed to meet up outside the facility. By that afternoon, Lian Xian and the others finally returned. Chen Bai welcomed them back, asking if everyone had made it out safe and sound. He asked if they were all out, then told them that they could easily trade any useless loot right here on the spot. First up was Lian Xian's find the artificial intelligence core from Company X5, a rare item representing the peak of zombie world technology. This advanced core had the incredible ability to perfectly control any computer, heavy machinery, or high-tech equipment it connected to. But there was a catch. Running this powerhouse required a massive amount of electricity to unleash its full potential. Tossed casually in Lian Xian's hand, he grinned and bragged about how incredibly useful this rare find was going to be. Chen Bai stepped in and noted that he actually needed the core, asking what Lian Xian wanted for it. Naturally, Lian Xian did not dare bargain. He gladly offered it to the White Emperor, laughing as he pointed toward Fang Zhang and thanked Zhu Rui for hacking the firewall. Zhu Rui, who absolutely hated being called a rich guy, immediately chimed in and demanded that everyone use his cool new nickname instead. Chen Bai happily played along with the God King name, but insisted that they still needed to negotiate a fair price for the core. Fang Zhang waved his hand, saying it was unnecessary since their guild was not progressing fast enough to use such high-tech gear yet. Taking it back would only let it gather dust, he explained honestly, wanting to show his deep respect for their leader instead. Plus, without Chen Bai's insider information, they would have never survived the central area, so he urged him to just keep it. But Chen Bai was not the type to let his loyal members walk away empty-handed, so he quickly made them a deal. He offered to trade 100 sets of C-grade combat gear fully equipped with armored suits, defensive shields, and powerful firearms. The gear sets came with fixed stats reaching B-grade power, and he threw in 3 advanced B-grade technological devices on top. Fang Zhang was absolutely thrilled, shouting that this was exactly what they needed, and that his father would treat him like a god. He joked that he might get his own page in the family genealogy book before Chen Bai turned back to the Thunder God. When asked if he really wanted nothing in return, the lightning user laughed and insisted that a gift should remain a gift. But Chen Bai had already prepared an amazing reward, an A-grade high-tech electric whip designed for close combat. It boosted all attributes by 120, with adjustable power levels ranging from 1 to 1,000 units. Different settings affected the battery life, meaning it had to be recharged once the high-voltage energy was fully depleted. It featured built-in user protection, and active activation would release a massive electrical charge to form a defensive field. This powerhouse of a weapon required lightning element mastery and a level of 20 or higher to properly wield. Chen Bai sighed dramatically, teasing that it was a shame since nobody else could use it, so maybe he should sell it online. Hearing this, Lian Xian immediately dropped to his knees, begging his leader not to sell it and admitting he was just playing hard to get. Known as the resident class clown, his dramatic reaction had everyone bursting into laughter, and honestly, can you blame them? Just then, Meng Meng and Xu Chuan stepped forward to report that they found clues from Company X's spiritual research department. They wondered if anyone was interested, noting that the merging worlds offered countless incredible new areas to explore. Chen Bai agreed they should share intel, but shut down the idea of handing over valuable resources for absolutely nothing. He clarified that charity was not their policy, reminding them that even he did not just hand out freebies to everyone. The rule was simple: whoever found the clues got to investigate them first, or they could choose to sell and trade them. Xu Chuan completely agreed with this fair system and immediately put the rule into action to start business. He offered up his clues on the spiritual power research, which immediately caught the attention of Han Xiao. Han Xiao quickly claimed the deal, while Overlord eagerly joined in offering up several firearms he had no use for. Hearing this, Fang Zhang excitedly chimed in, offering to buy all of Overlord's spare firearms at a very high price. While the group was happily making deals, Chen Bai suddenly sensed a strange, stealthy presence hiding nearby. He whipped his head around, causing a hiding reporter to panic behind a wall, terrified that she had just been spotted. Relying on her stealth skill to stay hidden, she tried to calm her racing heart, telling herself they were just dividing loot. She realized this gossip might be trending news, but getting too close to these powerful players would only bring her danger. If her reporting made people target them out of jealousy, she would be the first one caught in the crossfire. Chen Bai spots her right away, sitting casually on top of a high wall and calling down. And honestly, he isn't wrong. A mischievous smirk plays on his face, while the terrified reporter stammers out that she has no bad intentions. She claims her talent simply requires her to report news. Chen Bai leaps down, slowly walking toward her, telling her to relax. He is not there to kill her. In fact, he is about to hand her a golden opportunity with some major news in 2 days. He knows she will be hooked. Hearing this, the reporter's eyes instantly light up with excitement, eager to know what the scoop is. She begs for a tiny sneak peek so she can leak it on the forums. Chen Bai cannot help but find her reaction pretty amusing. Her intense passion for news proves she really is the future founder of the Uncrowned Alliance from his past life. This top 3 information broker loves exposing secrets while playing innocent. She claims she is just a curious soul who wants to know everything. She just wants to uncover every fresh mystery. Chen Bai calmly tells her that before their worlds officially merge, things will change. He plans to trade his points for various production lines and invites her to come over for a personal visit. The clever reporter immediately asks if he is trying to hire her for advertising. Chen Bai does not deny it at all. He simply asks if she is going to refuse, and realizing it is a win-win deal, she agrees to shake hands with him. With a satisfied smile, he welcomes the partnership. Suddenly, she asks if she can get an exclusive interview with the famous Chen Bai. He does not say no, but he sets a condition to wait for the right moment before they make it happen. He promises to send her a message later. 2 days pass, and she finally finds herself on the mountain road behind White Emperor City. Her mind is still spinning in absolute disbelief, wondering if she really just arrived inside the legendary White Emperor City. Looking at the painting near the entrance, she climbs the stairs, constantly turning back to marvel at the massive grand view. She can hardly believe that a single photo he sent was enough to bring her here. Chen Bai just smiles. He teases that it is his little secret, challenging her to investigate it herself if she is that curious. Her reporter instincts kick in, and she vows to solve the mystery. Chen Bai just crosses his arms with a knowing grin. He knows Meng Meng will not leave a single trace, otherwise he would never have allowed her to bring the reporter here. Standing alongside Chen Bai is Song Ziqiang, who welcomes the guest warmly. She introduces herself as the guide for the tour. Pointing ahead, Ziqiang introduces their massive industrial zone and tells her to get her camera ready to shoot. The reporter excitedly says she is good to go, determined to capture every single detail of this amazing place. Standing on the high platform, she looks out at the sprawling scenery, completely shocked by how massive the area is. Grinning, she deploys several flying cameras from her bag, asking for a moment to snap a perfect panoramic shot. Ziqiang tells her to go ahead, but warns her not to let the cameras fly too high up in the sky. She explains that their defensive dome blocks outside views, and unauthorized drones might get shot down instantly by air defense. The reporter winks playfully, assuring them she knows the rules and will not do anything to expose their location. She promises that her photos will never reveal the surrounding mountain terrain to help anyone pinpoint the exact coordinates of their factory. After a few minutes of non-stop shutter clicks, she beams with joy and announces that she is finished. She eagerly asks what is next, so Chen Bai and Ziqiang lead her to the high-tech pharmaceutical production line. Ziqiang proudly explains they run 5 production lines, pointing out the serum designed for the X-168 zombie virus. She explains with immense pride that it can rapidly eliminate low and mid-tier strains of the deadly infection. The next one is the XC36 inhibitor, which grants complete immunity to the virus for 24 hours. Then there is the XS102 potential booster, which spikes all attributes before a temporary weakness sets in. She also introduces the 205 night vision serum, giving normal humans perfect sight in total darkness. Listening with her mouth wide open, the reporter is stunned by the incredible effectiveness of these high-tier products. Finally, the XZ15 recovery fluid can heal physical injuries, restore mental energy, and cure abnormal status effects. However, Ziqiang admits they are facing power shortages, which currently limits their daily production of these items. In fact, they can only make 1 bottle of the recovery fluid per day. She generously pulls one out. She hands the very first bottle to the reporter, who hesitantly declines, saying it is far too precious to accept. Chen Bai quickly tells her to take it, calling it a fair payment for helping them with the advertisement. She raises an eyebrow proudly, stating she is a reporter, not a promoter. Her professional pride is on display. Even if her coverage acts as promotion, she refuses to do it for money. Chen Bai just shoves it into her hands. He slips the vial into her hand and turns away with a faint smirk. This isn't propaganda, it is just spreading the truth. The reporter smirks, heading straight to the weapon line. True to its name, stepping inside reveals rows of combat gear, helmets, heavy armors, and a fully equipped manufacturing showroom. Song Ziqiang explains this is a complete combat set, though most components are C-grade. Despite being mostly C-grade pieces, their combined set effect is incredibly strong, reaching high B-grade power under Chen Bai's official strict evaluations. Swapping out different gear pieces actually changes the set bonus effects. The reporter is amazed. She tells them they are bound to get rich. However, Song Zixiang giggles and shakes her head. Since it takes days to make one set, they are far from rich. She promises to handle everything. Within a few days, she uploads an article featuring a wildly dramatic and eye-catching headline. Her headline screams, "What did Chen Bai buy with his points?" At Chen Bai's personal invitation, she toured the city's latest manufacturing lines. She eagerly invites the public to watch her video. The video costs just 1 coin, easily blowing up across the internet. Netizens complain. The world hasn't even merged yet. Chen Bai took everything. What about that 18-year-old tall soldier they saw? Others ask about pricing, desperately needing night vision gear. Another commenter wonders about the custom set effects. Can they mix and match different gear pieces to combine unique buffs? What happens if someone wears bulletproof gear and camouflage simultaneously? A reply tells them to buy it all and test it. Meanwhile, another user begs Chen Bai for a life restoration potion. They desperately need life recovery fluid. Another asks about his fight with Anthony. They wonder if she works solely for him. Xiao Zhen replies to the thread, admitting she actually got caught filming secretly. She admits she got caught spying, giggling happily as she reads. Her views are skyrocketing, proving Chen Bai's immense influence. Suddenly, a brand new livestream notice flashes across everyone's screens. Chen Bai is about to conquer the difficult secret dungeon. The stream begins in 1 hour. Just as anticipation peaks, Song Zixiang approaches the reporter with a very polite smile. She apologizes, explaining that the factory's core area is off-limits. Xiao Zhen looks confused. Is it really the core area? She has absolutely no idea what kind of secrets lie inside. She reluctantly agrees, but Chen Bai steps up with an offer. Without his explicit permission, she must never reveal any secrets regarding him. Chen Bai's city or chat group 001. Xiao Zhen pouts, complaining that he is dragging her into trouble. A reporter must remain neutral and independent. Suddenly, Chen Bai leans in incredibly close, whispering directly into her ear. He calls it a necessary step for self-defense, forcing nothing. Chen Bai calmly begins counting down 3, 2, 1. Terrified, Xiao Zhen quickly yields and agrees to his terms. But she demands some benefits, arguing that a one-sided pact is unfair. Chen Bai proposes to provide exclusive intel to her. He promises to share exclusive information on Chat Group 001 and the Dragon Nation government. Xiao Zhen is absolutely astounded. Exclusive leaks just for her. Thrilled by the offer, she eagerly signs the contract. She officially signs, stepping inside the core facility with Song Zixiang. It is powered by a supercomputer core rewarded during city construction and the artificial intelligence core he previously acquired. Chen Bai asks if the artificial intelligence core works well. Apparently, it has a rather stubborn personality. It insists that its very first command must come from its highest-ranking master. Furthermore, its power consumption is massive. They barely manage to boot it up by shutting down all other factory machinery. Chen Bai tells her to proceed anyway. Song Zixiang obeys. Instantly, the room plunges into darkness as power is redirected. A massive core lights up, revealing a realistic projection of a young girl. She speaks, "Welcome, my master." She introduces herself as XEND, an advanced artificial intelligence possessing massive databases, combat assistance, protocols, and defensive networks created by Company X. Her capabilities range from combat support to defense systems. XEND explains that her previous creators have perished. She is now bound entirely to him and Chen Bai City. She then offers him the ultimate key to modify her source code, granting him absolute control over her entire existence. The system alerts Chen Bai that he has received the core key of the Artificial Intelligence X, a highly specialized item. It is the master key for the immortal Emperor AI, granting its owner absolute control over the entire system. Chen Bai speaks up, pointing out that just waking the system up has drained nearly all the electricity in Chen Bai City. He wants to know what it can actually do. The immortal Emperor replies that it can calculate an optimized power plan. Once the calculations are finished, it will go into hibernation to keep consumption low while running the power grid. It expects this new plan will double their current efficiency. Chen Bai agrees, leaving it to the AI and promising to find enough power to wake it up later. The AI promises to wait for him. Turning to Xiao Zhen, Chen Bai tells her it is time to go. Since their livestream is about to start, the reporter is still completely dazed by the advanced AI. Hearing his voice, Xiao Zhen snaps out of it. She stammers that since Chen Bai is top on the leaderboards and can easily take down Anthony in seconds, entering a high-level dungeon between levels 10 and 18 that nobody else dares touch is a massive deal. Everyone will be watching this stream. Chen Bai just shrugs, asking if levels 10 to 18 are really that big of a deal or if she is just exaggerating. Xiao Zhen excitedly fires back, asking if he is really that confident since she will be broadcasting the entire thing live. She warns him not to embarrass himself in front of a global audience, but Chen Bai tells her to worry about herself instead. He promises to show her what real power looks like. Soon the system announces they have entered the secret instance, the Hongwei Meat Factory, a dangerous level 10 to 18 dungeon. Get ready because right away a massive horde of zombies blocks their path, leaving Xiao Zhen completely shocked. She gasps at how many monsters spawn right at the entrance. Meanwhile, the system alerts her that she can use her specialized battle tracking skill on Chen Bai, asking for his approval. She immediately urges him to accept. Chen Bai calmly agrees. Xiao Zhen smirks. As long as he lives, she is safe. With the connection established, Chen Bai receives a tracking buff, boosting his vision by 35%, all attributes by 10%, and reaction speed by 10%. He notes it is a pretty solid skill. With that, they move out. Chen Bai shreds through every zombie in his path, leaving the chat absolutely losing their minds. Viewers point out this is the exact move from that short viral video, glad they can finally see it up close. They wonder if the skill even has a cooldown, wishing they had such an overpowered move themselves. Meanwhile, over at Fang Ning's house, things are quiet. Fang Zhang asks what Chen Bai is doing, and the reply is that he is just streaming. This gets a sigh of frustration, asking how he raised such an idiot. Fang Ding quickly speaks up to explain that the issue is Chen Bai is not showing off his gear despite just opening the Chen Bai City factory. This stream does not feature any of their new weapons or potions at all. Minister Fang agrees with the observation. He notes that Chen Bai does not need to show off anymore since his victory over Anthony already proved his power. So if he is starting a stream now, he must have a completely different goal in mind. Over in Song Zishan's office, viewers are climbing into the tens of thousands and showing no signs of slowing down. Her assistant tells her that once the boss reaches his target, the hype will explode. Zixing calmly tells them to keep promoting the stream. She wants the whole world watching because local production limits on guns and potions mean this dungeon is their key to wealth. This raid is the first step toward making Chen Bai City insanely rich. Meanwhile, Chen Bai is studying a map. Xiao Jin points out to the stream that he is using a hand-drawn map, wondering how he has won for a new dungeon. Chen Bai explains that since the apocalypse is still fresh, the local terrain has not changed much, making old maps useful. Xiao Zhen highlights this tip to the viewers, asking if they are taking notes. She then asks if he can share some more of his dungeon-clearing secrets with the audience. Chen Bai easily keeps pace while offering some guidance. Since the stream is live, he has no problem sharing. He asks the chat how much they actually know about dungeons. He explains his personal classification system, dividing instances into 3 main types: combat, story, and special. Each category depends on how the dungeon was created. Combat-focused instances exist because of powerful monsters and are pure fights. Special instances usually come with system warnings and hold deep secrets related to the origin of the apocalypse itself. Story dungeons are the most common, born from local myths, historic events, or dark tales. By now, they reach the processing area. Chen Bai points out that these story dungeons always contain vital clues that reveal or flesh out the lore. Xiao Zhen nods along in agreement, asking if finding these hidden clues actually makes conquering the dungeons much easier. Chen Bai clarifies that while those clues certainly help, it is not always quite that simple. Some clues will definitely lead to a completely new hidden boss area, causing the dungeon difficulty to skyrocket. In these special zones, hidden clues are almost guaranteed to spike the danger level. Keep that in mind, everyone exploration always requires absolute caution. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhen is still curious. She asks the White Emperor if he plans to search for clues here. Chen Bai simply replies it is not necessary. He already knows exactly where the monster is hiding and plans to walk straight over to eliminate it. With that, he silently heads toward the target. Outside viewers flood the stream, asking him to explain more about this wild strategy. They are completely stunned by his casual VIP attitude. They complain that his speedrunning methods are simply impossible for normal players to replicate. Hearing this, Chen Bai turns and looks directly into the camera. He warns the audience not to copy him, as bypassing clues can trigger an extremely buff boss. Sometimes they even become entirely unbeatable. That is why analyzing clues is normally the most critical part of surviving any new zone. Right then, a violent force blasts the heavy doors wide open. Chen Bai calmly leans back smoothly, dodging the flying debris. A massive muscular beast stands before them. With a grotesque bulky body like that, it is clearly a dreaded meat mountain zombie. But Chen Bai quickly clarifies that this is actually a very rare mutant species, not a standard meat mountain creature. The towering beast looms over Chen Bai and Xiao Zhen. She quickly adjusts the camera to capture every single detail. This is a level 18 special mutant boss known as the Virus Conglomerate. While it looks like a meat monster, it is far worse. It lacks the usual bottomless appetite. Instead, its body is composed entirely of dead virus-infected flesh fused together. It suddenly swings its weapon at Chen Bai, but he dodges the incoming strike with effortless grace. He turns to ask if the explanation is finished. Once Xiao Zhen nods, he steps forward with zero hesitation. He delivers a single devastating punch, instantly knocking the giant flat on its back. The chat explodes a one-shot kill. Viewers wonder if the dungeon is already cleared. One overconfident fan claims they could do the same, but others quickly shut them down. If they tried, they would be the ones getting one-shotted. Chen Bai points at the fallen beast, warning that this is not over yet. He tells Xiao Zhen to get closer and film the corpse. The system notification for a successful clear still has not popped up. Is there another boss hiding nearby? Chen Bai explains that the real monster is actually inside that massive pile of dead flesh. To survive, the virus clustered together into a pure concentrated mass. Xiao Zhen looks at the gross, wriggling core and shivers. He points out that the meat was just a protective shell or a tool it used to move around. As the camera zooms in, the audience sees a creepy, nerve-like viral organism trying to make a break for it. Surprisingly, Chen Bai does not kill it right away. Instead, he suggests following the creature to see where it leads them. Xiao Zhen agrees and keeps her camera rolling. Suddenly, the live stream broadcast cuts to a completely different location. The chat goes wild over the screen. There is uninfected living livestock right inside this apocalyptic wasteland. For people starving since the apocalypse, fresh meat is an absolute treasure. Xiao Zhen spots 10 livestock trucks parked nearby. Seeing healthy, unmutated animals in this day and age is an absolute miracle. They are completely free of any infection. After dealing with hideous, mutated monsters for so long, these normal animals look incredibly peaceful and cute. A delivery driver in a tank top steps out of a truck, looking around for someone to receive the cargo. As the driver searches, the runaway virus lunges for him. Chen Bai reacts instantly and snatches the parasite midair. Terrified, the driver asks who Chen Bai is and what that creature is. Chen Bai warns him to leave the goods and run. Back in Jiang City, Song Ziqing sits in her office, keeping a close eye on the broadcast of his run. She addresses her viewers, pointing out that Chen Bai has completely altered the hidden storyline of the dungeon. Normally, these animals and NPCs serve as food to trigger the boss's second phase. But Chen Bai completely prevented that. He locked the boss down before it could transform, securing an incredibly valuable haul of fresh meat instead. She realizes that Chen Bai must have predicted this massive meat supply the moment he read the dungeon intelligence report. Even though she always trusts his decisions, seeing this success still brings her immense joy. She immediately calls Lu Li. She instructs him to give the scouts who found this dungeon the highest reward possible for their amazing discovery. If this zone allows infinite meat farming, their families will receive a lifetime supply and a cut of the profits. This sends a clear message to the citizens that serving the city rewards them beyond their wildest dreams. Lu Li smiles, promising to handle the public relations. Back on screen, Song Ziqing approaches the camera to speak. She politely apologizes to the reporter, explaining that the inner factory area is restricted for safety reasons. They will be out shortly for the live broadcast anyway. A slightly flustered Xiao Zhen can only nod in agreement. She wonders if this is really the central sector. Suddenly, Chen Bai appears behind her. If she wants in, she has to sign a death waiver. The agreement locks down all intel about him and Chen Bai's city inside chat group 001, absolutely no leaking without his explicit permission. She pouts, calling him out for being way too obvious with his scheming. Is he trying to drag her onto his sinking ship? Xiao Zhen crosses her arms with a smirk, claiming she can't pick sides. But then he suddenly leans right down to her ear. He whispers that he gets it, and this is merely their way of staying safe. Chen Bai then steps forward, leaving her behind. He starts a countdown from 3, dropping one finger at a time. 2. And finally, the last finger is about to fall. Xiao Zhen rushes over to stop him, calling out to the White Emperor. She agrees but wonders if this deal only ties her hands. Is there nothing in it for her? Chen Bai smirks, promising that he will feed exclusive intel only to her and nobody else. That includes secrets about Chat Group 001, the Dragon Kingdom government, and things far beyond her wildest imagination. Her eyes go wide with absolute shock. Exclusive intel just for her. The very next second, Xiao Zhen signs right up. She officially joins his crew. Moving into the central hub, Song Ziqiang explains that this is the core of the entire factory. It runs on a supercomputer core from the city creation reward alongside the artificial intelligence core he acquired earlier. Chen Bai wonders if that intelligence core is actually useful. She sighs, admitting they have not been able to use it yet. That artificial intelligence has quite the personality, demanding its very first command come from its true master, plus its power drain is massive. To fully boot it up, they would actually have to shut down every single other device in the area first. With a calm smile, he tells her to go ahead. Instantly, the bright lights of the entire sector completely black out. Revealed inside a chamber is a humanoid figure. Her eyes glow, greeting him with a robotic voice as her master. She introduces herself as Xiandi, an AI holding all Company X data built for management, combat, support, defense, and hacking. Chen Bai stays cautious, asking if her actual master is supposed to be the now-destroyed Company X. Xiandi admits her previous master is long gone. Now that she belongs to Chen Bai City, her loyalty lies solely with him. Presenting a small metallic ring, she explains that this is the master key to rewrite her root code. It gives him complete control over her entire existence, and she urges him to take it. That tiny ring is a special item. This is the ultimate master key for the Xian Dai artificial intelligence, granting the holder absolute authority over her. Chen Bai smiles but notes that waking her up just drained almost the entire power supply of Chen Bai City. What can she actually do? Xian quickly lists her capabilities. She can immediately compute the absolute most efficient way to utilize the remaining electricity. Once the optimal power routing plan is set, she will enter hibernation to save resources. She presents her strategy. This method guarantees maximum energy conservation, and executing it could even double their overall system efficiency. Chen Bai nods in approval, telling Xiandi to handle it. He promises to find a massive power source to wake her up permanently. She quietly accepts her orders, promising to wait for her master. With that sorted out, Chen Bai turns to his reporter companion. He reminds her that her broadcast is about to start. Stunned, she agrees and asks if he is really the top ranker who one-shot Anthony. This is a level 10 to 18 difficulty dungeon, a place so dangerous that barely anyone dares to step foot inside. Millions are tuning in just to watch. Walking ahead, Chen Bai shrugs, questioning if a level 10 to 18 dungeon is really that big of a deal. Xiaojin smirks at his insane confidence. She warns him that she is streaming everything live, so he better not embarrass himself. Chen Bai dryly suggests she should probably worry about her own safety instead. She confidently fires back. She promises to show him exactly what she can do. Song Zixiang sighs at their bickering as they transition straight into the dungeon. They arrive at the Hongwei meat processing plant, a level 10 to 18 instance crawling with danger. Hordes of ravenous zombies pack the streets. Xiao Zhen gasps, shocked by how crowded the entrance already is. Right then, a system notification pops up asking if he accepts Evolver Xiao Zhen using her combat recording skill on him. She urges him to hit accept already. Chen Bai sighs and complies, and in the next second, she undergoes a bizarre transformation. Xiao Zhen morphs into a mutated crab, laughing that she will remain perfectly safe as long as he does not die. The system notifies that he is now the recording target, granting him a solid 10% boost to all stats and reaction speed. He smiles, impressed by her useful skill, and signals that it is time to make their move. Wherever Chen Bai walks, lethal spikes erupt from the ground, impaling zombies as the live stream chat absolutely explodes with comments. Viewers are spamming that they finally get to see this legendary skill in action since the last video was way too short. Meanwhile, over at Fang Ning's residence, the man stares at the screen in pure confusion, wondering what Bai is up to. What is he doing? Fang Zhang mutters, watching a monster-slaying livestream. Minister Fang rubs his temples, wondering how he ever ended up with such a foolish son. Fang Lin suddenly appears and asks if he means the guy is not showing off weapons and ammo. He just promoted the factory of White Emperor City, yet this stream is not showcasing any medicine or gear produced by that plant. Minister Fang nods in agreement. Indeed, the young man's reputation and strength do not need any more cheap publicity. Instantly killing Anthony in that previous video was already more than enough to prove his point. Yet this sudden stream tells him that Chen Bai must have a completely different agenda. Meanwhile, inside Song Zixiang's office, Lu Li stands by her side to report the stream has already crossed 10 million viewers. It is still climbing steadily. Zixiang, just wait until the master reaches his destination, the publicity will absolutely explode. She smirks smugly and orders her people to keep pushing the stream, wanting the entire world to see that exact location. Mass-producing weapons and medicine is too slow and expensive. This dungeon is their real ticket to making White Emperor City rich. Now looking closely at the complex map in his hands, Xiao Zhen zooms in while commentating on the White Emperor's move. She wonders where he even got a layout of this place. He studies the paper for a moment before speaking. The apocalypse has arrived, but it has not altered the local terrain much yet, meaning old pre-crisis maps are still useful. Xiao Zhen beams at the camera, asking the viewers if they are taking notes on the White Emperor's pro tips. She quickly follows up, asking if he can share any more secrets about running dungeons. The White Emperor. In a flash, Chen Bai leaps down to another platform. Since he is streaming, he decides to share a bit. He explains that dungeons generally fall into 3 distinct categories, which are combat scenario and the special types. He peers down at a grotesque creature below, pointing out how these beasts dictate how each dungeon is formed. Combat instances are born from a concentration of powerful beasts where the only objective is to fight and survive. Special dungeons give players a warning beforehand and usually hold secrets behind the origin of this apocalypse. Chen Bai lands softly on the concrete. The scenario dungeons, however, are by far the most common type. Approaching a dark slaughterhouse, he chuckles and explains that these are built upon various legends and urban myths. Within these instances, you will find hidden clues that piece together the backstory of what went down here. Xiao Zhen nods along as she films, realizing how the system works. It all makes sense now. She asks if finding those clues makes clearing the zone any easier, but Chen Bai quickly shuts down that theory. That is not always the case, since some leads actually unlock secret boss fights in hidden areas, ramping up the difficulty. In special instances, hunting down hidden secrets is a surefire way to make things 10 times harder. He looks at the camera and tells his viewers to be extremely careful when searching for clues. Then he drops down. Xiao Zhen hovers close behind, asking if he intends to search for clues here. Chen Bai's eyes turn dead silent. There is no need, he says. He already located the boss and will just execute it. Xiao Zhen looks stunned. She follows his gaze to a heavy metal door, and honestly, you have to wonder what he'll pull next. Just go straight for the kill. Some call him a genius, though others note his brutal methods are impossible to copy. He turns back to offer a quick warning, advising the audience not to follow his lead by ignoring clues. Bypassing the backstory might leave the main boss at an invincible tier or make the fight absolutely impossible. Chen Bai smirks. In any standard run, locating those vital pieces of information and making the right call is key. Suddenly, the massive iron door blasts off its hinges as if struck from behind, hurtling straight toward them. Chen Bai effortlessly dodges as a grotesque monster emerges from the darkness, sending the chat into a total frenzy. Viewers identify it as a meat mountain, calling it the most sickening type of mutant zombie out there. Chen Bai studies the massive creature for a moment before correcting them, stating this unique mutant is no ordinary zombie. The behemoth snarls violently, but Xiao Zhen uses this chance to rush forward and activate her appraisal skill. This is a level 18 special boss known as the Virus Amalgam. It resembles a flesh mountain but lacks the hunger. Its massive frame is constructed from heaps of dead flesh and contaminated blood bound together by the infection. She broadcasts the creature in high definition. Suddenly, the giant beast swings a massive hammer toward Chen Bai. He sidesteps and calmly asks if she is done with her introduction. Xiao Zhen nods confidently. With the camera ready, Chen Bai unleashes an immediate counterattack, sending the giant beast screaming in agony. Its entire body lies motionless on the ground. Is it dead already? The comment section is absolutely blowing up with debates about this insane instant kill. Chen Bai gestures to Xiao Zhen. It is not over. Go photograph that ash. She is completely lost. He points out the writhing red threads. That is the actual monster. Clustered together, the pure virus uses dead flesh merely as a protective armor to survive. Flesh is just a puppet. Xiao Zhen groans in disgust as the nerve-like parasite begins squirming out. It struggles to escape. Strangely, the White Emperor does not deliver a final blow. The parasite burrows into the dirt. Follow it, he calmly instructs. Still completely stunned, she quickly obeys as they begin heading deeper underground. The chat explodes. Live, uninfected animals. Honestly, in an apocalyptic world, fresh meat is an absolute myth. Before them sit 10 massive livestock transport trucks. She gasps. Healthy animals are extinct out there. Compared to those mutated beasts, these normal animals look incredibly cute. Below, a worker walks out to deliver the goods, totally oblivious to the approaching virus. Chen Bai snatches the parasite, startling him. He calmly tells the worker to leave the cargo and get out. Meanwhile, Song Zhixiang is glued to her office screen, listening intently. Viewers can see that Chen Bai has completely hijacked the scripted event, preventing the boss from evolving. The boss remains completely helpless. By bypassing that phase, he unlocked massive rewards. Zhixiang smiles, calculating. He must have analyzed the data beforehand to secure this endless supply of fresh meat. Though she always believed in him, actually seeing it makes her extremely happy. She stands up. She tells Lu Li to reward the scout team and secure the meat rights. If this works, their families get free meat for life, plus a cut of the profits. She wants everyone to know that contributing to Chen Bai's city pays off heavily. Lu Li smiles confidently. Since the end of the world, grains have been manageable. But real meat is another story, and Minister Fang is looking incredibly stressed. Healthy edible animals can be counted on one hand. Relying on monster item drops carries far too much risk. It is a terrible, endless cycle. He stands up to give orders. Offer him teleportation evolvers. Securing the capital's meat supply is their top priority. Back on the live feed, viewers are screaming about his insane spiritual strike. Many claim to know the trick, but their range is pathetic compared to his. Chen Bai laughs. He confirms it is just basic mental energy control. Xiao Zhen suddenly pauses. Are they actually monsters? He hands her the virus, telling her to take a closer look. Stay calm, she urges. Panning her camera, she highlights a C-rank beast called a purple chicken, granting various temporary buffs. Eating C-grade meat or higher over the long term can even permanently increase your stamina. You can also use its feathers as a feather duster if needed. Xiao Zhen gasps in shock, asking if everyone saw that. Oh my god, it is a food-type item. Have you guys ever seen this before? Meanwhile, Chen Bai decisively crushes the pure virus. The system panel flashes, showing he defeated the level 18 combined virus boss. With the dungeon successfully cleared, they can now exit at any time. Minister Fang is completely shocked by this, wondering how a food item like that can be farmed over and over again. He wonders why their imperial capital cannot find such dungeons. Without wasting another second, he orders his team to contact Chen Bai. The original terms remain, but they will drop the demand for trading rights that was too much. They only need priority purchasing rights. Minister Fang turns to instruct Fang Zhang to be extra polite, since this type of massive, meat-based food resource is incredibly hard to find. The breeding grounds of their imperial capital and Jaimin ran dry long ago, leaving nothing but zombie beasts and rotten meat. He sets up a backup plan if Chen Bai makes demands. They should agree to anything that does not cross the line. But Fang Zhang quickly blurts out that the offer was already rejected. Minister Fang snaps in anger, asking if the boy just ruined his entire plan. He storms right over to demand answers, reminding him of his supposed good relationship with Chen Bai. Yet a simple request to buy ahead of others was instantly shut down. Fang Zhang turns pale with fear as he explains. Chen Bai replied that he does not need their reinforcements at all. He also mentioned that near the imperial capital there is an eco-village called Daxing Village, which has likely turned into a dungeon as well. Fang Zhang's voice drops to a soft whisper, adding that once they conquer that eco-village dungeon, things will change. Then he will be the one asking them for purchasing priority. Just then Fang Ning walks over and calls out to Xiao Zhang. She asks if Daxing Village is the place known for growing massive amounts of vegetables, spices, and even fruits. Minister Fang immediately agrees, noting they skipped it before since they had plenty of food. But if that place is packed with food-type items, they just hit the ultimate jackpot. He frowns, realizing that Chen Bai tipping them off about this dungeon is a massive favor in itself. He immediately turns to Fang Ning, ordering her to lead their absolute best elite team. Utilizing the 100 gear sets Chen Bai gave Xiao Zhang to secure this dungeon. Then he tells Xiao Zhang to send a message. Once cleared, Chen Bai City will not only get permanent purchasing priority but also get the absolute lowest prices. On top of that, they will supply free batches of food items to Chen Bai City every single month for 10 years. They should ask if he has any other demands. The two quickly accept the order. Meanwhile, back on the livestream, Xiao Zhen is as energetic as ever, announcing they have successfully escaped the dungeon. She adds that the walkthrough will be uploaded for free. With a bright smile, she signs off and tells everyone to stay tuned for her next news update. Nearby, Chen Bai waves goodbye to the viewers. Once the stream cuts, Xiao Zhen instantly drops her idol persona and confronts him, asking why she feels like she was just used for free publicity. Streaming this dungeon run had to be a calculated move. Chen Bai just chuckles, admitting he planned it. He used scouting reports from other players who entered Chen Bai City's territory to deduce this specific dungeon would yield massive rewards. And since she wanted to show off his strength on stream by clearing a new dungeon live, he really had no reason not to choose this exact goldmine. Realizing she got played, she huffs at how easily he admits it, demanding to know why he did not tell her sooner. Chen Bai counters that she never asked the right questions. He answered everything she brought up about the level and difficulty. She puts her hands on her hips, annoyed that it is somehow her fault. Suddenly, a massive tremor violently shakes the ground. She panics, asking what is going on. It is an earthquake. But get this, the world fusion is finally beginning. Deep fissures tear through the earth. Xiao Zhen screams as the massive X-Company building suddenly starts materializing right before them. Is this really how the world merges? Meanwhile, in Chen Bai City, an aide runs in to deliver an urgent report. Although the system keeps Chen Bai City safe from the merging process, massive rifts are opening up in nearby urban zones. The southern and western sectors are cracking open, especially the main downtown area. Song Ziqian actually lets out a soft laugh. This is great news. There's a high chance these city rifts will merge with the zombie world, bringing in fresh targets. If they get the tech company or the power plant, it will be an absolute jackpot. Song Ziqian calls out to Shir. She orders all forces except the city guard to mobilize and scout the newly merged territories the moment things settle down. The girl nods obediently. Song Ziqian then directs her scouts to gather every scrap of intel as quickly as possible. They need to map out the new layout of Jiang City for Chen Bai. As the scout eagerly runs off, Song Ziqian looks up. The housekeeper is thrilled. Her work is piling up because Chen Bai is building a massive empire. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, things are chaotic. Panic voices are echoing. No one understands why this new alleyway is crawling with so many high-tier mutated zombies. Another voice cuts in to calm them. Backup is on the way as soon as the other Jiang City survey teams arrive. Once they get here, they will be saved. The captain feels incredibly grateful for the advanced gear gifted by the White Emperor and the Queen. Without it, they would have been dead long ago. One member shouts that his innate skill is finally off cooldown. His teammate refuses, asking how much longer they can possibly wait. Suddenly, the captain yells out. He tells them to look up, and right there in the sky, a massive spatial portal opens, pulling the strength straight out of the zombies. The monsters gradually collapse onto the hard ground. The team watches in utter confusion as the entire zombie horde begins to wither away. Even their own bodies start evaporating. They are hit too. Suddenly, Chen Bai leaps down from above and asks if they are okay. With a quick wave of his hand, the portal instantly snaps shut. He apologizes, admitting he hasn't fully mastered this skill yet. To fix it, Chen Bai draws the toxic black mist out. The captain stands at attention and politely addresses the White Emperor. He reports that they are scouting squad number 8 from Jiang City, currently responsible for mapping out the territory in New Jiang City. He thanks him for saving their lives and confirms that everyone is safe from serious injury and still fully capable of fighting. Chen Bai smiles warmly, patting the captain's shoulder. He tells them there is no need to rush, as safety is always the top priority. He thanks them for their hard work and dedication to White Emperor City. As he prepares to leave, he gives a polite wave. He bids them take care, and they wave back in gratitude. In the blink of an eye, Chen Bai is standing on a high rooftop. The system alerts him that his level has reached 20, which officially unlocks the requirements to upgrade his title. His Zombie Hunter title is now A-grade. As an A-grade Doomsday Tyrant, all of his stats increase by 150. His critical rate against zombies is up 30%, and his skills are 50% stronger. The next upgrade requires some heavy grinding. He must slay 10,000 zombies, 10 mutated beasts above level 50, and a single boss over level 80. Looking over this list of rewards, he smirks. It is a pretty sweet deal since this world is overrun with zombies anyway. Chen Bai brushes off his hands. The merged world's dungeons are conquered, the integration is complete, and the rewards have been distributed. Everything is in place and the promotions are already running. Chen Bai looks up at the sky, calculating his next move. With Song Zixiong's situation fully sorted out, he realizes it is time to focus entirely on raising his own personal power. Suddenly, a notification pops up. He has officially entered a Hellgrade secret dungeon, the level 15 to 35 Plague Sowers. As he steps deeper into the murky tunnels, notifications flood his screen, warning him of a steady rise in virus points. He moves forward calmly. Last time he left early to capture infected creatures for his abyss, leaving this dungeon unfinished. His eyes gleam with determination. The penalty cooldown has finally expired, and this time he is absolutely going to clear it. Activating his virus control power, a swarm of beasts materializes behind him. With a dry smirk, he notes they meet again. Blocking his path is the level 25 boss, the infected Ratman Marksman. Remembering their last encounter, Chen Bai eyes the discarded skin. He remembers wondering what bizarre shedding skill the beast used to escape back then. But returning to the present, he just smiles. There is no escaping this time. Right on cue, Chen Bai's arm morphs into massive razor-sharp claws, catching the Ratman completely off guard. The creature tries to flee, but before it can even take a step, Chen Bai strikes with a devastating fatal claw swipe. The system confirms the defeat of the level 25 boss, awarding 50,000 experience points. Just then, a strange item drops. Picking up a glowing card, he is surprised to find a B-grade title called the Sewer Conqueror. It grants a nice boost. All of his stats go up by 50, environmental sewer debuffs are reduced, and his poison resistance gets a massive buff. It requires level 20 or higher to equip. He chuckles softly, completely unimpressed. It is incredibly rare but completely useless to him. Unlike his personal titles, this one can actually be traded. He might as well pocket it and sell it for a fortune. Stashing the card away, he ventures deeper into the murky underground. He pauses to examine the dark, winding path ahead of him. He did not explore this area during his last run, but he remembers discovering a decaying corpse here a long time ago. That was how he originally obtained the virus imprint. Navigating the dark labyrinthine pipes, he discovers a hidden junction split in two. One side leads to the standard Dongshan sewers, while the other leads to the Plague Dungeon. Just up ahead, something feels different. Chen Bai suddenly stops in his tracks. Floating directly in front of him is a spectral figure, seemingly guarding an iron door. He wonders why a new passageway has suddenly appeared. Pushing past the gate, he steps into a mysterious damp stone cavern. Instantly, his system feeds him notifications that he is absorbing plague mushrooms, boosting his plague points by 30 with each step. Chen Bai notices his plague points ticking up again. He suspects it has everything to do with this strange glowing ore. His eyes light up as he scans the area. A system detail pops up: filth fungus, a rare species from another world. It constantly generates plague-inducing spores. While certain bizarre creatures absolutely love it, it is highly lethal to almost everything else. Chen Bai lets out a dark smirk. This is pretty interesting, he thinks, his mind already plotting. If he wants to spread a plague in the abyss or build his own disease kingdom, he will definitely need this. He decides to take it along, but a sudden system warning flashes. Removing the filth will compromise the dungeon integrity. It might lower his final clear rating and rewards, giving him quite a shock. Taking it now is just not worth it. He decides to leave it behind for now and heads into the next room. There, he stops dead in his tracks. What is this creature? The system reveals it as the Plague Spirit, a level 30 boss residing in the disease zone. A fused soul of plague power. Strength 592, agility 1368, constitution 113, and spirit 1782. Skills include plague, shockwave, plague, vibration, and invisibility. Chen Bai cautiously eyes this strange specter, but it reacts instantly. It unleashes a sudden plague shockwave right at him. He moves fast, raising his arm to block the incoming blast. A system notification chimes, hit by plague shockwave, plague points plus 50. Seeing him completely unharmed, the spirit freezes. It scratches its head in pure confusion. Then it unleashes a barrage of rapid attacks while he just stands there silent. The screen flashes again, struck by plague shockwave, virus points plus 120. Yet he is totally unfazed. His lack of injury startles the specter. Watching closely, Chen Bai can't help but chuckle at how awkward it looks. Embarrassed, the spirit quickly turns its face away. That is when he gently summons a soft glowing orb in his hand. Overcome with curiosity, the specter peeks back. It is completely mesmerized by the brilliant sphere of light resting in his palm. Noticing him watching, it flinches slightly. But temptation wins, and the spirit slowly drifts closer to examine the glowing orb. Chen Bai wears a warm expression that leaves the creature utterly confused. Gently, he reaches out his hand. He strokes the spirit's face. He notes how incredibly dense its spiritual energy is, feeling solid and cold to the touch. Passing through it takes some effort, but the mental feedback it sends back is actually pretty warm. A sudden noise from deep inside the cavern breaks his focus. He immediately heads forward to investigate the disturbance. A powerful aura looms ahead. Emerging from the shadows is the decayed Insect King, a level 35 boss from another world. This beast seems linked to some unimaginable secret. Strength 1540, 7 agility 2354, and constitution 2985. Spirit is 985, wielding decay eggs and life-draining rot gas. The moment he lays eyes on this monster, he recoils. Chen Bai is genuinely taken aback by its sheer size. Its agility and constitution stats are way higher than his own. Before he can even react, the Insect King lunges forward. His face tightens in alarm. It is incredibly fast. He instantly unleashes his demon wings, transforming on the spot. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully shoves the massive beast back. Suddenly, the Insect King spews a thick cloud of toxic gas. It happens too quickly for him to dodge. The foul smoke fills the entire room. A warning pops up, hit by rotting gas, virus points increased by 100. He chuckles in surprise. This plague power is pretty decent fitting for a boss. He immediately activates his skill, Howl of Hell, also known as the Shepherd's Horn. This gear skill allows him to control any creature with lower spiritual power than himself. The overall effect depends entirely on his own spiritual strength and the stat gap between them. Watch this. Chen Bai steps slowly toward the Insect King, unleashing a massive aura surge that completely shocks the beast. Desperate, it beats its wings and flies high up to keep a safe distance. But he is already calculating his odds. Although its total stats outclass his, its spirit is weak. Controlling it completely is impossible, but triggering immediate panic, absolutely. Instilling absolute dread is guaranteed. He takes a slow step forward, causing the ground beneath him to split apart instantly. Spikes erupt. The beast desperately tries to dodge, but there is absolutely no running away from Chen Bai now. He feels entirely satisfied. The moment has arrived. In the background, the specter silently watches the intense clash unfold. It is stunned to see him take down the massive Insect King so quickly. A dungeon notification flashes, boss slain. The level 35 decayed Insect King is dead. 2 million experience points acquired, and the secret dungeon is officially cleared. He can exit at any time. The system asks if he wants to publish his first clear footage as pay-to-view content. As Chen Bai weighs his options, the notification suddenly shifts. His Plague Sect questline has reached a new milestone. Without any hesitation, he opens it. It is none other than his exclusive legendary SSS-Rank quest. The Plague Cult is frantically searching for their fated god. By touching the forbidden ruins here, he has triggered their attention. They are already rushing toward this location. In 15 days, their messenger will arrive to find their lost deity. The objective and rewards of this quest remain completely unknown. Still, Chen Bai carefully commits this mission to memory. Keeping the 15-day deadline in mind, he notes the question marks on his quest screen. Anything could happen. He smiles to himself, realizing this situation might not actually be a major threat to his life after all. Armed with his SSS class, even the plague cultists he met earlier treated him with absolute respect. He begins absorbing the Insect King corpse. He planned to seek out the cult, but they are coming to him. This works out perfectly. A system notification flashes confirming the absorption of a plague beast has boosted his authority. His stats increase by 100 points across the board. This extra authority makes his upcoming meeting much safer. Everything is playing out in his favor. Looking at his rewards, Chen Bai is left somewhat puzzled. There is a skill book and an egg. Sitting before him is an A-grade decayed insect king pet egg. It serves as a combat mount. To hatch it, he simply needs to drip his own blood onto the shell. A highly rare pet is great, but riding a grotesque insect into battle, he let out a soft sigh. He decides to skip it. Thankfully, the system also grants him an A-grade skill that grows healing mushrooms. The overall healing power scales directly with his mental stats, and the skill comes with a 10-minute cooldown. Chen Bai nods in satisfaction. His self-healing is incredible, but he finally has a way to treat others. This is a great addition to his toolkit. He suddenly turns to the system with a burning question. If he takes the plague spirit with him, will its presence negatively affect the instance? The system immediately warns him. Carrying the spirit away will destabilize the area, dropping his final dungeon evaluation and heavily reducing his rewards. He looks down at the tiny spirit on his hand and smiles, telling it to stay here for now. A global alert pings other players. The Dragon Nation Evolver White Emperor has successfully cleared the secret realm. He conquered the level 15 to 35 hell difficulty plague sewers. His clearance video has been posted entirely for free. Yet some players watch the video and claim the dungeon is overrated. A warrior named Water Monkey comments. He calls the dungeon laughably easy, stating he cannot understand what makes this hell difficulty so challenging. He brags that his build counters insect damage, claiming he could lead a team to victory with ghost support. Jiang Cheng's beaver brother immediately replies, telling the kid to actually watch the footage before talking big. Curious about the difficulty, some players decide to open up their active status screens to check. Notifications instantly flood in. A virus attack is actively draining their stats, causing their faces to pale. Beaver brother comments that this is true. Hell difficulty. Their health is dropping by 1 point every second. He mockingly asks how many seconds they can survive. So much for easily clearing the entire dungeon. He notes that without the specialized plague gear set he is wearing, stat loss would jump to 5 points every single second. Water Monkey Warrior is completely stunned. How much health must the White Emperor have to stroll through there? Long Yan Juju find it impossible to believe, wondering if he is simply immune to the plague. Si Shen comments that their own stamina would not even last 3 minutes in that toxic environment. Back in Song Ziqiang's office, Chen Bai is taking it easy. He chuckles at the online drama. He assumes Beaver Brother is part of their security squad. Warning people, keeps brainless players from getting trapped. Song Ziqiang walks in, praising him for mapping out the integrated city of Jiangcheng so incredibly fast. She turns to Leng Shuang to ask about exploration casualties. Spotting her, Chen Bai waves. Hello there. She hurries over, expressing her excitement over his safe return and his amazing run through the plague sewers. She congratulates him on securing another hell-tier clearance, her voice filled with genuine pride and joy. Leng Shuang bows deeply to his master while Wei Shiwei looks at him with eyes full of absolute admiration. Seeing everyone congratulate him, Song Ge quickly chimes in with her own praise as Chen Bai nods. He tells everyone to focus on their work first before calling Song Ge over, leaving her quite confused. She asks if he thinks she has nothing useful to do. He smiles, asking what her priority is. She confidently replies that her ultimate goal is to become the strongest person in the world. She cannot help but be surprised by his casual tone. If he is really that powerful, she will never catch up to him. Sensing something is off, Song Ge asks Chen Bai if he is really leaving, demanding to know where he is going. She reminds him that he just cleared a hell-grade dungeon, so he should at least take 2 days to rest. Chen Bai does not explain, simply waving goodbye as he leaves. Song Ge huffs in annoyance at him being gone again. She complains that they feel more like his corporate management team than his actual companions, feeling quite left out. Angrily, she vows to grind dungeons until she surpasses him, proudly declaring that her time to shine will surely come. She boasts about locking Chen Bai up and making him beg for mercy every day, when suddenly he appears right behind her. He asks if this is truly her grand master plan once she becomes the strongest person in the world. Song Ji gasps, asking if he had already left. Smiling, he steps closer and says he needs to teach her a lesson. Blushing furiously as she remembers her wild boasts, she can only squeal as Chen Bai drags her away for discipline. Song Gi cries out for her mother to save her, while Wei Shiwei awkwardly asks Song Ziqiang what they should do. Song Ziqiang smiles, suggesting they focus on business first. She will call Su Xin to help Song Ge while they handle everything else. Song Ziqiang invites Leng Shuang and Wei Shiwei to tag along if they want, hoping they can join in on the action. Hearing this, Leng Shuang nods without a single second of hesitation, eager to see what comes next. By the next morning, Leng Shuang and Wei Shiwei are still fast asleep, while Chen Bai is already wide awake. Closing his eyes to focus his mind, Chen Bai activates the dimensional ring already glowing on his hand. The moment Chen Bai appears, Sha Seng rejoices, noting that the ring has been sealed for quite a few days. He adds that Chen Bai's power must have skyrocketed. Chen Bai chuckles, telling the demon to cut out the cheap flattery. He recalls Sha Seng mentioning a massive legacy left behind in hell, wondering if his current strength is enough to claim it. Sha Seng grins with pride, assuring him that it is absolutely possible for someone of his current level. He explains his legacy holds the power of 6 deadly sins and mental illusions which Chen Bai can easily exploit. He suggests targeting the authorities of greed and sloth first, but Chen Bai immediately notices a glaring inconsistency. He questions why there are only 6 sins instead of 7, prompting Sha Seng to explain the truth. It turns out the power of lust belongs mostly to Mercantus, leaving Sha Seng with only a tiny fraction of it. As for his mental illusion power, it was merely his old-class skill, making it far weaker than the actual 7 deadly sins. Still, they might as well retrieve it. Chen Bai agrees and prepares to set off, laying down some ground rules first. He warns Sha Seng that he will lift most of his seals upon entering hell, so he better not disappoint him. The demon excitedly swears his absolute loyalty, begging his master to trust him. Returning to reality, Chen Bai gets to work. He knows this descent into the underworld will not be a walk in the park. It is time to power up. Luckily, he has hoarded a massive stockpile of virus points, especially since World Fusion has been generating passive income. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, he prepares to dump his accumulated points into upgrading his skills. Later that night, Chen Bai officially sets foot in hell, staring out over the vast and desolate abyssal plains. Looking around, he spots something interesting like a succubus cottage right before reaching the 10th layer of the abyss. He notices that the very first abyssal city is nearly complete, filling him with anticipation for the upcoming upgrades. Unsure of how massive the commotion of his evolution will be, he decides this remote location is the safest spot. He starts with his blacklight virus path, opening up the system interface to review his current progress. While his initial awakening has already reached 100%, his basic awakening is still stuck at a mere 50%. With his common virus points now exceeding 10,000 and T-virus points over 1,000, he decides to fully max this out. The system immediately deducts 9,750 blacklight virus points to finalize his basic awakening. With his basic awakening complete, his claw form now features ground spikes, while his hammer form gains crushing power. His shield form grants absolute defense, and his muscle reinforcement form drastically boosts his physical strength. His whip form can sweep through entire armies. His blade form unlocks rapid dual slashes, and his armor form is completed. He also gains a seamless speed form and thermal detection. Chen Bai is highly pleased with these massive upgrades. His speed form acts as a perfect synergy, seamlessly blending his existing wall-running and air-dashing skills into one fluid motion. Aside from massive stat boosts, it seems every single aspect of his power has reached a brand new level. The system announces that the base form of his blacklight virus has been unlocked, maximizing his devouring speed. Evolution hits 100%. Now possessing the basic awakening, his shape-shifting speed is boosted by 100%. Stats like strength, agility, constitution, and spirit all gain 800 points, while his health recovery shoots up by 800%. Meanwhile, his advanced awakening bar sits at 0%. Chen Bai finds this progress hard to believe, yet highly intriguing. He wonders if there is really an advanced stage after the initial and basic awakenings. It seems he will have plenty of fun ahead. He brings up the system interface to check the T-virus evolution pathways, and the details for both strains flash before his eyes. The T-virus can evolve into the C-virus, granting him an incredibly massive mutation boost to enhance his physical form. This allows the host to mutate endlessly based on the surrounding environment, though the direction of these mutations is completely uncontrollable. Anything is possible. Alternatively, spending 3,000 evolution points on focused telekinesis will burn mental energy to upgrade his brain power. This path unlocks a super-enhanced telekinetic T-strain. Taking his mental abilities a step further, it opens up a massive power boost. It unlocks a brand new telekinetic skill tree for multi-layered psychic abilities. Reading this, Chen Bai cannot help but smirk. Choosing the telekinetic upgrade is a no-brainer. His biggest weakness has always been a lack of direct mind manipulation skills. Besides, he has absolutely no desire to mutate into some bizarre, unrecognizable shape. He shudders at the thought of the T-virus, turning him into a hideous monster. After a brief hesitation, Chen Bai reaches toward the screen and selects the telekinetic path. Suddenly, his expression warps in pain. A violent surge of raw energy floods his mind, pushing his tolerance to the limit. He struggles to remain calm, but it is completely useless. The system screen flashes, announcing the successful viral evolution. His spirit stat gains 350 points, permanently boosting mental energy by 40% and increasing all telekinetic effects by 100%. Chen Bai is stunned by the results, his body swaying slightly from the shockwave. Fortunately, he manages to stand firm. He grumbles to himself as upgrading his blacklight virus has never felt this incredibly painful and exhausting before. Checking the stat board, he does the math. The 40% permanent boost and 100% telekinesis make the pain worthwhile. His mental energy is now his highest stat, reaching 1,800 points and surpassing his other attributes by 300 to 400. A satisfied smile plays on his lips. Next, he looks at his universal points. There is only one obvious choice here. He pulls up the upgrade option for his Virus Monarch talent, confirming there is no better way to invest his points. It costs 10,000 virus points, granting him greater authority, doubling his absorption, speed, and expanding his range by 10 meters. The passive perks include a 10% boost to virus points and a 30% boost to specific attribute points. He also gains absolute suppression over all low-level viral life forms, allowing him to take complete control of them instantly. He can command them as long as their collective mental strength does not exceed triple his own, increasing all viral skill effects by 100%. The system has even redefined the very scope of what he can manipulate. Reading this, Chen Bai is thoroughly pleased. This redefined concept is broken. If this authority can eventually expand to encompass all viruses, fungi, bacteria, and microscopic organisms, a thrilled grin spreads across his face, knowing he is just a single step away from achieving godlike power. With his influenza already evolved into tuberculosis, the spread and debuff effects have increased dramatically. Upgrading other minor strains in the same manner will surely boost the destructive capability of his Plague Sun technique to new heights. Nodding to himself, he decides it is time to get to work and speed up the upgrade process. Chen Bai summons the Gate of Hell directly in front of him, creating a portal leading straight into the underworld. With a 10-day cooldown on the gate, he wastes no time and steps inside while Satan practically vibrates with excitement. The familiar demonic aura makes the beast ecstatic, though he suddenly slumps. This is merely a transit path, not his actual home. As Chen Bai prepares to venture further into the portal, a new system notification flashes in front of him. The system confirms he has accepted Stage 1 of a special SSS-Rank quest. Whether dominating the abyss or conquering the demon Satan, hell is his to conquer. His first step on this grand campaign is to reclaim the power and authority Satan left behind. The first objective is to track down sloth and greed. Even though the rewards are currently unknown, Chen Bai cannot wait any longer. Very well, let the hunt begin. Stepping through, Chen Bai stares in surprise at the alien landscape. Satan looks just as baffled by the sight. What is that crimson sphere hanging next to the Hellfire Sun? Is it a moon? Since when did this place have one? Walking forward, Chen Bai remarks that his guide's knowledge of home is severely outdated. Satan scratches his head sheepishly. Having been away for ages, Chen Bai asks if he at least remembers where he left greed and sloth. Satan speaks with absolute certainty, of course. Not the closest one to him right now is greed. He points to a distant direction, explaining that the Great Dominator's authority over greed has been split up. He divided it across Hell's major cities, specifically those above the rank of Count. Meanwhile, Satan keeps rambling on. He explains that these cities hold a special creation called Hell's Path of Life and Death, each with unique effects. Once someone enters and conquers the trials inside, they can reclaim a portion of greed's ultimate authority. Satan turns to Chen Bai, explaining that utilizing the Ring of the Hell King inside the trial will help. This will lead him straight to greed's power. Chen Bai nods, deciding they should put on some disguises first. Preparing to enter, Chen Bai quickly equips the Shepherd's manifested gear, a piece known as Hell's Howl. Satan looks. He looks at Chen Bai and compliments him, calling the dark disguise incredibly well thought out for their entry. The manifested gear makes him look like a true demon, and his long robe keeps him looking modest. Chen Bai nods, announcing he is ready. Looking around, he realizes hell is far more prosperous than imagined. The sheer variety of terrifying demon kinds wandering the bustling streets completely catches him off guard. Spotting a carriage flying through the sky, Chen Bai senses a terrifying aura radiating from above. He estimates the giant bat pulling it is at least level 70, a saint-level beast. His expression darkens. If the beast pulling it is this powerful, the passenger inside must be at least king rank or even a god. Chen Bai turns to Satan, asking if he recognizes who is riding in that majestic flying carriage. Satan looks around, noting that the city is filled with blood-red bat motifs and dark Gothic sculptures. There are tons of vampires here too. He remembers this is Cain's territory, scratching his head in confusion. It makes no sense. Chen Bai asks what is wrong, and Satan shares his puzzling thoughts. Even though Cain is the progenitor of all vampires, his power of faith and domain are still limited. He should not be a god, yet Satan clearly senses the presence of divine fire and pure worship nearby. Chen Bai listens in surprise. Suddenly, a demon nearby shouts out that Duke Astaroth's army is recruiting. Anyone level 30 or higher can apply, and the potential for climbing the ranks is massive. Meritorious deeds can easily earn anyone command over troops or even raise them directly into the demon nobility. The recruiter keeps shouting about subduing rogue demon gods who dared rebel against Queen Lilith. Those who succeed might even earn a rare meeting with Queen Lilith. Hearing this, Satan is completely stunned. Astaroth is the 29th of the 72 demon gods, famous for possessing incredible intelligence and bizarre dark powers. He wonders if that carriage carried Astaroth or Lilith. Chen Bai decides to step into the ring's space. Entering the ring, he asks Satan if he actually knows this mysterious Queen Lilith. Satan shakes his head. He has no idea where she came from. Regardless, Chen Bai smiles, already formulating their next moves. Regardless of her identity, Hell's demon gods are clearly at war. Chen Bai notes that JPI lied to them. That soul kept them completely in the dark. Satan ponders silently, trying to figure out his true motive. He only claimed Beelzebub was erasing Satan's trace. Satan wonders if they are being played by another demon. They might be targeting Beelzebub just to benefit someone else. Chen Bai nods, noting Satan's lost authority. His former prestige as the Hell King is truly gone. But don't count him out just yet. With the Ring of Hell and JPI's soul in hand, the threat is thoroughly neutralized. Chen Bai nods. They can worry about that later. For now, there is no need to join Hell's chaotic political games. Their primary goal is still entering the path of life and death to reclaim Satan's lost power. Satan's eyes light up with pure excitement, but at the entrance, a demon guard suddenly blocks their path. He warns Chen Bai that the path is closed due to Queen Lilith's grand royal wedding. Access is strictly forbidden unless they choose to participate in the upcoming grand rite of the first embrace. Otherwise, their only option is a suicidal trek across the dangerous death desert to reach the main city. He points aggressively, telling them to scram. Chen Bai sighs and turns back, knowing the guard is strong. Sneaking past a level 50 or 60 guard is impossible. Crossing the vast desert is also completely unrealistic. Left with no other options, Chen Bai realizes they must participate in the upcoming selection process. He was checking out the Embrace ceremony selection when Satan suddenly chimed in, explaining that the Embrace is just a method vampires use to turn other creatures into their own kind, meaning Queen Lilith is definitely a vampire. Hearing this, Satan suddenly gets incredibly ticked off. Hell belongs to demons, so why on earth are they bowing down to a creature created by Cain? It makes absolutely no sense. Chen Bai walks forward, telling him they can worry about that later. Right now, they need to figure out what this ceremony is actually about. Entering the grand hall, Chen Bai immediately puts on a friendly smile to greet the staff, eager to get some answers. He asks the gorgeous fallen angel receptionist if this is where they sign up for the highly anticipated embrace ceremony. She turns around with a bright smile, calling him a handsome demon gentleman and telling him exactly how to proceed. He explains he is new to town and asks about the event. The fallen angel receptionist is happy to break down the details. She explains that the embrace ceremony is a massive grand event where Queen Lilith turns creatures from the underworld into vampires. Those lucky enough to be selected will undergo the transformation, and some might even become direct servants to the queen herself. She adds that landing a spot as one of Queen Lilith's blood angels or blood demons would instantly skyrocket his social status. But of course, a prestigious promotion like that comes with some incredibly brutal requirements that not just anyone can meet. First, you must be between level 10 and level 30. She looks Chen Bai up and down, sizing him up before continuing. Second, both your strength and looks must impress Queen Lilith. The fallen angel playfully teases that his looks are definitely up to par, but she wonders if his actual combat power matches his handsome face. Chen Bai just smiles back with total confidence. He tells her his strength is solid, making him pretty confident he will pass. She just laughs and says, not so fast. After passing the initial screenings, every single candidate has to walk the grueling path of life and death for the final test. Queen Lilith herself will be watching the trials closely to personally pick the most worthy candidates from the survivors. A deadly hellish trial is exactly what Chen Bai is looking for, and his interest is instantly piqued. He politely thanks the charming receptionist for the info. The fallen angel looks at him, totally amused by his smooth manners. She playfully asks if he wants to stay at her inn tonight, but Chen Bai politely declines the offer. He tells her he needs to register first. Her expression instantly shifts, and she hands him a card with her address. Chen Bai takes the business card with a chuckle, promising to drop by later if he has the chance. He realizes she was just pitching her business to a newcomer, but hey, finding a place to stay is pretty convenient. He heads over to the registration counter where an incredibly bored demon lazily calls out the next number 0104521. When Chen Bai steps up, the demon points to a testing stone, ordering him to place his hand there to check his bloodline. He reaches out his face, turning serious. But as soon as the results pop up, the demon examiner looks absolutely thrilled. It is a rare human-demon hybrid with an insanely pure demon bloodline. The examiner barks at Chen Bai to lower his hood. They need to record his face. Chen Bai does not hesitate and pulls his hood back, instantly shocking the demons around him. They are stunned by his appearance, wondering how a mere human hybrid could possess such majestic, perfect devil horns. They mention he will easily meet all of Queen Lilith's standards, especially when it comes to her requirements for offspring. The demon scribbles furiously on his notepad, muttering that today has been an incredibly lucky day at the Dachura Road registration office. They have had two rare human hybrids register, both looking exceptionally handsome, which will definitely please Rick B and Queen Lilith. Hearing this makes Chen Bai completely freeze in his tracks. He stands there in total shock, trying to process the news. Could that other hybrid be Han Xiao's little sister? Moments later, Chen Bai is handed his official registration pass. The slip lists his stats: level 20 elite strength, perfect looks, average height, and an absolutely flawless demon bloodline. He looks at the average height rating with a sigh, but it makes sense considering his giant demon rivals. Most of the other candidates are monstrous demons standing 2 to 3 meters tall. He carefully pockets the registration slip. Satan notes that the next round is 3 days away and asks if they should head to the Fallen Angels Inn. Chen Bai tells him not to worry about it, his calm tone instantly making the proud demon lord fall back into line. Satan quickly apologizes to his master. Meanwhile, Chen Bai decides to spend the next 3 days exploring the demon city. The trial gold coins are accepted everywhere across the universe, which makes shopping here incredibly convenient for him. He decides to wander around and eventually finds himself stepping inside Grimory's famous treasure shop to look for rare items. He browses the shelves when a strange item sitting on the counter suddenly catches his eye, stopping him in his tracks. It is a rare phoenix feather, which usually costs a whopping 300,000 gold coins back at Li Du's shop. Even selling a house wouldn't buy a few of these. The phoenix feathers glow with a truly mesmerizing color, leaving Chen Bai feeling very curious. Since there are no price tags, he wonders how this shop operates and decides to speak up and ask, "How many gold coins does a single phoenix feather cost?" Hearing his voice, Gremory steps out from the back looking rather surprised by his question. Phoenix feathers. The moment Chen Bai lays eyes on Gremory, he is utterly caught off guard as she gently sits down right across from him, explaining that she wants a promise to unconditionally grant her a single favor in the future. How does that sound? But he just sighs and shakes his head, saying he is sorry but absolutely cannot agree to such terms. His promises are worth far more than a simple phoenix feather. Hearing this, she calmly looks down at the glowing feathers on the table. She asks how many feathers he actually needs, promising to give him that exact amount while assuring him that her future request will be entirely doable and won't hurt his personal interests. As she waits, Chen Bai makes a sudden, bold counteroffer. He asks for 100 feathers and wonders if a soul contract is needed. She simply smiles, casually waving off the idea. Within moments, Gremory presents a box containing exactly 100 phoenix feathers. Chen Bai is left completely stunned by this. An offer this good seems almost too easy. Suspicious, he uses his observation pendulum to double-check if there are any hidden traps. Through his specialized vision, it turns out Gremory is telling the absolute truth. This realization brings him a sense of relief. Not a single curse or hidden trap is detected on the box. Feeling secure, Chen Bai decides to finalize the deal. He accepts her terms, prompting an excited laugh from Gremory. As soon as he steps out of the shop, he starts analyzing things. This transaction feels strangely similar to his past, led to investments. He can't help but smile, thinking how easy life would be if every demon was this reasonable to deal with. But shortly after, Astaroth suddenly makes an unannounced entrance, causing Gremory to glance back with clear annoyance. Instantly, the newcomer announces that Queen Lilith has sensed Gremory's presence in this very tent. She extends an invitation to Gremory and His Highness B for the upcoming First Embrace ceremony, but the offer is quickly and coldly rejected. Gremory states that while hell tolerates the vampires, their alliance is meant to crush mutual enemies. Her tone grows icy as she reminds Astaroth that this war isn't meant to expand Lilith's own influence and territory. Turning around, Gremory sharpens her gaze, demanding Duke Astaroth to remember exactly where her true loyalties should lie. She points out that as a powerful demon lord, Astaroth should never act like a subservient lapdog to mere vampires. Astaroth merely flashes a pitying smirk, but Gremory fires right back, stating there is absolutely nothing to regret. Her physical form begins to fade as she adds that her brother is waiting, leaving no room for further pleasantries. Such an abrupt exit leaves Astaroth absolutely seething with rage, muttering a venomous insult under her breath. An evil grin spreads across her face. If it weren't for B backing Gremory, she would have torn her apart long ago. As her anger boils over, Astaroth unleashes her fury in a massive burst of flame, forcing nearby demons to scatter in pure terror. Feeling a sudden shift in the air, Chen Bai turns his head back, sensing trouble. Still furious, Astaroth mutters to herself that she desperately needs some quick entertainment to soothe her sour mood. Suddenly, Chen Bai's profile catches her eye and she immediately locks onto him as her next plaything. A rare hybrid of demon and human is just too tempting to ignore. Meanwhile, safely back in his room, Chen Bai can't stop thinking about Gremory's odd deal. A verbal promise with no binding contract feels highly suspicious. Between that transaction and the sudden burst of fire in the streets, too many bizarre things are happening at once. A second too late, and he would have been caught in those flames. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door breaks his train of thought. Before he can even answer, a seductive fallen angel walks right in, smiling warmly as she greets him. She mentions she recognized him from the locals' descriptions. Unfazed, he simply asks what she wants. She suggests he must be tired from shopping and offers various companions from demons to elves to help him unwind. Leaning close, she whispers that even fallen angels like herself are available, but he shuts her down instantly. He has no interest and firmly asks to be left alone, tossing a few gold coins to send her on her way. With a satisfied grin, the fallen angel snatches up the 3 gold coins, completely unfazed by his rejection. She cheerfully bids him farewell, wishing him a good night before stepping out and closing the door behind her. But before he can relax, Astaroth's voice suddenly echoes through the room, praising his polite refusal. Her interest in him has clearly grown, but Chen Bai quickly retorts that her uninvited presence is far from polite. Smirking, she introduces herself as Duke Astaroth, claiming that her royal presence in his room is actually a great honor. It is his ultimate honor. Hearing this, Chen Bai finds the idea of honor laughable. She nods, giving her command. That is right, kneel and kiss my feet, swearing loyalty to this duchess with your soul. Her face wears a smug grin. She tells him that if he pleases her, he will receive countless rewards. Suddenly, Chen Bai remembers the words of Harrow's. Bai, become my man and you will get unexpected rewards. Snapping back to reality, Chen Bai suddenly bursts out laughing. He thinks to himself that this offer is identical to Harrow's from his past life. He understands it well. But he is no longer that same person. It is fine if he cannot enter the path of life and death just yet. The corner of Chen Bai's mouth curves up. Even if he dies here, he can still revive using his abyssal power. Suddenly, his expression completely shifts. In short, in this life, he is absolutely not going to be a dog. He will only be the master. Ending his thoughts, Chen Bai loudly declares that he has no interest in an old hag, bluntly warning her to get lost. Being humiliated like this for the first time infuriates Astaroth. She asks what he just said, but Chen Bai fearlessly repeats his demand for her to get out. As she is about to lose her temper and throw a fit, Lilith's voice suddenly echoes. Summoning her to Crimson Peak, Lilith commands her to come quickly. Astaroth instantly stands her attitude, turning incredibly submissive as she promises her respected Queen Lilith that she will be right there. Before leaving, Astaroth suddenly unleashes a parting attack. Sensing the danger, Chen Bai's expression shifts. Fortunately, he manages to block her powerful strike just in time. With no more time to waste, Astaroth vanishes. 10 minutes pass before Chen Bai finally manages to stand. Struggling to his feet, he grumbles that those movies where summoned beasts are instantly loyal are complete lies. As expected of a demon god from hell, she can unleash such devastating power with just one hand. He knows this, yet it seems she had no intention of killing him. The fire did not spread inside, as if she only wanted to torment him. While Chen Bai is still lost in thought, Astaroth's figure suddenly reappears. She smiles and delivers a chilling warning. She tells him that this is just a lesson, and he should pray he survives the embrace rite, or she will show him his doom. With those final words, she completely vanishes. Chen Bai finds it hard to believe she actually showed him mercy. Did she hold back only because he is a participant in the embrace rite? At least this means before the embrace rite ends, she will not trouble him anymore. Meanwhile, Astaroth transforms into a bat and flies toward a massive palace. The grand space she enters is the legendary Crimson Peak. Astaroth slowly makes her way inside the massive hall. As surrounding demons kneel, she bows respectfully, hailing the respected Lord of Blood and Crimson Queen. She then looks up at the eternal Blood Moon Queen, the revered mother of the Blood Clan. Her humble posture now is a stark contrast to her earlier arrogance, offering her deepest respect as a loyal follower. Lilith calmly addresses the gathering, explaining that she has summoned them here because of a sudden premonition. Her face grows dead serious as she reveals that the Abyss finally has a master. Hearing this, the other demons gasp. They are completely stunned, demanding to know how any living creature could possibly pass the trials of the deep abyss. Astaroth suddenly speaks up, asking the great Queen Lilith if this is related to the news brought by Jipai. She points out that Satan has returned, and all of these massive changes might be because of him. Standing nearby, Jipai firmly responds that Lord Satan has not truly revived but is merely possessing a human. Given Satan's current state, he argues that it would be highly unlikely for him to pull off something this massive. Hearing this, Lilith nods in agreement. Indeed, it was not Satan who caused this, yet it is connected to him. She analyzes the situation further, explaining she sensed that the abyssal authority lies within the human Satan is possessing. Suddenly, Jipai notices the projection showing Chen Bai's image and realizes that he is the one. Astaroth turns to look at him. She almost forgot that Duke Jipai was killed by a mortal wielding abyssal power. His soul was even sucked out by the ring of the Underworld King, and he only survived thanks to Lady Lilith. Furious, Jipai declares to Queen Lilith that no matter what, he and his entire legion will always stand by her. Lilith nods with deep satisfaction, reassuring Pai that she has never once doubted his absolute and unwavering loyalty. She continues, stating that they must find out why Satan is relying on a human and what his intentions are. Furthermore, how does this new master of the Abyss view Hell? Pai smiles and offers a solution. He suggests that Rick can take on the task of gathering intel. Lilith nods, confirming Rick is the perfect choice. Since Rick carries human blood from Earth where the trials are held, he can return to Earth whenever he wants. Her gaze turns calculated as she schemes. Once the embrace ceremony finally concludes and after she receives my very first embrace, then we can let her go investigate everything. Jai nods in agreement. Rika's human brother and that other person actually have a pretty close relationship. We will definitely figure out that person's attitude toward Hell. He suddenly looks forward to it, thinking that maybe this mysterious person might even work for Queen Lilith and help her achieve her ultimate grand goals. She continues giving her orders. She explains that she heard another human bloodline has registered for this embrace ceremony, and if they manage to pass the selection phase, they should cooperate with Rick to finish this crucial mission. Meanwhile, deep inside the room, Satan asks anxiously, "You only sealed that ring less than half an hour ago, yet you have already been through so much." Satan contemplates this for a long time. "I do not understand Lilith, but I do know the owner of the Grimoire treasury. Is Grimoire herself the 56th demon god of Hell?" Smiling, he explains that her unique ability is divining both the past and the future, even holding a portion of the power over fate itself. Satan steps closer to Chen Bai, saying that surely she must have foreseen your incredibly glorious and great future. That is exactly why she went completely out of her way to beg you for a promise. His face suddenly lights up with excitement. She will bring you even more benefits in the future. After all, she is like a greedy dragon that hoards treasures from everywhere. Chen Bai nods in understanding. If she has no hidden schemes or plots, then I can rest easy. That guy Astaroth won't bother me either. Next, we just need to wait for the second round of tests. Chen Bai turns and suggests that during these 3 days of waiting he will take him to explore the current state of Hell. For example, Lilith's messages regarding Beelzebub. Satan looks at him with glistening eyes, expressing deep gratitude to his great lord. 3 days quickly pass. A loud demon voice announces that Candidate 0, with ID 0104521, please enter Secret Realm 13, a Tier 2 realm. Chen Bai slowly steps inside, into the blood-stained square. The demon announces that Secret Realm 13 is for unpromoted participants, specifically levels 21 to 30. Once inside, they will have to fight against the 9,999 other participants of Secret Realm 13. It flashes a smug smile, waiting until the final 3 are determined. Looking at Chen Bai's face, Jay asks in complete surprise, "Is this really the guy with the level 21 human bloodline, the absolute lowest level in this Tier 2 realm?" He is sitting deep inside the square, observing the situation. Jane points out that if he dies in this realm, no one else can cooperate with Rick to complete Queen Lilith's mission. JPI smiles and replies that it is fine because with Rick's true strength, he does not actually need any assistance at all. Noticing his gaze, James is speechless, saying that he knows JPI has his eyes on Rika. Right then, Astaroth suddenly approaches. He was only level 20 when registering, but used the rules to boost his level by going out to hunt wild beasts in the outskirts. Jay looks up at her, questioning if that means he is practically walking into his own death. She watches Chen Bai's every move, thinking that perhaps he has some hidden confidence. Remembering what happened before, Astaroth is still absolutely furious, muttering that this arrogant fool will soon pay a steep price for his foolish arrogance. Meanwhile, Chen Bai quietly thinks to himself that it is a shame he cannot enter the level 30 class promotion battleground. As he arrives at Secret Realm 13, he secretly hopes the other candidates' bloodlines are high-grade enough to tap. Let him condense an SSS-Rank demon bloodline. He tells himself that he must find a way to gather all the past participants in one place. Satan suddenly speaks up, asking his lord if Agaras did not already give him the double S-rank demon bloodline that he left behind for him. If they reveal it, it will surely lure in all the other participants. Chen Bai deduces something, questioning if those powerful people from Hell are currently watching them, and if this is discovered, won't it cause some major trouble? Satan flashes a highly confident smile, telling him not to worry because they are only observing from outside that tiny world, so simply covering it with a cloak will do. If they get distracted and try to investigate, he will warn him. Hearing Satan's reassuring words, Chen Bai feels a bit more at ease and nods. The announcement flashes, showing 9,812 players remaining. Jam's face instantly pales as the FT, and check this out, the count drops to 9,520, leaving JPI clueless before hitting 9,002. The number keeps plummeting to 8,731. He quickly stands up, wondering what is wrong, as Jie stares blankly at the screen, questioning why the count is dropping so fast. Realizing something, Astaroth asks if it is him. It turns out, Chen Bai has been using his abilities to crush the other contestants. He cannot help but be shocked that it is that human. Inside Secret Realm 13, Chen Bai sweeps through the other contestants. It has been a long time since he fought this freely, bringing him sheer joy and excitement. He thinks to himself that this is not only great for collecting bloodlines, but also perfect for practicing his. Behold his newly unlocked black light virus power. Chen Bai immediately unleashes his heavy hammer form of fundamental skill. Boom! Chen Bai slams the ground, spiking his strength by 30% and triggering an absolute shattering effect. He shifts forms. Using his long whip, his speed spikes by 50% with a lethal, suffocating stranglehold. The surrounding demons tremble in pure terror. Chen Bai has activated his lethal blade form for total armor penetration. Unhealable bleeding strikes. Terrified, the remaining demons quickly rush him all at once to take him down. Too late. Chen Bai deploys his shield, cutting incoming damage in half and reflecting 100% right back. The survivors are utterly shell-shocked. How can a human with mixed blood be this ridiculously powerful? Up in the spectator stands, they can hardly believe their eyes. Every time he kills, he devours them. What kind of power is that? Watching from above, Astaroth bursts into excited laughter, calling him her best toy. No rush, she whispers. She will tame him eventually. Meanwhile, Jay turns around with big news. Secret Realm 13 is ending. Jay has never seen this before. It has barely been any time. Survivors plummeted from 10,000 to under 100. Still, JP ignores Chen Bai, focusing only on Rika. Rika is almost done clearing Secret Realm 17. Jay urges her to push harder. Do not let anyone pass you. The battle ends. The referee demon appears, marking the end of Realm 17. Their top three are officially locked. Chen Bai notes how incredibly fast they cleared it. The referee demon announces the second trial is now complete. Everyone must wait. Once all realms finish, the third phase will start immediately. Soon more announcements echo out. Realms 12, 8, and 21 are cleared. The top three contenders are fully determined. Astaroth is thrilled. All preliminary trials are finally over. She looks down at the survivors with a sinister smile. She promises that under the blood moon, the glorious light of Queen Lilith will shine upon them all. As they look up, they gasp. Their severe battlefield wounds are suddenly healing at an unbelievable speed. The excited demons cheer and praise the queen, shouting that the eternal light of the blood moon will last forever. This is no simple healing. Chen Bai watches closely, realizing this mysterious light is doing something far more dangerous. Suddenly, he feels it. A cold, intense gaze is locked onto him from somewhere in the dark. The pressure is suffocating. Luckily, Chen Bai disguised his aura and completely hid his abyss powers beforehand. He quietly scans the area, hoping to avoid any unexpected slip-ups or waste any more precious time. Astaroth steps forward to announce the next phase. The third trial of the Embrace ceremony is the Road of Death. Every single survivor must step onto this deadly path and face the brutal trials waiting in the deep abyss. She explains that the quality of the rewards they earn will decide their final ranking in the ceremony. Enter now. Chen Bai is highly anticipating this, ready to finally step onto the deadly path of trial. Stop. A cold, powerful voice echoes inside his head, halting him instantly. He recognizes that terrifying voice, Lilith. Chen Bai's body begins to tremble in pure dread. He is completely paralyzed and unable to move an inch. A solid beam of light has pinned him down. He wonders if they have somehow uncovered his true identity. Locked down, he wonders if they discovered him, but then he notices someone else has been held back too. She looks remarkably human. A sudden thought flashes in Chen Bai's mind. Could this be Han Xiao's younger sister? Just as he suspected, the person trapped next to him is Rika. Astaroth approaches her with a smug smile. She delivers an official oracle from Queen Lilith, commanding Rika to return to the Earth trial grounds immediately. Her mission is to track down the human who sees the power of the abyss and establish a connection. Complete this and Queen Lilith will reward you handsomely. Listening to this, Rika blankly places her hand on her chest. Earth, she whispers home. Chen Bai is now entirely certain that she really is Han Xiao's lost sister. They are hunting for the one with abyss power. They are looking for him, but his identity remains hidden. Why keep me here? Before he can think further, Astaroth turns to him, addressing him by his alias Lin. She commands Lin to do absolutely everything in his power to support and protect Rika on her upcoming journey. If he does well, she will overlook his past disrespect. Otherwise, his soul will be completely obliterated. Understood for Queen Lilith. Chen Bai obediently agrees, realizing in his head that this is an easy cover story. Satisfied, she tosses an item into the air, telling the kid that a good attitude always earns a reward. Astaroth hands him a gift. She warns him it is his only hope on this hellish path of life and death. He does not hesitate. He grabs the A-rank Mind Inquiry Ring of Astaroth, boosting his mental power by 110. On top of that, each use grants 100% illusion resistance. It lasts for a short duration while instantly restoring his unshakable mental clarity. This allows completely uninterrupted decisions and even short-distance teleports with zero casting time. Distance scales directly with his mental power. There is a 10-minute cooldown and it requires being over level 20. With mental power above 800, he is stunned. This gear is amazing and she is surprisingly generous. Astaroth continues to command them. Queen Lilith's order has arrived. Both of them can now proceed to the third round. The surrounding demons bow as the challengers approach. Participant Rika Lin is cleared to enter first. She quickly glances at Chen Bai. He finished the second trial faster than her. What is his deal? Nearby a demon urges the next person forward. Rika sighs, muttering that she should just focus on completing her own path of life and death. Watching her depart, Chen Bai whispers that it is not time to approach Rika yet. With a soft sigh, he decides to put everything else on hold. Clear the trial first. A prompt flashes, enter the path of life and death. Prepare for the trial of greed. The massive space ahead is the path of life and death, splitting into 3 distinct routes. These are the path of power, the path of gold, and the path of eternity. Chen Bai talks silently with Satan. He can finally fulfill his promise. Satan is absolutely thrilled. This is it, the true treasury of greed. The excited demon calls him his great lord. He could summon the authority of greed right this second, but advises against it. Satan explains that while getting the authority grants the treasury, unlocking it remains unpredictable. Chen Bai nods. The treasury requires a certain level of strength to be opened. He gets it. So Satan wants him to clear this hellish path first. Chen Bai casts a slow, calculating glance at the demon. Remembering all the good stuff from earlier, Satan smiles, offering to break down the 3 paths for him. First is the path of endless wealth. It is the easiest. Satan knows every single corner of this place. Then comes the standard path of supreme power. And finally, the toughest option, the path of eternal divine right. Satan's expression turns dark. Many challengers choose this path of eternity. But with their weak power, they always leave completely empty-handed. Satan continues his analysis, looking directly at his great master right now. But his master is different. He will surely claim the absolute best rewards on this hardest trial. Chen Bai speaks with total confidence. No more wasting time. He immediately takes a step forward. Naturally, he chooses the path of eternity. A system notification chimes, entering the path of eternity. The trial of eternity has officially begun. An endless starry cosmos unfolds directly before Chen Bai's eyes. He is slightly stunned. His path of eternity. Suddenly, he condenses a glowing path right in his palm. The notification shifts instantly. Abyss, the ultimate negative pole of the universe, the source of darkness, corresponding authority. All negative powers originate here, countless in number. Embracing everything you already possess, your own eternal path. Do you wish to complete the trial? Chen Bai's face tenses. Is it really finished just like that? No. The real focus is that this eternal path is not over yet. He condenses another sphere. This time it reveals the plague, the very origin of life, the immortal god, and the corresponding authority of sickness, life, death, destruction, pain, and reproduction. The immortal god who possesses 2 of his own eternal paths. Do you wish to complete the trial? Chen Bai stares. Life harboring within plague. Does such a power exist? He questions his own doubts. Back during his plague class dungeon quest, he had already considered this possibility. He clenches his fist tightly. Plagues and viruses are ultimately still just another form of life. Another prompt rings out. You have gained a deeper comprehension of your own unique class abilities. Your mastery of plague authority has increased. You have acquired a brand new class skill called All Things Flourish. It forces all bacteria and viruses under the plague sun's radiance to multiply at plus 1000%, while unlocking self-evolution. Chen Bai is shocked. This raw quantity shift directly forces a massive qualitative evolution. He calculates his future plans. When his power scales higher anywhere, the plague sun shines will become his divine kingdom of viruses and disease. He smirks. This is pretty interesting. What rewards will these 2 eternal paths actually bring? Suddenly, another eternal path manifests right before him in his face. Things suddenly change. Wait, there's one more, Chen Bai says as he gets closer to examine the timekeeper. Its info pops up, revealing the authority of the River of Time Observer. Since he already commands 3 eternal paths of space and time, the system asks if he wants to complete the trial. Chen Bai decides without a single second of hesitation to end it here. He finishes the trial, thinking that nothing else is worthy of becoming his own ultimate path to eternity. A notification pops up confirming he completed the eternal trial and earned his reward, the prophecy of godhood. Chen Bai quickly looks around, completely dazed as the space suddenly shifts around him. He is now observing the blue star right before his eyes. Is this truly the prophecy of godhood? He chuckles, finding it pretty interesting. In the cosmic trial, becoming a god is bound to happen anyway, so why even need a prophecy? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light forces him to shield his eyes. Something feels incredibly off as that strange light continues to seep in. When he opens his eyes, again he is standing right back on the path of eternity. Chen Bai is utterly bewildered, trying to make sense of it all. Why am I back? He wonders. Behind him, Satan smiles and speaks of his glory that will soon echo across all realms. You are destined to become the sole master of eternity, he says. Chen Bai casts a sharp glance back at him. Satan, it looks like you have recovered some of your power, Chen Bai says, feeling a bit curious. What tricks are you playing? Satan looks a bit embarrassed, asking what tricks he could possibly play when he currently has no strength left. Chen Bai presses further, asking if Satan really had no other intentions when he suggested clearing the road of life and death. It seems he has already read Satan's mind. We all know that you understand the true nature of this trial, he adds. Chen Bai continues to question him, asking if he witnessed the power displayed just a moment ago. Satan smiles, placing a hand on his chest. My great master, I admit I wanted to understand your abilities better. Plus, entering this road let him recover a bit of his class power, though he suddenly looks quite uneasy now. But I have no other motives, please believe me. Chen Bai turns back to warn him, telling him to deliver his promise. As long as you stay honest, our deal will remain valid. Chen Bai's gaze suddenly turns sharp. After all, he says, I am not a cunning devil like you, Mr. Satan. Satan just chuckles at the joke. Please do not tease me, Lord. Satan reaches greedily into the air and looks back at Chen Bai as the ultimate devourer. The one controlling greed is not necessarily greedy, Chen Bai remarks. Even a devil that devours everything is just his servant. Satan presents that very power before him, saying with such insight this power naturally belongs to his master. Outside, two lower demons quickly realize something is wrong. Panic ensues. They scream at the top of their lungs. The great gate is cracking. They yell in terror. Astaroth notices the shift, her expression turning incredibly grim. She rushes closer. She needs to inspect the damage. What on earth is causing this sudden disaster? The sight leaves her completely bewildered. The gate simply cannot withstand the massive energy radiating from within. Astaroth quickly looks up in a panic. Great Queen Lilith, she screams, we have a major emergency. She keeps shouting. The gateway is breaking apart. Nothing like this has ever happened in their entire lives. Lilith likely has no answers for her. Meanwhile, inside, Satan hands the raw energy over to Chen Bai. He calls it the power of greed. Chen Bai smiles as he holds the energy, but a sudden jolt makes him flinch. Desires of endless wealth, supreme power, women, and absolute strength crash into his mind all at once. Very quickly, Chen Bai struggles to maintain control as tempting voices whisper in his ears, urging him to take it all. Satan quickly warns his master not to let himself be influenced. Hearing this, he slowly begins to regain his focus. Do not even think about controlling me, Chen Bai roars. Once the chaotic voices fade away, he stands there panting. Looking at the gauntlet before him, he is quite surprised. He immediately takes the item to inspect it closer. Its detailed information pops up. The active skill turns any creature, item, or equipment lower level than himself into gold. The gold amount depends on the level gap with a cooldown of 10 seconds. He can also enter the Treasury of Greed, completing trials to obtain matching treasures with 0 cooldown. Additionally, spending 1 gold coin temporarily boosts all of his stats by 1 point. On the other hand, spending 100 gold coins permanently increases attributes by 1 point. There is absolutely no limit on temporary boosts, but for the permanent stat increases. Every time an attribute exceeds 10 times the original value, the gold cost required to boost it will double. The daily limit is 50 points, and he can randomly receive 1 item, equipment, or skill book each day. Powers or items from the myriad realms. Rank span B to double S, boosting all attributes by 7%. The requirements: a fraction of Hell's authority, a demon or devil, bloodline, and soul binding. Chen Bai was genuinely taken aback by its terrifying stats. Curious, he asked Satan, how does one get that required Hell authority? The demon's face grew smug as he replied, my lord, it seems greed is still clouding your judgment. He reminded Chen Bai that wearing the ring of the Underworld King already gave him Hell's authority. Satan noted calmly that this soul weapon was already practically in his bag. This unexpected luck made Chen Bai laugh. My mind was just scattered, he chuckled, asking about the outside. Satan smiled and explained that the authority of greed was gone, meaning all roads of life and death would lose power and collapse. He also warned him that soon every participant would be forcefully expelled, including him. Chen Bai thought for a second, decided to slip away under the cover of chaos. Outside, the gate of life and death violently exploded, leaving the demons in sheer panic. Astaroth desperately tried to report the gateway crisis to Queen Lilith. Just then, she arrived in person to survey the wreckage, her face turning ice cold. I see it, she said calmly. The other, surviving participants were all being forcefully ejected. They panicked, wondering why they were suddenly forced out together. Lilith coldly ordered them all to shut up. She struggled to keep her cool, her thoughts racing about the power of greed. But her mounting fury was impossible to hide. It was gone, and the nearby demons were completely stunned. Who did it? Who stole the power of greed? Astaroth roared in absolute rage, demanding to know who was responsible. Floating above, Lilith suddenly intervened, telling Astaroth to stop his mindless shouting. He quickly lowered his head, obeying the great Lilith. She calmly analyzed that hell was incredibly vast, with so many different gateways. Her expression grew grave, thinking about the countless entities that had crossed into the Front trial grounds. Scanning the area, she calculated that the thief probably was not from Blood Moon City. With that, Lilith reached her decision, ordering a return to Crimson Peak. She vanished into thin air the next second. Chen Bai watched the scene in silence. Seeing no other choice, Astaroth quickly followed suit and vanished too. Reflecting on the encounter, Chen Bai felt deeply unsettled by Lilith. Her gaze had locked onto him for 5 full seconds, meaning she definitely detected something. Yet he could not understand why she did absolutely nothing at all. This made him think back to his contract with Gimon, leaving him completely surprised. One side made promises while the other showed total indifference. Lilith's cold expression lingered in his mind as he sighed. Powerful beings simply did as they pleased, pulling off moves that normal minds could not comprehend. His gaze sharpened, realizing he did not need to run or return to the abyss for a safe resurrection. As Chen Bai pondered, Rick suddenly approached him. You proved your strength in the second round, she said. But in round 3, your only opponent is me. She stared intently, demanding to know what he had gained. She wanted a final showdown, but Chen Bai had no intention of wasting another second on her. Fine, you win, he sighed. Let us go to the first embrace ceremony. His dismissive attitude thoroughly annoyed. Why are you like this? She demanded. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. Stage 1 of SSS grade special quest completed. Goal: locate sloth or greed. The reward was an SSS grade Demon Emperor bloodline. Chen Bai was stunned by this insane class upgrade reward. Resting inside the lounge, a relieved smile spread across his face. Glad I risked my life in round 2, he thought. Meanwhile, at the Crimson Peak throne room, Lilith addressed her followers, declaring that despite the unexpected incident during the ceremony, their prearranged agreements would not change. Jai, once this assembly concludes, take Rick back to Earth to participate in the cosmic trials and complete her mission. Jai smiled warmly and agreed. Lilith then strictly commanded that this matter stay completely confidential. Placing his hand over his chest, Jai swore to the great Lilith that they would never leak a single word of this to anyone. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, asking if Lilith's gate of life and death had already been destroyed. Beelzebub made his grand entrance instantly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Lilith confirmed it, addressing him as Lord Beelzebub. He immediately ordered her to arrest and closely detain every single soul who had entered the trial zone recently. Do not miss a single target, he warned, before adding that she must visit his palace immediately because hell was facing a massive crisis. With that, Beelzebub has completely vanished. Lilith turns around and announces that they have all surely heard of the mighty Lord Beelzebub. Right, go execute the orders now, she commands, warning them not to forget her previous words. The crowd hurriedly nod in agreement, replying with a loud yes. On her way back, Astaroth mutters to herself that something is definitely off. Then she suddenly remembers the face of Chen Bai, that mysterious human. Sinking deep into thought, she wonders how someone barely over level 20 could dare to disrespect her, slaughter high-tier demons at will, suddenly appear in hell and cause the entire path of life and death to collapse. He might actually be the one who claimed the power of the Abyss. Realizing this, her expression twists. Determined to make the Lord of the Abyss submit to her, Astaroth speeds up her pace. If this is true, things are about to get very interesting. Standing outside Chen Bai's door, she senses her gift nearby. She can feel the ring she gifted him sitting right inside the room, making her smile with wicked anticipation. He is such a mystery. But as she pushes the door open, the sight inside makes her freeze instantly. Her expression twists in complete disbelief. But he ignores her completely, stepping right into a glowing spatial portal. Her dread deepens. There is no mistaking it, that raw pressure is from the absolute highest tier of existence. She has finally guessed Chen Bai's true identity, the Emperor-class Demon King bloodline of Satan. Meanwhile, he lands in a new realm. He sighs in frustration. Her arrival was poorly timed, as his bloodline fusion is still far from complete. Relentless chance echo inside Chen Bai's mind, causing massive discomfort. He fights hard to suppress these strange voices in his head. As the chaos in his head finally fades, he exhales in relief. The grueling fusion process is finally over. Ever since the fusion started, a deafening white noise has been pounding his skull 10 times worse than any demonic whisper. Realizing something, he suddenly checks the shepherd's horn. That S-class item has been by his side all this time. Chen Bai remembers the sheer agony of those bizarre, torturous noises. Suddenly, a new system notification blinks to life. It displays the stats for the S-tier shepherd's horn. Its passive demonic whispers usually floods the user's mind non-stop. For every day it is worn, the user gains 1 permanent spirit power point. But then he notices something very odd. The constant agonizing demonic whispers have completely vanished. Chen Bai immediately deduces that his new bloodline must be the cause. Intrigued by this development, he taps his screen to pull up the demon bloodline interface. The detailed stats appear. The triple S-class demon emperor bloodline shines before him. It belongs to the primordial demon who founded hell itself. This bloodline carries the raw, terrifying power of the abyss. Its passive traits are completely broken, especially the cooldowns. All active skills and gear cooldowns are cut by 50%, and his required level-up experience is also halved. His Demon Covenant skill lets him forge pacts with any living creature using his name, effectively bypassing typical system constraints. Every successful deal grants bonus experience points. He also gains Desire Control, which uses spirit power to manipulate minds. He can amplify or suppress the target's desires. The larger their mental stat gap, the stronger his control over them. Best of all, Devouring Souls grants him raw experience and stat points. If the target has a contract, rewards double. His mental defenses are also top tier, granting him 100% resistance to all soul attacks and mind control. Reading through these absurdly broken stats, Chen Bai cannot help but smirk. This bloodline is truly the ultimate cheat. The original demon was a force of pure evil. After pondering for a moment, he decides to summon an egg. It is the A-tier corrupted insect king pet egg he got earlier. He immediately decides to mutate it. Tossed straight into the abyss, he waits to see how the dark energy will reconstruct this creature. He watches with keen anticipation before deciding it is time to put his newly buffed strength to the test. The scene shifts to the 20th floor of the abyss, where Roger the Dark Priest and Floor Lord is patrolling. Chen Bai stands before him and dares him to attack. But Roger instantly drops to his knees in deep respect. He addresses Chen Bai as the Great Master, praising his overwhelming power that could easily conquer the entire abyss. Still kneeling, Roger declares his absolute loyalty, stating he would never dare raise a hand against him. Roger's submissive attitude takes Chen Bai by surprise, especially when the Dark Priest willingly offers up his soul imprint. He certainly knows how to play his cards, which is expected of a mage. They are much smarter than muscleheads in whose heads there is only slaughter. As soon as he receives the soul imprint, a system notification alerts him that he has conquered the fist. 20th floor of the abyss, gaining supreme control over this area. With all stats boosted by 20, Chen Bai suddenly asks Roger if he has heard about the 10th floor, wondering if this floor also houses a city. Since it belongs to Amma, he assigns the task to him, adding a quick reminder that he will grant him certain authorities. If he does a good job, the rewards will be massive. Hearing this, the subordinate nods eagerly, pledging absolute loyalty to his great master. Soon, Chen Bai reaches the 21st floor of the abyss, where his next opponent is the massive bull demon Lord Fei Do. The demon roars out a furious battle cry, and trust me, his raw strength is absolutely no joke. When the beast unleashes a devastating blow, he quickly leaps back to safety, wondering why his combined stat boosts still cannot overwhelm this monster. It has been ages since he faced a challenge like this. A wild smile spreads across his face as the thrill of battle takes over. But the fun does not last long, and soon Fei Do is completely defeated, left trembling on the floor while desperately crying foul. The fallen demon complains that he used cheap tricks and does not count as a true warrior, but Chen Bai cuts him off mid-sentence. He mocks the beast, admitting he has no honor. For him, the only principle that actually matters in this world is winning. He flashes a smug, victorious grin. Right on cue, a system notification pops up to announce his conquest of the 21st floor. He gains total control of the floor, and all his attributes receive a sweet plus 21 boost. As time keeps ticking away, he continues. Chen Bai easily clears the 22nd and 23rd floors without breaking a single sweat, but suddenly a practical problem hits him. The level gap is just too massive right now, and pushing further won't yield any real benefits. He decides to stop for now. He tells himself he has other business to attend to. Sometime later, the towering figure of Ragnaros appears right before his eyes. The ancient being recognizes him as the legendary human who conquered the grueling abyss trials. Chen Bai is now on floor 194. Ragnaros approaches, admitting that he must now address the young man as Lord. Chen Bai silently locks eyes with a massive fire demon. This is Ragnaros, the legendary Fire Lord of Bala. Chen Bai recalls his past attempts at this trial. Even with his deep strategic experience, he had died to this beast over 10 times in his past life. Standing before his real physical form now, the pressure is immense. The sheer aura of the Fire Lord is suffocating. Chen Bai takes a breath and asks the mighty Demon King for a favor. He wants to request a special item. Ragnaros quickly replies that even if the gods themselves interfere, excessive demands will get him nowhere. Every single trade in this deep, dark place requires an equal price to be paid regardless of who is asking for it. Chen Bai smiles, placing a hand over his chest as he requests the flame core, asking what the price of admission will be. Ragnaros boasts that he has plenty of flame cores to spare, but his eyes narrow as he reveals what he truly desires. He wants rare fire seeds. The Demon King explains that across the countless worlds, there are many unique flames waiting to be discovered. The dark flame of the abyss is merely one of them, and after countless eons he has grown completely bored of its power. He makes a deal, bring him unique fire seeds from other worlds, and Chen Bai can have all the flame cores he wants. As long as he delivers those exotic seeds, the cores of the Demon King's flame will be his to use completely at will. Ragnaros waves his hand to conjure a sparkling soul crystal, offering it to Chen Bai as a gesture of good faith for future help. If the young lord ever needs backup, the Demon King and his powerful subordinates will readily fight by his side as a deposit. Chen Bai accepts the crystal without hesitation, but Ragnaros quickly issues a stern warning about the vast lava ocean in the area. The demon warns him not to alter the sea of lava. Chen Bai chuckles, realizing the Demon King knows about his construction plans. He assures the demon that the lava sea will remain untouched and under his absolute control, keeping his promise as the Abyss Master. This volcanic landscape will always belong to the Fire Lord. Relieved by this absolute guarantee, Ragnaros nods in deep satisfaction. He eagerly awaits the day the young lord returns to challenge the upper floors, longing for a true battle between them. Chen Bai nods with a confident smile, looking forward to that day too. Next, he ventures to floor 437. There, inside the lavish succubus palace, Queen Mycanthus sits on her bed, eagerly awaiting his long-overdue arrival. She purrs that it has been far too long, noting that his aura has grown even more powerful and dangerously charming. Chen Bai steps inside her chambers and delivers the news that the demon city on the 10th floor is almost complete. He asks when she plans to establish her sanctuaries of pleasure and pain. The beautiful queen does not hesitate to answer. She wants it done as quickly as possible, turning to order her personal handmaidens to begin the construction immediately. The two demon servants bow their heads, agreeing to set up the holy sites exactly as she had previously commanded them. Watching them leave, Chen Bai is quite surprised and asks why she is not personally overseeing the grand construction herself. She blushes deeply, explaining that her overwhelming charm would literally cause his citizens to explode from pure, unadulterated passion. They simply could not handle looking at her true form. Her smile grows highly suggestive as she leans closer to him. She whispers, asking if he missed her during his long absence, slowly reaching out her hand to touch him. She was curious how much his power had grown. As she reached out to caress him, he stopped her. Before teaching her a lesson, he wanted to know if she had ever heard of a god named Lilith. That name made Mycanthus highly uncomfortable. Chen Bai calmly explained that he had just visited hell. It took some time, but she finally understood. Lilith had been missing for ages, and some even suspected she had fallen in a completely forgotten holy war. Mycanthus looked deeply thoughtful at this revelation. Mycanthus quickly shared everything she knew about Lilith, who was apparently a recently ascended deity. Lilith was born 10,000 years ago, inheriting the blood moon and some unique authority over life itself. Her sect used fresh blood for baths and sacrifices, earning the hatred of orthodox gods. Hearing this, Chen Bai chuckled. A new god secretly building power in hell was quite amusing, especially since Satan's rule had ended. Hell was definitely in chaos. Mycanthus looked at him eagerly, suggesting their little chat should probably end now. She was incredibly curious to see his actual power level right now. Chen Bai simply nodded. He promised his new strength would make her soul tremble in absolute terror and awe. Suddenly, her face flushed red. Recognizing his devil bloodline, she knew her lord would never return from hell empty-handed. His actions always surprised her. Shortly after, a glowing system notification flashed right on his screen. He had unlocked the Wings of Hellfire, an S-Class special wing equipment forged directly from hell flames. It possessed immense power, allowing the user to easily conquer both the skies and the flames. Crafting it required Hellfire 100 Phoenix Wing fragments and a flame core. He placed them down. Chen Bai double-checked his inventory, confirming he had the phoenix feathers and the flame core ready. Looking at the hellfire flickering in his hand, he did not waste any time and threw them forward. Instantly, his expression changed. Get ready, because he now officially possessed the legendary S-Class Wings of Hellfire. The stats were insane, giving him 20% to all attributes plus 168 flat points. Flying speed was multiplied by 1.5 for 5 minutes, featuring a 1-hour cooldown and fire resurrection. He could absorb flames to boost his stats and heal wounds, unlocking the special Hellfire Rain skill. This allowed him to fire flame feathers once per second up to 100 times before a cooldown. The 5-hour cooldown skill required his total attributes to be well over 3,000 points to even equip. Chen Bai was surprised. Strangely, it did not look like actual wings, yet he equipped it anyway. He felt a strange warmth on his skin. Using his perception, he noticed a glowing mark on his back. The realization finally hit him when he saw the cool, fiery tattoo printed directly on his skin. Eager to test it out, Chen Bai clenched his fists to see what this thing could do. The effects were absolutely incredible. Within just a few seconds, he launched himself straight into the sky. Just as he flew off, Leng Xuan and her squad immediately sensed a massive surge of energy. She quickly reported she was heading to the scene with the strike team, but her face suddenly stiffened. Sensing the familiar aura, Song Zishang chuckled and pointed out it was definitely the White Emperor himself. She immediately ordered the armed team to stand down, and Leng Xuan obediently complied right away. Meanwhile, Chen Bai was highly satisfied with his test run, absorbing the remaining flames and touching down. Suddenly, Song Zishang's familiar voice echoed in his ear warmly, welcoming the White Emperor back to safety. Seeing them both, he noted that he had sensed extra people heading toward their location earlier. He asked if she had already ordered them to pull back, and Song Zishang knelt down to report. They were Central Guards on patrol, but she dismissed them immediately upon recognizing his powerful presence. She quickly apologized for offending him, and his fiery wings slowly dissipated into the air. Chen Bai waved his hand, telling them to stand, and warmly praised their quick emergency response. It would be a problem if no one came. Song Zishang then realized something about his power. She remarked that his strength must have reached an entirely new level. Just a quick glance from afar made Chen Bai dizzy. Looking back, he commented on their growth. "You two seem to have made great progress." Song Zhiqiang chuckled, explaining that she and Leng Shuang had reached level 16, ranking them around 20th on the level leaderboard. She continued her report, mentioning that after Wei Tiv received the A-rank energy-gathering Lancer class he brought back from the zombie world, he had already reached level 14. Chen Bai kept probing, asking if the others had found suitable classes. Song Zhiqiang suddenly remembered Lu Li, who acquired the B-rank illusionary image and the B-rank, level 12, sound controller class. She explained that Lu Li had obtained a B-rank sound mimic class inside the dungeon. B-rank, which would help her talent shine even brighter, while also giving her the ability to use sound to influence minds, weaken opponents, and buff their own allies. Not only that, Chen Lingyu from their former organization had obtained a judge class. Song Zhiqiang wore a proud expression, explaining that her class skills were incredibly complex, with tens of thousands of rules governing crime and punishment. Fortunately, since she used to be a lawyer, she could easily master them. She then remembered that Su Jin wanted to specialize in medicine but had been unable to clear the hospital dungeon containing that class. Information. As for that little girl, Song Gi, she didn't care about anything, simply waiting for him to give her the absolute best class. Chen Bai suddenly asked about the current situation of Chen Bai City. She reported back that the city's territory had already expanded, now taking up 1/4 of Jiangcheng. Song Zhiqiang added that because of his massive influence, almost all the evolvers in Iju were gathering here. Chen Bai listened in silence as she spoke, noting that the permanent population of Chen Bai City had reached over 100,000 people. The floating population had even surpassed 300,000. Wearing an excited smile, she said, "Our Chen Bai army, which prioritizes absolute loyalty above all else, has reached a scale of nearly 10,000 men." He couldn't help but be surprised, commenting on how large it was and how hard they must have worked. Song Zhiqiang complained immediately, saying that she was just about to bring that up since they were all completely exhausted. Her gaze suddenly shifted, explaining that they had chosen a few capable people to help ease the burden. With that, she led Chen Bai into the villa lobby where he asked if those were the candidates. She nodded in confirmation, eager to introduce each of them to him. Song Zhiqiang patiently began, explaining that Xiao Huang and Xiao Lan were here to assist her. Turning her head back, she introduced Fa Fa, who would be supporting Lu Li. Finally, she introduced Fei Fei, assigned to Su Xin, and Xiao Jiao, a student of Chen Ling Yu. They all bowed deeply, greeting the Chen Bai master and requesting him to sign contracts with them. Xiao Huang spoke up with determination, pledging their very lives to guarantee absolute loyalty to the Chen Bai. Chen Bai was thoroughly surprised by this, wondering if all the elites in Chen Bai City were beautiful women. Song Zhiqiang shook her head in response, clarifying that Leng Chang was holding the contracts for dozens of other people. She explained that under normal circumstances, they simply weren't allowed to enter the core area unless there was an emergency. Song Zhiqiang turned back to Chen Bai, reminding him that the core area was his absolute domain, meaning he could do whatever he wanted there whenever he pleased. Stepping closer to him, she teasingly asked if there was anything he wanted to do right now. Chen Bai immediately decided to sign all the contracts first and leave everything else for later. Remembering something, he suddenly spoke up, noting that she seemed unusually rushed and asking if Chen Bai City was facing some kind of trouble. She had to marvel at his sharp intuition, explaining that they had recently discovered a power station dungeon, but they had encountered massive difficulties during their conquest, leaving them unable to take control of it. Because of this, their production of equipment and medicine was severely delayed. To make matters worse, the artificial intelligence, Sandy couldn't help them either. Hearing this, Chen Bai turned back to ask about the exact nature of this trouble. Her expression grew grim as she explained that the power station was occupied by a group of incredibly bizarre monsters, which would launch a frenzied attack on anyone who approached. Even their strongest fighter, Leng Shuang, had been severely injured there. They could barely get close, let alone enter the dungeon. He fell silent, contemplating the issue for a long moment. Back in the room, Chen Bai decided to give the Azure Dragon Guinness to Leng Shuang while holding out the pet egg of the Abyssal Rot Insect King, saying anyone who wanted it could take it. Song Zixiong happily cradled the egg, declaring she liked it and wanted to keep it. He chuckled, asking if she had read the guide for the Plague Sewer Dungeon. That Plague Insect King is hideously ugly. She didn't care about its looks, however, knowing it was incredibly powerful. But it's highly powerful, sharing several similarities with your own abilities. Song Zixiong's eyes filled with hope, and Chen Bai could only nod, commenting that she was a real pragma. Song Zixiong glances at the weapon in Leng Xiang's hand, wondering if the spear is also a divine artifact before continuing her instructions. She warns Leng Xiang not to disappoint the White Emperor after he invested so much to train her, making the girl nod obediently. Leng Xiang drops to her knees before Chen Bai, swearing to dedicate her entire life to his service. He nods calmly, telling them both that he knows their loyalty and they should get back to work. He suddenly commands Song Zixiong to have someone bring him the dungeon files for both the hospital and the power station soon. She obediently agrees just as a message pops up from Meng Meng asking if Master Chen is back because Liu Huai is in trouble. Chen Bai is completely taken aback. It looks like his friend has gotten into some serious trouble. Wondering what kind of situation she is facing, Fei Fei quickly reports that Liu Huai's overpowered talent is acting up. She is slowly turning into a literal tree when Zi Sun suddenly messages, saying he uncovered the cause inside the mountain sect. Reading through the details from Shushan's library, Chen Bai's expression turns deadly serious as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Meng Meng updates them, explaining that her deliveries to Liu Huai are simply not enough to save her. Zhen Shu chimes in, revealing there is one specific item that can save her, urging everyone to start farming for it immediately. Lian Xian pings the group, desperately asking for help since they are completely out of any other options. It all started when Liu Huai's transformation began, forcing her to plead for help in their group chat, bringing Lian Xian to mind. Lian Xian was the one who traced the roots of the tree transformation back to Shushan, making this situation incredibly complicated. Since her physical stats far outpaced her natural talent, her wood element body took complete control over her form. With her soul totally suppressed, the group scrambled to gather resources to boost her mental power, which Chen Bai watches on screen. Despite their best efforts to boost her spiritual energy, she is already fully transformed into a massive tree. Talk about a nightmare. Liu Wang immediately rushed over to assist Meng Meng, delivering the items directly through her dream realm. However, the crisis only deepens because her unique talent causes her physical stats to surge whenever her mind is strengthened. This vicious cycle makes Chen Bai frown, knowing that once she takes root, her physical stats will skyrocket daily. With her body growing stronger by the second, their gathered resources are proving completely useless. Luckily, Zhen Shu found a specific monster in Shushan that drops soul beads, which can stabilize her soul and boost her spirit. Sadly, the drop rate is incredibly low, and even with the entire team farming, they have barely managed to get any. Li and Xian complains about how trash the drop rate is, while Chen Bai finally pieced together the whole situation. They had absolutely no other choice left, forcing them to turn to him for immediate help. Back when Liu Huai first showed him her talent, he had his suspicions, and now he is 100% certain. In his past life, she was none other than the terrifying demon mother of 10,000 woods. Arriving at Shushan's demon suppression tower, Chen Bai knows the soul-devouring beasts on the second floor hold the key. He decides to farm them himself, feeling partly responsible since he previously advised her to boost her physical stats. That advice likely accelerated her demonic transformation, so he calmly pulls on his gloves to begin the hunt. But unlike the others, he is already loaded up with quite a few high-tier, luck-boosting items. Standing before him is a level 26 soul-devouring beast capable of stripping away senses and draining spiritual power. It can even control players temporarily, but Chen Bai recalls the warning Zhen Shu posted in their group chat earlier. Smiling, he vows not to let the beast cast a single spell before charging straight at the creature. He messages the group chat directly, asking exactly how many soul beads their friend is going to need. Zhen Shu replies that 120 beads are required to stabilize her mind and reset her talent points. Bao Wang notices Chen Bai already has 3 beads and asks if he has been farming for a while. He replies that his very first kill dropped 3 beads, so hitting the target will be remarkably easy. Meng Meng is thrilled, admitting she boosted her drop rate but still only got 1 bead for every 10 kills. Lian Xian complains that it takes him 7 kills per drop, refusing to speak with anyone blessed by luck. Zixun has even worse luck, getting only 1 bead after killing 52 monsters, prompting Han Xiao to speak up. Han Xiao proudly boasts about his lucky drops, but Liu Wang is right there to immediately expose him. He brings up the time Han Xiao farmed over 200 beasts without a single drop, leaving him speechless. Shaking his head, Chen Bai decides to stay and farm more, knowing extra beads can be traded for valuable contribution tokens. Demon Race Bloodline. Chen Bai smiles to himself, knowing this is pure gold. 2 hours fly by and over in the census. Fengxian Dream World. Meng Meng rushes over with a huge grin. Sister Liu Huai, my master actually helped you. Liu Huai is stunned. Chen Bai, you came in person, thank you. Chen Bai steps closer to check on her. Her spiritual energy seems heavily suppressed. Her mental strength is severely drained. Chen Bai places a pouch right in front of her, telling her to use these soul pearls immediately. She needs them now, otherwise she might get kicked out of the dream world. As soon as she absorbs the energy, things change. Liu Huai's fading body suddenly solidifies. She whispers that she feels an awakening coming. Chen Bai nods and gives her a quick warning. Go reallocate your stat points. Balance your spirit and constitution and you will be fine. Suddenly, Meng Meng leans in close. Master, you need to check the leaderboards right now. She explains that she just joined the group chat to reassure everyone. But instead, they were all losing their minds over a massive update. Zixun sent a screenshot telling everyone to look. Chen Bai is no longer number 1. First place is now Rika level 25 Blood Red Weaver class Dragon Country faction. Chen Bai has been pushed down to 2nd. Ding Ding is shocked, saying that name is incredibly rare. Lian Xian chimes in too. They have never heard of this person. Where did they even come from? Then 6th place catches their eye, Anthony Douglas level 17 class R shapeshifter from the Beacon Country faction. The group notices this guy's class has completely changed. Exactly, someone says he used to be a 1000-face mimic, and honestly, this new shapeshifter class sounds way less cool. Chen Bai is genuinely surprised by this. How can someone's class change without them undergoing an official class advancement? This is getting interesting. On his way back, Chen Bai's phone starts buzzing. It is Han Xiao spamming him with messages. Chen Bai, do you know who stole your number 1 spot on the leaderboard? Her name feels so familiar to me. Chen Bai replies instantly, you idiot, that is your own sister. Han Xiao gasps, asking why Chen Bai is suddenly insulting him. Chen Bai has to spell it out. How can you be so dense that you do not even recognize your own biological sister's name? Reading those words, Han Xiao goes pale. Wait, after my sister was dragged down to hell, she became Rick. Did she return? Did she actually claw her way back? Meanwhile, Liu Huai smiles, placing a hand over her heart. Thank you, Chen Bai. My stats are perfectly balanced now. She walks over to Chen Bai, promising that she will never forget what they did for her. Chen Bai nods, but he has a question. Liu Huai, with your talent, you should have noticed the imbalance right when it started. Why did you let it get this bad? She lets out a bittersweet smile, thinking back to what happened in Fengxian City. Not long ago, a massive zombie horde attacked the city. She could not just stand by and watch everyone die. To protect them, she had to dump all her points into physical strength. But she sighs, explaining everyone was too scattered. Her power was not enough to save everyone. After that brutal zombie tide, barely any survivors were left in Fengxian City. She blamed herself for being too weak, forced to watch people die right in front of her. It was a helpless feeling. Coming back to the present, she shares her true goal. After surviving that nightmare, she wants to completely rebuild Fengxian City. She wants to gather all the survivors so they can stand together and face any future dangers as a united front. Chen Bai nods in approval. If she wants to rebuild, she should go for it. Right now, establishing a stronghold is smart. He tells her to discuss it with the group so others can help. Chen Bai City can even chip in with resources. Chen Bai City can even send over manpower to assist. Hearing this, Liu Huai is deeply moved by his incredible generosity. She bows in gratitude and heads off to find volunteers. A short while later, Chen Bai returns to his personal warehouse. Floating right in front of him is his latest haul, the S-Rank Chaos Great Demon Bloodline, a legendary creature's power. These beasts grow stronger through sheer effort, mutating to gain unique abilities. But because of a highly unusual core condensation method, it resulted in an unidentified demon bloodline. Worse, there is a random chance of triggering some completely unpredictable side effects. An S-Rank item with unknown consequences. Still, he has to admit his haul from the Demon Suppression Tower is pretty insane. He stares at the warning on the floating screen. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Bai decides to activate his skill. Using the Eye of Secrets, he carefully inspects the Chaos Great Demon bloodline. The detailed breakdown finally flashes before his eyes. There is a 10% chance to awaken the soul-devouring beast, a 7.5% chance for the Black Tiger, a 7.2% chance for the astral dog, and a 5.4% chance for the iron crane. Even crazier, there is a 0.1% chance for the boss serpent and a tiny fraction for the kunpeng. But the genetic degradation chance is a massive 25%. Chen Bai cannot believe how low these god-tier odds are. That degradation basically means instant death. Realizing the risk is too high, Chen Bai heads back to his villa area. Deep in the heart of Jiangcheng, Chen Bai is walking and thinking. A 1/4 failure rate is far from low, especially with such brutal side effects. He wants to gather more of these, but letting the citizens of White Emperor City use them is unrealistic. Old Zhao approaches him with some news. Here is the information on the power station and hospital dungeons that Deputy City Lord Z requested I deliver. The secretary nods, promising she will hand it over to the White Emperor immediately. Suddenly, Chen Bai steps forward. Just hand it directly to me. Old Zhao turns around in pure shock. White Emperor. I've finally met you, Chen Bai nods. Yes, it has been quite a while. Then he recalls a critical detail. Before the apocalypse, this man was one of Song Ziqiang's loyal followers. Chen Bai steps closer, checking his memory. Song Ziqiang called you Old Zhao, right? How is your power now? Old Zhao is thrilled to be remembered. He reveals he became a beast gene warrior of X Company, specifically a mutant tiger with Captain Leng Shuang, leading them at level 13. Chen Bai nods. Keep going, White Emperor City relies on you. He definitely won't let his people suffer. Old Zhao freezes. His face grows dead serious. White Emperor, what is that object in your hand? Can you tell me? Ever since I stepped close, I have felt a very familiar aura. Chen Bai is caught completely off guard. He wonders how that is possible. Could the mutant black tiger core inside this beast core be resonating with his beast gene class? Thinking this, Chen Bai nods and agrees to let him look. But as Old Zhao examines the beast core, his expression completely shifts. An S-rank lineage core. Is this what you prepared for Deputy City Lord Z and the other elites? Chen Bai smiles and explains that he originally planned to distribute this to the elite warriors of White Emperor City. He has a fairly stable method of acquiring them, but the process itself still carries some massive underlying issues. While Old Zhao stands there dazed, Chen Bai explains that consuming this core grants a 75% chance of gaining a random S-rank beast lineage. But his face turns grim as he warns there is also a 25% chance of genetic breakdown and death. It is simply too risky for normal people. Yet Old Zhao speaks up with absolute conviction. No, White Emperor, you are far too kind. This is an S-rank lineage we are talking about. He explains his thoughts. The failure rate is only 25%, not even close to half. He is certain that everyone would gladly take that risk. Smiling sheepishly, he corrects himself. Of course, he means ordinary warriors, not top-tier powerhouses like the White Emperor and Deputy Lord Z. Old Zhao continues. Honestly, if he got his hands on a treasure like this, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. He would swallow it right away. Chen Bai looks at him, asking if he truly felt a connection to this beast core. Old Zhao nods, confirming that the energy radiating from the core gives him a deeply familiar, powerful feeling. Chen Bai grins. He orders him to go gather some test subjects. He wants 2 beast gene warriors with any type of mutant beast forms. He also needs 3 other beast warriors and 3 evolved humans who are not beast gene users. Old Zhao is curious but obeys. Shortly after, a group of warriors stands before Chen Bai, waiting respectfully for the White Emperor's orders. He pulls out the beast core and asks if anyone present feels a strange connection or familiarity with this object. Several of them gasp in surprise, admitting they feel an incredibly strong resonance. Chen Bai turns his gaze back to Old Zhao. The non-beast evolvers feel absolutely nothing. It seems only the beast gene warriors react. Old Zhao nods, confirming his theory. This means the core specifically targets beast classes. Chen Bai finds this intriguing, realizing a beast gene warrior must test it. Old Zhao smiles, placing a hand over his heart, volunteering himself. If you mean a test subject, White Emperor, please choose me. Even if the failure rate is 80 or 90%, he would gladly risk his life. Moments later, Xiao Huang rushes in. White Emperor's sister Z and Su Xin have arrived. Su Xin announces they have brought every single medical asset available. This includes 56 types of medicine, 14 healing type evolver talents, and advanced medical equipment. Su Xin leaves absolutely nothing to chance. There are 9 recovery items, and she is personally on standby. Old Zhao is deeply touched, looking at Chen Bai with gratitude. He stammers that the White Emperor and Deputy City Lord Z did not need to prepare so much just for him. Chen Bai shakes his head, speaking with absolute authority. If you were brave enough to gamble your life for me, then I will stop at nothing to protect you. Hearing this, Old Zhao swears his ultimate undying loyalty to the White Emperor. Without a shred of hesitation, he pops the beast core into his mouth. Instantly, a violent surge of energy shocks his body. A split second later, his entire body mutates. Here we go. The room falls silent, everyone watching with bated breath. As old Zhao's expression twists in pure agony, Chen Bai quickly turns to Su Xin for an update on his vitals. Old Zhao's expression is looking worse by the second. Chen Bai turns to ask Su Xin how things are, and she quickly reports. He looks in absolute agony, but there are still no signs of gene collapse. Instead, old Zhao's power is rapidly growing. Absolutely terrifying. 10 minutes later, Chen Bai smiles and congratulates him. With his new S-Class bloodline secured, old Zhao is taken to the recovery room. He is completely stunned. The White Emperor and Vice City Lord Song Zixiang suddenly speak up. She asks him to share his bloodline abilities so they can take a look. He nods and agrees without any hesitation. He shares his stats, and the S-Class Black Tiger Demon bloodline details appear before them. All of his passive aura and abilities receive a 100% boost. His resistance to intimidation skills is also doubled, and his speed and raw strength are permanently increased. On top of that, his King of Beasts bloodline skill unleashes a heavy pressure, weakening lower beast types and forcing them to submit. Another skill lets him manipulate the soul of any creature he kills. He can control their spirits for up to 15 days. His Tiger King true form turns him into a massive black tiger, granting a massive boost to strength and speed. His mental energy also gets a slight bump, and he gains a passive skill that lets him devour flesh to heal. This passive also boosts his power, while his inner core skill gets stronger every time he kills, devours, or levels up. Every inner core breakthrough uses his bloodline power to take him to the next level. Old Zhao smiles and shows them. Song Zixiang is absolutely stunned by his stats. This bloodline is incredibly powerful, even surpassing her expectations for a high-risk gamble. He laughs and tells Chen Bai that his class has evolved too, transforming him into a whole new warrior type. He is now an A-class beast gene warrior with the Black Tiger trait. Every level up grants a plus 10 stat boost. His physical stats and attributes now grow by plus 8 too. He wears an ecstatic smile, having jumped from B-class to A-class. Chen Bai nods, noting how interesting it is that gene warriors and demon bloodlines are connected. But can it reduce mortality rates? That is still hard to prove. Suddenly, old Zhao remembers something important from his intense fusion process. He believes it does, recalling a system prompt that popped up right after he consumed the inner core to start the fusion. Since he already possessed the tiger gene, his success rate for the Black Tiger bloodline spiked, while other risk factors dropped. He sighs, explaining he was in too much pain to report it right away. Chen Bai smiles with immense excitement. Even if it does not eliminate all risks, the chance of gene collapse is definitely lower. Song Zixiang nods thoughtfully. If the death rate is low enough, they can utilize these inner cores to transform their existing gene warrior squads. Imagine an entire legion of great demons. They would be completely unstoppable. Chen Bai thinks it over and decides. He will gather more S-Class inner cores and test them on 10 people first. If they all survive, they will proceed. With that settled, Chen Bai summons a sleek piece of tiger leather armor and presents it with a friendly smile. He points out that Zhao ruined his old gear during the transformation, so this soft tiger armor is his new gift. Stunned, Zhao accepts the B-class item. He turns to Chen Bai in confusion, wondering why he is being so generous. But Chen Bai cuts him off, saying the gear is perfect for him anyway. Besides, does he not want to test his new power? He tells Zhao to stop wasting time and get moving. With a grin, the warrior nods and gladly takes his leave. Shortly after, Song Zixiang gently reminds Chen Bai that everyone back at the villa is eagerly waiting for his return. Chen Bai points out that the sun is still up, but she chuckles and explains that everyone simply misses him. He is always traveling, so his rare visits are highly anticipated. She even mentions that Su Xin was asking about him. Before the medical team left, she quietly inquired if the Emperor would join them. Chen Bai laughs and shakes his head. He tells her to have everyone rest while he heads over to the local power station to check on things. Song Zixiang sighs, realizing he will likely leave tomorrow. She mentions seeing reports about the city's growing energy demands. He nods, explaining that many facilities dismantled from Company X after the world merge require massive amounts of electricity. He jokingly asks if she is running out of power too and needs him to recharge her personal batteries. Song Zixiang smiles softly, replying that balancing both public duty and private matters is always his most important task. Her cheeks flush slightly as she adds that whatever he decides makes her happy. Chen Bai nods and turns away. Her flawless answer leaves him smiling. Promising to return quickly, he heads out while she waves him a safe journey. Soaring high above White Emperor City, he scans the sprawling city below. A faint smile plays on his lips. He locates his destination and flies closer to the power station for a better look at the massive facility. Suddenly, a strange electrical surge crackles across the sky, catching him off guard. He looks back in pure panic. There is no time to dodge. The next second, the raw electrical energy slams directly into his body, shaking him. Chen Bai drops down to the ground below. Luckily, he lands safely just in time. Using his eye of truth to scan the area, he quickly observes the surroundings and spots the issue. Could this be the strange monster occupying the power plant that Ziqiong warned him about? The system displays details for a level 22 electric spirit. This unique entity is born only under highly specific and unusual circumstances. It manifests from leftover planetary electrical energy and dead souls trapped inside a special magnetic field. Its skill set is absolutely wild. Its list includes electrostatic field, electromagnetic storm, crackling, lightning power, storage, voltage overload, and shock growth. Reading all of this, Chen Bai bursts out laughing with sheer excitement. How interesting, this thing belongs to the same class as the water pipe plague spirit. He immediately summons the Dark Shepherd of Hell's Call, which materializes right above his head. By activating this unique puppet master skill, he can control any creature with a mental strength lower than his own. The mind control success rate depends entirely on the gap between their mental stats. Under the intense pressure, the entire electric spirit gets violently pushed back, confronting a powerhouse of this caliber for the first time. This massive power makes the creature shake with absolute terror. Chen Bai just smiles and beckons, "Come here, kid. Let me see those skills of yours." Its passive abilities are pretty wild, granting immunity to lightning damage and boosting its stats whenever it contacts any source of raw electrical energy. The creature can also store all that absorbed power inside its physical body, massively increasing all of its combat stats based on the stored energy levels, and it can even supply power to any electric device. Chen Bai turns back to look at the electric spirit. This little guy is basically a walking intelligent power transformer. After a moment of thought, he praises it as a massive battery. Hearing this, the creature just freezes in confusion. It has absolutely no idea. Chen Bai approaches the electric spirit, suggesting it take him straight to where it was born. The little creature obediently complies and guides him to the massive factory number 16. Looking up, he curiously surveys the space. The spirit nods, confirming that they have arrived at the spot. Wasting no time, Chen Bai ventures deeper inside. Suddenly, a system notification alerts him to an electrical disturbance inside the prey, level 20 to 25 power plant. It is a nightmare-grade dungeon. While this is the oldest power plant in Jiangcheng, nearly abandoned things have drastically changed. With the sudden awakening of the cosmic will, this facility seems to have formed a special connection to a multi-dimensional space. The system asks if he wants to enter the dungeon. Silence. He stares at the screen, then smiles and makes his choice. And makes his final choice. The system alerts update. Entering the electrostatic zone reduces agility by 15% with a 1% chance every second of being plagued by a shock state, which increases by 1% every minute. Under this shock status, all core stats are reduced by 40%, along with random 5-second paralysis effects. Chen Bai doesn't hesitate for even a moment, pushing further deep inside to investigate. At the same time, his Demon Monarch bloodline activates and his perfect body trait begins to work its wonders. All debuffs in this electrostatic zone are slashed by 95%. If you ask me, having a 95% resistance is basically cheating. Percent resistance basically renders this whole debuff zone entirely useless. Suddenly, a thought crosses his mind. If the Thunder God who possesses the Son of Thunder talent came here, would he get a massive boost? Just as he ponders this, Chen Bai's expression suddenly shifts. He suddenly notices highly active lightning elements floating all around the area. The system immediately provides a detailed analysis of these strange entities. They are level 19, small lightning elements which are low-level elemental lifeforms. They boast extremely high explosive speed and pretty decent mental power. Their physical defense is weak and their mental resistance is extremely low. Their skills include Lightning Burst, Lightning Strike, and Elemental Body. Chen Bai is pleasantly surprised by their low mental resistance. Taking advantage of this blatant weakness, he decides to unleash a devastating mental shockwave. With just a single powerful move, all the small lightning elements are instantly blasted backward into the distance. Witnessing this easy sweep, he nods in quiet agreement. They really are pretty weak. The tiny lightning elements crash heavily onto the hard ground, with soft pattering noises. Chen Bai feels a sudden wave of curiosity. What kind of loot will they drop this time? He picks up a glowing sphere to inspect it. It turns out to be a small power core, a unique material that can serve as a power source in any electrical system. Finally, he pieces the puzzle together. Completing this trial is the ultimate solution to resolving their critical power supply crisis. But here's the real question: how exactly is he supposed to hook up this glowing ball to a machine? Quite a head-scratcher, isn't it? Lets out a soft sigh, muttering that he will just collect a few first and bring them back to Chen Bai City to experiment. A short while later, finds himself clashing against large lightning elements and even rare lightning elementals. On top of that, he stumbles upon several massive, large power cores. He wonders if the enemies in this dungeon are a bit too simple. Could the final boss just be a giant lightning elemental? Suddenly, a series of bizarre noises echoes through the hall, catching his full attention. As Chen Bai glances over his shoulder, the power plant suddenly roars back to life. Shocking. Intrigued, he activates his eye of insight to scan the area. What on earth is that? Towering right in front of him is a level 28 abandoned generator mechanical warrior. Its massive, imposing metallic frame leaves Chen Bai completely stunned. The system scan displays that a rare special mutation has granted this forgotten giant power generator an unexpected and powerful second chance, a new life. The power core granted it sentience and strength, allowing it to evolve into a special form. Inside, the silo advanced technology began to trigger. Reading this, he let out an excited laugh. A generator robot. Was this thing really about to gift him a generator? Wasting no time, the mechanical warrior charged forward. Chen Bai was already on guard. The machine unleashed a magnetic strike to seize the initiative, but it was clear that it was no match for Chen Bai, who blocked it with ease. Getting ready to counter, he muttered that its weak fist lacked any real power, and now it was his turn to strike back. Giving the machine no time to react, Chen Bai unleashed a devastating blow, completely shattering its metal body into pieces in a single move. With a confident smile, he announced the job was done. Looking at his newly equipped gauntlets, Chen Bai was deeply satisfied. Ever since Mammon's golden touch boosted drop rates, his future looked bright. Looking at the items on the ground, he counted them, finding a schematic scroll. His expression suddenly shifted as he spotted a device activation card. Walking over, Chen Bai picked it up. Since the trial began, most electrical grids had shut down permanently. This reward was a massive win for him. Usually, when the citizens cleared ruins or ran dungeons, the drop rate for an activation card like this was incredibly low. This power grid activation card was practically priceless. Suddenly, the item details popped up right before his eyes. The Jiangsheng S-tier integrated power station was a legendary item that would allow him to link the power supply directly to his own city and run it normally. Chen Bai nodded in approval, pleased with his luck. These loot drops were absolutely incredible. He examined the Lightning-type combat mecha blueprint, a specialized full-body armor schematic. It required an A-rank Thunder core, 10 tons of refined steel, and 10 kilograms of meteor iron. Wearing it might limit his mobility and override other armor, but the overwhelming raw power more than made up for it. The next reward was a teleportation scroll to the Myriad Thunder Lake, a highly rare consumable item. It could transport him straight to the Lightning Elemental Plane, a chaotic realm teeming with electric beasts, demigod-level elemental monarchs, and supreme lightning deities. Naturally, the danger there was absolutely off the charts, with 10 charges remaining. Chen Bai sighed, realizing he had no immediate use for it. Just then, a system alert announced the dungeon clearance as he was teleported out. He uploaded his guide video for 1 coin. Back at the power station, Song Zishang took charge and instructed Xiao Huang to lead the audit team in cataloging the machinery and data. The girl obediently agreed, addressing her as Deputy City Lord Z. After a moment of thought, Song Zichang ordered the 4th and 6th defense teams to secure the area, eliminate any lingering beasts, and clear all hazards from the plant. She then directed the engineering crew to reroute the entire power grid back to the main Chen Bai control center. With the orders finalized, Song Zishang waved her hand for everyone to disperse and get straight to work. The soldiers saluted their commander before heading out. Right then, Chen Bai walked over, praising her swift coordination. She replied playfully, admitting she would have gathered her forces sooner had she known he would clear it so easily. Right on cue, a system alert confirmed the successful integration of the power plant into Chen Bai City. Song Zixiang grew reflective, wondering if the city streets would finally light up once the sun went down tonight. Chen Bai comforted her, urging her to trust that the team would finish the job quickly and flawlessly. She had to trust her judgment, just like he trusted her ability to rebuild Chen Bai into the greatest city. Pulling her into a warm embrace, he whispered that it was time to take her out to unwind. Song Zishang smiled warmly and agreed. The scene shifted, showing the duo arriving at the gates of Jiangcheng Zoo. She looked around in surprise, noting that her scouts had not yet thoroughly explored this particular sector. Suddenly, a horde of zombies emerged from the shadows. Startled, Song Zisheng instantly raised her guard, ready to fight. Warning him about the threat, she was interrupted as Chen Bai reassured her that these were just weak, plague-born creatures. He confidently added that none of these monsters would dare touch them while he was standing there. Suddenly, the entire zombie horde dropped to their knees. Amazed by his overwhelming authority, Song Zixiang suddenly remembered something and asked why he wanted to visit a zoo of all places, wondering if there were unique mutant beasts inside. He just smiled and pointed ahead. The sight before her made her freeze as a system alert flashed on screen, welcoming them to the Jiangcheng Zoo massive dungeon chain covering levels 10 to 79. The entire area had morphed into a mystical space. Song Zixiang stood in disbelief as the breakdown of the zones, starting with the children's world from levels 10 to 15, appeared. Horse Ranch level 15 to 28, Monkey Mountain level 22 to 32, Swamp level 25 to 35, Fishing Ground level 42 to 50, and Deer Park level 50 to 60, the Beast Zone level 30 to 70, Jungle level 40 to 60, and Ant Nest level 70. Song Zixxiang stands completely amazed by all these dungeons. This place is a gold mine for Jiangcheng, she says, turning to look at Chen Bai. A massive dungeon chain like this changes everything. It gives the city a massive development advantage. But Chen Bai just smiles and gently tells her to relax. He did not bring her here to grind dungeons. He heard she loved horses and once wanted to build a ranch before the world ended. Location and business struggles force her to abandon that dream back then, but now he wants to make it happen. Chen Bai looks at her and suggests they try their luck inside to find her a horse of her own. Just then the system screen flashes, asking if they want to enter the level 15 to 28 horse ranch dungeon. Song Zixxiang nods without a single second of hesitation. Meanwhile, late at night in the city, people are starting to complain. It is pitch black, and they cannot get anything done. A crowd gathers right at the central squared event. Near the mountain base in White Emperor City, a survivor sighs. Outside the very center of their city, darkness rules. There is absolutely no light left in this broken world. But suddenly, the loud sound of hooves echoes through the dark. The crowd stands frozen. Is someone actually riding a horse right now? Suddenly, Chen Bai appears right before their eyes. He notes how hard it is for everyone to travel in the dark. The survivors gasp in absolute shock. It is the White Emperor himself. Their expressions instantly shift. Very few people have the power to see through this pitch-black night. Tracking threats and fighting in the dark is nearly impossible, so staying inside is their only option to survive the night. Even playing cards to pass the time requires chopping firewood first. Hearing this, Chen Bai turns around to give an order. He tells Song Zixxiang to have Lu Li make an announcement. She smiles and nods, and soon Lu Li speaks. She addresses the citizens, announcing that the White Emperor has successfully secured the main power station of Jiangcheng. The order was given to the Queen to connect the grid immediately, and the work is finally complete. She announces that starting tonight, electrical appliances are no longer just useless junk. The dark days are officially over. Streetlights and home electronics will fully function again. Lu Li can barely contain her rising excitement as she speaks. Her goal is to rally everyone to start the countdown to bring power back to the entire city of Jiangcheng. With the crowd joining in, they count down from 3-2, while Chen Bai watches with anticipation. 1. The final moment arrives. The grid surges to life and power floods back into the city of Jiangcheng. Looking at the glowing streets, the crowd erupts in cheers as the system screen logs the historical moment. It records the first beam of light since the apocalypse, posted by Xiao Zhen, the Seeker of Truth. She smiles and waves, introducing herself to the viewers as Xiao Zhen, the one who documents the real world. Returning to White Emperor City, she explains she was invited specifically to witness this monumental return of electricity. She is visibly thrilled, noting that it has been forever since she last saw anything like this. Ever since the cosmic trials began and the apocalypse destroyed humanity, ruins and darkness were all they knew. She invites everyone to witness this stunning moment with her as White Emperor City powers back on. Right on cue, the entire city suddenly lights up, and the online comment section absolutely explodes with hype. People are completely shocked, with some complaining that their own settlements are still relying on primitive torches. This level of progress is generations ahead. Many powerful warriors exist, but none provide for their people like this. The White Emperor stands alone in his generosity. It is also announced that all registered residents get gear at cost. Outsiders desperately beg residents to buy them tactical gear like the new night vision goggles and helmet lights. But scalping is strictly forbidden, and nobody is going to risk banishment just to sell to an outsider. Reading through the massive wave of comments, Minister Fang is left thoroughly impressed by how far ahead they are. The city has left the rest of the world behind. He turns to his aide, gesturing toward the screen. He asks Fang Zhang if he sees the post, noting its popularity is 50 times higher than anything else online. Almost every single survivor on Earth must have watched it. Fang Zhang nods in agreement, confirming he saw it. The comment section is drowning in jealousy, with users from the Datha Nation even comparing the White Emperor to a god. He laughs as he reads a post praising the leader for bringing light back, calling him absolutely legendary. But right then, Fang Ming smacks him hard on the head, annoyed by his fanboy attitude and warning him to focus. This kid doesn't have any real skills, yet he's acting incredibly proud on behalf of others. Fang Zhang scratches his head, looking completely clueless. What's wrong with being happy, sis? He argues back loudly. Every time the White Emperor expands his territory, he always remembers his brothers in the group. If White Emperor City thrives, we all benefit. He proudly declares to everyone that he's got something very special to show them. The White Emperor just invited him to the second auction for Chat Group 001, which is happening in exactly 3 days. On the screen is his official invitation to the second auction, but then he spots a detail that ruins everything. Fang Zhang reads the details with a blank stare. It says God King rank members are only allowed to purchase a maximum of 5 items, forcing him to flash a very awkward smile. He also has to prove the items are for his personal use. Otherwise, only the items that absolutely nobody else wants can be bought without limit. The restriction completely shatters his hopes. He screams in despair. Why him? Fang Ning already knows exactly why they put those limits on him. During the very first auction, he just had to show off by buying up everything, causing massive trouble for everyone else. Minister Fang chimes in as well, warning the boy to behave himself this time because his sister is absolutely right. 3 days later, the second auction kicks off inside chat group 001 in the dream world. Chen Bai speaks up. He warmly explains that the rules are changing slightly today, and everyone will take turns coming up to the stage. They can either put their own items up for bid or request specific things. Suddenly, Wu Liangxian raises his hand. He asks about the majestic horse seen in the forum video from a few days ago, wondering if there are any left. He really wants to buy one. But Overlord quickly pulls him down, asking why on earth he would even need a horse. Overlord then steps up himself, admitting he has never begged anyone before, but his class absolutely needs a powerful mount. It would boost his combat power immensely. Chen Bai calmly explains that the horse actually comes from a special summon card. Since it is outside the scope of this auction, he promises to post any future ones directly to the group chat. Anyone with enough gold can buy it. Overlord nods and sits down, fully understanding how the process works. Wu Liangxian gets excited too, saying he will keep a close eye on the group chat. Suddenly, Chen Bai tosses something. He tells Wu Liangxian that these 2 items will be incredibly beneficial to him, serving as compensation for their last deal. He previously traded a simple lightning skill for a smart motherboard, so these 2 items should make things completely even. The young man stares blankly at the scrolls in his hands. Honestly, his face changes completely when he realizes what they are. It is a mecha blueprint and a teleport scroll for the pool of 10,000 thunders, making him call Chen Bai his savior. Overlord leans in closer, desperate to see the mecha, while Ziexun is deeply intrigued by the thunder-themed scroll. Wu Liangxian laughs, telling them to stop drooling over his loot until the main auction is finally over. He promises to show them the stats later and urges them to sit down because Chen Bai is about to begin. Chen Bai officially kicks off the auction, seeing that everyone is ready. He pulls out a highly unexpected item. To start things off on a high note, he reveals a legendary S-Rank Fallen Angel bloodline, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The crowd goes wild at the sight of such an incredible top-tier item appearing on the very first round. Nobody expected him to drop such an absolute powerhouse of an item right at the start, leaving everyone completely speechless. Chen Bai sighs, mentioning how simply clearing the hospital dungeon and giving out basic rewards has everyone constantly shouting his name. Every time he shows his face, the endless praise and roaring cheers actually give him a massive headache. Wu Liangxian smiles, telling him he fully deserves it. Liu Huai nods along, adding that the entire world is jealous. Ding Ding jumps in excitedly, saying that even though she doesn't live in the city, she still gets hyped. Just seeing him makes her want to scream like a fan. Chen Bai can only flash a helpless grin. He urges them to start bidding, and Wu Ya immediately raises his hand, claiming he wants this bloodline. Han Xiao laughs, pointing out that his talent and class are completely built around fear and darkness anyway. The dark bloodline fits him perfectly. Zhen Shu agrees, saying the rest of them won't even bid against him. He just needs to offer a price that satisfies Chen Bai. Wu Ya nods seriously and asks him to name it. Chen Bai requests special items, gold coins, or even high-grade gear since his current equipment is getting quite outdated. Wu Ya nods quickly, having plenty of those exact items on hand, and confidently makes his initial offer. He bids 100,000 gold. The item details appear before Chen Bai, showing a secret dungeon key scroll. It allows the user to convert local dungeon creatures under level 30 into a permanent custom secret dungeon. Dungeon layouts are randomized, and so are the item drops. Behold the Dark Priest's robe, a special A-grade armor. It grants 75 to all attributes and adds 50 to spirit. Plus, it automatically repairs itself when damaged. The fix rate matches the wearer's own recovery speed. It consumes mental power to summon shadow tentacles for both offense and defense. Activating its special skill drains your maximum mental capacity and some sanity, but heavily boosts all stats. Using it on enemies drains their mental strength and shatters their sanity. It requires the wearer to be over level 20. This gear once belonged to a missionary of light right before they were completely swallowed up by the creeping darkness. Chen Bai nods in approval. Not bad, he can actually use all of this stuff. He turns to his companion. He says his part is done, telling Han Xiao to step up next. Suddenly, a notification pops up from Evolver Z. An urgent message arrives. 5 incredibly powerful figures in green robes have just entered the city gates. Anyone who gets close to them falls violently ill. You just know things are about to get wild. His new quest involves the triple S-grade plague cult. They have been madly searching for their destined god for ages, and Chen Bai stepping into this ruined wasteland has caught their eye. They are now rushing toward him in a frenzy. In 15 days, the cult messengers will arrive at the wasteland. The ultimate objectives and rewards remain completely hidden. Reading the system alert, Chen Bai is genuinely surprised. It looks like those green-cloaked figures are finally here. He has been waiting for this. Chuckling at the sudden twist, he whispers the messengers of the plague cult. Over in Song Zixiang's office, Leng Shuang urges her to stay calm, saying there is absolutely no need to rush. Su Xin messaged that keeping away from those 5 is enough. Even infected citizens recovered after keeping their distance. The mysterious group does not seem to want to fight. Zixiang flashes a chilling smile, asking where they are now. Leng Shuang says they are climbing the mountain. They are already halfway up, heading straight for the central zone. Naturally, these 5 green-robed strangers have everyone on edge. Leng Shuang asks if they should send troops to intercept them. Zixiang shakes her head. She already messaged the White Emperor. Until he gets back, she wears a thrilled expression, deciding she will personally entertain these 5 special guests. Shortly after, she blocks their path. She demands to know what brings them to White Emperor City. Activating her observation skill to read them, she orders them to explain their true purpose. Bishop Hing's silence steps forward. He lowers his hood, whispering that they follow the aura of the child of misfortune. The blind Rickman agrees. He claims she holds their cult's ultimate class scroll. The leech Bishop Festus mutters that it is definitely her. Bishop Fu flashes a manic grin, calling her their great god. Romari lets out a sigh of relief. They have finally found her. Taken back by their sudden declaration, Zixiang instantly senses something is way off. Suddenly, all 5 green-robed bishops drop to their knees. They call her their true god and most devout servants, leaving Zixiang completely flustered and begging them to stop. Silence looks up in utter confusion, asking why their great deity is preventing them from showing their absolute devotion. Unsure how to clear up the massive misunderstanding, she claims they have the wrong person. Just then, Chen Bai pings her. He instructs her to bring them to his study. She tells the cultists to follow her since her master is waiting. She explains her master can answer their questions. Silence nods, fully trusting that the Holy Scroll was delivered correctly. He believes their envoy Pukazumi would never hand this sacred artifact to a fake. However, Rickman is highly skeptical. The blind bishop points out a major flaw. Why would their supreme god refer to anyone else as master? Romari chimed in, guessing that their god might be temporarily weak and got deceived or even blackmailed by Immortal. Fu immediately declares that if anyone is taking advantage of their deity, he will tear them apart on the spot. Festus's expression turns deadly serious as he agrees. They should kill the offender first, then talk to their god. Disturbed by their intense and murderous logic, Zixiang remains quiet and simply guides the 5 bishops inside. Once inside the study, she gestures toward the guests, announcing to Chen Bai that she has brought them in. Chen Bai nods from his desk, casually commenting on how fast they arrived since only 15 days have passed. The moment he speaks, silence freezes as a wave of realization hits him. That aura, it is the absolute power of plague. To his eyes, Chen Bai is radiating an incredibly heavy, suffocating aura. Overwhelmed, all 5 drop to their knees once more. They worship him as their true god, begging for his grace and pledging their eternal loyalty to his absolute will. Your holy presence. Now, after surviving endless brutal trials to stand here, we can finally lay eyes upon that true face. At this very moment, our hearts are completely overflowing with boundless gratitude and absolute admiration. Just standing near Chen Bai's silence feels completely suffocated by pressure. Chen Bai waves his hand. I heard something. You worship the wrong guy. It seems even an 80-level emperor and 70-level saint can make mistakes. Recalling his own words earlier fills him with absolute dread. He quickly drops to his knees, begging the great true god. Your foolish followers never dared to peer into your true form, blindly judging you by your class aura. Please punish us. Chen Bai nods calmly, telling them that their initial guess was not entirely off. After all, the best possible class that Pukasumi originally brought to the table was the child of misfortune. Fo suddenly looks up with deep reverence. Great merciful true God, your humble servant still has a single question. Why did you choose not to claim the child of misfortune class? Hearing this, Chen Bai finds it hilarious. He chuckles softly, explaining quite honestly that the Plague Sect's SSS-Rank scroll was actually a major disappointment to him. Fortunately, Pukasumi risked his life to open the secret realm for me, letting me obtain a far superior class scroll instead. He announces he will always remember his sacrifice. Hearing this, Rickman suddenly gasps in absolute shock. Wait, a superior scroll. Before Rickman can process this, Chen Bai begins channeling raw energy into his hands. That is right. By clearing the secret realm using the Plague Seed and Faith, he condensed a new class. A SSS rank class. Rickman stares in disbelief, realizing this is the absolute true power of the Plague. Silence speaks up with a glowing smile. Great true God, being able to sacrifice his life was Pukasumi's highest honor. We deeply admire his devotion and are grateful for his contribution. Fo quickly chimes in, eager to pledge his loyalty. All our possessions are yours to take. Chen Bai smiles, highly pleased with their absolute submission. Not bad at all. I will prove to all of you that your faith, devotion, and sacrifices are entirely worth it. Silence's expression suddenly freezes in shock. This power is staggering. Romari grins as the aura becomes insanely heavy. It feels vastly superior to the standard plague authority. Chen Bai reveals this is the power of the abyss. Silence is completely shocked. The power of the abyss, legends say, even supreme gods struggle to enter there. Yet here Chen Bai stands unleashing its terrifying energy right now, putting his dual authorities on full display. Romari's jaw drops in disbelief. A literal miracle. Even ancient gods rarely wield two distinct authorities before achieving godhood. And even if they do, those powers usually share a single origin, completely unlike these two polar opposites. Foe beams with pride. Yes, our god commands two highest-tier authorities, making him an entirely unique entity in existence. Chen Bai cuts through their awe, reminding them to stop gaping. Now is the time to state their true purpose. He remembers. Didn't Pukasumi mention that each of you would bring a rare treasure from the plague sect? Silence bows with a confident smile. Great true god, we sacrificed our entire plague world to reach you. Our sole purpose is to support your grand ambition and aid your rise to absolute dominance in this world. He smiles, announcing that they did not just bring 5 items. He begins to summon a pocket dimension. Unveiling the entire treasure vault of the plague sect, Silence confidently boasts of their massive haul to him. There are legendary gears, rare items, skills, beast crests, and even major blueprints for massive infectious structures. Chen Bai recalls an ancient prophecy he read. A sacrifice of life foretelling their deity would ignite the divine fire, ascending to the supreme divine kingdom. They sacrificed their whole world just to leave this permanent mark. Their lives will become the stepping stones for his glorious awakening, and their spirits will live in his kingdom. Our names will be remembered for eternity. The plague sect. Chen Bai looks at them with skepticism. Did you guys really sacrifice an entire living world? Foe places a hand over his chest to explain. A world that has lost its true god decays beyond hope of salvation. Foe reports everything with a heavy heart. With all life on the brink of ruin, this was our only remaining path to survival. Please punish us. Chen Bai nods in understanding. I see, that makes sense. First of all, let me see. Show me the most valuable treasures you have brought. Silence nods without a single moment of hesitation, agreeing instantly. Immediately, a SSS-Rank plague cauldron materializes, granting extreme immunity to viruses and boosting plague power massively. Every single living creature can undergo baptism within this cauldron, transforming them into terrifying plague beasts. Nourishing viruses. Every plague virus, fungus, and bacteria can be refined, evolved, or even fused together. This blesses creatures, infecting them with a random eternal disease, but it also boosts their life, span, strength, level, and everything else. Everything is massively upgraded. Each creature can receive at most 3 blessings. Blessings. The level caps for these 3 blessings are level 10, 50, and 90. Any living being can undergo decomposition inside the cauldron, transforming into basic orderly forms like viruses, fungi, and bacteria, though the exact effect remains unknown. The outcome depends on the creature, requiring them to hold a fraction of the plague's authority. Chen Bai suddenly remembers the past, a sudden wave of panic rising inside. It is that unavoidable dread felt when the abyss gazes back. He is completely puzzled, transforming living beings. Is it like the abyss? Well, his lips curl up. Except for the unclear effects of reverse entropy, all other skills are fully usable. Looking at the strange item in Romari's hands, Chen Bai gets pretty curious. What on earth is this thing? She shakes her head helplessly, saying they do not know either. Hearing this, he is genuinely surprised. But holding it, Chen Bai only gleans some brief info. It holds an infinite space containing all things, as if breeding something inside. He ponders, realizing it is just like the hourglass of time items whose names only show up as question marks. Silence suddenly speaks up, calling him the great true god and explaining they found this in the plague world. It seems to possess almost infinite space. He continues, explaining that after the plague world was sacrificed, a small portion survived alongside the world's origin. Rickman nods, saying they placed it inside this container. They call it the world jar. Chen Bai decides right away that since it holds fragments of the plague world, they should keep custody of it for now. He shares his thoughts, noting that even though their original world was sacrificed, the sheer number of plague creatures is directly tied to his own strength and plague authority. Chen Bai's gaze sharpens. He reveals his long-standing plan to rebuild a layer of the abyss into a plague domain. Before they can even process this, he adds that the giant cauldron world fragments and treasures will help greatly. Rickman nods in absolute admiration, calling him a true god and praising the sheer greatness of his design. But Silence's expression turns deadly serious. He points out that each layer of the abyss is a complete world, no smaller than their original plague world. Beside him, Fu cheers in pure excitement at this revelation. A brand new plague world built by the true god. But Chen Bai shakes his head, clarifying that it is not just him, but all of them. He asks if they are willing to help construct this new world. Without hesitation, silence drops to his knees in front of him. Everyone shouts in unison, pledging their absolute devotion to their god. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The Plague Sect's phase quest is complete, granting him his rewards. He acquires the Plague Sect's heritage, triggering the next phase, a SSS-Rank quest for the Plague Sect itself. Reuniting with the survivors gives the cult a genuine shot at restoring their long-lost, glorious past. Developing a world tailored for plague growth and boosting its overall authority is now their ultimate goal. The strength of his plague power will directly influence the potency of his second-class advancement. To complete his second-class advancement as a Scourge Bringer, he must reach level 30. The reward is Ultimate Plague Authority. Chen Bai is absolutely pumped and ready to make his move. He tells them to follow him to the abyss. As a portal opens, he selects a suitable layer. They instantly teleport over to level 552 of the abyss to establish their new plague-ridden sanctuary. Chen Bai asks the group what they think after scanning over 500 layers, wondering which they prefer. Silence replies that this layer is easily the best choice. Rickman nods along, agreeing with the assessment. Festus stares excitedly into the swampy mist, watching the bizarre sunlight filtering through the dense, damp air. He turns back with absolute joy while Fu chimes in, expressing a slight concern about the terrain. They should find solid ground because while breeding plague beasts here is perfect, building on a swamp is tough. Chen Bai surveys the entire terrain from above, seeing that the whole plain is nothing but swamp. Romari steps forward to reassure him, explaining that while construction might be tricky, it is far from impossible. Hearing this, Chen Bai finds it quite funny. He looks at them with a smirk, highly amused. He tells them he was never worried, asking if they have somehow forgotten exactly who they are dealing with. Chen Bai spoke with supreme confidence. Armed with the power of the abyss, Lord shaping a new land was nothing. The moment he spoke, the ground suddenly rose at his command, lifting everyone onto solid earth in seconds. Festus was completely shocked, pure disbelief. Fu cheered aloud, praising their great true god. Rickman gazed at Chen Bai, awed by their deity's supreme power. The Lord then made a grand declaration. From now on, this land would be the Plague Sect's sanctuary, a future kingdom of pestilence named the Plague Garden. The crowd knelt in unison. They swore to dedicate their entire lives to building this divine kingdom. Chen Bai smiled, saying he had isolated this place from the toxic swamp mist to nurture basic plague creatures. He told them to divide the territory. Everyone should pick and focus on the tasks they did best. His followers stood there completely jaw-dropped, staring at the empty space. Suddenly, he turned to face them. He ordered them to bring over the plague cauldron to test its power. They scrambled to obey instantly. Once the cauldron arrived, Chen Bai summoned a mysterious item and approached the dark, bubbling black liquid inside. In his hand was the World Tree Branch, a special rank A item that could be equipped or consumed. Equipping it granted 240 points to Constitution and Spirit plus survival skills and an unyielding will. It required level 40. Consuming it permanently boosted both his Constitution and Spirit by 25 points. It also boosted health regeneration, maxed his resistances, and granted Breath of Life. He smirked down at the prize. This was a daily draw reward from the hand of Mun. Pure luck. Time to use it for an experiment. A black-robed follower gasped when he recognized the item, his eyes widening as he muttered about the branch of life. The brown-haired man behind him was equally shocked, noting that the elves guarded these sacred branches with their lives. Ignoring their constant chatter, Chen Bai calmly tossed the branch straight into the bubbling cauldron, leaving them completely speechless. Their mouths fell open. He peered closely inside. It was just a branch, but it possessed life. He wanted to see if the cauldron could transmute it. The moment it touched the dark mixture, the liquid bubbled. Suddenly, the branch began to rapidly sprout. The two followers stared at the bizarre growth, completely dumbfounded. One of them yelled out in excitement that it worked. Chen Bai pulled the branch out and a notification popped up. It was a rank A plague sapling transformed from the World Tree, the first plant to blend life and death. It possessed extreme potential, but its future remained completely unpredictable. Chen Bai stared in silence, wondering if that was all. There were no attributes, effects, or abilities listed, truly unpredictable. He studied it intensely, then gave a sudden command. He ordered Festus that starting today, he would manage the entire plague garden and nurture this sapling carefully. Overjoyed by the heavy responsibility, Festus vowed to obey. Chen Bai then turned his attention to the other two. He instructed Romari and Phi to assist Festus here. She quickly bowed, promising to serve their true god. Smiling, he told Cyril to guard his White Emperor city, granting him special access here. Cyril was tasked with collecting plague beasts from various secret realms and bringing them back to this sanctuary. Cyril bowed deeply, promising not to fail his glorious deity. Then Chen Bai shifted his gaze to the side. Next, he turned toward the brown-haired man. Rickman stared back at him with a serious, focused expression. Chen Bai smiled, stating he believed many Plague Sect members had arrived here and ordered Rickman to find them. He wanted them to know about this garden so they could find a true sanctuary. Rickman's eyes filled with sudden resolve. He vowed to succeed. Spreading his arms, Rickman spoke passionately, declaring how they would dedicate everything to their supreme god. He promised to make everyone recognize the deity's absolute greatness and the glorious existence of this hidden sanctuary. They bowed in deep respect. Together, they chanted, vowing to devote their entire strength to his cause. Chen Bai smiled with satisfaction. 2 weeks later in the city of Mo, a lone figure stood quietly watching the streets. Han Xiao looked out over the city with a smile, asking Overlord if he was fully prepared for what lay ahead. Overlord grinned, declaring they were ready to storm the second floor of the Demon Tower today without wasting time. Chen Bai had already reached the third floor of the Demon Tower, so they had to catch up immediately. Scrambling onto the rooftop, Han Xiao admitted that while he supported Overlord, comparing him to Chen Bai was useless. Checking his system screen, Han Xiao laughed. Believe it or not, Chen Bai had already reached level 29. How could they close that gap when they had barely scraped past level 20? Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed. She appears on the rooftop, slowly heading right toward him. Han Xiao catches the sound and spins around on high alert. He mutters a quiet warning to wait. Speaking to his team as Overlord, he tells them not to wait up because he probably won't make it today. With that, his system notification panel vanishes, leaving his sharp, guarded eyes locked onto the figure, stepping forward. Rick speaks up, shattering the tense silence. She admits her brother's power is way beyond what she imagined. Her cold stare locks onto him as she asks if he is considered a top-tier expert in this trial ground. Han Xiao just smiles back, his voice turning icy. He knows she has been watching him, and this certainly is not a happy family reunion. She replies with polite grace. Lord JP, I told her about her origin, and she is here to find someone for Lady Lilith. Han Xiao frowns, a spark of anger hitting him. He absolutely hates how respectfully she speaks of those monsters. He asks if she has fully embraced hell as her home and taken JPI as her husband. Rick scowls in irritation. Han Xiao could not care less about her attitude. He mocks her, calling her Han Li the Hell Bride before asking who she is after. Furious, she tells him to drop those titles. She is Rick, a name given to her by the great Lord JPI who trained her. She snaps that she never married JPI and never will, declaring her loyalty belongs solely to Lady Lilith. The person she is looking for is the legend who helped him defeat JPI, the Blood Moon God of Hell. Lady Lilith wants to speak with him. Han Xiao realizes she is after Chen Bai, so he must alert Lord Bai first. He shoots a quick message over to Lord Bai. The system confirms it is sent. Han Xiao smiles at his sister. He tells her to state her real business or he will not help her find anyone. Her reply is pure mockery. She laughs that it is not his call to make. Sure, he is decent and her own power got nerfed when she entered this trial ground, but she claims he is still absolutely no match for her. Her eyes suddenly flash a deep crimson as horns sprout from her head. Seeing her release her dark energy, Han Xiao asks if she is going to fight. Looks like it is time to teach her a lesson. He conjures an array of glowing swords, pointed right at her. Seeing him ready to fight, Rick does not hesitate for a second. She charges straight at him, calling him a foolish brother who is not strong enough to lecture her. She channels a surge of energy, forming a massive razor-sharp crimson claw. In a flash, the giant hand stretches out to crush him where he stands. Han Xiao just smirks. Is she really sure?